Within the confines of Naruto Uzumaki's being, there exists a house that gazes out upon the vast ocean, where spring blooms in all its glory. The gentle spring breeze caresses the shoreline, as the waves tenderly lap against the rocky coast. Perched upon one of these rocks is a man garbed in ceremonial robes, his golden hair flowing with the wind. The emblem of the fourth Hokage dances prominently upon his robe. This man is none other than Minato Namikaze, sealed within Naruto's body. Originally a mere embodiment of chakra, Minato unexpectedly merged with the soul of a fervent fan from the blue planet. He vaguely recalls an evening spent with his roommate watching Naruto, after which they decided to unwind at a massage parlor. It was there, amidst the skilled ministrations of the therapist, that he drifted into a tranquil slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself transported to this peculiar realm. In disbelief, he gazed at his hands, which at times shimmered with golden chakra, filling him with an exhilarating sense of power. Have I truly become Minato, residing within Naruto? And can I wield the chakra of the Yin Nine-Tails? As a devoted fan, he was well aware that Minato had divided the Nine-Tails into Yin and Yang components. The Yin Nine-Tails was sealed within the belly of the Shinigami, while the Yang counterpart resided within Naruto. With the chakra of Minato now coursing through him, he understood his position inside Naruto's very being. Yet, this Minato should not possess the chakra of the Yin Nine-Tails. Could this be the golden key to my reincarnation? He pondered, a traveler of realms. One ought to achieve something monumental to justify their journey. Yet here he was, a mere ethereal entity endowed with the chakra of the Yin Nine-Tails. Confined in Naruto's abdomen, how could he possibly forge a grand legacy? After much contemplation, Minato devised a plan. Inspired by a certain soul bound to a ring, he resolved to nurture Naruto, empowering him to ultimately craft a perfect vessel for himself. First, he needed to strengthen Naruto, becoming his mentor and the figure he admired most. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from behind him. "You wretched fools! All of you are insufferable!" The voice thundered, reminiscent of a roaring lioness. Who but Kushina could possess such righteous indignation? Minato sighed, his heart clear as crystal. They could see Naruto's plight with utmost clarity from within him. Were it not for their limited chakra, they would have unleashed their power to defend him long ago. Especially Kushina, whose Uzumaki lineage endowed her with the ability to perceive all within 1,000 meters using the Kagura hard eyes. She must have overheard Naruto's classmates belittling him once more. As a mother, how could she remain calm in the face of such scorn directed at her child? Kushina approached Minato, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Our child is not only despised by the villagers, but also the subject of ridicule at the academy. Minato, release the seal. I cannot stand idly by while Naruto suffers. Yet what good would anger serve? Kushina's righteous fury could only be comprehended by Minato, who understood the torment she endured since discovering the disdain Naruto faced from the villagers. She yearned to gamble, seeking the Nine-Tails chakra to empower herself, enabling her to guide Naruto in the ways of ninjutsu. However, should the Nine-Tails refuse, it could obliterate her chakra form entirely. Minato dared not take that risk. "But I believe in you, Kushina." Minato gently embraced her. "I have a way to make our child stronger." Kushina's expression shifted to one of confusion. Minato smiled faintly. "The Rasengan, that is fundamental, the Flying Thunder God technique? It must be taught. If the Nine-Tails refuses to acknowledge our son, then we shall compel it to do so." As he spoke, Kushina felt an overwhelming chakra enveloping her, a majestic aura transforming her into a being cloaked in crimson chakra. Alarmed, she believed Minato had sacrificed his own chakra for her. She pushed him away, her voice rising in concern. "What are you doing? Stop this at once. You promised we would wait until the Nine-Tails broke free of Naruto's seal. Now is the time to act. Who will mend Naruto's seal if I am gone?" They both desired to witness Naruto's growth together. She could not bear the thought of losing him. Seeing the panic in Kushina's eyes, Minato's heart swelled with warmth. "Fear not, my dear, I am unharmed." With a sudden burst, golden chakra enveloped Minato, flooding the space with a warmth akin to a river in full flow. Kushina stared, her gaze vacant. "Minato," he chuckled softly. "Strangely enough, I can harness the portion of the Nine-Tails chakra sealed within me. How can this be? Kushina gasped, yet her heart soared with joy that if Minato could wield the Nine-Tails chakra, then he'd not fret over its depletion and could approach Naruto at any moment. Minato nodded earnestly. Kushina, let us confront the Nine-Tails. Naruto's status as the lowest in his class was largely due to the Nine-Tails' deliberate disruption of his chakra. Both Minato and Kushina were acutely aware of the Nine-Tails' mischief, harboring deep resentment toward its antics. Previously, they had hesitated to confront it, fearing its wrath would annihilate their chakra forms. Yet now, with Minato wielding the Yin Nine-Tails chakra, their power rivaled that of the young counterpart sealed within Naruto. As two formidable beings, could the Nine-Tails truly contend with them? It was time to seek vengeance for their son. Moreover, to resolve the turmoil within Naruto's chakra, the Nine-Tails had to be subdued. With a focused thought, Minato channeled his chakra through a sealing technique, transforming their surroundings into a shadowy, foreboding passage. The Nine-Tails, trapped within an unyielding cage, glared with bloodshot eyes, its expression a mask of fury as it beheld the two intruders. Its 9 tails writhed menacingly, poised for battle. Kushina stepped forward, standing defiantly before the cage. Her piercing gaze locked onto the 9 tails, challenging it. You know very well that Naruto is my son. Why do you treat him this way? The 9 tails exhaled a furious breath, its voice laced with hatred. You have imprisoned me as a weapon of war. How can I quell my wrath without exacting vengeance upon you? Kushina's heart sank. She had not anticipated that the 9 tails' hatred would only have intensified over the years. As she prepared to respond, Minato advanced. The 9 tails trembled, astonished at the name. Only one being had ever uttered it. How could this human know, and why would he call him by name if he regarded him merely as a tool? Minato spoke with conviction. It is not we who sought to confine you. Reflect upon who it was that insisted your power was too great to be unleashed, fearing it would lead to devastation. That figure, memories cascaded through the 9 tails' mind, a whirlwind of recollections. A single hand had once pinned him to the ground, yet that same being had claimed to fear his strength, sealing him away for safety. Consider this for a moment. Were it not for the esteemed Mito and Kushina, as well as Naruto, what would your current circumstances be? The 9 tails paused, his previously seething eyes flickering with an unexpected hint of trepidation. He envisioned that man, who reveled in the dance of battle, his pair of crimson Sharingan mesmerizingly wielding control over his very will, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Were it not for Mito and Kushina, he would have found himself a mere puppet to that man's whims. Although sealed away, at the very least, he was spared from becoming a marionette, subject to another's desires. Upon witnessing this realization, Minato offered a gentle smile and remarked, "It appears you have come to understand both emotionally and rationally. You ought not to harbor hatred towards Naruto. Moreover, you should be grateful to them for safeguarding you." Chapter 2. Cunning as a fox, what do you say? The immense chakra of the 9 tails erupted, filling the space with a frenzied aura. It is not your place to speak, the old man declared. You lack the qualification. Watergate felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. A discomfort that stemmed from the profound hatred of the 9 tails, which had even tainted its chakra, capable of corrupting the hearts and minds of others. He was astounded. This chakra was indeed unbearable. No wonder Naruto had repeatedly lost his sanity, as even 4 tails had compelled him to act against his most revered mentor, Jiraiya. Only by dispelling the 9 tails' resentment could this chakra become warm, allowing Naruto to escape his torment. In contrast to all other Jinchuriki, whose chakra could be wielded freely without the risk of losing their minds, the 9 tails' resentment was far too potent to be summoned at will. Watergate took another step forward, boldly entering the cage. Kurama, his expression resolute, he gazed up at the 9 tails and proclaimed, "Regardless of your hatred for humanity, Naruto is my son. Direct your fury at me instead. It was I who sealed you within Naruto. Come at me." Kushina's eyes shimmered with tears as she stared blankly at Watergate's figure, his white ceremonial robe billowing in the wind, resembling a war deity standing before her. No, he stood before them as a family, with Watergate present. Even the mightiest of foes could be quelled. It had been so in the past and remained so now. Previously, when she witnessed Naruto's struggles, she would often tease him. urging him to break the seal to allow her to meet the Nine-Tails. He would always prevent her, making her believe that Watergate did not love his child and was unworthy of being Naruto's father. In hindsight, Watergate had always been rational and diligent. When he lacked sufficient strength, he maintained his composure, and once he gained enough power, he was the first to confront the Nine-Tails for Naruto's sake. Watergate, I believe in you, Kushina murmured as she took a few steps back. Yet, before she could steady herself, Watergate bellowed, Kushina, come quickly to help. Are you going to just stand there and watch me be killed by the Nine-Tails? She observed Watergate struggling, caught in the Nine-Tails' jaws. Fool, where is your Flying Thunder God technique? Kushina thought, her mind racing. She had never seen Watergate in such a predicament. Simultaneously, her cheeks flushed, for she was acutely aware that Watergate had left 10 marks of the Flying Thunder God on her backside. Whenever the Flying Thunder God was mentioned, Watergate would grind his teeth in frustration. This was Naruto's inner world, and he had left no marks of the Flying Thunder God. As for the 300 marks left on Kushina's rear, they had no bearing now that she was a chakra and spiritual entity. The marks could not exist in this form. It was precisely because of his confidence in the Flying Thunder God technique that he had the audacity to step into the cage and confront the Nine-Tails. Little did he expect that at such a critical moment, he would be unable to sense the marks and would be ensnared by the Nine-Tails. Had it not been for his activation of the Golden Nine-Tails chakra mode, that bite could have cost him his life. Where are your marks? Come to my aid. Watergate urged desperately. An idea struck Kushina. She possessed the Nine-Tails chakra that Watergate had given her. Even if she activated the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit to summon a chakra chain, it would not dissipate. Just as she was about to launch the chakra chain to bind the Nine-Tails, she heard its voice. Kushina, the Nine-Tails exclaimed. Are you truly going to ally with this outsider against me again? What outsider? Watergate retorted. I am her husband. The Nine-Tails scoffed derisively. What does being a husband mean? I have spent 2 decades with Kushina, while you have merely lived with her for a few years. How can you not be considered an outsider? Moreover, as a husband, you wish for your woman to assist you. What are you? To Watergate's astonishment, the Nine-Tails exhibited a glimmer of rationality, unlike its former self, which was consumed by hatred and acted impulsively. The Nine-Tails, regaining a semblance of cunning, was indeed as shrewd as a fox. This was a positive sign, as it suggested that Watergate's plan might succeed, allowing the Nine-Tails to attempt to understand Naruto. With this thought, Watergate's chakra surged within him, transforming the golden chakra into a hand. Subsequently, a 2-meter-wide azure Rasengan began to coalesce. Senjutsu, super large-tailed beast ball. The golden hand forcefully pressed the enormous Rasengan toward the Nine-Tails' mouth. Boom. The super large-tailed beast ball exploded in the Nine-Tails' maw, releasing an overwhelming force that compelled even the Nine-Tails to part its jaws. Seizing this opportunity, Watergate executed a body flicker technique, distancing himself from the Nine-Tails. Ugh. The Nine-Tails spat, feeling a tingling sensation in its mouth. While it would not suffer injury from such an attack, it was still quite painful. It looked at Watergate in astonishment, perplexed by his strength. Suddenly, the golden chakra on Watergate's body surged, revealing 9 golden chakra hands behind him. Whoosh. Each golden chakra hand cradled a massive azure super large-tailed beast ball, illuminating the previously dim space. Watergate turned to Kushina and said, Since the Nine-Tails has requested that you do not interfere, let us honor that request. This is my battle with the Nine-Tails. Kushina nodded. This was the first time the Nine-Tails had addressed her in such a manner, and under these circumstances, she truly found it difficult to act against it. The Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes, the 9 super large Rasengan glimmering brilliantly. Upon hearing Watergate's words, its entire body bristled with fur. You dare suggest that I have requested Kushina's help? Watergate, you may perish. The Nine-Tails raised its paw and leaped toward Watergate, poised to strike as if to smash a cucumber to smithereens. Kushina, I do not require a cucumber. Yet Watergate remained unperturbed. The golden chakra hands suddenly elongated, and the 9 super large-tailed beast balls pressed toward the Nine-Tails. In the golden Nine-Tails mode, Watergate's strength was on par with the young Nine-Tails. The golden chakra hands propelling the super large-tailed beast balls swiftly subdued the Nine-Tails, halting its advance. Watergate's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly uttered, break. Boom. The 9 super large-tailed beast balls detonated simultaneously, their power amplifying and resulting in a tremendous surge. The Nine-Tails roared in fury, shielding itself with its 9 tails. Yet the overwhelming shockwave propelled it back 100 meters. Karama. Watergate crossed his arms, declaring, Unleash your tailed beast ball. Do you not wish to vent your fury? Use your strongest technique and strike me fiercely. I hope that through our battle, you can release the resentment that has accumulated over the years. While the Nine-Tails had harbored deep resentment during its time within Kushina, it was significantly lesser than it was now. Kushina had enjoyed a far more fortunate childhood, surrounded by the warmth of Watergate and the Uzumaki clan, unlike Naruto. After becoming a Jinchuriki, the villagers had been unaware of her status and bore little hatred towards the Nine-Tails at that time. Thus, Kushina had been far luckier than Naruto. However, after the Nine-Tails was sealed within Naruto, it accumulated resentment from being controlled by Obito and subsequently resealed, compounded by the villagers' cold gazes towards Naruto, labeling him a monster. Consequently, the Nine-Tails' resentment only intensified. Dissolving the Nine-Tails' hatred would not be an easy task, yet Watergate had no alternative. Chapter 3. The absent graduation assessment. The clear spring sunlight cascaded upon the lush trees, occasionally piercing through the dense foliage to illuminate Naruto, who sat beneath. Graduation exams were certainly not about the shadow clone technique. Naruto silently prayed, yet suddenly felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, as if a battle was raging within, threatening to erupt at any moment. Oh dear. Of all times. With a frantic cry, Naruto dashed towards the restroom with a speed that surpassed even the body flicker technique. Just as Naruto exited, the school bell rang, summoning the students to class, all preparing for this year's graduation assessment. In the classroom, Iruka scanned the room from the podium, frowning slightly. Where was Naruto? Who knew where he had gone? Someone chuckled. That slacker must be hiding out of fear of embarrassing himself during the exam. Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, his eyes briefly flashing with irritation before settling back into their usual lethargy. What a hassle. He glanced at Naruto's empty seat, unaware that a flicker of concern crossed his features. Really, it's not like the exam is solely about the shadow clone technique. Hinata, with her head bowed and a demeanor of earnestness, was completely unaware that her body was angled towards Naruto's spot, her face etched with worry. It was Naruto that occupied her thoughts. Perhaps it was because Naruto had always been a source of concern. In class, he either slept or daydreamed, and she worried about his performance. When Naruto was absent, her anxiety only intensified, leading her to wear a perpetual look of distress, earning her the reputation of being overly sentimental among her classmates. Consequently, no one noticed her silent concern for Naruto. Naruto-kun, she whispered, her voice barely audible amid the chatter, heard only by herself. Sasuke, as ever, cast a disinterested glance at Naruto's seat before returning to his own thoughts, preoccupied with a myriad of ways to eliminate that man. Hearing the mockery directed at Naruto from most of their classmates, Iruka felt a pang of helplessness, including himself. Everyone perceived Naruto as the heartless Nine-Tails fox. Yet, after years of watching Naruto, Iruka recognized him as a mere child, enduring scorn and longing for acknowledgement, repeatedly striving to achieve what he believed would earn him that recognition. He was a resilient child. However, only those who paid close attention to Naruto would realize this. Who in the village would continuously observe him? If Iruka were not his homeroom teacher, he might never have noticed. Looking at the clock, Iruka noted that class had already begun for 5 minutes. The exam schedule was fixed. It would not be postponed due to one student's absence. He cleared his throat, commanding silence. He proceeded to announce the exam content. After a brief pause, he declared, the content of this exam is the shadow clone technique. Students whose names are called, please come forward to take the test. The shadow clone technique? Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand, lethargically remarking, how dull. But it doesn't matter. Even if that guy showed up, he wouldn't pass anyway. It was common knowledge that Naruto was least proficient in the shadow clone technique, making this graduation assessment equivalent to a declaration of failure for him. Choji squinted, munching on chips, seemingly dissatisfied with the exam's focus on the shadow clone technique. Due to Naruto's absence, the scenario diverged from the original timeline. Sasuke continued to flaunt his skills with a multitude of clones, while Hinata, feeling unwell, opted out of the graduation assessment. The list of failures now included not only the absent Naruto and other slackers, but also the academically gifted Hinata. Naruto-kun, I will study with you for another year, Hinata murmured softly. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage chair, his gaze somber as he perused the graduation list presented by Iruka. He addressed Iruka slowly. The exam content is the shadow clone technique? Iruka nodded, responding, indeed. Although Naruto was absent and did not take the exam, his performance across the board is lacking. He cannot yet function as an independent ninja, thus deemed unqualified. Becoming a ninja means engaging in real combat. If one cannot even pass the most basic graduation assessment, how can they survive in this ruthless ninja world? Iruka hoped for Naruto to fulfill his dreams, yet he feared for his life even more. Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. How could such an exceptional ninja as Minato have produced such a seemingly worthless child? Naruto, the village's Jinchuriki, the vessel of the Nine-Tails, must graduate, and then be trained by Kakashi to grow. Yet, Iruka's refusal to allow him to graduate, backed by sound reasoning, made it difficult for even the Hokage to counter. Rubbing his temples, he stated, "I understand. You may leave now." Yes. After Iruka respectfully exited, Sarutobi's expression darkened. Upon hearing of Naruto's absence during the exam, he was initially alarmed, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he glimpsed through the crystal ball at Naruto suffering in the restroom. Naruto must graduate. After pondering for a moment, he tapped his desk. In an instant, a masked Umbu appeared before him, kneeling respectfully. Sarutobi instructed, "Find a way to inform Mizuki that the office will be unguarded tonight." The Umbu remained silent, swiftly disappearing. Sarutobi turned slowly, gazing out the window towards the village. The Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Waihai clans would all become Asuma and Kurenai's disciples. But what did Hyuga's involvement imply? He muttered to himself, his eyes deep in thought, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a guard entered, announcing, "Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan leader seeks an audience." Sarutobi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Please, let him in." Hyuga Hayashi entered, presenting a heavy pouch with both hands. He respectfully stated, "I apologize for the trouble. I must trouble you with matters concerning Hinata." As the sun began to set, casting a fiery hue across the entirety of Konoha, parents beamed with joy, congratulating their children for successfully completing their graduation assessments and becoming true ninjas. Meanwhile, Naruto sat despondently beneath a tree outside the school gates. Though he initially resented Iruka's decision to deem him unqualified due to his stomach issues, upon hearing that the exam involved the shadow clone technique, his spirits plummeted. To become Hokage and gain everyone's acknowledgement? What a foolish dream. He couldn't even pass the graduation assessment. The cold winds of disdain from his peers, no matter his efforts, could not alter the frigid gazes directed at him. No matter how hard he tried, he remained burdened by the title of the class slacker. For the first time, Naruto questioned his dream. Just then, he noticed an elongated shadow, cast by the sunset, gradually approaching. "Naruto, what is the matter?" It was Mizuki who spoke. Chapter 4, Kurama. "We do not blame you." In the inner world of Naruto, a colossal mountain suddenly erupted, sending debris flying and enveloping the realm in a thick cloud of dust. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the haze dissipated, the mountain had vanished, replaced by an indomitable prison. The Nine-Tails panted heavily, struggling to acclimate to the blinding sunlight of the island. He never anticipated that Minato's golden Nine-Tails mode could produce tailed beast bombs, effectively countering his most formidable technique, the tailed beast bomb. The clash of the two tailed beast bombs shattered the mountain, transforming the setting from a mere sewer to the island where Minato and Kushina had resided for years. Although he remained confined within the 8 trigram seal, the brightness of this world alleviated his suffocating despair. "Stop fighting." Kushina's voice rang out angrily from a distance. "All you do is brawl. Naruto has missed his graduation assessment, and now he has been deceived by Mizuki into stealing the sealing scroll." Minato was taken aback. He hadn't expected that his confrontation with Kurama would differ so drastically from the original timeline, where Naruto had failed due to his absence. Mizuki was still tricking Naruto into pilfering the sealing scroll? No way. I haven't had enough of this. Let us continue, Kurama declared. Having not had the chance to stretch his muscles for a long time, he felt invigorated after the tussle with Minato. Not enough? Kushina's vibrant red hair billowed as her chakra chains flickered into view. At this sight, Kurama's demeanor shifted abruptly. Among the many things he feared, aside from the first Hokage's would release, were the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan and the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. He was acutely aware that Minato's sealing techniques were taught to him by Kushina, who surpassed Minato in mastery of such arts. Even more daunting was the chakra chains of the Uzumaki clan. Even in his prime, he had once been ensnared for a time by a weakened Kushina after childbirth. Now, with his strength halved and Kushina in a state of vitality, she could easily subdue him if she wished. Enough, Minato interjected. Kurama, let's call it a day. Once I refine the seals here, we can resume our sparring without impacting Naruto. He continued, this island space is crafted by my own hands. You can live here alongside Kushina and me. With that, Minato swiftly formed hand seals. 8 trigram seal, release. The immense prison gradually sank beneath the ground, liberating Kurama from his confinement. Overcome with excitement, Kurama glanced at Kushina and let out a huff. Very well. I'll grant you this one time for dismantling that wretched prison. Hurry and restore the seal. I grow impatient. Minato smiled faintly, redirecting his focus to the world beyond, where Konoha village was shrouded in night, enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, Naruto was mirroring events from the original timeline. Having used the transformation technique to eliminate the third Hokage and successfully pilfer the sealing scroll, he stealthily approached the designated meeting place with Mizuki, but found himself waiting in vain. Thus, he seated himself to examine the contents of the sealing scroll. What is this? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. What is with this eight-headed serpent technique, this Edo Tensei, and this four-symbol seal? The number of hand seals required is simply excessive. After years at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had become proficient in hand seals, yet he was reluctant to memorize the intricate ones, with techniques requiring 10 or more seals. A single mistake would render them ineffective. He had no desire to learn such convoluted jutsu. Wouldn't it be wonderful if ninjutsu could be activated without hand seals? Wait, this shadow clone technique. No, it's the shadow clone jutsu. It only requires the Nin seal to execute. This is remarkably simple. Moreover, the shadow clone could create tangible copies using chakra, suitable for both offense and defense. Truly splendid. Without hesitation, Naruto swiftly committed the chakra flow path of the shadow clone technique to memory. To his astonishment, the techniques within the sealing scroll were so formidable. Just as he resolved not to learn any more techniques, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Naruto, there you are? It was Iruka, searching for him. Iruka-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he raised the sealing scroll. Look, I've stolen the sealing scroll. Does this mean I can graduate? Graduate? Iruka's expression darkened. Who told you that stealing the sealing scroll guarantees graduation? Naruto's expression froze. Was that not the case? Mizuki-sensei had informed him that the heavily guarded Hokage's office would recognize his abilities as a ninja if he successfully stole the scroll. Just as he was about to speak, a voice echoed from behind. It's me. Iruka's face paled as he saw a massive shuriken hurtling towards Naruto. Naruto! Iruka shouted in alarm. At that moment, Naruto was paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. As the enormous shuriken threatened to strike him, Iruka unleashed his chakra, activating the body flicker technique. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Naruto. Thud. Iruka felt a sharp pain in his back. Though some of the damage was mitigated by his Nin vest, he still felt the shuriken pierce his body. The overwhelming force caused him to stagger. Yet he stood firm before Naruto. Naruto, Mizuki has betrayed the village. The sealing scroll is a treasure of the village, and it must not fall into his hands. As he spoke, Iruka could not suppress a cough, blood spilling from his lips. Take the sealing scroll and flee. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Iruka. Confusion, fear of death, and Iruka's caring gaze clashing within his vulnerable heart. Gradually, his eyes hardened with rage. Unlike the original timeline, Naruto felt an unexpected surge of controllable chakra coursing through him, as if he had suddenly grown stronger. This newfound strength was attributed to Kurama no longer disrupting his chakra flow. The Uzumaki clan's chakra was inherently vast, with Kurama's presence absent. He could harness all of his chakra. The change was unmistakable. He clearly sensed his own enhancement. Naruto, are you wondering why everyone despises you? Mizuki cackled with glee. Mizuki, silence. Iruka bellowed in fury. Yet Mizuki continued to laugh maniacally, oblivious to Iruka's wrath. Naruto's eyes widened. He had pondered this question for a long time, yearning to grasp the answer. When did this animosity towards me begin? After Mizuki's maniacal laughter subsided, he regarded Naruto with pity. Because you are the Nine-Tails. You slaughtered their kin. Even Iruka's parents fell victim to your hands. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Mizuki. Was this truly the reason for the disdain directed at him? Had he really killed Iruka-sensei's parents? Shut up. Iruka roared through gritted teeth, suppressing his agony. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto Naruto's face. Naruto, do not believe him. In the sealing world, Kurama observed the unfolding events with a cold gaze. Kurama, Minato said, at that time, you were under the control of the Sharingan. That night, both Kushina and I perished, yet we do not hold you accountable. Chapter 5 Reunion in the Sealed World. With a cold huff, the Nine-Tails disregarded Minato, yet somehow felt a slight easing within. Outside the sealed world, Iruka expressed his heartfelt thoughts, his caring gaze continuously impacting Naruto's spirit. Naruto, regardless of how others perceive you, I have long recognized you. Initially understanding the reasons for others' disdain towards him, Naruto now grappled with the weight of Iruka-sensei's acknowledgement. What troubled him even more was the realization that Iruka's parents had tragically perished at his hands. How could he face Iruka-sensei? Iruka-sensei, Naruto hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. Iruka replied, listen, you are never merely the Nine-Tails. You are Uzumaki Naruto. In my heart, I have already embraced you as my brother, my family. Family? Naruto looked at Iruka in confusion, only to see the genuine concern and deep affection reflected in Iruka's expression. It dawned on him that he was not alone in the village. Iruka-sensei regarded him as family. Suddenly, Mizuki emerged, brandishing a kunai and laughing maniacally as he approached Naruto. It's futile. This ending cannot be altered. Speaking merely clarifies the fate awaiting you both. Once I present the sealing book to Lord Orochimaru, he will surely value me. Naruto's pupils constricted as he watched Mizuki advance. Naruto, take the sealing book and flee. Iruka struggled to turn and assumed a fighting stance. Upon seeing the massive shuriken embedded in Iruka's back, an inexplicable fury surged within Naruto. He resolved to defeat this man and protect Iruka-sensei. With his hands forming seals, the immense chakra within Naruto began to obey him. The vast energy of the Uzumaki clan bursting forth explosively. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the next moment, a dense mist erupted, enveloping the trees and ground in a seemingly endless expanse. Mizuki's expression shifted drastically. What is this? 2,000 Naruto swarmed the forest, encircling Mizuki, while the real Naruto stood resolutely before Iruka. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Regardless of how the villagers perceive me, my duty now is to safeguard Iruka-sensei. Iruka stood astounded, unable to believe his eyes. Is this really Naruto? The technique he struggles with the most is the shadow clone technique. In the sealed world, Kushina crossed her arms, casting a cold gaze at the Nine-Tails. See, this is my child. If it weren't for your interference with Naruto's talent, he would surpass Sasuke. At the mention of Sasuke, Kushina's expression darkened, remembering he was the child of her dear friend, Mikoto Uchiha. How could the third Hokage allow Itachi Uchiha to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan? On the night of the Uchiha massacre, Kushina witnessed everything clearly through Naruto's eyes. If it were Minato, such a tragedy would never have transpired. Yet, seeing Sasuke outshine Naruto left her feeling resentful. The Nine-Tails, despite harboring profound resentment, felt a genuine fear towards Kushina. With a smirk, he scoffed. What are you so fierce about? I could simply refrain from interfering with the little one in the future. The Nine-Tails despised Sasuke and the Uchiha's piercing gaze. A thought flickered in his mind. If he aided Naruto in growing stronger to overpower Sasuke, it could be quite the amusing endeavor. The two beings in the sealed world beheld everything, satisfied with Naruto's performance and heartened by Iruka's protection and acknowledgement of him. However, the Nine-Tails pondered over Iruka's words. Can hatred truly be extinguished? He glanced at Minato, who was using his tail as a pillow, lying on the beach, lost in thought. Yet, he believed he would not harm him. After all, both Minato and Kushina were victims of his own actions. The Nine-Tails instinctively looked at his right claw, the very appendage that had pierced through Minato and Kushina. Kurama, Kushina. Suddenly, Minato spoke up. I want to bring Naruto into this, to impart my ninjutsu to him. The night in Konoha was tranquil. Despite numerous ninja activities, the village appeared as serene as any other night. With a heart brimming with excitement, Naruto lay in bed. Iruka-sensei had recognized him and bestowed upon him a ninja headband, marking the moment he finally became a true ninja. At that moment, Naruto felt a flicker before his eyes, and the environment brightened, almost blinding him. What is this? As his eyes adjusted, he realized he stood on a beach, with two figures before him, their faces adorned with comforting smiles. They were none other than Kushina and Minato. Taken aback, Naruto exclaimed, "Who are you?" Minato's lips curled into a smile. "Call me Dad." "Dad?" Naruto questioned, bewildered. Minato nodded in satisfaction. "That's right, good son." Enraged, Naruto felt as if he had been toyed with, and just as he was about to react, he found himself enveloped in a soft, warm embrace. Naruto, Kushina, like a lioness, fiercely embraced him, fearing he might vanish at any moment. "Let go of me." Naruto struggled, but Kushina's strength was overwhelming. Minato chuckled softly. "Naruto, this is your mother." This time, Naruto would not be deceived. He struggled in silence. Yet Kushina suddenly released him, exclaiming, quickly, "Call me Mom." Having already fallen for Minato's trick once, Naruto refused to be fooled again. "Who are you really?" he shouted in anger. With a resounding thud, Naruto felt a sharp blow to his head. "Rascal, I am your mother." Kushina's fiery red hair billowed, akin to a volcano erupting. "You called your father but neglected to call me Mom. Hurry and call me Mom." Kushina's fury sent even the Nine-Tails trembling, let alone Minato and Naruto. Overwhelmed with fear, Naruto complied, shouting, "Mom." Kushina's heart softened. and she pulled him into her embrace once more, weeping. Naruto, my child, we are the ones who have wronged you. Astounded, Naruto turned to Minato, inquiring, are you truly my parents? You didn't die? But where have you been? Why did you come to find me only now? Observing the mixture of fear and anticipation in Naruto's eyes, Minato explained, we perished on the night you were born, but before our demise. We sealed our chakra and a fragment of our souls within you. This is the sealed world within you. Minato patiently recounted everything from Naruto's birth to the present, providing a comprehensive explanation. Chapter 6. Don't leave after school, it turns out I have parents. I'm truly not a monster. Naruto was overwhelmed with emotion, as if he had transitioned from hell to heaven. Minato not only recounted his life experiences but also revealed that he shared the same golden hair as Naruto. If what he said were not true, how could he possibly know all of this? You were the child of Kushina and me. How could you be a monster? Minato said with heartfelt regret. As a parent, he lamented allowing Naruto to face everything alone. Although he was no longer the original Minato Namikaze, as the Hokage, he could feel Naruto's innermost feelings. From this moment onward, Naruto was his son. How could the villagers of Konoha treat the son of the Hokage in such a manner? This insubordination was intolerable. From now on, he would impart powerful ninjutsu to Naruto, allowing him to stride through Konoha with confidence, daring anyone to stand in his way. It's all right, it's all right. Naruto squinted his eyes, beaming with joy, yet Minato noticed the glimmer of tears in the corners of his eyes. This was Naruto, who had lived in darkness for so long. Even the slightest ray of light could bring him profound satisfaction, sustaining him onward. Minato said, all right, you have now mastered the shadow clone technique. Use your chakra to create a shadow clone here. I will teach you ninjutsu. The ninjutsu learned by the shadow clone would transfer back to the original upon dispelling the clone. Naruto's eyes lit up. Could it be done this way? Minato nodded, adding, however, the fatigue experienced by the shadow clone will also affect you, but I have faith in you because you are my child. Naruto nodded. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he had never known what it meant to be tired. This warm and touching scene was observed from the depths of the hidden island by the Nine-Tails. He hid away, unsure of how to face this family of three. The next day, the fresh sunlight bathed the land of Konoha. At the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had risen early to work. Standing on the rooftop and gazing over the village, he murmured to himself, Asuma will one day marry Kurenai. The disciples you both take in are all heirs of the village's clans. This is where my assistance ends. At the Ninja Academy, Asuma led the heirs of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. Kurenai, his future daughter-in-law, led the heirs of the Hyuga, Waihai, and Inuzuka clans. The threat posed by the Uchiha had been eliminated. His son and daughter-in-law were the teachers of the heirs of Konoha's 6 main clans. The position of Hokage was surely a foregone conclusion for the Sarutobi clan. As for Kakashi, he posed the greatest threat to Asuma's potential as Hokage. Thus, he arranged for Kakashi to lead Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. These 3 lacked familial support. Kakashi would forever remain just Kakashi. Leisurely puffing on a cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage office. Content. At the ninja school, confusion reigned among the students. Why had Naruto donned a ninja headband? And why had Hinata, who had withdrawn, also come to school? Whispers filled the air. I heard the head of the Hyuga clan bribed the principal, and that's how Hinata was allowed to graduate, whispered Keigaro. No way. Hinata's grades are excellent. Does she really need to take shortcuts? I saw it with my own eyes. The head of the Hyuga clan left home carrying a large bag of items, he insisted. While the classmates debated, Naruto proudly walked past them. Unlike in the original timeline, knowing the truth about his parents had made Naruto more confident. Hey Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba remarked nonchalantly. Aren't you the one who didn't graduate? Why are you here? Faced with Kiba's question, Naruto held his head high and declared, this is the headband that Iruka-sensei personally awarded me. The crowd erupted in disbelief, murmuring in astonishment. How could this be? This slacker? Naruto snorted, forming hand seals. The classmates gasped in shock as he exclaimed, multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a burst of chakra, a cloud of white mist erupted in the classroom, revealing over 30 Narutos. Startling everyone. Even Sasuke was taken aback. Do you still doubt me, Uzumaki Naruto? You call me a slacker? How about we settle this with a duel? I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the true genius. The 30 Narutos cheerfully patted their classmates on the shoulder, each singing their own praises. What is this? Kiba was astonished. Physical clones? This is the shadow clone technique. Being an heir of a prestigious clan, he quickly recognized that Naruto's technique was not merely a basic clone jutsu, but the advanced shadow clone technique. Seeing the initial shock give way to impatience among his classmates, Naruto decided not to further bother them and dispelled the clones. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, "You finally recognized my talent. This is indeed the shadow clone technique. Impressive, right? I am the true genius." As he spoke, he shot a cold glance at Sasuke. Sakura immediately objected, standing up and pointing at Naruto, shouting, "So what? Sasuke is the real genius." "Sasuke?" Naruto narrowed his eyes, leaning in provocatively. "Do you dare to fight me?" Sasuke merely scoffed, a flicker of combativeness igniting in his gaze. The shadow clones had captured his attention. He once believed Naruto was unworthy of competition. Now, however, he was merely intrigued. No matter how many physical clones there were, under the gaze of his Sharingan, everything was but a fleeting illusion. Sasuke smirked, preparing to accept the challenge, when Iruka entered the room. He snorted, "Naruto, don't leave after school." In the sealed world, Kushina clenched her fists, visibly excited. If Naruto could defeat Sasuke, no one would dare call him a slacker anymore. "Naruto, you must defeat him." Though she felt sympathy for Sasuke, being the child of her best friend, her desire for Naruto to prevail was stronger. Minato furrowed his brow. He understood well that Naruto, having just mastered the shadow clone technique, was still no match for Sasuke. Sasuke was swift and skilled in taijutsu, capable of using the fireball technique. A careless mistake could lead to injury. He sighed, pondering whether Naruto could take it easy. After all, he hadn't even learned the spiral sphere yet. Perhaps I should lend him a bit of the Nine-Tails chakra later, Minato thought helplessly. With the enhancement of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's strength and speed would significantly increase. Coupled with the shadow clone technique, even the current Sasuke would not stand a chance. Outside the Sealing Master realm, the class assignments aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were placed in Team 7, led by Kakashi. The heirs from the 6 major clans were under the guidance of Asuma and Kurenai. Although Kakashi noticed some underlying dynamics, he was uninterested in the position of Hokage and did not concern himself with it. Chapter 7. This should be enough this time. Although Kakashi was late, Naruto and Sasuke were indifferent. Naruto eagerly anticipated a confrontation with Sasuke, aiming to defeat him and claim the title of the top genius. In the classroom, they exchanged determined glances, their fighting spirit intensifying. Initially, Sakura held some grievances against Naruto, but Sasuke silenced her with a curt command. Left with no choice, she sat quietly, feeling like an extraneous presence. In fact, Kakashi had arrived long before. Concealed beneath the roots of a tree outside the classroom, he observed through the glass, his single eye quietly scrutinizing the unfolding scene. Were these the children of teachers, the remnants of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps descendants of Obito? What a troublesome situation. The two boys were poised for battle, their camaraderie perhaps a double-edged sword. Well, if they wished to fight, then let them. With that thought, he formed hand seals and transformed. With a resounding pop, a cloud of white mist erupted, and Kakashi assumed the appearance of Iruka. The classroom door swung open, revealing Iruka outside. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, your Jonin instructor has been delayed by a mission and will return in an hour. You may engage in free activities, and we will reconvene in an hour. An hour. Sasuke and Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and they instinctively squared off, their worlds narrowing to one another as they made their way to the playground. A gust of wind swept by, rustling the fallen leaves that settled gently at the edge of the field. With his hands tucked in his pockets and a confident smile gracing his lips, Sasuke thought, what of the shadow clone technique? I will show you that mere numbers cannot secure victory under my gaze. Naruto crossed his arms and grinned. Feel free to try. Sakura regretted suggesting that Naruto defeat Sasuke to claim the title of top genius and worried about Sasuke. What if he were injured by Naruto? Impossible. How could Sasuke ever be defeated by Naruto? He was nothing. Naruto, undeterred by Sakura's concerns, was solely focused on conquering Sasuke. He formed hand seals, invoking the multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. The expansive playground was engulfed in a cloud of mist as over 200 identical Narutos surrounded Sasuke. Kakashi was astonished. He had assumed Naruto's use of shadow clones last night was a desperate measure. He anticipated that Naruto had truly mastered the technique, capable of summoning 200 clones at will. Sasuke surveyed the playground, swiftly forming hand seals. This sealed Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke took a deep breath and unleashed a massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Naruto. As the fireball passed, over 30 of Naruto's clones vanished in its wake. While surprised by Sasuke's mastery of fire techniques, Naruto remained undaunted, urging his remaining clones to charge. Everyone, attack. Sasuke, swift as a specter, engaged in a physical contest with Naruto's clones. Though Naruto had the advantage in numbers, his physical prowess paled in comparison to Sasuke's. Like a ghost, Sasuke executed incredible maneuvers, weaving through the throng of Narutos. Half an hour later, only one Naruto remained, panting alongside a slightly breathless Sasuke. So, you must be the original? What other techniques do you possess? Sasuke felt a surge of exhilaration and pride upon defeating Naruto's 200 clones. Now, I shall defeat your true self, and you will be vanquished. With that, Sasuke vanished in a blur, charging towards Naruto. In the Seal World, Minato infused a hint of the Nine-Tails chakra into Naruto's shadow clone. Nodding in satisfaction, this should suffice, go? Naruto beamed and voluntarily dispelled the shadow clone technique. Outside the Seal World, as Sasuke approached at breakneck speed, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide, an immense chakra surging forth, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Kakashi's eye widened in astonishment. Could it be the Nine-Tails? He could not afford to be careless and fixed his gaze firmly on Naruto. Sasuke reached Naruto in an instant, lifting his leg to strike at his shoulder. Given Naruto's reaction speed, there was no way he could evade. This kick would surely send him flying. However, Sasuke's grin faltered as he felt as if he had kicked a steel plate, realizing his foot was caught firmly in Naruto's grasp. How is this possible? Sasuke's expression shifted. He had just defeated 200 Narutos and was acutely aware of their reaction speed. This kick should have been beyond Naruto's capabilities. Naruto grinned. Sasuke, you see, being the second best can also be quite formidable. As he spoke, Naruto raised his foot, aiming a kick at Sasuke's side. Sasuke twisted, hastily blocking with his hands. Yet he felt an overwhelming force that rendered his arms numb. In shock, he leveraged the strength to distance himself from Naruto, his expression flickering between determination and uncertainty. Despite the brief exchange, he clearly sensed that Naruto's strength and speed had surged, now rivaling his own. Naruto beckoned Sasuke with a playful gesture, challenging him to attack. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke formed hand seals, preparing to unleash the great fireball technique. That's enough. Kakashi appeared beside Sasuke in an instant, seizing him and interrupting his technique. In the Seal World, with Naruto's shadow clones dispelled, the Nine-Tails emerged to stretch its limbs, frolicking with Kushina. Meanwhile, Minato pondered deeply. Let us keep things moderate, after all. Sasuke is quite proud and values his reputation. This outcome will serve him well. Understanding Naruto's strength will motivate him to train harder. As for Kakashi, his reputation matters little. When Naruto returned with a shadow clone, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The gigantic Nine-Tails lounged in the forest, scratching its chin with its foot, while Kushina lay asleep on its back. What is that? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Minato chuckled softly. Do not worry, that is your mother's pet, and it will also be your companion in the future. Upon hearing the word companion, the Nine-Tails' ears perked up, yet it promptly disregarded the two. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, as if realizing powerful ninjas often had pets. After all, Kiba had a small dog. Still, he remained astonished at how enormous his mother's pet was. Father, who is stronger, you or Grandpa Third? Naruto asked excitedly, filled with curiosity. Grandpa Third claims to be the strongest Hokage, yet he was defeated by my sexy jutsu. And you, with just a wave of your hand, can unleash the Rasengan and make it gigantic. It seems you are the stronger one. Minato laughed heartily. You will discover the extent of my strength in due time, but you must study diligently and never slack off. Internally, however, he resolved to uphold Kakashi's image. To ensure Naruto viewed him as an invincible figure, he would have to make some sacrifices for Kakashi's pride. Chapter 8. The Jonin snatches the bell from the genin on the silver sands of the beach. Naruto sat beside Kushina, animatedly sharing his thoughts. Kushina, in turn, responded with a hearty laugh from time to time. Not far off, the Nine-Tails lay sleeping, its ears twitching occasionally. Minato emerged from the house, his gaze falling upon this heartwarming scene, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He approached Naruto slowly, who, upon noticing his father's approach, eagerly extended his hand. Father, look. As he spoke, a brilliant blue Rasengan materialized in his palm with a whoosh. Minato's eyes widened in shock, without the Nine-Tails' interference. Naruto had mastered the Rasengan in less than 2 days? Kushina burst into laughter. I told you, Naruto's talent is on par with Sasuke's. She shot a pointed glance at the Nine-Tails. The slumbering beast seemed to sense Kushina's dissatisfaction, turning its head away and resuming its nap. Minato affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. filled with pride, and said, "You truly are my son. Now, you and your mother stay here and watch the ninja battles." Naruto nodded, eager to spend more time with Kushina and witness the strength of his father, the fourth Hokage. He surrendered his body to Minato. To establish an invincible image in Naruto's mind, Minato decided to use Kakashi as a target. He temporarily took control of Naruto's body. "Mother, doesn't teacher Kakashi know that you shouldn't skip breakfast?" Naruto asked, tilting his head in confusion. Kushina chuckled. "Oh, he knows." Naruto pressed on. "But why does father still eat breakfast?" Looking at her innocent son, Kushina felt her heart melt. She replied, "Don't listen to Kakashi. It's your body. As a father, how could I bear to let my son go hungry?" She added with a smile, "If you give me your body, I would eat even more." A warm feeling enveloped Naruto. It was the first time he had felt such concern from his family, causing his nose to tingle with emotion. After Minato finished his breakfast, he made his way to the training ground. Sakura and Sasuke were already there. Sakura was gazing dreamily at Sasuke, while he sat on the grass with a serious expression. "Mother, there's Sakura," Naruto exclaimed excitedly on the beach. "I see," Kushina replied nonchalantly. "Sakura is the one I like. Do you like her, mother?" Naruto inquired. "But she doesn't like you. I prefer Hinata Hyuga," Kushina responded. "Huh? Why?" Naruto was puzzled. Kushina fell into reminiscence, recalling her own experiences as a Jinchuriki. Shunned by classmates and villagers, believing no one cared for her. Yet, she had failed to notice that a certain blonde boy had quietly admired her. She shared this story with Naruto. "You're just like me, so oblivious. You haven't noticed that Hinata quietly likes you." "What?" Naruto's face flushed, his mind racing with thoughts of Hinata, yet he truly had not realized her feelings. Unbeknownst to him, Kushina was well aware. With her special eyes, she had witnessed Hinata writing Naruto's name when Irika posed the question, "If the world had only one day left, who would you want to be with?" That moment had deeply shocked Kushina, bringing her joy even in her dreams with Minato. From that day onward, she had developed a fondness for Hinata, as it took courage to love Naruto when no one else cared for her son. Despite Naruto's disbelief in Hinata's affection, he silently kept Kushina's south words close to his heart. At the training ground, Sasuke suddenly noticed that Naruto was unusually quiet. Typically, he would not allow Sakura to fawn over him so easily. What was going on? Just as Sasuke was piecing it together, Kakashi appeared before them in a flash. Remarkably, even Kakashi did not realize that Naruto was actually Minato in disguise. Kakashi regarded the trio with a serious expression, stating, "To become true ninjas, you must snatch the bells from me." He added, "A gentle reminder, you cannot succeed without a resolve to defeat me." As in the original timeline, Kakashi's method for testing the trio was to have them steal the bells. Though this was a familiar tactic used by Sarutobi and Minato, he still found it quite effective. However, what transpired next deviated from his expectations. Sakura fell prey to an illusion and was unable to escape. Kakashi then feigned a weakness to lure out Sasuke. After Sasuke unleashed his fireball jutsu, Kakashi countered with an earth technique, pulling him underground. Damn it! Sasuke was frustrated, but found himself powerless to resist. He had not anticipated that this Jonin would be so formidable. Despite giving it his all, he couldn't last more than 3 exchanges against Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "Your ability to use ninjutsu is commendable. You've taken down 2 opponents." He paused, "But where's Naruto?" Puzzled, Kakashi wondered why Naruto hadn't rushed out to confront him head-on, as was his usual style. Just then, Minato, disguised as Naruto, stepped forward. This was the effect he had intended. He wanted Naruto to witness Kakashi's ability to defeat Sasuke swiftly, thereby understanding Kakashi's strength. Kakashi turned, his lifeless eyes filled with disappointment as they fell upon Naruto. "I was going to commend you for hiding well, but it seems you foolishly revealed yourself." Naruto smiled faintly, glancing at Sasuke, who was half buried and looking defeated. He then raised the bell in his hand. Unbeknownst to Kakashi and Sasuke, Minato had seized the opportunity during their confrontation to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique and effortlessly snatch the bell. The speed was such that neither of them had noticed. "Now that was rather easy," Naruto chuckled. Kakashi widened his eyes in disbelief, instinctively glancing at his waist, only to find the bell had mysteriously vanished. How humiliating. He had never been caught off guard like this when playing this game with the 3rd and 4th Hokage. He had executed this tactic numerous times without fail, only to find himself bested by Naruto in such a stealthy manner. What would he do if word got out? Seeing Kakashi's flustered expression and Sasuke's astonishment, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. "How about this?" he proposed. "If you can snatch the bell from me, I will repeat my time at the Ninja Academy. If you can't, you must acknowledge that the 3 of us have become ninjas. Deal?" Snatch a bell from a freshly graduated genin? Please, Kakashi scoffed. In an instant, Kakashi unleashed his chakra, performing a body flicker technique as he lunged towards Naruto, hoping to catch him off guard. However, he was unaware that he was facing the fastest man in the entire ninja world. What? Kakashi never expected to miss entirely. Before he could process it, Naruto's figure had silently appeared behind him, a cold kunai pressed against his back. Chapter 9. Spiritualization Technique. Kakashi maintained his usual expression, reminiscent of lifeless fisheyes. Yet internally he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He summoned all his strength to execute the body flicker technique, intending to snatch the bell and restore his dignity. However, he was taken aback to find that Naruto's reflexes were even swifter. Such speed was not something a mere genin could possess. It appeared he truly needed to showcase his genuine prowess. Bang! Kakashi's form erupted into a cloud of white mist, transforming into a piece of wood. The substitution technique. Almost simultaneously, a hand emerged from the ground, reaching for Naruto's foot. Earth release. Central decapitation technique. Once again employing an old trick, Kakashi clearly underestimated himself. Just as he believed he had succeeded, Naruto's figure swiftly vanished once more. When he reappeared, Kakashi felt the chilling tip of a kunai pressed against his lower back. At that moment, Kakashi could no longer maintain his composure. Naruto smiled faintly and gently prodded Kakashi, saying, "I told you. Unless you abandon the intent to kill me and hold back your efforts, you will not seize the bell. Oh no, even with that intent, you still cannot take it." Kakashi was left speechless, flabbergasted that a mere genin could so brazenly tease him. He resolved to stop holding back. Slowly raising his hand, he prepared to unveil the forehead protector covering his left eye. However, Naruto was quicker. With astonishing speed, he formed hand seals. For symbol seal, Kakashi trembled. And in the next moment, the sealing pattern surged towards his left eye. As he removed the forehead protector, what was once a pair of crimson Sharingan transformed into a void as dark as ink. Simultaneously, he felt a steady stream of chakra nourishing his body. At last, this eye no longer required chakra to sustain itself. Sealing technique. Kakashi was certain that the individual before him was not the Naruto he knew. He turned slowly. Is it really you? The only technique that could surpass the body flicker technique was the Flying Thunder God technique. With the sealing technique, who else could it possibly be? Yet Kakashi struggled to accept that this individual was truly alive and existing in such a manner. Naruto smiled subtly. Consider this a surprise gift for you. Kakashi was incredulous that his teacher was indeed alive. Sensei, what about Naruto? Kakashi was filled with excitement, yet tinged with concern. Minato chuckled. You need not worry about Naruto. He will become your disciple. As he spoke, he removed the bell from his waist and handed it to Kakashi. The Sharingan should serve as your secret weapon, not a burden. Kakashi regarded Naruto with a complex expression. Over the years, he had earned the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi, the foremost technician of Konoha, largely due to the Sharingan. Yet, few knew that this three-tomo Sharingan could not be activated or deactivated at will like a true Uchiha, continuously draining his chakra. Despite his diligent efforts to refine his chakra, he could not escape the limitations imposed by its scarcity. Ultimately, it was that very Sharingan that had depleted his body. However, his teacher had noticed his plight, and the first thing he did upon revival was to address this issue. Moved yet hopeful, Kakashi sensed that Konoha was beginning to rot. If his teacher could regain power, he could undoubtedly alter the current state of affairs. Minato seemed to discern Kakashi's thoughts. He waved his hand. I am not truly resurrected. I can only exist within Naruto. However, I will impart some techniques to him. And you must also seize the time to master the four symbols seal. Kakashi realized that mastering the four symbols seal was essential to unlocking his Sharingan seal. In doing so, he could activate the Sharingan when needed and seal it when not. While he may not rival a true Uchiha, this would undoubtedly be an improvement over his current situation. Kakashi nodded earnestly. Yes, I will train diligently. His countenance was resolute, his tone serious. He seemed like an entirely different person from the usual Kakashi. Yet standing before Kakashi was Naruto's body. The scene was rather comical. Fortunately, no one was around to witness it. Minato felt a sense of relief and shifted the topic. Moreover, you need not worry about the relationship between Naruto and the Nine-Tails. I will take care of everything. As for my existence within Naruto, do not speak of it to anyone. The time is not yet right. Kakashi's expression turned serious, understanding the gravity of the situation, and nodded in acknowledgement. Sasuke, lurking nearby, gritted his teeth. Naruto and Kakashi were battling just beyond the trees, and he longed to see the fight, yet he could not turn around to catch a glimpse. The pent-up frustration culminated in a fierce exclamation, "Damn it!" Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, instinctively covering his left eye. Watching the vanished Naruto, Kakashi pondered. Since Naruto had a teacher imparting techniques, he must ensure Naruto becomes a true ninja. Soon, he formed a plan. With hands forming seals, a cloud of white mist erupted around him. When the mist dissipated, Naruto's body was revealed. The combination of shadow clone and transformation techniques. Once Sakura and Sasuke freed themselves, they beheld Naruto bound to a wooden post, while Kakashi, one hand in his pocket and the other engrossed in reading Ika Paradise, stood nearby. The two exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say upon witnessing this scene. Kakashi continued to gaze at Ika Paradise nonchalantly, saying, "Naruto is unqualified. After you both finish your meals, you will be considered competent ninjas." With that, he swiftly activated the body flicker technique and concealed himself, secretly observing the situation. Minato did not leave the training ground but instead created a shadow clone to confuse the nearby Umbu. His true self executed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting to the location where the sealing book was stored. During his time as Hokage, he had left a mark of the Flying Thunder God on the sealing book to prevent its loss. Almost every corner of Konoha bore his mark, allowing him to appear anywhere at will. Kushina was aware of certain locations, such as the Hokage's office and their home, as well as where the mark was on her body. However, there were places she was unaware of, such as the women's bathhouse, hot springs, and various establishments. Of course, Minato always exercised caution when visiting these locations, employing the transformation technique to assume the guise of Jiraiya before entering. Opening the sealing book, he located the spiritualization technique. Now, with the spirit residing within Naruto, he needed to cultivate the spiritualization technique to depart from Naruto's body. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had activated the spiritualization technique at the moment of sealing, allowing his spirit to leave and meet Tsunade for the last time. Presently, the predicament he faced rendered the spiritualization technique the most suitable for him. Chapter 10, The Stray Dog of Konoha. The formation of Team 7 marked a significant moment as Minato, residing within Naruto, finally mastered the technique of spiritual transformation. This technique allowed him to project his chakra-infused soul outside his body and inhabit another's. Commonly referred to as spirit possession, it was, however, not a method that could sustain prolonged occupancy. The higher the spiritual essence of the host, the shorter the duration of possession. For an ordinary human, the maximum duration could be no more than 5 minutes, sufficient time for a desperate act. Thus, this technique became a nightmare for other ninja villages. Only after the demise of Danzo did the vigilance of these villages wane. Interestingly, certain animals could sustain possession for longer periods. For instance, inhabiting a dog could last 2 to 3 hours. Once the time elapsed, Minato would have to return to Naruto's body, requiring at least a day to recuperate before attempting to project his soul again. On this particular day, Team 7, as usual, completed some straightforward tasks and received their corresponding rewards. Naruto dashed off to indulge in ramen, while Sasuke, feeling utterly bored and considering the missions a waste of time, returned home alone. The thought of Naruto's growing strength, especially after flaunting his azure chakra sphere capable of penetrating a tree, filled Sasuke with frustration. How could a prodigious Uchiha lose to someone he deemed inferior? Gritting his teeth, he headed to a training ground to practice with shuriken. As the moon climbed high in the sky, he finally collapsed, breathless, gazing vacantly at the wooden target riddled with shuriken. "Do you desire strength?" a voice suddenly echoed. Sasuke whirled around, searching for the source, only to find a stray dog sitting behind him, its deep-set eyes fixed intently upon him. He instinctively drew a kunai, holding it defensively before him, wary of the dog. Unbeknownst to him, this stray was Minato, having utilized the spiritual transformation technique. The dog spoke again. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Sasuke, unfazed, snorted derisively and hurled the kunai at the dog. To his astonishment, a barrier materialized before the dog, resembling a spider's web, blocking the kunai's path. It vanished into the barrier as another kunai suddenly appeared, whizzing past Sasuke's cheek. This was Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, the very same that had once redirected the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb. Sasuke, having never encountered the Flying Thunder God before, was left dumbfounded. When he recognized that the kunai whizzing past him was his own, shock washed over him. His instincts screamed that he could not defeat this dog. Observing Sasuke's astonishment, Minato feigned mystery, remarking, "No one understands the Uchiha better than I do. If you wish to advance those eyes of yours, come here tomorrow at this hour." With that, the dog activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the training ground. To counter the Otsutsuki clan, He would need to unite the power of Six Paths Sasuke, Six Paths Naruto, and the reincarnated Byakugan Hinata. Perhaps even that would not suffice. After all, this only addressed the Otsutsuki influence within the ninja world. And the greater threat from the celestial Otsutsuki loomed unknown in the future. He needed to discover a way to depart from Naruto's body. Wasn't that how a certain ring once captivated a genius of Do-Chi, ultimately securing a perfect vessel? At the ramen shop, Naruto savored a bowl of ramen, a content smile illuminating his face. With family by his side and the ability to earn his own keep, he relished every bowl of his favorite meal. Here, Uncle Irika never looked down upon him. Rather, he took care with the ingredients he used. From the moment he gained consciousness, he had never known such happiness. The darkness had passed. Now, it was a time of radiant sunshine. I'm home. Thank you, Uncle Irika. Hey, come again soon, Naruto. As he exchanged farewells, Naruto caught sight of a figure watching him from a nearby corner. Who could it be? Uncertain. He discreetly performed the shadow clone technique, while his main body stealthily rounded the corner. There, he was met with a familiar silhouette. Hinata? Stunned. Memories of his mother's words echoed in his mind. There was a girl who had silently harbored feelings for him. Yet, he had been oblivious, his attention solely on Sakura. At that moment, Hinata watched Naruto enjoying his ramen, his blissful smile causing her to smile in return. With her Byakugan, she possessed an ability to perceive beyond the Sharingan. Yet in her eyes, only Naruto existed. As the daughter of the Hyuga clan, her heart should have contained the weight of her entire family. But once it was filled with thoughts of Naruto, there was no room for anything else. Watching him depart, she stepped out from her hiding place, making her way to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Oh, the young lady has arrived. Uncle Irika greeted her warmly. Hinata nodded, pulling out a wad of cash from her pocket. Thank you for your help, Uncle. However, Uncle Irika refused to accept her payment this time. He expertly prepared a bowl of ramen for her and said, from now on, you needn't pay me. For Naruto's ramen, I will continue to give him extra meat. You needn't worry. Hinata became flustered. That is not right. Uncle Irika smiled. Perhaps I had not paid enough attention to that boy before, but now I see something different in him. Among all the customers here, only he eats with such satisfaction. For that, I will treat him like my most sincere patron, offering the greatest discounts in the most generous portions. Hinata's heart swelled with happiness upon hearing Uncle Irika's words. She lowered her head, secretly smiling with contentment. Yet, when she looked up again, she insisted more firmly. Please accept this. I have plenty of money. This scene was observed clearly by the hidden Naruto, who stood frozen in disbelief. He had never anticipated finding warmth in the ramen shop, all owing to her presence. Reflecting on the coldness that enveloped the village. This place was a beacon of warmth, his glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. And the source of this warmth turned out to be none other than the heiress of the Hyuga clan. A stray dog strutted by, head held high. Moving with a sense of indifference, it glanced at the dazed Naruto hidden in the shadows and then at Hinata in the ramen shop. Her cheeks flushed. Its eyes seemed to understand something profound. Chapter 11. The Raven in the Darkness. After a sleepless night, Naruto awoke the next day, still brimming with energy. The vitality of the Uzumaki clan ensured that even 3 days without slumber would leave no mark upon him. At the Hokage's office, Kakashi, as usual, brought Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to receive their mission. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina embraced each other, seated on the beach, admiring Naruto in sage mode. Concurrently, they observed the world surrounding Naruto. In the mission hall, there was a request from the Fire Cloud village seeking assistance from water-style ninjas to irrigate their farmlands, which caught Minato's attention. The Land of Fire boasted ample water resources. Streams, rivers, and lakes were plentiful. How could a drought occur to the extent of needing to hire ninjas for irrigation? Naruto. The third mission appears rather peculiar. Let us investigate, Minato suggested. Upon hearing Minato's voice, Naruto promptly pointed to the third task on the mission board. Kakashi-sensei. Let us accept the third mission. We cannot afford to delay in addressing this drought, he exclaimed. Sasuke glanced at the mission requirements, noting the need for a water-style ninja. Scoffing internally. He was a fire user, not a water one. Simultaneously, he pondered, had Naruto mastered water ninjutsu? Wouldn't he then inherently counter him? Nevertheless, since the Fire Cloud village lay to the north of the Land of Fire, venturing out for a mission was far preferable to chasing cats and dogs within the village. The thought of dogs reminded Sasuke of the stray he encountered last night. To grow stronger, Kakashi had no objections. After all, his teacher resided within Naruto. And perhaps this mission was his teacher's intent. The only hurdle was Naruto being the Jinchuriki. The village higher-ups were generally reluctant to allow him to leave. However, Since the Fire Cloud village was still within the Land of Fire, the complications seemed minimal. All right, we shall accept the third mission, Kakashi declared, proceeding to officially register it. After a lengthy process, he discreetly submitted an application for Naruto's departure to Sarutobi, finally securing the mission. He sighed, having a Jinchuriki leave the village is truly troublesome. I've heard that the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails in the Cloud Village can come and go freely. If only Naruto could do the same. What a waste of half a day. Kakashi informed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to gather at the village gate tomorrow at 8 to commence training for the Four-Symbol Seal. As the moon hung high, Sasuke reclined on his soft bed at home, reluctant to venture anywhere. He yearned to grow stronger. But he felt it was beneath him to learn from a mere dog. The humiliation he felt from the stray dog the previous night ignited his frustration. How could a proud Uchiha genius be bested by a dog? Even in death, he would not bow to a canine. With that thought, he slowly closed his eyes. Yet, despite his efforts, sleep eluded him. In an uncharacteristic turn, Sasuke unwittingly found himself alone at the training grounds. Standing in the expansive shuriken target area, he suddenly realized where he had arrived. To his annoyance, the dog he had anticipated was nowhere to be found. Damn it, he exclaimed. The notion that he, the illustrious Uchiha genius, had been outsmarted by a dog was infuriating. Just as he prepared to unleash a fire technique to vent his frustrations, a flash of yellow darted before him. A stray dog stood upright, its paws crossed over its chest, wearing a grin that was both mocking and playful as it gazed at Sasuke. It was none other than Minato's dog. I am aware of everything. However, some matters must await the future for revelation. You seek power to avenge Itachi Uchiha, the dog declared. Upon hearing this, Sasuke felt a chill wash over him. He regarded Minato's dog coldly, contemplating his thoughts. Unfazed by Sasuke's demeanor, the dog continued, I can grant you strength, enough to defeat Itachi, perhaps even greater. But you must promise to stand with the shinobi world after your revenge. Betrayal is not an option. I accept your terms. Sasuke replied without hesitation. He would not falter, even if it meant taking a life. Minato's dog nodded earnestly. The Sharingan can evolve from 1 tomo to 2 to 3, then the Mangekyou Sharingan, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and ultimately the Rinnegan. You should now be capable of awakening the 1 tomo Sharingan, correct? Sasuke remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the dog's words. The dog continued, to defeat Itachi, you must evolve your Sharingan to the Mangekyou. To do so, you must first discover love. Love? Sasuke scoffed at the notion, uninterested in such sentiments while his vengeance remained unfulfilled. Sensing Sasuke's disdain, the dog sighed. Sasuke possessed immense talent, yet why had he not awakened the Mangekyou? Even Itachi had erred in this regard. He believed that sufficient hatred would awaken the Mangekyou, thus he subjected Sasuke to Tsukuyomi, forcing him to relive the night of the massacre and witness his parents' deaths at his hands. It was not cruelty but a misguided attempt to trigger Sasuke's awakening. However, he failed to realize that the key to evolving the Mangekyou lay in the power of love. Love and hate are but fleeting moments. Without love, how can hatred exist? The Sage of Six Paths loved Kaguya, and at the moment he pierced her, he transitioned directly from the 3 tomo Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara loved Hashirama. During the battle between the Uchiha and Senju clans, witnessing Hashirama's injury at the hands of his own kin awakened his Mangekyou. Obito cherished Rin. Upon witnessing her death, he awakened his Mangekyou simultaneously with Kakashi. Itachi loved Shisui. Witnessing Shisui's suicide also led him to awaken his Mangekyou. And what of Sasuke? Since the night of the massacre, he had been consumed by hatred, devoid of any semblance of love. Under such circumstances, no amount of Tsukuyomi from Itachi could stimulate the awakening of his Mangekyou. Minato's dog regarded Sasuke, emphasizing, to evolve the Sharingan, you must find love. Sasuke cast a deep glance at the dog before turning to leave. He sensed that the dog was not deceiving him. Love, despite its implications, would not obstruct his quest for revenge. He simply did not know how to express gratitude, so departing seemed the wisest choice. Once Sasuke had gone, Minato's dog glanced toward the forest. Come out. With that command, a raven quietly emerged, flying toward the dog. Soon, more and more ravens gathered, gradually forming a silhouette, none other than Itachi Uchiha, clad in a red cloud-patterned black cloak. Minato's dog smiled, pondering, in that situation, you chose to stand with the village. I fail to understand what is so worthy of your protection. Chapter 12. The 3 Rules. Uchiha Itachi gazed intently at Minato. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I have no other choice. If only you were still here, fourth Hokage. This revelation astonished Minato, as Itachi had recognized him. Truly, Itachi was remarkable. His insight was unparalleled. Minato sighed, expressing his regrets. At that time, I was powerless, and even now, I remain ensnared. Itachi nodded slightly. Then, I entrust Sasuke to you. Sasuke was Itachi's Achilles heel. And the fact that he was handing Sasuke over to Minato was significant. It was undeniable that Itachi possessed keen judgment, recognizing Minato's genuine desire to assist Sasuke. Minato, not one to be overly sentimental, responded. Then, for the time being, I must ask you to tolerate that member of the Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Itachi's heart trembled. Did the fourth Hokage truly understand his predicament? His annihilation of the Uchiha clan was not merely an allegiance to the village. It was also a means to exert pressure on the Akatsuki organization. There was a deal between him and Obito. During his lifetime, the Akatsuki could not harm Konoha. Had he not exterminated the Uchiha, upon leaving the village to join the Akatsuki, given the Uchiha state and their arrogance, a coup would have undoubtedly ensued. With an inevitable failure, a more dire possibility loomed. Both the Uchiha and the village could suffer mutual destruction, allowing the four great shinobi villages to invade, leading to Konoha's downfall. Thus, he had to make a choice, eliminate the Uchiha to minimize Konoha's losses. He had thought he would bear this burden alone. But to his surprise, the fourth Hokage had noticed and offered support through his words. Itachi nodded slightly. Then, the crows dispersed, and the training ground fell silent once more. Minato was taken aback by Itachi's trust in him. Perhaps this stemmed from the amicable relationship he had shared with Uchiha Fugaku during his tenure as Hokage. Not only him, but even Kushina had maintained a close friendship with Uchiha Makoto, akin to dear sisters. Itachi had shouldered such a heavy burden alone. Inside Naruto, Kushina grew serious upon hearing Minato's words. TCH. The Nine-Tails smirked disdainfully. If anyone was to speak of bearing burdens, he had endured as much, if not more. The existence of the Nine-Tails was the reason Konoha stood resilient in the shinobi world. Without the threat of tailed beasts, the four great shinobi villages would have long since invaded the Land of Fire. After all, the geographical advantages of the Land of Fire were unparalleled, and its vast territory made it a coveted prize. The deterrence of the Nine-Tails played a significant role in maintaining this land. Yet, Minato did not anticipate the Nine-Tails' mischievousness at this moment. Perhaps the hatred harbored within the Nine-Tails was gradually dissipating. Nine-Tails, Minato stepped forward, addressing the beast. Would you like to stretch your legs outside? The Nine-Tails slowly raised its head, looking at Minato with curiosity. Minato continued, if you can abide by 3 rules with Naruto, I will allow you to take control of his body and venture outside the village. The Nine-Tails perked up at this proposition. What are these 3 rules? Minato stated, first, you must not confuse Naruto's mind. The Nine-Tails scoffed, I have no interest in that. Second, Minato persisted, you must not recklessly attack others. The Nine-Tails scoffed even more. I am quite obedient. When have I ever attacked anyone without provocation? Third, Minato concluded, you must maintain contact at all times and obey Naruto and Kushina. The Nine-Tails snorted in response, what if I refuse? Just as the words left its mouth, it saw 9 chains of chakra erupting from Kushina, swirling in the air, accompanied by Minato's golden chakra cloak. The following day, Minato, Kushina, and Naruto remained in the inner world, while the Nine-Tails manipulated Naruto's body. Swaggering towards the village gate, Naruto was taken aback. No wonder Sasuke always seemed like he was asking for a beating. Father, why don't you explain to Sasuke about his misunderstanding of his brother? Naruto asked with concern. Minato shook his head, believing it best for Sasuke to investigate the matter himself. But I want to help him clear this misunderstanding, Naruto insisted. Minato gently patted Naruto's head, admiring his kindness despite Sasuke being his rival. How do you intend to assist him? Minato inquired. Naruto replied eagerly by telling him the truth, of course. Minato chuckled, helping Sasuke is commendable. But there are many ways to do so, and I wouldn't recommend this approach. Given Sasuke's current situation, it would be best for him to uncover the truth on his own rather than being told directly. Minato patiently explained, guiding Naruto through the reasoning. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konoha, Sasuke's mind was preoccupied with the words of the stray dog from the previous night, urging him to find love. He glanced at Sakura, who was gazing at him with infatuation. Just a glance from him could make her blush for an eternity. Perhaps after avenging himself, he could marry her. However, it didn't feel like love. When he saw Naruto striding out with an air of indifference, he was momentarily taken aback. He felt a pang of confusion. Why did seeing Naruto evoke such feelings? Was it possible that he cared for Naruto? Remembering the stray dog's words, Sasuke contemplated whether he should treat Naruto better and develop their relationship. After much inner turmoil, he managed to muster a smile he deemed friendly. Naruto shot him a sidelong glance and coldly remarked, "What's so funny, brat?" Sasuke's smile instantly froze. The aspirations of reviving the Uchiha clan and advancing to the Mangekyou Sharingan had lost their significance. He only wanted to thrash the Naruto before him. Sakura, witnessing Naruto call Sasuke a brat, was infuriated. "Naruto, are you looking for trouble?" she exclaimed, raising her fist and charging at him. Her expression of disdain was met with the Nine-Tails' displeasure. Get lost. Naruto unleashed a surge of powerful chakra, creating a massive shockwave that propelled Sakura back several meters. What? This scene was witnessed in full clarity by the on-duty Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikamaru at the gate. Naruto Uzumaki is incredibly strong. They were initially stunned, then filled with pride as they glanced at the statue of the fourth Hokage within the village. As the fourth Hokage's personal guards, they had inherited the Flying Thunder God technique. During Kushina's pregnancy, their orders were to protect her and her unborn child. On the night of Naruto's birth, the three of them finally found Kushina, only to witness Minato sealing the Nine-Tails within Naruto's body. Later, the third Hokage issued a gag order. Many remained unaware. But they knew Naruto's true identity. They had also cared for Naruto, only to be warned by the Root organization to cease their involvement. "Big Fox, don't be so rough." In the inner world, Naruto protested. The Nine-Tails scoffed, crossing its arms. "She wanted to attack me. I merely blew her away." Naruto was left speechless, his mind racing with disbelief. "Mother, your pet is far too powerful." Chapter 13. Kakuzu and Hiden Sakura finally became subdued, casting a wary glance at Naruto. Sasuke, on the other hand, found it peculiar that Naruto was behaving differently today. Unbothered by their scrutiny, Naruto reveled in the warm embrace of the sunlight, a long-lost sensation that felt utterly delightful. Kakashi made his entrance, appearing quite spirited. After exchanging greetings with Kurenai and the others, he led Team 7 away from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi seemed to have undergone a significant transformation recently. Kurenai nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Last night, he utilized the transformation technique and took on the appearance of Guy, heading to the Ichiban Club." "How do you know?" Kurenai asked, astonished. Kurenai smiled slightly, adjusting his 1,000 books, and replied, "I witnessed it firsthand and even informed Guy." Later, he also used the transformation technique to become Kakashi and went to the club. Upon finishing, he sighed, noting that Kakashi's physique seemed less frail than before, which was indeed encouraging news. Kurenai gazed at the Hokage rock, particularly at the statue of the fourth Hokage, and remarked meaningfully, "It's a pity that the disciple of the fourth is leading Team 7. The four of them dashed through the forest, with Kakashi at the forefront, leaning forward and keeping his hands behind him. While swinging his arms could enhance coordination and speed, refraining from doing so would conserve energy. Kakashi embraced his role as a mentor, instructing everyone on how to run efficiently. Sasuke and Sakura took his advice seriously. However, Naruto remained dismissive, vigorously swinging his arms back and forth. He even cast a scornful look at the trio, declaring, "I possess boundless energy. I need not conserve my stamina. Not swinging my arms could lead to stumbling." His proclamation left the three of them speechless. Moreover, Sakura had only recently learned the ninja run and had indeed stumbled a few times. On the afternoon of the second day, Team 7 finally arrived at their mission destination, the Fire Cloud Village. They were warmly greeted by an elderly man named Kudo Nichiro, the village head. Upon seeing Naruto and the others, he expressed great hospitality, saying, "You have traveled a long way. Please come in." As they followed Kudo Nichiro, they observed the state of the village. Neatly arranged wooden houses lined the streets, with villagers carrying hoes busily going about their tasks. Upon crossing a small bridge, Naruto noticed that the stream below had completely dried up. Kudo Nichiro sighed and explained, "This stream has ceased to flow for a month. Currently, it is the farming season, and the fields lack water for irrigation. If this continues, we will all struggle to survive." Kakashi nodded, realizing time was of the essence. "We must act swiftly. Let us begin." Kudo Nichiro promptly led Kakashi and the others along the dried-up stream. Before long, they arrived at a desiccated reservoir. "This is the place," Kudo Nichiro stated. "If we can fill this reservoir, the village will be saved." The reservoir was as expansive as a football field. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Naruto burst into laughter, thumping his chest confidently. "Fear not, sir. This is the illustrious copy ninja Kakashi, the finest technician of the leaf. With ample water, I assure you satisfaction." Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. To them, Kakashi was capable of overwhelming them and was renowned for having replicated thousands of ninjutsu techniques. Water release techniques would undoubtedly pose no challenge for him, especially as an elite jonin. This task should be manageable, or so they thought. Within Naruto, Minato observed the reservoir with concern for Kakashi. He understood Kakashi's abilities well, although Kakashi possessed significantly more chakra than before. Using water release in an environment devoid of water required far more chakra than in a water-rich setting. Not only would filling the reservoir be a challenge, but even exhausting his chakra would not suffice for the reservoir's bottom to absorb the water. Kakashi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He quickly inquired, "I recall the mission was to irrigate the crops, not to fill this reservoir completely, correct?" "What?" Kudo Nichiro chuckled, quickly adding, "Filling this reservoir is tantamount to irrigating the crops. There is no distinction." Kakashi was left exasperated. Would Team 7's inaugural mission outside the village conclude in failure? He glanced at Naruto, who had proposed this idea, knowing that Minato resided within him and surely had a solution. To his surprise, Naruto was merely reveling in his misfortune, while Sasuke and Sakura looked on with eager anticipation. With a resigned sigh, Kakashi said, "Mr. Kudo, please return to the village. We will devise a plan to help you fill this reservoir." Kudo Nichiro's face lit up with joy. "Then I shall entrust this to you." Within Naruto, Kushina suddenly sensed something. Speaking in a hushed tone, "There are other ninjas nearby." Both Minato and Naruto were taken aback. Possessing the unique ability of the Byakugan, Kushina could perceive everything within a 10-mile radius. Minato remarked, "Kurama, this situation is indeed complex. Return for now." Kushina looked at Minato, astonished. "Do you truly intend to let Naruto handle this?" Minato nodded, turning to Naruto and asking, "This is a rare opportunity. Are you afraid?" Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "I've longed to battle genuine ninjas." Kushina remained somewhat apprehensive, as she sensed two formidable chakra signatures, likely belonging to elite jonin. Minato reassured her with a nod, "Rest assured. Should danger arise, I will intervene." Kushina finally acquiesced. Kurama reluctantly returned control of his body to Naruto, voicing his dissatisfaction. "I could take them down with a single swipe. Why summon me back now?" Minato smiled gently, recognizing that Naruto ultimately needed to grow. By the reservoir, Kakashi prepared to remain for several days, continuously utilizing water release techniques. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and became alert. Naruto stealthily approached Sasuke and Sakura. "Come forth," he commanded. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Naruto's intentions. Just then, a voice drifted through the air. "Kakuzu, is this your method of making money? They invite ninjas from the Leaf, but neglect our band of wanderers." Everyone froze, quickly drawing their kunai in a defensive stance. Moments later, two figures emerged lazily from the trees. Upon recognizing them, Minato was astonished. "It's Kakuzu and Haiden." And from Haiden's words, it seems this endeavor is Kakuzu's scheme to make a profit. Kakuzu scoffed, "It matters not. If we eliminate them, they will learn that Leaf ninjas are unreliable and will seek our assistance." Haiden chuckled, "But remember, they are the Leaf's foremost technician, the renowned copy ninja. Let us hope we do not end up being the ones defeated." Chapter 14. Spatial Barrier. Kakashi stood resolutely before Team 7 and spoke in a grave tone. "The nature of our mission has changed, Naruto. Ensure the safety of Sasuke and Sakura." Kakashi hoped that his mentor would emerge to assist them, yet he had promised Minato not to disclose his existence. Therefore, he entrusted Naruto with the protection of Sasuke and Sakura. However, to Sasuke, this felt like a profound humiliation. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside Naruto, and coldly declared, "It should be I who protects you." Haiden waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, little ones. In the name of respecting life, I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the Lord of Evil, granting you a swift end." With that, Haiden charged at Naruto and the others, wielding his scythe. Kakashi, perceiving the impending danger, executed a body flicker technique, appearing directly in front of Haiden. At the same moment, a blue light radiated from his palm, crackling with electricity. "Raikiri." He thrust his hand through Haiden's heart, blood splattering in all directions. Did he succeed? Kakashi was astonished. These seemingly formidable foes had fallen so easily. Yet, Haiden exhibited no signs of suffering. Instead, he gazed at Kakashi with excitement. "This feeling is exquisite. Hurry, stab me again. It has been far too long since I felt this good." Kakashi stared in disbelief at this bizarre creature. Just then, a massive flame surged forth. Fire style, head-searing pain. It was Kakuzu, unleashing a jutsu from nearby. Kakashi's heart raced. This man was attacking even his allies. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the body flicker technique, evading the jutsu's range. Kakuzu, licking his lips, declared, "Your opponent is me." He formed hand seals. Wind style, pressure damage. Two powerful compressed gusts surged toward Kakashi. Realizing the severity of the situation, Kakashi swiftly completed his own hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A formidable earthen barrier erupted from the ground, shielding him. The compressed winds collided with the wall, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Debris flew, enveloping Kakashi in a cloud of dust. Yet, Kakuzu remained unfazed, his expression grave as he observed the swirling dust. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted, transforming into a lightning hound speeding toward him. Lightning style, lightning hound. Kakuzu snorted dismissively, rapidly forming hand seals. Lightning style, false darkness. In an instant, a lightning spear materialized, piercing toward the hound at an even swifter pace. With a crack, the lightning hound clamped its jaws around the spear, which then detonated. The clash of these two techniques created a dazzling display of electric sparks, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Kakashi glanced at Haiden, who was engaged with Naruto and Sasuke. Then back at Kakuzu, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. One had been impaled by Raikiri and burned by Kakuzu's fire jutsu, yet remained unscathed. The other wielded fire, lightning, and wind techniques, each as potent as Raikiri. Kakashi's expression hardened. He had to take this seriously. What other techniques do you possess? Kakuzu inquired nonchalantly, displaying remarkable patience. Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine. A mere routine mission had led him to confront such formidable adversaries, whose intentions were clear: to eliminate them and make the hidden cloud village doubt the reliability of the Leaf Shinobi, compelling them to pay for assistance in irrigating their crops. For the sake of a trivial mission, they were willing to engage Jonin. What could be their source of confidence? Frustrated, Kakashi instinctively glanced at Naruto. Observing that Naruto and Sasuke were surrounding Haiden, hurling shuriken at him, anxiety welled within him. Where was his mentor? Did he not recognize the peril they faced? Kakuzu scoffed, perceiving Kakashi's demeanor as contemptuous. Kakashi inhaled deeply, dismissing his concerns. He needed to focus on the present danger. Kakuzu, however, wasted no time, forming hand seals. In response, Kakashi was quicker, completing his seals first. Earth style, earth flow wall. The ground trembled beneath Kakuzu's feet as a massive earthen wall surged upward, lifting him off the ground. What? Kakuzu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the earth flow wall could be used in such a manner. Just as he prepared to use the body flicker technique to escape, he noticed another Kakashi descending from above, his palm aglow with blue lightning. Kakuzu finally grasped Kakashi's intent. Damn it. Shadow clone? When did he? Kakashi had concealed his shadow clone technique within the dust, swiftly utilizing it to elevate himself, closing the distance for a final strike before Kakuzu could react. Raikiri. Kakashi pierced through Kakuzu. Time seemed to freeze as everyone watched in disbelief, the only movement being the flickering lightning. Haiden scoffed. Even after assassinating the first Hokage, I've seen little prowess. Sasuke and Naruto were equally astonished, realizing that true strength manifested in such a manner. One down, just one more to go. Kakashi exhaled in relief. Yet, with a crack, the seemingly defeated Kakuzu stirred. He lifted his head, grinning. Not bad. I shall take your heart. Regardless of his injuries, Kakashi's combat prowess had momentarily caught even the seasoned veteran off guard. Such a person deserved to have his heart preserved. Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, Kakashi's expression shifted, and he quickly activated the body flicker technique, distancing himself from Kakuzu. Hair sprouted from various joints on Kakuzu's body, and four monstrous figures emerged from the masks on his back. One of the masks had been pierced by Kakashi's Raikiri, losing its vitality. What? Kakashi felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance. Kakuzu laughed, truly worthy of the copy ninja, Kakashi. I wonder what you will do next. With that, the two creatures sprang into action. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, head-searing pain. One unleashed wind, the other fire, their techniques colliding midair. Following this, a larger-scale fire jutsu surged toward Kakashi, accompanied by a series of explosive blasts. Disastrous. Kakashi's eyes widened. The magnitude was overwhelming. He had no time to evade and could not counter with a basic water-style technique. What to do? Was he truly to perish on this trivial mission? Resigned. He closed his eyes, prepared to reunite with Obito and Rin. Yet, in that final moment, he beheld a web-like pattern of runes before him. Spatial barrier. Chapter 15. The Plan of the Watergate. Kakashi stared wide-eyed. 13 years ago, the Nine-Tails unleashed a tailed beast bomb upon Konoha. Just as the village was on the verge of destruction, a similar pattern appeared. The tailed beast bomb was then transferred to a desolate area 100 miles away, saving all lives. That scene was deeply imprinted in Kakashi's mind, a memory he would never forget. Now, the overwhelming flames before him slowly merged into that very pattern and vanished. Teacher. Kakashi was certain that his mentor was at work. Kakuzu witnessed the sudden disappearance of the raging flames and found it utterly unbelievable. When he then saw the endless fire manifesting from another direction, surging toward him, his expression changed dramatically. How was that possible? Without time to ponder further, he quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier, earth release, multiple earth wall. The earthen wall obstructed the flames, while the water wall countered their heat. At last, he managed to stave off his own attack. Once the smoke cleared, he realized another Naruto had appeared in front of Kakashi. The blonde kid? Kakuzu could hardly believe that this Konoha genin had mastered such an unusual technique, redirecting his attacks entirely. This Naruto was, in fact, a shadow clone of Naruto, yet it had been possessed by Minato's spiritual technique. However, due to the nature of this possession being human, its duration was limited to 5 minutes. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to conclude the battle. I'm about to strike, just for a moment, Naruto said calmly. Kakuzu, still trying to comprehend the spatial barrier technique, did not rush into action. Yet, he failed to notice the flying thunder god mark on the ground shifting slowly. Naruto extended his hand, and a Rasengan quietly coalesced. Kakuzu intended to remain passive, eager to see how the blonde kid would attack. However, Minato was not about to grant him sufficient time to react. As the flying thunder god mark moved onto Kakuzu's heart, he activated the flying thunder god. With a swift motion, Naruto's figure vanished. Kakuzu, realizing what was happening, was about to prepare himself, only to find one of his hearts suddenly under attack. Rasengan. Naruto appeared before the heart adorned with the blue mask, pressing the Rasengan directly against it. What? Kakuzu stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Even with the body flicker technique, such speed was inconceivable. He had no time to react. Crack. The sound of the heart shattering echoed. Kakuzu had lost yet another heart. However, before he could grasp the situation, Naruto's figure vanished once more. Crack. The heart with the red mask was suddenly sliced in two by a kunai. In a mere 2 seconds, he had lost 2 hearts. Kakuzu panicked. He was not truly immortal. With 5 hearts, 3 had now been rendered useless. If this continued, he would be dead in mere moments. Hiden, run. Kakuzu dared not hesitate, swiftly distancing himself from Naruto. He activated the body flicker technique and fled without looking back, while Hiden, sensing the oddity of the situation, followed suit in the direction Kakuzu had taken. Naruto had swiftly incapacitated 2 of Kakuzu's hearts. But due to the flying thunder god Mark's inability to keep pace with their escape, he could only relent. Moreover, his spiritual technique could only be sustained for 5 minutes on a human. Even if he caught up, without the mark on him, he had no confidence in defeating Kakuzu. On the other side, Sasuke looked at Naruto in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Naruto was so powerful, having driven away an opponent who even Kakashi struggled against in mere breaths. Naruto, you. Sasuke hesitated, unsure. Naruto smiled brightly and replied, don't feel disheartened. I have a cheat, but you'll be strong in the future too, so don't worry. As he spoke, Minato dispelled Naruto's shadow clone, returning his soul to Naruto's true body. Sasuke fell silent for a moment before turning to Naruto. Can you teach me that Rasengan? Minato felt perplexed. He never expected Sasuke would wish to learn the Rasengan. Kakashi quickly interjected. Sasuke, let me teach you the lightning cutter instead. However, Sasuke didn't even glance at Kakashi. His gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Naruto felt a bit bashful. After all, Sasuke had no strong father figure to teach him ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would indeed be quite formidable. Naruto stammered. Then, I will teach you the Rasengan. Sasuke let out a heavy sigh of relief. A memory flashed back to that night when that dog led him to love. After pondering for a moment, he hesitated again, wanting to speak but finding it difficult. Sasuke's voice suddenly became unclear. Thank you. What? Naruto thought he misheard. He looked at Sasuke in astonishment. Did this guy really just say thank you? To his surprise, upon seeing Naruto's reaction, Sasuke erupted in anger. He dismissed Kakashi's lightning cutter, feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, contemplating the strangeness of this mission, he fell into thought. He scrutinized the reservoir, quickly noticing something amiss. This was a D-rank mission, Yet encountering Jonin-level ninjas had exceeded the limits of a D-rank task. Now, we can return to the village to report, considering it not a failure, or we can choose to continue the mission before reporting back. Naruto was the first to step forward, eager to continue the mission. The enemy has been driven away, right? If they dare return, we can just drive them off again. Kakashi felt a pang of helplessness. Such a formidable opponent could only be repelled by his teacher, not to mention he had yet to master the four symbols seal, rendering him unable to release the Sharingan seal. Even if he could, it was uncertain he could defeat those foes. Naruto expressed his stance, and Sasuke agreed. Sakura had no objections either, though she felt somewhat downcast. Thus, the mission continued. In Naruto's inner world, Minato wore a grave expression. He had not anticipated encountering Kakuzu and Haiden from the Akatsuki at this juncture. It was highly likely that the Akatsuki was undertaking other actions, considering Naruto was one of their targets for capture. If that were the case, they needed to devise a way to accelerate Naruto and Sasuke's growth. He thought of wood release. Uchiha Madara had implanted Hashirama's cells, enabling him to use wood release, which indicated that he could suppress those cells or achieve a balance between the two. Therefore, Sasuke should also be able to utilize wood release after implanting Hashirama's cells. As for Naruto, with his Uzumaki lineage, he would not be consumed by Hashirama's cells. What about Hashirama's cells? Minato thought of Danzo. He possessed a significant amount of Hashirama's cells and Sharingan. If one were to be transplanted onto Naruto, would he not also gain chakra? Perhaps by merging Yin and Yang chakra, he could obtain the power of Yin release, significantly enhancing their strength. Chapter 16, 2,000 spiraling spheres in the dimly lit basement of the Land of Water, the fourth Mizukage, and the three-tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, knelt on one knee, his gaze vacant. Before him, Tobi, adorned with an orange mask, reclined in the Mizukage chair, arms crossed. Tobi regarded Yagura with a casual demeanor, remarking, "I underestimated your willpower. However, your struggles are futile. At most, I shall be a tad fatigued." During this time, Tobi sought vengeance for Rin, employing the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan to exert direct control over Yagura, and in the name of the Mizukage, initiated a blood mist tyranny to retaliate against the hidden mist village. Yet, the fourth Mizukage's resolve remained unyielding. Despite enduring 5 years of torment, Yagura continued to resist Tobi's dominion, compelling him to remain within the hidden mist village while he fortified his control over the Mizukage. At that moment, Zetsu, clad in a wooden armor reminiscent of a pitcher plant, slowly emerged from underground. Tobi, maintaining his indifferent expression, inquired, "Have Terumi Mei's faction commenced their coup?" Zetsu shook his head, indicating not yet, but it was imminent, as she had garnered the support of the majority. "I have come to inform you that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, eliminating Kakuzu's 2 hearts with a single strike." What? Tobi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had anticipated that Uchiha Itachi would be unable to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, necessitating Nagato's intervention. Should that fail, he would resort to using Kamui to seize the Nine-Tails. However, his Kamui had proven slower than the Flying Thunder God when tested against his mentor, Minato. Thus, if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God, capturing him would be beyond his capabilities. Calmly, Tobi pondered, in that case, we must devise a method to eliminate him. Once Konoha acquires another Jinchuriki, our plans may proceed. Zetsu chuckled, but if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki wields the Flying Thunder God, what assurance do you have of his demise? Tobi, hearing this, smirked with derision. By leaking this information to the Cloud and Rock villages, the fourth Mizukage could act. Under the duress of the 3 great nations, Konoha would have no justification to spare the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Zetsu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ah, truly ingenious. In the Land of Fire, Kakashi led his team to a small riverbed. The reservoir of the Fire Cloud village had dried up due to the Sand River's diversion. Taking into account Kakuzu's earlier remarks, he resolved to guide Team 7 upstream along the riverbed. They soon encountered 3 enormous earthen walls obstructing the flow. What colossal earthen barriers! What should we do? Sakura exclaimed, awestruck. While she had seen Kakashi's earthen walls before, these were on an entirely different scale, akin to comparing a courtyard wall to a fortress. Sasuke turned to Naruto, coldly suggesting, use the spiraling sphere? Yet, Naruto knew that a standard spiraling sphere would be insufficient to breach such thick walls. Not wishing to embarrass himself before Sasuke, he glanced at Kakashi. Perhaps we should rely on you, Kakashi-sensei, and use Raikiri. Sakura and Sasuke regarded Kakashi as well. Sakura, dissatisfied with Naruto, quickly interjected, I told you. The spiraling sphere can't compete with Raikiri. Kakashi-sensei let Naruto witness the might of Raikiri. Kakashi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Raikiri could obliterate a standard earthen wall in an instant, but these walls were likely 10 meters thick, an endeavor only the elite of the Earth Country could achieve. How could his Raikiri even begin to compare? In Naruto's inner world, Minato approached Naruto, who was diligently practicing Sage Mode. He pointed towards the formidable earthen walls outside, stating, "Even Kakashi cannot overcome them. However, once you master Sage Mode, those barriers will pose no challenge." Naruto's eyes lit up. Is Sage Mode truly that powerful? Minato nodded. Its capabilities extend far beyond this. Yet, even in your current state, you should be able to manage these walls with all your might. Naruto expressed his confusion. But I've only learned the spiraling sphere, which is merely the size of my fist. It can only create a half-meter pit. How can I contend with walls of such thickness? Minato chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair. That's not your full potential. Do you not recall how you defeated Suigetsu? Suddenly, realization dawned on Naruto, and excitement surged within him. Outside, Kakashi, left with no choice, unleashed Raikiri against the earthen walls. Yet, after advancing only 3 meters, he felt his energy deplete, reaching his limit. Having sealed his Sharingan, he could barely manage that. Without the seal, even 1.5 meters would have been his maximum. With a sigh of resignation, he felt humiliated before his 3 disciples. At that moment, he heard commotion behind him. The riverbed erupted in plumes of white mist, revealing 2,000 Narutos filling the entire expanse. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Naruto's chakra? This is astonishingly vast. Sasuke and Sakura stared in shock at Naruto, who continued undistracted. They extended their right hands, gathering chakra in their palms. In the next instant, blue light illuminated the air. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Behold, 2,000 Naruto's spiraling sphere." In an instant, a multitude of Narutos, each bearing a spiraling sphere, surged toward the earthen walls. Seeing this spectacle, Kakashi had already activated the body flicker technique to evade. The first wall detonated with a cacophony of explosions. Engulfed in smoke and dust, the first wall crumbled, followed by the second. As the third wall collapsed, a massive torrent of water surged forth. The reservoir of the Fire Cloud village had finally returned to its original state, resolving the water issues for the villagers and their farmlands. The village chief, leading the grateful populace, showered Kakashi with flowers in appreciation. Though the mission had encountered numerous obstacles, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura felt a sense of shame. The completion of this task was undeniably attributable to Naruto. Particularly for Sasuke, a realization dawned upon him regarding Naruto's formidable strength, revealing an insurmountable chasm between them. Even without mastering the spiraling sphere, he could not replicate Naruto's feat of creating 2,000 shadow clones. However, this epiphany imparted a crucial lesson to Sasuke. The strength of the Uchiha lay in the Sharingan. Beyond mastering the spiraling sphere, he needed to expedite the evolution of his Sharingan. Yet, the thought of Naruto's teaching methods induced a profound headache. Meanwhile, Naruto, reveling in the limelight, strode confidently at the forefront of the group, his eyes narrowed, as if he were the true leader of the ensemble. Sasuke, have you completed even the simplest stage of the spiraling sphere? How dismal. Naruto turned to regard Sasuke. Chapter 17. Danzo's ambition. The reason why Konoha can flourish and expand is due to its resilient roots. Where are the roots? Naturally, they lie beneath the ground. Danzo vowed to become the nourishing root for Konoha, establishing a clandestine underground world in the southern part of the village. The roots. Danzo sat in his chair, his expression dark. Just moments ago, as he attempted to rest, the cells derived from Hashirama within him nearly spiraled out of control. Fortunately, he had promptly employed the power of the Sharingan to regain balance, averting immediate chaos. At that moment, an elite member of the roots emerged from the shadows. Danzo inquired in a low voice, "What is it?" The root member responded, "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, has returned to the village." Danzo nodded slowly, his face darkening with anger at the thought of Kakashi daring to lead the Jinchuriki outside the village. Only a Jinchuriki devoid of emotions could serve as a mere tool for the village, enabling Konoha to dominate the ninja world. But what of the third Hokage? Always pretending to be a saint, unable to bear this or that, while strategically placing the heirs of the Konoha pillars under Asuma and Kurenai, subtly paving the way for Asuma's succession. He, devoted entirely to the village, proposed that Jinchuriki should not leave the village, intending to train them as emotionless weapons for unifying the ninja world under Konoha. Yet the third not only consented to Kakashi's request but also reprimanded him. Konoha would inevitably fall under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pretender, hypocrite. Humph. Danzo slowly raised his bandaged right hand, his eyes glinting with ambition. He proclaimed, "Once I find a way to fully master the powers of Wood Release and the Sharingan, it will be time for me to lead the Nine-Tails into battle across the ninja world." At that moment, let the hypocritical Hiruzen witness what a Hokage should truly do. Hiruzen was left in disbelief. An immortal being? Mastery over 5 elemental jutsu? Upon hearing Kakashi's report, Hiruzen's expression grew grave. Konoha's standing in the ninja world is attributed not only to its numerous exceptional shinobi and formidable strength, but also to its extensive intelligence network. Every notable ninja from various nations has a dossier. Yet, he had never heard of such a figure. This could only mean they were a wandering ninja, either from a wiped-out clan or village. Faced with such a powerful ninja, Kakashi managed to bring Team 7 back unscathed. "How increasingly formidable you have become, Kakashi," Hiruzen marveled. Kakashi felt embarrassed but could not divulge Minato's existence, so he remained silent. "Very well," Hiruzen continued. "Kurenai has taken Team 8 on a mission. You all should rest in the village for a while." In Naruto's inner world, Minato divided into 3 shadow clones, each imparting Sage Mode, Ninjutsu, and sealing techniques to Naruto's clones. With the Nine-Tails no longer causing disruption, Naruto's learning accelerated significantly. He could already sense natural chakra, just a step away from entering Sage Mode. Additionally, he was quickly mastering various ninjutsu. In just a few days, he had grasped several fire release and wind release techniques. This progress filled Minato with a profound sense of accomplishment. Naruto now surpassed the version of himself from his original timeline at this point. Even Sasuke would find it challenging to keep up. However, Naruto lacked practical combat experience, and Minato needed to devise a way for him to gain that experience. At that moment, Minato noticed the outside world. "Naruto, what did you just say? Where did Hinata and the others go?" With an abundance of chakra, Minato could converse with Naruto's true self at any moment. Naruto felt a bit frustrated. Since hearing his mother mention that Hinata liked him, he had gradually started to pay attention to her. Upon returning to the village, he had inquired about Hinata's whereabouts. To his surprise, Kurenai had taken Team 8 on an escort mission to the Land of Waves. "They went to the Land of Waves on a mission," Naruto said helplessly. Minato's expression shifted dramatically. "The Land of Waves? Escorting Tazuna?" "Kato has hired one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi, to hunt down Tazuna." Is Kurenai a match for Zabuza? In the original timeline, Kakashi had been evenly matched with Zabuza, while Kurenai was likely weaker than Kakashi. This meant that Team 8 was in danger. Had he inadvertently placed them in jeopardy by assigning Team 7 the mission to the Fire Cloud Village? "Naruto, Hinata is in danger. This is your chance to be a hero." Minato wasted no time and directly instructed Naruto. "What danger?" Naruto, Kushina, and even the Nine-Tails were puzzled. Minato briefly explained, "After I used the Hiraishin that day, I inadvertently discovered that this mission is suspicious. Team 8 will encounter formidable foes that Kurenai cannot handle." Kushina's heart raced upon hearing this. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and save them." Naruto had yet to master the Hiraishin technique, so Minato took control of his body. After leaving a shadow clone in the village, he activated the Hiraishin and departed with Naruto's true self. Meanwhile, on the road to the Land of Waves, Kurenai began to sense something was amiss. The fog was thickening. "What's going on?" Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, cradling his head with his hands while a small puppy, Akamaru, perched atop his head, swaggered in front of the group. How could it suddenly become foggy? Yamanaka Ino adjusted her reflective sunglasses and replied somberly, "It's best to be cautious." Kiba scoffed, "Coward. What are you afraid of? Kurenai-sensei is here, right?" "Right, Hinata." However, he noticed that Hinata had halted, her cheeks filled with protruding veins. "Byakugan." In the next moment, Hinata's vision transformed, piercing through the dense mist. Her expression changed dramatically. "What is wrong, Hinata?" Kurenai asked. Hinata quickly replied, "There's an overwhelming chakra ahead, at least 3 times stronger than Kakashi-sensei." "What?" Kurenai gasped in surprise. "How far away?" she asked in a low voice. This was Hinata's first encounter with such a situation, and she felt a twinge of fear. She whispered, 2 miles. Kurenai's instincts kicked in, and she turned to Tazuna. "What is going on? Is the ninja targeting you?" Cold sweat broke out on Tazuna's brow. Just as he was about to respond, Hinata exclaimed, "They're coming this way." Without hesitation, Kurenai issued the command, "Run back. Get out of the fog zone as fast as you can." The 4 of them quickly began to flee. However, Tazuna, being an ordinary person, was too slow. Just as they exited the fog, a figure pursued them. Tall and slender, wrapped in bandages and wielding a massive executioner's sword. It could only be Zabuza Momochi. Standing atop a tree trunk before Team 8, Zabuza looked down upon them and calmly stated, "Abandon your mission to protect Tizuna and leave. I will spare your lives." Just as everyone was at a loss, Zabuza suddenly noticed Kurenai emerging from the tree trunk. Jinjutsu, Tree Binding Death. Chapter 18. The red sun sets again under the sweltering sun. The villagers of Yin Hidden gathered in the shade, sipping water and engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated from the Raikage's office, followed by the crash of his chair plummeting through shattered glass. Nevertheless, the villagers continued with their refreshments and chatter. With only a few expressing their admiration, the Raikage remains as formidable as ever. Damn it, we cannot allow Konoha to possess the Flying Thunder God technique again. The fourth Raikage, having trained extensively in lightning release armor, was prone to impulsive outbursts due to his heightened cellular activity. Upon hearing news of Konoha's renewed possession of the Flying Thunder God, his lightning release armor erupted in agitation, sending his chair hurtling away. Darui, appearing somewhat disheartened, glanced at the broken window and inquired helplessly, "What shall we do now?" The Raikage raised his hammer and struck the table with a resounding thud, the armor crackling ominously. He declared gravely, "The Golden Flash dominated the shinobi world for a decade. We cannot allow the Flying Thunder God to resurface." Darui nodded slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "The fourth Hokage is deceased, and the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Konoha's strength has significantly diminished, but we should proceed with caution." Equally wary of Konoha's potential resurgence of the Flying Thunder God was Iwagakure. "Shall we fortify our defenses and collaborate with Iwagakure, perhaps targeting Konoha's Chunin exams?" The Raikage's lightning release armor gradually dissipated as he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Chunin exams? That exhibition of village prowess and bravado was never on my agenda, but since Konoha has extended an invitation, we might as well deliberate. Just then, a ninja reported. "Lord Raikage, a messenger from Yin Hidden has arrived." Darui and the Raikage exchanged surprised glances before quickly regaining composure. "It seems Iwagakure has caught wind of the Flying Thunder Goddess' return. They appear to be more concerned than we are," Darui remarked. The Raikage scoffed. Recalling how Iwagakure's vanguard had once launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, nearly decimating Konoha's border forces, only to be thwarted by Minato's timely intervention. That battle had silenced Iwagakure's warmongers, leaving them too intimidated to speak. Darui understood now why they were more invested in the Flying Thunder God than his own village. Meanwhile, in the western region of the Land of Waves, Team 8 formed a triangular formation, shielding Tizuna within their ranks while remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Their teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, had engaged the enemy, yet the students exhibited no signs of relaxation. Rather, their faces were pale with apprehension. Kurenai was taken aback. The adversary had managed to break free from her genjutsu in a remarkably short time, leaving her with a gash across her arm. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would have lost her hand entirely. "Are you a ninja from the Mist Village? Do you intend to stand against Konoha?" Kurenai questioned coldly. Zabuza Momochi, wielding a bloodied sword, tossed it aside. "The Mist Village? That no longer concerns me. My name is Zabuza, which signifies that after swinging this sword, I shall not strike again. Konoha's ninja, you have one final chance. Will you withdraw or remain?" Kurenai understood the strength of her opponent and hesitated upon hearing his words. To retreat would mean abandoning their entrusted employer, resulting in a failure that would tarnish Konoha's reputation. Yet, remaining would likely lead to their demise. The individuals she led were vital members of Konoha's prominent families. If anything were to happen to them, those clans would never support Asuma's claim to the Hokage position. Retreat. Kurenai felt a pang of reluctance but steeled her resolve. However, before she could voice her command, a timid yet resolute voice spoke up. Hinata stepped forward, whispering, "We will not retreat. Moving forward and keeping our promises is part of my ninja way." Even in such dire circumstances, she would not easily back down. "Hinata is right. We want to withdraw," Hiba exclaimed, though anxiety tinged his voice. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, insects crawling from his body. Though he said nothing, the movements of the bugs affirmed his determination. "You?" Kurenai was astonished, caught between emotions of surprise and concern. Zabuza regarded Hinata closely. She appeared fragile, her voice quavering. Yet her words were clear and assertive. How could the most timid among them be the first to declare her refusal to retreat? Who was this she referred to? That she would risk her life for? He thought of Haku. "Very well, I shall kill this Jonin and leave these 3 children severely injured, sparing one." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. Kurenai's eyes narrowed, recognizing the technique. Water release? Before she could finish her thought, Zabuza completed his seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Kurenai gritted her teeth and activated body flicker technique, instantly placing herself in front of teammate. She completed her own seals, pressing her hands to the ground. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A towering wall of earth erupted, halting the flood. Though they avoided being swept away, the water gradually seeped through, creating a half-meter-high surface. Kurenai concentrated chakra beneath her feet, standing atop the water's surface, emerging from the earthen barrier, her gaze fixed warily on Zabuza. Yet, she could not see his figure. This is bad, she thought, sensing something amiss beneath her feet. Water release. Water prison technique. A spherical water prison emerged, ensnaring Kurenai within. This technique could even ensnare Kakashi for a time, let alone Kurenai. Zabuza, some distance away, placed his hand on the water's surface, using chakra to maintain the prison. Simultaneously, Zabuza initiated the water clone technique. Hinata had activated her Byakugan and saw Zabuza continuously channeling chakra into the water. She understood. If they could find a way to disrupt his connection to the water, Kurenai could escape. Kiba nodded at Akamaru. Let's do it, Akamaru. Zabuza scoffed. You think you can challenge me? His water clones formed hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A dragon made of water erupted from the surface, hurtling towards Kiba's attack. Boom. The collision of forces sent shockwaves through the air, Kiba's attack being overwhelmed by the water dragon. Seeing Kiba's effort thwarted, Shino wasted no time and unleashed his insects, which transformed into a spear, charging towards Zabuza. Yet, Zabuza remained undeterred, forming more seals. Water release. Water barrier. The water walls encased him, preventing Shino's insects from penetrating. Even Kanai found no purchase against the barrier. Damn it. Kiba was taken aback, realizing their assaults had no effect. Zabuza smirked. So, these are the talented ninjas of Konoha? What a pity, your journey as shinobi ends here. With that, he drew a kunai and activated body flicker technique, charging towards Hinata with astounding speed. Chapter 19, Naruto's First Battle. Hinata. Asaka Yui felt a surge of anxiety. If anything were to happen to Hinata, the Hyuga clan would certainly not spare her. Moreover, in the forthcoming Hokage election, Asuma's candidacy could be jeopardized. She strained against the water prison technique, only to find her efforts utterly futile. How infuriating. Hinata's face was ashen. Yet she summoned the courage to confront the situation. Even in the face of death, she would adhere to the path of a ninja. Naruto, she whispered, mentally preparing herself for the worst. Zabuza appeared before Hinata, kunai in hand, poised to strike at her side. At that moment, a flash of yellow light erupted, and Naruto's figure materialized. With a fierce expression, he thrust a Rasengan directly against Zabuza. Rasengan? What? Zabuza felt an overwhelming force crush his body. Boom. The Rasengan detonated, obliterating Zabuza's water clone, which ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. Hinata, are you all right? Naruto turned to her, concern etched across his face. Yuhi and Inuzuka Kibo were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, while Shino, concealed behind his sunglasses, remained inscrutable. Only Hinata blushed, a look of surprise gracing her features. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Yuhi quickly regained her composure and asked, Naruto, how did you get here? Did Kakashi come with you? As long as Kakashi was present, there would be no cause for alarm. He was certainly a more comforting presence than Asuma. However, Naruto shook his head. It's just me. I sensed you were in danger and rushed over. How could he have made such a journey from Konoha, which lay 100 miles away? Yet Yuhi chose not to delve deeper, her heart still heavy with worry. This man is stronger than Kakashi. Do not overestimate your capabilities. His real body needs to remain here to maintain the water prison, and with the water clone dispatched, this is a prime opportunity to escape. We must flee. Minato had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive, granting Naruto an exceptional training opportunity. With a grin, Naruto assured her, don't worry, leave the rest to me. The others were momentarily stunned, while Hinata's eyes filled with apprehension. Naruto smiled, then unleashed his chakra, charging towards Zabuza. Simultaneously, he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A towering column of flame surged towards Zabuza, crashing against the water prison's barrier. The intense heat caused the water to evaporate at an alarming rate. Naruto pressed on, forming hand seals anew. Wind style, great breakthrough. He unleashed a torrent of wind directed at Zabuza. The water barrier, already weakened by the fireball, could not withstand the impact and shattered. Yes, Kiba exclaimed, elated. Naruto extended his hand, conjuring a Rasengan. Zabuza finally registered the gravity of the situation. He received feedback from his water clone, realizing the Rasengan's formidable power. Even his true form could not endure such an attack. Fine. Rasengan. Naruto's speed was remarkable, and the Rasengan hurtled towards Zabuza. The latter abandoned the water prison, employing body flicker technique to evade. Yuhi unleashed her chakra, swiftly breaking free from the water prison. Sighing in relief, she prepared to teach Zabuza a lesson, only to find Naruto blocking her path. Let me handle this. Curious about Naruto's prowess, Yuhi eventually nodded in agreement. Zabuza scoffed, forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A ferocious dragon emerged from the water's surface, roaring as it surged toward Naruto. In the face of genuine ninjutsu, Kiba paled. Hinata, still worried for Naruto, was torn between doubt and faith, a strange contradiction within her. Yet Naruto remained unfazed, forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted, adorned with a fox's visage. As it held back the water dragon, Naruto formed seals once more. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, clouds of white mist exploded, revealing 200 Narutos. Shadow clones? Zabuza sneered. In the face of undeniable strength, mere numbers would not suffice. He leaped toward his executioner's blade, ready to engage, only to find himself surrounded by 200 Narutos, each forming hand seals. A look of confusion washed over his face. With so many clones, each should have had minimal chakra. What were they all preparing to do? The answer soon became clear. The 200 Narutos simultaneously formed seals and unleashed their jutsu. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Fireball. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. These were new techniques Naruto had learned from Minato during this time. As the 200 jutsu erupted, the winds intensified the flames, creating an overwhelming conflagration that surged from all directions. Zabuza's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the inferno. Akin to a hell's cape. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even elite shinobi can only produce 200 shadow clones at their limit. Each clone has enough chakra to perform jutsu. The reality was undeniable. If he did not act swiftly, his life would be forfeit. Zabuza hastily formed seals. Water style, multiple water barrier. He exerted nearly all his chakra to conjure 9 water walls. Boom. The terrifying heat and force of the wind engulfed the 9 earthen walls in an instant. The water walls evaporated into steam, disappearing entirely without a trace. When the flames and wind subsided, only a crimson world remained. The water had vanished, leaving the ground transformed into molten red mud. Zabuza, his body charred and weakened, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Have we won? Yui murmured in disbelief. If it had been her in that situation, she would have met her demise. Yet Naruto? His strength was astonishing, at least twice that of Kakashi. Was he truly the underdog? Kiba muttered to himself. The underdog? Yui recalled her former mentors, Jiraiya and Guy, who had once been underestimated as well. At that moment, an arrow suddenly pierced Zabuza's neck. Within Naruto's internal world, Minato raised an eyebrow. The ice shield, a bloodline limit technique, manifested. In the hidden rain village, Yahiko ascended as the leader after slaying Hanzo the salamander. Just then, a carnivorous plant emerged from the ground. Konoha's flying thunder god appeared, joined by the allied forces of the cloud, rock, sound, and sand villages. They plotted to launch the Konoha collapse plan during the Chunin exams, seizing the opportunity to capture the Nine-Tails. Chapter 20. Underling, Uchiha Itachi. The rain fell incessantly, as if weeping for Yahiko's misfortune. An unending downpour whose onset and conclusion were indeterminate. From afar, sheets of white paper drifted, coalescing behind Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, into the form of a young woman with violet hair. With an impassive expression, Pain intoned gravely, "The 6 paths of Pain plan must be expedited. We are still short of the human path and the animal path. I shall venture into the realm of reincarnation. As for the Nin exams in Konoha, whom do you deem appropriate to send?" Conan pondered for a moment before replying. "Since we can participate under the banner of the Rain Village, let us temporarily incorporate Uchiha Itachi and Kisame into the ranks of Rain's lower ninjas. A single team should suffice." Pain nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Uchiha Itachi possessed ample knowledge of Konoha, his involvement would pose no issues. "Then, you shall assist Itachi and Kisame in completing the necessary paperwork for their status as lower ninjas of the Rain Village. They may be recognized if they employ transformation techniques. Utilize your Thousand Faces technique instead." Conan acquiesced, transforming into a flurry of white paper that vanished within the steel confines of the building. In the land of water, Team 8 successfully escorted Tazuna to his destination, with Zabuza not reappearing. Unlike the original timeline, after Zabuza's feigned death, he discerned Kakashi's capabilities and believed that with Haku's assistance, he could reclaim his lost honor. Yet now, he found himself questioning his very existence. Having been bested by Naruto, to return would be tantamount to seeking demise. After dinner, Naruto ventured alone into the woods, eager to commune with the natural chakra. In the thicket, Haku was gathering flowers, and upon spotting Naruto, she approached with a gentle smile. "Little brother, what are you up to?" Naruto returned her smile, declaring, "I'm training." "Training for what purpose?" "To become stronger, of course." "And why seek strength?" "Isn't it obvious?" "To protect what I hold dear." While some pursue strength to flaunt their might or engage in reckless crime, even deriving pleasure from taking lives, Naruto was different. He sought power solely for the sake of protection. Yet, he was already formidable, so much so that even Zabuza dared not provoke him. What could possibly remain that he could not defend? As he descended the mountain path, a stray dog obstructed his way. This was a dog that had been teleported by the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato. Upon witnessing Haku save Zabuza, Minato was intrigued to explore the mysteries of the ice release bloodline limit. Thus, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and summoned the stray dog. Having repeatedly utilized the spirit possession technique on the dog, Minato found their connection deepening. What once lasted 2 hours had now extended to 2.5 hours. Given time, he could truly become the legendary Minato's dog. "Who are you?" Haku asked, taken aback as she instantly recognized the dog's extraordinary nature. The dog grinned and replied, "I am Naruto's mentor, and I hope you can teach him the ice release." Haku responded, "Naruto is already quite strong." The dog shook its head, stating, "He is strong now, but in the face of the impending crisis in the ninja world, it is still insufficient." "The crisis in the ninja world? Protection?" Haku paused, then nodded in understanding. With that, he formed hand seals. "Release." A sealing symbol appeared on Haku's wrist, suddenly erupting in a cloud of white mist, revealing a scroll in his hand. Without a second thought, he tossed the scroll to the dog, hoping it would be utilized wisely. Like in the original timeline, Haku never harbored animosity towards Naruto. On the contrary, he held great admiration for him. Now that Zabuza had no intention of returning to kill, Haku had even less reason to resent him. Thus, he readily agreed to the dog's request. After Haku departed, the dog examined the scroll, discovering it contained methods and techniques for merging water and wind chakra. Once successfully fused, it would lead to a change in nature, forming a new elemental chakra and granting the ice release bloodline limit ability. With Zabuza absent, teammate easily subdued the merchant Kato, thoroughly resolving the issues in the land of waves. Upon returning to Konoha, it was the 10th day. The third Hokage announced that the village was gathering to host the Nin exams. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened a gathering of Jonin. The scale of this Nin exam was unprecedented. Not only had the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages expressed intentions to send lower ninjas, but even the Hidden Rain village was participating. What? The Jonin were astonished, never anticipating such a large turnout from various ninja villages for this Nin exam. The Nin selection exams not only aimed to elevate ninjas, but also served as a platform for displaying power, an unspoken rule. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha's Nin exams had only attracted the Sand Village and a few smaller villages along the borders. Other villages refrained from participating, partly out of fear that Konoha would employ deceit to eliminate their lower ninjas, and partly to maintain the secrecy of their lower ninja strengths, avoiding excessive exposure that could lead to counter-strategies. Yet this time, their participation was unexpectedly vibrant, leaving them to ponder the motivations behind it. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. As the host, Konoha must not be overshadowed by other villages. Failing to do so would not only be a disgrace, but would also embolden them to consider Konoha weak and incite a village extermination war. We must not allow ourselves to be suppressed. What solutions do you propose? After exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke, he regarded the assembly with a grave expression. The atmosphere thickened as the gravity of the situation dawned on them. Mishandling this could lead to the Fourth Great Ninja War. In Konoha, if they united against them, it would pose a formidable challenge. Narashikaku contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us arrange a team of Jonin to accompany the lower ninjas, showcasing our strength to intimidate the other villages." Though he despised such deceitful tactics, he recognized that at this juncture, no alternative was preferable. Perhaps others were also resorting to deception, bolstering their confidence to participate in Konoha's Nin selection exam. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Had the mighty Konoha truly resorted to such despicable means? Kakashi, with his listless gaze, appeared unfazed by Hiruzen's proposal. Is it merely to intimidate the lower ninjas of other villages? Naruto could single-handedly overpower them all without issue. Should it come to that, the sensei will intervene. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding this matter. Rather, he pondered how to procure a copy of the Ika Paradise from Jiraiya sensei. Rumor had it he had returned. And should he discover Naruto's situation, he would surely be astonished. Very well. The list of those to masquerade as lower ninjas includes Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai. In the training ground, Sasuke observed the spiral sphere he had just successfully formed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Finally, he had succeeded. This technique was not particularly challenging. It was merely that Naruto had been unwilling to teach him. However, as he prepared to test the power of the Rasengan, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Chapter 21. Gathering of the underlings. Sasuke sensed a presence and abruptly turned around. Discovering a red-clad boy with a large gourd perched on a tree trunk, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at him. Existence. Killing you is the only way to assert my existence. His eyes widened, displaying a somewhat ferocious expression. Gaara. Kankuro and Temari arrived beneath the tree trunk and frowned upon seeing Gaara's demeanor. Let us not forget we are in Konoha. What is our purpose here? Gaara shot a fierce glare at Kankuro and Temari before leaping down from the tree. Watching the three depart, Sasuke felt a twinge of confusion. They were all here to participate in the Chunin exam. Suddenly, a voice startled Sasuke. A stray dog appeared nearby. It was the Yellow Flash. You have mastered the Rasengan. But the true brilliance of the Rasengan lies in infusing it with chakra attributes. Sasuke, intrigued, quickly inquired, how does one incorporate chakra attributes? The dog crossed its arms and grinned. Within you reside 6 chakra attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, and Yin. Utilizing these 6 chakra types allows you to learn corresponding jutsu. You have already mastered fire release. Since you are familiar with fire chakra and can attempt to fuse it with the Rasengan, here is a scroll containing insights on integrating chakra attributes into jutsu. Take it and study it diligently. With that, the dog expelled a scroll towards Sasuke, who eagerly caught it and began to peruse its contents. Meanwhile, the Yellow Flash, noting there was still ample time for today's transformation technique, activated the Flying Thunder God and left the training ground. The next moment, a flash of yellow appeared in an underground base somewhere in Konoha. This was a facility left by Orochimaru, intended for research on various forbidden techniques and the cultivation of Hashirama cells. After being discovered by the 3rd Hokage, the base had been sealed. However, the research results had been completely taken by Danzo, while the equipment remained intact and operational. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he could arrive here without damaging the seals. Having lived 2 lives, Minato understood the impending crisis posed by the Otsutsuki clan in the shinobi world. First came the 4th Great Ninja War's Kagaya Otsutsuki, followed by the hidden presence of Ishiki Otsutsuki, and then the sudden arrivals of Kinshiki and Momoshiki. Who could predict when other Otsutsuki might descend? Thus, he resolved to prepare thoroughly. At any cost, he aimed to ensure Naruto and Sasuke's growth. And if he could obtain Hinata's Byakugan and find a way to acquire the Rinnegan, it would become a vital force for protecting the shinobi world in the future. Though he could wield the Yin chakra of the Nine-Tails, even if he researched forbidden techniques or the powers of bloodline limits, his strength could at best rival that of Madara. Lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline, it would be exceedingly difficult to grow stronger. He decided to cultivate the 6 paths Naruto, 6 paths Sasuke, and Rinnegan Hinata. With this thought, he began to learn the operation of the cell cultivation equipment. The duration of the transformation technique was only 2.5 hours, so he had to make the most of his time studying how to use these devices. Kakashi gathered the members of Team 7 and announced the decision to register for the Chunin exam. Sakura was exhilarated and suggested they all go out for barbecue to celebrate. Kakashi quickly waved his hand. I shall pass. I have other matters to attend to. He needed to focus on mastering the 4 symbols seal. Although sealing his Sharingan had rejuvenated his chakra, he felt uncomfortable without it. If he could master the 4 symbols seal, he would be able to activate and deactivate his Sharingan at will, sealing it when low on chakra and unsealing it to unleash its power. Kakashi's participation was of little concern. Sakura looked expectantly at Sasuke. However, Sasuke quietly turned away, directing his gaze towards Naruto. Shall we train together? What? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. As Sasuke had actively invited Naruto to train with him, Naruto was equally surprised. He hadn't anticipated Sasuke's invitation. He nodded in agreement, then cast an apologetic glance at Sakura. Let's celebrate after the Chunin exam? For now, we need to focus on getting stronger. while his shadow clone trained in sage mode within his inner world. His main body followed Minato's plan to infuse wind chakra into the Rasengan. Having returned to the village for a day and trained for the entire day, he still struggled to find a breakthrough. Watching Naruto and Sasuke leave together, Sakura felt a pang of disappointment. At the training ground, Sasuke looked at Naruto, astonished. "You're also attempting to incorporate chakra attributes into the Rasengan?" Naruto nodded. "Yes, I plan to infuse wind chakra into the Rasengan." Sasuke felt a flicker of suspicion. Could that stray dog have spied on Naruto's training and then relayed this method to him? Upon seeing Naruto pull out a scroll and discover that its contents mirrored his own, his suspicions were confirmed. That dog was indeed cunning, having peeked at Naruto's training notes. Both were engrossed in their training, while the number of foreign participants in Konoha steadily increased. First, envoys from Iwagakure and Kumogakure arrived with their lower ninjas, followed by a substantial contingent from Otogakure. Soon after, a group from Amigakure, led by 6 lower ninjas, made their entrance. Konoha's higher-ups were busy accommodating the emissaries from various villages, while the Umbu began collecting intelligence on the visiting lower ninjas. Chunin and Jonin were assigned duties to maintain order and security in the village. "Ultimately, we have become mere lower ninjas," Kisame lamented, trailing behind Itachi Uchiha. Their current status was that of lower ninjas from Amigakure. Itachi suddenly halted, glancing at a dango shop by the street. "Let me treat you to some takoyaki." Kisame grinned. "It's rare for you to treat. Let's go." As they entered, they encountered a boy wearing sunglasses, shouting loudly inside the shop. "I told you, no killing octopuses." He pointed menacingly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hurried over, shoving the boy aside. "If you don't want to eat, then don't disturb others. I still have a business to run." The boy in sunglasses seethed with rage. "Do you want to die? How dare you provoke me, the killer bee?" The shopkeeper scoffed. "What lower ninja are you? This is Konoha. You cannot act recklessly here. Although the Hokage has instructed us to treat you kindly, do not overstep your bounds." Who else could the boy in sunglasses be but the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? In Kumogakure, no one dared to kill octopuses, yet here in Konoha, they brazenly slaughtered them to make takoyaki? Just as he contemplated killing the shopkeeper, he was cautioned by the Eight Tails, "Hey, don't be impulsive." Chapter 22, Wind Release. Spiraling Shuriken, the hidden cloud village dispatched the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, and Darui. They also employed secret techniques to disguise themselves as lower ninjas from the hidden cloud village. The Eight Tails, known as the Bull Demon, possesses the form of an octopus with a bull's head. Karabi, being a perfect Jinchuriki, has gained the Eight Tails' approval, fostering a strong bond between them. Thus, Karabi forbids anyone from the hidden cloud village to harm the octopus, leading to the current scene. Upon hearing the Eight Tails' warning, Karabi regained his composure and noticed 2 individuals at the entrance. His instincts informed him that these 2 were formidable. Are they lower ninjas from the hidden rain village? Karabi expressed his astonishment, never expecting such strength to emerge from the hidden rain village. Kisame and Itachi Uchiha were equally taken aback, sensing a unique chakra emanating from the young man. Could he be a Jinchuriki? Curiosity piqued among the 3, and Karabi decided not to prolong the encounter, seizing the opportunity to exit the dumpling shop. As Itachi and Karabi brushed past each other, no one noticed the flicker of red light in Itachi's eyes. Upon stepping outside, the Eight Tails' voice echoed again. "Karabi, you've fallen under a Jinjutsu." The Eight Tails infused chakra into Karabi's body, liberating him from the illusion. Such a powerful Jinjutsu. Even I failed to detect it immediately. The Eight Tails spoke gravely, prompting Karabi to glance back. Inside the shop, Itachi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he was a Jinchuriki, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, no less. What intentions do they harbor? Are they plotting against Konoha? With this thought, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze. Adjacent to the dumpling shop was a modest tavern in Konoha. A middle-aged man with a full head of white hair, yet brimming with vitality, sat inside, drinking. The prominent kanji on his forehead protector was unmistakable. Who else could it be but Jiraiya? Flanked by 2 elegantly proportioned hostesses, he could easily indulge himself. Typically, Jiraiya would relish the opportunity to enjoy their company, but today, despite the alcohol, his thoughts were far removed from the present revelry. What is the 3rd Hokage scheming? After a prolonged absence from the village, he returned to find the situation far from optimistic. Training ground. Naruto, with a flash of inspiration, utilized the experience accumulation method of shadow clones, creating 200 clones in an instant. They diligently practiced, integrating wind chakra into the Rasengan. Sasuke initially dismissed it, but by the following day, upon witnessing Naruto's Rasengan, he was struck dumb with amazement. The Azure Rasengan had transformed into a brilliant white, rapidly spinning in Naruto's hand, accompanied by a shuriken-like phantom. Haha, I told you. I am the true genius. Naruto laughed heartily at Sasuke. In truth, you are doing quite well too. So don't lose heart. Keep pushing forward. Surprisingly, Sasuke did not react with anger, but rather silently entered a meditative state, gradually closing his eyes. He opened them to reveal the crimson of his Sharingan. Although merely a single tomo, he could perceive the flow of chakra within him. If Naruto could harness shadow clones for training, why had he not thought to employ the Sharingan for his own practice? Fire chakra. He closed his eyes, recalling the flow of chakra when unleashing the great fireball. Then, with a sudden resolve, he opened his eyes, extending his hand to condense a blue Rasengan. He continued to manipulate his chakra, concentrating the fire chakra into his palm. Concentrate. Soon, Sasuke's Rasengan became unstable. With a loud explosion, it abruptly dissipated. Despite this failure, Sasuke did not feel disheartened. Instead, he experienced a subtle thrill. In the moment before the Rasengan detonated, he observed its color shift to gold. This was the first time he had witnessed such a transformation during his training. Naruto also noticed this and was incredulous that Sasuke had achieved this step. A smirk graced Sasuke's lips as he looked proudly at Naruto. What do you think? Let us see who integrates their elemental chakra into the Rasengan first. With that, Sasuke resumed his training. With the assistance of his Sharingan, he was confident that he would soon master this technique. Observing this, Naruto hastily activated the Shadow Clone technique to continue his practice. The transformation of the Rasengan through the integration of elemental chakra was the first and crucial step. Once this step was completed, the next challenge would be to stabilize and control the amount. Just as Sasuke mastered the Great Fireball, and Itachi did as well, the sizes of their techniques varied greatly. This disparity depended on their ability to control the amount of elemental chakra. A lesser quantity would naturally yield diminished power. In Naruto's inner world, Minato stirred awake, finding Kushina peacefully asleep beside him. Observing the contented smile on her face, Minato exhaled in relief. At last, he had satisfied her. Recalling the tumult of the previous night and her insatiable gaze, he felt a headache coming on. Had it not been for the chakra of the Nine-Tails, would they have survived the evening's escapades? Stepping outside, he made his way to the beach. Naruto sat cross-legged on the sand, utterly still. Minato, with a flicker of thought, conjured several seagulls, directing them to disrupt Naruto, even landing on his head to peck at his hair. Yet, Naruto remained motionless, seemingly at one with nature. Preparation was nearing completion. Minato felt elated. Once Naruto mastered Sage Mode, his strength would rival that of a Kage, even surpassing it. With the Nin exams approaching, the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Stone, and Hidden Rain villages were all preparing to join the fray. If Naruto and Sasuke did not grow even stronger, they might not even pass the exams. Minato pondered the discrepancies in the timeline. How could the events differ so dramatically from the original timeline? Was it possible that Kakazu, Haiden, or even Zetsu had leaked information? Or perhaps Obito? Minato shook his head. Kushina had awakened and approached Minato, her expression grave. Darling, I just activated my Kagaya's Divine Eye. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki, the 2-Tails Jinchuriki, the 5-Tails Jinchuriki, the 4-Tails Jinchuriki, and the 1-Tails Jinchuriki have all arrived. Additionally, several powerful chakra signatures, including that of Master Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression turned serious. Although he had sensed the lower ninjas from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone, he had not activated Sage Mode to detect their chakra. He was taken aback to learn that they had dispatched Jinchuriki. Given his understanding of the Reikage, he could not allow Karabi to simply approach Konoha. If Karabi was present, then the Reikage must also be nearby. If the Reikage had arrived, what of the Tsuchikage? His dust release could pose a significant threat to Naruto. He took a deep breath and declared, "Understood, leave it to me." Chapter 23. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Just as Minato was about to initiate the spirit transformation technique and depart from Naruto's inner world, he beheld an elderly man with a prominent nose hovering outside. It was none other than the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. His expression was impassive as he regarded Naruto, a sphere of white light forming between his hands. Minato's countenance shifted dramatically. "Naruto, quickly, lend me your body." Without hesitation, Minato activated the spirit transformation technique. Seizing control of Naruto's form, Inoki remarked, "I regret having to resort to violence against a child." With that, the light in his hands suddenly expanded, enveloping Naruto in a cubic white veil. Dust release, original world separation technique. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Naruto vanish within the luminous barrier. Naruto, he bellowed. What have you done to Naruto? Ignoring the formidable presence before him, Sasuke demanded an answer. Inoki replied coolly, his power is too great, posing a threat to the safety of the other ninja villages, so I eliminated him preemptively. What? Sasuke clenched his fists, seething with rage as he glared at Inoki. Chakra surged within him, flooding toward his eyes. You seek death. Sasuke concentrated a Rasengan and charged recklessly at Inoki. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan began to spin, stabilizing into the three-tomo form. Inoki's focus was on Naruto. With the elimination of Konoha's flying thunder god, his objective would be achieved. Noticing Sasuke's approach, he turned away and soared from the training ground. Damn it, Naruto. Sasuke watched helplessly as Inoki fled, then frantically rushed to the spot where Naruto had disappeared. Yet, there was no sign of Naruto, only a deep pit reduced to atomic levels by the dust release. Sasuke slowly knelt down, tracing the ground with his fingers. Memories flickered in his mind, recalling that dusk when he first encountered Naruto, those soulful eyes that had met his gaze before turning away in a show of strength. It seemed that from that moment, Naruto had etched himself into his consciousness. Memories of their time together in school, the challenges they faced after graduation, and the missions in the Land of Fire rushed back to him. When confronted by Haiden's side, Naruto had unhesitatingly shielded him and even taught him the Rasengan. Images played in his mind like a slideshow. Damn it. Sasuke bowed his head as a transformation began in his chakra. A refreshing surge flowed into his eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan started spinning once more, accelerating with fervor. A six-pointed star quietly formed within his gaze. Sasuke felt the world darken around him, a realm of slaughter. What purpose does it serve? Naruto, he murmured, still bowing his head. You always said you wanted to become Hokage. Allow me to inherit your dream. Once I become Hokage, I shall instigate a reform in the ninja world. I will create a world devoid of bloodshed for you. Not far off, Itachi Uchiha stood quietly behind a tree root, questioning his existence. Each time he encountered Sasuke, he had activated Tsukuyomi, forcing him to witness the tragic demise of their parents. He had hoped this would stimulate Sasuke's awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. Despite employing Tsukuyomi multiple times, Sasuke remained with a single tomo. Now, witnessing Naruto's supposed death, Sasuke had unexpectedly awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan? Had his affection for Naruto surpassed that for their parents? Furthermore, Itachi had seen Inoki's dust release. Naruto was not truly dead but had activated some form of space-time ninjutsu at the critical moment. Itachi sighed and silently turned away, only to find Kisame approaching him briskly. Shall we watch the ensuing chaos? Itachi observed as numerous Konoha ninjas mobilized, explosions echoing in the distance. The third Hokage had witnessed Naruto's demise through a crystal ball, prompting the Umbu to act covertly as Inoki fled. Initially, Inoki's dust release eliminated 2 Umbu operatives. Then, the hosts of the Five Tails and Four Tails appeared, protecting Inoki. Killer Bee could no longer hold back, slaying the owner of the octopus balls in the street, only to be surrounded by Kakashi and Guy. Fighting erupted throughout Konoha, chaos reigning supreme. At this moment, sheets of white paper gathered before the two, revealing Conan's form. She announced, the 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails are all present. The leader is on his way. Itachi's expression darkened. He had previously conspired with the masked man, agreeing to annihilate the Uchiha clan and join Akatsuki, provided he would not harm Konoha or Sasuke during his lifetime. Now that the leader was arriving, would he breach their initial agreement and target Konoha? Conan continued. The 9 tails should be saved for the final sealing ceremony. Our immediate priority is to capture the other tailed beasts. Of course, if we can capture the 9 tails host, we could detain him for future sealing as well. Currently, Konoha is engaged with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. We shall observe the situation until the leader arrives. Itachi nodded slightly. As long as the leader's objective was the tailed beasts and not an assault on Konoha, that sufficed. The trio gradually departed, led by Itachi to the forest atop Hokage Rock. From their elevated vantage point, they could witness the unfolding battles. First, the ninjas of Konoha mobilized to organize the evacuation of civilians into shelters, while all ninja engaged in combat, launching a counteroffensive. In the southern region of Konoha, Kakashi and Guy confronted the 8 tails and 2 tails hosts, successfully relocating the battlefield outside the village. Meanwhile, in the eastern sector, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans faced the 5 tails host, also drawing the conflict away from the village. Hinata Hyuga led her team against the 4 tails host, while Saratobi Hiruzen summoned Enma to transform into a staff, launching the third Tsuchikage from the air outside the village. As the fourth Raikage approached Konoha, Jiraiya intercepted him outside the village. Lightning Cutter. Kakashi unleashed the attack, pressing onward toward Killer Bee, intent on piercing him. However, Killer Bee swiftly evaded with a body flicker technique, enveloping himself in a red chakra cloak as he activated his tailed beast transformation level 2. In the moment Kakashi struck air, Killer Bee charged at him with incredible speed. Lightning Release. Lightning Axe. The velocity was such that Kakashi had no chance to evade. A thunderous collision erupted, shaking the very earth. This lightning axe was a technique designed to harness kinetic energy through rapid speed, generating immense impact. The tailed beast transformation level 2 enveloped Killer Bee in a chakra cloak, adorned with a white bull skull, arguably his most potent attack aside from the tailed beast bomb. Kakashi was obliterated in an instant, yet he transformed into lightning, revealing it was merely a lightning clone. Chapter 24. Naruto vs. Raikage. In a critical moment, Minato seized control of Naruto's body and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Naruto to a secluded grove outside the village. He entered Sage Mode, attuning his senses to the surrounding environment. Naruto, Kushina, please assist Jiraiya-sensei, he urged. Jiraiya was engaged in battle with the Raikage, requiring time to enter Sage Mode. However, the Raikage speed was astonishingly swift. Jiraiya's attempts to enter Sage Mode were thwarted twice. Without Sage Mode, Jiraiya was no match for the Raikage. Kushina, recognizing the urgency of the situation, nodded resolutely. Minato, you go. Minato ceased further dialogue, employing the Hiraishin technique to depart from Naruto's inner world. Jiraiya grimaced inwardly, astonished by the Raikage's extraordinary speed. It took him 15 minutes of hand seals to activate Sage Mode, yet the Raikage afforded him no opportunity. Even Gamabunta, the giant toad, failed to impede him, leaving Jiraiya without a chance to regroup. Jiraiya, die. The Raikage transformed into a blur, charging at Jiraiya once more. His lightning release armor crackled ominously, and the chakra coalesced in his palm. Lightning Annihilation. This move could pierce through anything, coupled with his incredible speed. The Raikage was confident that Jiraiya would be unable to evade. In the midst of forming his hand seals, Jiraiya was compelled to abandon his Sage Mode once again. Swiftly, he formed the necessary signs. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. The next moment, a vast swamp materialized before the Raikage, impeding his speed in the muddy terrain. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya bit his finger and formed seals once more. Summoning, Crushing Merchant Technique. A colossal toad was summoned from above, plummeting downward with great velocity. As the Raikage struggled to escape the quagmire, he glanced up to see a massive shadow blotting out the sun. With a resounding crash, the giant toad landed, plunging the Raikage deeper into the Hell Swamp. Jiraiya, aware of the peril, did not hesitate to clasp his hands together again, simultaneously taking flight. He intended to distance himself from the Raikage while preparing to enter Sage Mode, but he underestimated the Raikage's escape speed. The Raikage, with unparalleled might, carved a tunnel through the ground, re-emerging with astonishing speed, closing in on the fleeing Jiraiya. Damn it! How relentless! Jiraiya exclaimed, shocked at the Raikage's rapid resurgence. At that moment, the Raikage sensed something amiss and retreated a few steps. With a thunderous crash, Naruto descended from above, striking the ground where the Raikage had been. Jiraiya, recognizing Naruto, was momentarily taken aback before urgency set in. Kid, are you here to throw your life away? You need to get out of here. However, upon seeing Naruto's tilted head, he felt a surge of confidence. The orange eye shadow and the familiar natural chakra indicated that Naruto was in Sage Mode. Moreover, it was the Sage Art of Mount Myaboku. What astonished Jiraiya even more was that Naruto had entered Sage Mode without the aid of the Toad Sage, implying that he had mastered Sage techniques entirely. Just like Minato. Is that you, Naruto? Jiraiya exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Naruto grinned. Yeah, you must be Jiraiya-sensei, huh? Quite the greasy old man. Under normal circumstances, Jiraiya would have engaged in banter with Naruto, but time was of the essence. Naruto, can you buy me some time? With Naruto in Sage Mode, even if he couldn't defeat the Raikage, he should be able to hold him off for a moment. Naruto nodded. You should hurry. I need to help Sasuke too. The Raikage squinted, recognizing the boy before him as the famed flying thunder god of Konoha. What was Inoki thinking? With the attack on Konoha underway, did it not imply that Inoki had successfully ambushed the flying thunder god? Had Inoki failed? Humph, truly a bumbling fool. The Raikage sneered. So, you're the flying thunder god of Konoha? Regardless, it makes no difference. His plan to eliminate the flying thunder god was still intact, regardless of Inoki's failure. His primary objective in Konoha was to retrieve the Jinchuriki, including Killer Bee. Naruto regarded the Raikage with a serious demeanor, aware that his first battle upon mastering Sage Mode was against an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Although apprehensive, he steeled himself for the confrontation. Forming hand seals, he executed the multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, a thick mist erupted, revealing 200 clones of Naruto. The Raikage smirked at the sight. Against me, mere numbers are futile. The 200 Narutos began their hand seals, yet the Raikage's speed surpassed them all. He transformed into a mere afterimage, like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he infiltrated the ranks of Narutos. Lightning flash. He concentrated lightning-release chakra into his fist, striking down each Naruto clone before they could complete their techniques. Where's the real one? The Raikage mused, surprised that none of the clones contained the original. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground, swiftly pulling the Raikage down into the earth. Naruto stealthily emerged, channeling chakra into his hand. Sage Art, Super Big Rasen Shuriken. The enormous spiraling sphere, over 2 meters in diameter, hurtled towards the Raikage's head. However, the Raikage unleashed a burst of lightning-release chakra, causing the earth around him to explode. He broke free, choosing to withstand Naruto's colossal attack head-on. With lightning-release chakra converging in his palm, he countered with lightning annihilation, Thousand Dance. The Raikage's hand pierced through the Super Big Rasen Shuriken, barely grazing Naruto's arm. As the Raikage prepared to strike at Naruto's neck, the massive shuriken detonated, sending the Raikage flying. The electrified palm narrowly missed Naruto's neck as he took the opportunity to distance himself, drenched in sweat. The sensation of brushing against death was far from pleasant. This is too powerful, Naruto thought, believing that mastering Sage Mode would make him formidable. Yet he found himself overmatched by the Raikage's speed. The Raikage reformed his lightning release armor and glared at Naruto. What's the matter? Aren't you going to use the Flying Thunder God technique? Or do you think you're unworthy of employing it against me? Naruto inwardly lamented. The Raikage's speed was unparalleled, and the only technique that could match it was the Flying Thunder God. However, he had yet to master that technique, which was only accessible when his father was present. Now, without Minato, he was at a loss. Chapter 25, Tailed Beast Ball. Despair if you do not employ the Flying Thunder God technique, then this time, you shall perish. The Raikage, concerned for Killer Bee, wished not to squander time in this place. Naruto, do not confront him directly, merely hold him off. Jiraiya, not far away, felt a tinge of worry. The previous scene had been perilously intense. With a spark of inspiration, Naruto turned to the Raikage and declared, "Very well. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my latest training." Within Naruto's inner world resided multiple shadow clones, some studying Sage Mode, while others honed sealing techniques learned from Kushina and the Uzumaki clan's abilities. The Raikage scoffed. The Flying Thunder God of Konoha likely remains oblivious to his proclivity for close-quarters combat. You wish to test your skills on me? The more you underestimate me, the greater my chance to eliminate you. Otherwise, should you utilize the Flying Thunder God to flee, I would truly be at a loss. Unleash whatever techniques you possess. The Raikage channeled his chakra to its zenith, his lightning armor erupting in a blinding radiance, even causing his hair to stand on end. Lightning release armor formed too. The Raikage's most formidable state. With a whoosh, the Raikage propelled himself forward, his body akin to a cannonball. No need for a sprint. He attained astonishing speed in an instant. Lightning release, Thunderblade. In a heartbeat, he found himself before Naruto. Naruto, hands clasped together, prepared to gather chakra but was astounded by the Raikage's swiftness. Fortunately, Sage Mode endowed him with a sense of impending danger, allowing his body to react preemptively. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the Raikage charge. The Raikage, undeterred, executed a sudden halt, pivoting sharply 180 degrees, barreling toward Naruto once more. This exchange granted Naruto ample opportunity to gather his chakra. This time, he chose not to evade, maintaining his hands in a prayer-like position. He maximized the flow of chakra within him. Vortex chains, convergence. 2 chakra chains erupted from Naruto's being, swirling in the air. Observing this, the Raikage did not alter his trajectory. He believed nothing could withstand his assault. Shatter everything. The Raikage's speed peaked, shielded by his lightning armor. No one could obstruct him. Naruto, unfazed, guided the chakra chains toward the Raikage. Unyielding, the Raikage unleashed a punch, colliding with the chakra chains. Contrary to expectations of destruction, the chains merely veered off course yet continued to tighten around him. What? The Raikage was taken aback. He struck again, only to meet the same outcome. The chains were deflected but not obliterated, Their constricting pace merely slowed. Eventually, the chains would inevitably tighten fully, with no room for maneuver. The Raikage found himself ensnared, bound tightly. "Well done," Jiraiya exclaimed, exhilarated by Naruto's ability to manifest chakra chains. It seemed Kushina's genes were indeed formidable. The Nine-Tails within him sighed in relief. After all, these chains had even once bound him. If the Raikage were to shatter them, how could he maintain his pride? Furiously, the Raikage grasped the chakra chains, straining against them. His well-developed biceps bulged, the power of lightning-infused chakra amplifying his strength tremendously. Naruto's expression shifted. This is incredibly strong. The chains, formed from his chakra, conveyed their precarious state to him, teetering on the brink of rupture. "I can barely hold on." With a crack, the chakra chains were forcibly torn apart by the Raikage smite. The Nine-Tails' demeanor darkened, casting a grave glance toward the Raikage. In the past, when Kushina had employed the chakra chains to bind him, they too had endured for 2 minutes. This indicated that the Raikage's strength matched that of his own. Despite the chain's severance, remnants still clung to the Raikage. Without hesitation, Naruto formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. A dense fog erupted, revealing 500 Narutos. They surrounded the Raikage, swiftly forming hand seals. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fireball. Sage Art, Wind Release, Super Great Breakthrough. 500 Narutos unleashed a barrage of potent ninjutsu upon the Raikage. Enhanced by Sage Chakra, these techniques surpassed ordinary ninjutsu in both potency and scale. The familiar concoction startled both Kushina and the Nine-Tails within Naruto's inner world. They had never witnessed such an onslaught. Jiraiya's jaw dropped, his eyes bulging. A torrent of flames surged forth, amplified by the wind release, distorting the very air around them. The location of the Raikage transformed into a dazzling golden spectacle, akin to a man-made sun, capable of incinerating all. On Hokage Rock, Kasame's shark-like eyes widened in disbelief. Who is that kid? The jutsu unleashed by his shadow clones is astonishingly powerful. It is Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, who has also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Itachi Uchiha remarked calmly. "What?" Kisame gasped. "Is it truly him? If I were to face such a force, I might not stand a chance." As for Konan, she too felt unease. Fire release terrified her. "What's happening?" Kisame suddenly shouted, noticing Killer Bee outside the village, engaged in combat with Kakashi and Guy. Completely transformed into his tailed beast form. Gathering an intensely concentrated black sphere of chakra, he unleashed it toward Kakashi. Tailed beast ball. Kakashi executed a body flicker technique, narrowly evading as the enormous tailed beast ball hurtled toward Konoha, targeting Hokage Rock where the village's refuge lay, filled with civilians devoid of any means to defend themselves. Worry, shock, disbelief, and despair etched the faces of nearly all ninjas as they beheld the tailed beast ball. Kisame and Konan's expressions shifted dramatically. "Damn it. Am I to perish merely from the aftermath of this battle?" Kisame cursed vehemently, just as Itachi contemplated whether to deploy Susanoo to withstand the tailed beast ball. A familiar flash of yellow zipped past them. A well-known stray dog materialized before them. Simultaneously, a colossal spiderweb-like array appeared atop Hokage Rock. A space-time barrier. The massive tailed beast ball roared toward them, only to be halted by the barrier. "What is this?" Everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene. Particularly the ninjas who had endured the Night of the Nine-Tails. Their eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 26. Noki vs. Sarutobi Hiruzen upon the summit of Hokage Rock. A stray dog stood, its yellow fur mirroring the hue of the fourth Hokage's hair. The same technique, the same location, where the tailed beast bomb had once been neutralized. It was as if the fourth Hokage's ceremonial robes had been left behind. The tailed beast bomb was engulfed by a spatial barrier, preventing any explosion from occurring in that vicinity. However, miles away, in an uninhabited lake, a tremendous explosion erupted. The tailed beast bomb had been transferred far from the original site. The ninjas of Konohagakure rejoiced. Indeed, it was the Flying Thunder God. A familiar strategy. "This village shall be under my protection." The dog, embodying the spirit of Minato, spoke in human tongue. Konan and Kisame exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before regarding the canine with grave expressions. The dog turned away, declaring, "Regardless of your intentions, should you threaten this village, I will not hesitate to confront you." Konan quickly interjected, "These tailed beasts wreak havoc upon the world. If we act against them, will you turn on us as well?" The current situation was intricate, and Konan sought to avoid creating formidable foes. The dog shook its head, stating, "You may not lay a finger on the Nine-Tails. The others are fair game." as I harbor no interest in the tailed beasts. Capturing the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, who wields the Flying Thunder God technique, is a futile endeavor. Our primary targets are the other tailed beasts. Conan fell silent, refraining from further discourse. On the opposite side of the village, Orochimaru lurked in the shadows, his expression one of amusement as he observed the unfolding scene. Noki, from his elevated position, regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with an impassive demeanor. Are you initiating the Ninja World War? Suchikage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, clutching the Monkey King, questioned coldly. Noki replied, if a battle is to ensue, we shall not shy away. However, our objective this time is to eradicate the Flying Thunder God of Konohagakure. It is unavoidable, for you would certainly not acquiesce to the execution of a genius who masters the Flying Thunder God, would you? Thus, I must take matters into my own hands. As he surveyed the battle unfolding in Konohagakure, he chuckled to himself. It was said that after the death of Namikaze Minato, the village's strength waned. And with the subsequent annihilation of the Uchiha clan, it had fallen to unprecedented weakness. Observing the situation now, it appeared to be true. Sarutobi Hiruzen, befuddled, retorted, what Flying Thunder God? This is merely your pretext for instigating war. Even if Konohagakure is weakened, subduing you would be more than sufficient. Noki remained unfazed, slowly raising his hands to direct chakra towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dust release, original world obliteration technique. In the next instant, a white conical beam shot towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. At such proximity, he had no time to evade. Boom. In an instant, dust engulfed the area, reducing anything that came into contact with the white beam to ashes. Disintegrated at an atomic level. Is this dust release? Orochimaru pondered with astonishment. If he could master such a technique, would it be effective against Uchiha Itachi in a surprise attack? Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen being struck, Noki shook his head. The Hokage is merely at this level. The strength of Konohagakure is indeed as rumored, even inferior to Sunagakure. However, just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a figure darting forth, brandishing the Rui Jingu Bang as it descended from the heavens. It was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey King, he bellowed, as the Rui Jingu Bang struck Noki. A hand unexpectedly reached out to grasp Noki by the neck. Sarutobi Hiruzen landed, forcefully dragging Noki downwards. Noki had not anticipated that the dust release was merely a shadow clone. Now, he found himself successfully ambushed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Hokage was indeed cunning. However, he remained unperturbed. The Monkey King exerted tremendous force, crushing Naka's neck. In the next moment, Noki transformed into a clay statue. Earth clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly became vigilant, only to see a hand emerge from the ground, seizing the Rui Jingu Bang. Earth release, heavy stone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the Rui Jingu Bang grow unbearably heavy, prompting him to relinquish it without hesitation. He swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release, fireball. Sarutobi Hiruzen expelled a torrent of flames toward Naka's hand. Noki reacted swiftly, executing. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted, blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's jutsu. In that instant, Noki burrowed underground and descended once more into the sky. Without the Rui Jingu Bang, what can you possibly do against me now? No sooner had he spoken than Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a shuriken from his ninja pouch. With a vigorous throw, he sent it flying towards Noki. Noki smirked derisively, but then saw Sarutobi Hiruzen forming hand signs rapidly. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In the next moment, the shuriken soaring towards Noki transformed into hundreds of shuriken. A dense barrage expanded the attack range by 100-fold. Noki dodged left and right midair, barely evading the onslaught of shuriken. Yet, he soon realized Sarutobi Hiruzen had completed his hand signs. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several fist-sized compressed air blasts shot from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, hurtling toward Noki in the sky like bullets. Is this ever going to end? Noki lamented. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to command an overwhelming array of jutsu, launching relentless attacks against him, rendering him unable to gather chakra for a dust release counterattack. In that case, after dodging the vacuum sphere, Noki descended to the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having mastered a vast repertoire of jutsu, aimed to exploit his advantages. Naka's strength lay in dust release. He must keep attacking to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from unleashing it. Water release, great waterfall technique. As Noki touched down, he saw a torrent of water surging toward him. Yet, Noki remained composed, swiftly forming hand signs. Earth release, earth flow wall. An earthen wall rose to block the oncoming water. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a sly grin. He formed hand signs once more. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. The contaminated water conducted electricity, and the current penetrated the damp earthen wall, striking Noki directly. Noki was jolted by the electric shock, vitality rapidly waning. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped forward, activating the body flicker technique to appear before Noki, thrusting a kunai into his neck. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. The Noki he had struck was merely an earth clone. Earth release, heavy stone technique. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Noki had materialized behind him. Executing the heavy stone technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his entire body grow heavy, unable even to raise a hand. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. When did this happen? He questioned, confusion etched across his face. Noki chuckled. The moment you touched down, I activated the earth clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's realization dawned. The earth flow wall had been a diversion created by the clone. The real Noki had hidden away, biding his time. Sighing, Noki declared, "Your era has come to an end. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." Chapter 27. The stray dog. With a broader perspective, Noki gazed impassively at Sarutobi Hizashi, extending his hands as he began to gather chakra. The bloodline limit. A fusion of two chakra types yielding a new chakra nature includes examples such as wood release, ice release, and crystal release. Dust release, however, combines wind, fire, and earth chakra attributes, transforming them into a novel property that surpasses the bloodline limit, reaching the level of bloodline elimination. Unless one possesses a comparable bloodline elimination achieved through the amalgamation of an equal number of chakra attributes or integrates all chakra attributes into a singular bloodline. Nothing can withstand the destructive force of dust release, which can reduce anything to atomic levels. Nevertheless, every technique has its weaknesses. The hungry ghost path of the Rinnegan can absorb dust release, rendering it ineffective against its wielder. Madara, a holder of the Rinnegan, has no fear of dust release. Furthermore, the process of gathering dust release requires time. If one is swift enough, they may disrupt the technique before its completion or escape. In the original timeline, Naruto had exploited this flaw, with Gaara's assistance, to interrupt the second Tsuchikage's dust release during the reanimation jutsu. Now, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself ensnared by Naka's heavy stone technique. As if a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him, he could neither flee nor even raise his hands to form seals. Was he to meet his demise? Struggling, he turned his gaze towards the distant Hokage rock. Perhaps the rumors outside were true. Konoha truly had grown weak and vulnerable. If only he had initiated the Reaper Death Seal during the Night of the Nine-Tails, perishing alongside the beast, he might not find himself in this predicament against Noki. In moments of crisis, he had never hesitated, ultimately becoming Hokage. Yet now, he found himself faltering, while Minato faced the Nine-Tails without hesitation. Why could he not summon the same resolve as before? "Minato, I am truly sorry." Noki granted him no time for repentance as dust release coalesced. Just as he began to utter the incantation, a flash of yellow streaked before him. His eyes widened in disbelief as a stray dog appeared, astonishingly clutching a basketball-sized Rasengan in its paw. The yellow flash, renowned for its mastery of the Rasengan. It was the hallmark of that legendary figure. The Minato dog had arrived. The great Rasengan. The dog's paw unhesitatingly pressed the colossal Rasengan against Noki. With a resounding boom, the rapidly spinning chakra erupted upon impact. The dust release technique had barely begun to form, collapsing under the strain of maintaining chakra. Noki let out a pained scream as he was launched into the sky like a cannonball. Sarutobi Hizashi stood in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The dog, standing upright with its front paws crossed, cast him a sidelong glance, revealing a peculiar smile. The sunlight was obstructed by the Minato dog, creating a dazzling yet warm glow that dazzled Hizashi's eyes. Noki felt his insides roiling violently, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Even Konoha's dog can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Frustration welled within him. Having just dispatched one user of the technique, another had appeared. And it was a dog no less. To his astonishment, he suddenly noticed a Flying Thunder God formula inscribed upon himself. What is this? Naka's expression shifted drastically as he hastily formed seals. Earth release, rock transformation. His body rapidly hardened, resembling stone. Simultaneously, another flash of yellow appeared behind him. The Minato dog brandished a kunai, swiftly slashing towards his neck. With a metallic clang, sparks flew, but the kunai could not pierce through Naka's hardened form. The Minato dog sighed, regretting that it had chosen to show off in front of Sarutobi Hizashi, thus missing the optimal opportunity to subdue Noki. Had he injured him, compelling him to reveal the secrets of dust release. It would have been a splendid strategy. However, Naka's reflexes proved remarkably swift. Though he could not move due to his rock transformation, he retained control over his chakra, propelling himself skyward. He had to find a way to eliminate the Flying Thunder God formula inscribed upon him. Lingering in Konoha was no longer an option. In that moment, he finally understood why Konoha's yellow flash was so formidable. The Flying Thunder God formula had insidiously marked him. Once inscribed, his fate lay in the hands of the one who bore the technique. Sensing Naka's hasty retreat, exceeding the range of his Flying Thunder God perception, Minato realized he had no intention of returning. Did this mean they would need to withdraw? Ignoring the encumbered Sarutobi Hizashi, he activated the Flying Thunder God, reappearing atop Hokage Rock to safeguard the village from potential destruction by tailed beast bombs. Outside the village, having just entered Sage Mode for the first time, Naruto struggled to harness its immense power. After unleashing 500 powerful jutsu, he emerged from Sage Mode, uncertain of the Raikage's fate. However, Kushina reminded him, he is not dead. The lightning release armor protected him. Naruto was taken aback, his heart racing. He survived that? Indeed. The charred Raikage suddenly opened his eyes, his clothes and hair reduced to ash, though devoid of hair. His gaze brimmed with murderous intent as the lightning release armor emanated in overwhelming pressure, confronting Naruto with the taste of death itself. In the internal realm, the Nine-Tails felt a surge of excitement. With Naruto at a loss, it seemed the time had come for it to make an appearance. Having always admired Minato, it was time to showcase its power. Yet, just as it prepared to lend chakra to Naruto, Jiraiya approached, exuding a formidable presence with two toads perched on his shoulders. What is this? The Nine-Tails paused, wondering if it had missed its chance. Jiraiya stood before Naruto, grinning widely. Leave the rest to me. Eager to distance himself from the enraged Raikage, Naruto wasted no time, dispelling his shadow clones and retreating to a safe distance. Furious, the Raikage had never felt so humiliated. Scorched to the point of being hairless, no one would escape. His lightning-released chakra surged once more, transforming him into a blur as he charged towards Naruto. Yet Jiraiya was swift, having entered Sage Mode. Though he could not match the Raikage's speed, he could intercept him. You seek death. The Raikage roared as he swung his fist towards Jiraiya. Heavy flow burst. Chapter 28, sealing the Raikage confronted with the Raikage's rapid charge. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals with both hands and struck the ground. Summoning. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white mist erupted, revealing a vividly colored toad adorned with iron rings on its arms. Iron-armed toad. The Raikage's fierce strike approached in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the Raikage's powerful fist collided with the iron-armed toad. To his astonishment, the Raikage found that the toad was able to withstand his assault. What? He exclaimed, taken aback that a mere toad could thwart his attack. At that moment, Jiraiya quickly concluded his hand seals. Sage Art. 5 right gates. The Sage Fukasaku unleashed a gust of wind, while Sage Shima conjured flames, and Jiraiya infused the mix with toad oil. A colossal wave of fire surged towards the Raikage. A spectacle so grand that even the battle-hardened Raikage had never witnessed anything like it. On the Hokage Rock, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, unable to fathom that Jiraiya could unleash such a vast fire technique, an output that seemed beyond the measure of chakra. Kisame was equally astonished, recognizing it as the legendary Three Sages, indeed formidable. The scale of this technique surpassed even his most powerful water jutsu. Konan observed the scene with a complex expression. The man before her was her mentor, yet now she found herself potentially at odds with him. The Raikage's expression turned grim, teeth clenched in determination. There is no escaping this. The technique was too close, and its range far too extensive. No matter how swift he was, he could not evade it. Resolutely, he charged once more towards Jiraiya, disregarding the flames. Jiraiya executed a body flicker technique, distancing himself from the Raikage as he formed seals once again. Sage Art. Hair Needle Saban. In an instant, Jiraiya's hair shot towards the Raikage in a flurry of needles, anticipating the Raikage's reckless advance. Without waiting for the technique's effects to manifest, Jiraiya lunged towards the Raikage. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The two colossal toads leaped into action. Sage Art. Unbreakable. Their incantation resonated, penetrating the Raikage's mind through sound. Having activated his lightning armor to block Jiraiya's hair needle Samban, the Raikage suddenly found the scene before him shifting. Illusion? He quickly realized that his lightning armor, composed of gathered lightning chakra, continuously stimulated his body. Under such circumstances, he should not have been susceptible to genjutsu. Yet, he was ensnared nonetheless. With no time to ponder further, he hastily attempted to dispel the illusion, only to find to his astonishment that he could not break free. What is happening? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was utterly bewildered, never having encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon. As the two toad sages continued their incantation, Jiraiya retrieved a scroll. After a glance, he swiftly inscribed characters upon it with a brush. Soon after, he sealed it and formed hand seals rapidly. For symbol seal, patterns began to spread across the scroll, rapidly enveloping the Raikage, with the seals swiftly embedding themselves into his body. In an instant, the Raikage's lightning armor visibly faded, his chakra sealed away, rendering him unable to utilize it any longer. Though Jiraiya had learned the four symbols seal, he had not fully mastered it and required the scroll to inscribe the patterns, allowing him to use it with great effort. He did not wish to kill the Raikage, otherwise, it would have been a deadly strike rather than a sealing technique. Done, Jiraiya declared. The two toad sages ceased their chanting, and the Raikage finally emerged from the illusion. Upon seeing Jiraiya, his first instinct was to crush him, but he was shocked to find his chakra was inaccessible. Curse you! What have you done to me? The Raikage seethed. Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, Raikage, can we now have a proper conversation? Killing the Raikage would not alter the situation. It would only precipitate a war between the Cloud and Leaf villages. Jiraiya hoped to resolve matters through dialogue. On the opposite side of Konoha, Killer Bee, having fully transformed into the Eight-Tails, wreaked havoc. His title of Murderous Bee was exemplified in full force. Kakashi panted heavily, dodging the onslaught of the Eight-Tails, realizing he was outmatched. Meanwhile, Guy had activated the sixth gate of the Eight Gates and was evenly matched against the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, just as Kakashi found himself at a loss. A figure descended from the heavens, Naruto, who had taken a moment to recover after battling the Raikage. Taking advantage of his brief respite, he re-entered Sage Mode. Having learned from his previous experience, he skillfully controlled his chakra, now more adept than before. Naruto? You're alive? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished. Prior to the turmoil in Konoha, he had heard from Hiruzen that Naruto had been slain by the third Tsuchikage. He could scarcely believe it, for within Naruto resided his teacher, Minato. Despite battling the Eight-Tails, he had not located Naruto, only witnessing a dog on Hokage Rock activating a space-time barrier to redirect the Eight-Tails' tailed beast bomb. He had thought Naruto was truly dead, but seeing him now brought a sigh of relief. Minato had not extinguished his legacy. Be careful, that S-tailed beast, the Eight-Tails. Naruto nodded, turning to face the colossal creature. Naruto. At that moment, Sasuke arrived, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of his intact friend. He had witnessed Naruto's death at the hands of Inoki during their training session, and had mourned deeply, even awakening his Mangekyou Sharingan. Yet here was Naruto, unscathed, secretly preparing for battle. Unaware that Sasuke had awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan, Naruto pointed to his own eyes, the orange eyeshadow strikingly visible. See? I've become much stronger, he declared. Extending his hand to gather chakra, he first formed a massive Rasengan, then infused it with wind chakra. The Rasengan gradually transformed into a white sphere, its exterior adorned with the spinning shadows of shuriken. What is that? Kakashi gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief at Naruto's creation. Sasuke, equally astonished, refused to be outdone. In the blink of an eye, his eyes transformed, revealing the six-pointed star pattern of the Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes grew even wider. Is that the Mangekyou Sharingan? Chapter 29, Dance of the Fire Release. Spiral Flash Zero style. Sasuke's lips curled slightly upward. It was uncertain whether his joy stemmed from the awakening of his Mangekyou Sharingan or the knowledge that Naruto had survived. He extended his right hand, conjuring a brilliant blue Rasengan. With the capabilities of his Mangekyou Sharingan, he meticulously controlled the fire chakra, infusing it into the Rasengan. In no time, the fist-sized sphere swelled to the size of a basketball. Its color transitioned from a vivid blue to a shimmering gold, resembling a miniature sun. The atmosphere around him grew intensely heated. Kakashi could not help but break into a cold sweat. What had Sasuke endured? With this golden Rasengan and his Mangekyou Sharingan, his power likely surpassed that of Naruto. The Eight-Tails observed the high-speed, shuriken-like chakra swirling in Naruto's hand, then glanced at the golden sphere in Sasuke's grasp that heated the surrounding air. He felt compelled to take the situation seriously. If struck by either of those attacks, even he would be hard-pressed to withstand it. It was time to prepare his ultimate move. The Eight-Tails began to gather an exceptionally high concentration of chakra. Naruto, astonished, raised his technique and declared, "This technique is called Sage Art. Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. What about yours?" Sasuke, with a smile, replied, I've already named mine, Fire Release, Dance of the Spiral Flash Zero style. Atop Hokage Rock, Itachi Uchiha watched with a complex expression as Minato's silhouette faded into the distance. That night, Minato had encouraged Sasuke to discover the love surrounding him. After sensing Minato's benevolence towards Sasuke, Itachi had entrusted him with the task of guiding his brother. To his surprise, Sasuke had awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan so swiftly and even developed a new technique. Judging by its potential, even the tailed beast would hesitate to confront it directly. This dog, no. Rather, the fourth Hokage was indeed more suited to guide Sasuke than he was. Minato was oblivious to Itachi's thoughts. He dared not underestimate the situation. This wandering dog was the subject of his spiritual possession technique. From initially being able to maintain possession for only 2 hours, he now managed 2.5. With his time of possession already halfway spent, he worried whether he could endure should the battle continue. Now, with the Eight Tails gathering its tailed beast bomb, he needed to remain vigilant to prevent the annihilation of Konohagakure. Though he knew Itachi would not allow the village to be destroyed, Itachi's Susanoo, even if empowered by the Yada Mirror, could at most protect a portion of the land, not the entire village. Only his spatial barrier could shift the tailed beast bomb's trajectory. The Eight Tails successfully gathered its tailed beast bomb. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, then nodded. Go. Raisin Shuriken. Dance of the Spiral Flash Zero style. In Sage mode, Naruto hurled the Raisin Shuriken forward, while Sasuke, at the same moment, unleashed his technique. A purple phantom materialized around his arm. Itachi's eyes sparkled with recognition, the Susanoo that emerged after awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. Thus, Sasuke's Susanoo shimmered with a violet hue. Naruto's formidable wind release and Sasuke's potent fire release whirled towards the Eight Tails without hesitation. The Eight Tails retaliated with its tailed beast bomb. With a swift motion, the Eight Tails unleashed the bomb. Aki displayed concern. Though the reasons behind Naruto and Sasuke's newfound strength were unclear, the power of the Eight Tails bomb was undeniable. Even if it were to be redirected 100 miles away, its explosive force was palpable. Could Naruto and Sasuke's techniques withstand such an assault? Yuki licked his lips and broke into a sly grin. Unless one possessed tailed beast power, nothing could withstand the tailed beast bomb. Now was not the time for hesitation. Aki declared firmly, I believe in Naruto and Sasuke. Yet, despite his words, the scale of the tailed beast bomb dwarfed their techniques. The bomb's diameter neared 100 meters. While Naruto and Sasuke's jutsu measured merely 1 meter, suddenly, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The Raisin Shuriken and the Dance of the Spiral Flash Zero style drew towards each other mid-flight, merging into one. With a whoosh, a golden sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter materialized, adorned with the shimmering silhouettes of shuriken. This colossal sphere collided directly with the Eight Tails tailed beast bomb. Boom! A black sphere and a golden orb met in midair, suspended in a violent tremor. They had successfully intercepted it. Aki's expression brightened, while Yuki wore a grave countenance. The tailed beast bomb's might was second only to the Nine Tails among all tailed beasts. The two mere genin from Konoha had managed to halt it? The two immense spheres trembled violently, and soon the frequency of their quaking reached its peak. Boom! The two titanic orbs erupted, transforming into a golden sphere over 500 meters in diameter. A terrifying wave of heat radiated outward, accompanied by a fierce gale. Nearby trees and soil were swept away, vaporized by the intense heat. What a cataclysmic display of power! Kakashi had already dispelled the Four Symbols seal, revealing his Crimson Sharingan. No matter how he looked at it, he could not discern the events occurring within that luminous sphere. The shockwave approached. Without a second thought, he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. The earthen and watery barriers enveloped him for protection. Fortunately, the explosion occurred far enough from the village. While the walls of Konoha sustained some damage, it remained minimal. Was this attack instigated solely due to the appearance of the Flying Thunder God? Elsewhere, Jiraiya's face hardened, a flicker of anger crossing his features. The Raikage scoffed, stating, during the Third Shinobi World War, the Flying Thunder God dictated the battlefield's outcome. Its existence shatters the balance between nations and must not be permitted. Jiraiya felt a pang of sorrow. He had dedicated his life to writing novels, striving for the world of mutual understanding espoused by the Sage of the Toads, a world where nations understood and trusted one another. But now, Konoha had merely showcased the Flying Thunder God, and they were willing to launch an attack, even instigate war. Could such a world ever be realized? Raikage. Two figures approached from a distance, one in front and one behind, positioning themselves protectively beside the Raikage, warily observing Jiraiya. They were the Raikage guards. Upon receiving news of the battle in Konoha, the Raikage had rushed there with utmost urgency, leaving his guards far behind. Now that the fight had concluded, they had just arrived at the scene. However, they had not forgotten their mission and were prepared to sacrifice their lives to protect the Raikage. Despite facing Jiraiya in Sage Mode, they did not falter. "Stand down," the Raikage commanded. "You are no match for him. Retreat." He was well aware of Jiraiya's prowess. If he wished, he could extinguish their lives at any moment. The Raikage turned to Jiraiya, and with a resigned tone, he said, "You have won. There is nothing more to discuss. Go ahead, kill me." Chapter 30. The third Hokage. It would be exceedingly simple to take your life. You may leave now. Jiraiya had no intention of killing Raikage, as his demise would not benefit Konoha. In fact, it could exacerbate the situation. The forces from Kumogakure had already retreated. And if you wish to avoid trouble with the Eight Tails, you should take them and depart. Raikage could hardly fathom that Jiraiya would permit him to leave. Moreover, with Kumogakure's withdrawal, had the mission been a success or a failure? "Raikage, we must leave. The situation is not in our favor," Darui urged, stepping forward. Noki had given the order to retreat. The Four Tails and Five Tails had already withdrawn. Killer Beast-tailed Beast Bomb had been devoured by a mysterious spatial barrier and was now being restrained by Konoha's lower ninjas. The wooden puppet was unable to break through Guy's defenses. It is noteworthy that Konoha's Nine Tails had yet to make an appearance. Raikage was taken aback by Naka's swift escape, feeling frustrated. Yet, he understood that further delay would only hinder their escape. "Withdraw," Raikage commanded. Without hesitation, Darui produced a signal arrow and shot it into the sky. It was a retreat order. Killer Bee and the wooden puppet, though unaware of the circumstances, retreated with utmost speed. On Hokage Rock, a piece of paper floated before Konan. She extended her slender fingers to receive it and glanced briefly at its contents. "Let us go," she murmured, turning slowly and departing silently. Kisame hurried to follow. Uchiha Itachi cast a lingering look at Minato's back before following Konan away. In the northern region of Konoha, in a forest 50 miles from the village, the retreating Iwagakure ninjas lay scattered on the ground, including the hosts of the Four Tails and Five Tails. Accompanied by a heavy aura, a figure cloaked in red clouds and black robes emerged slowly from the depths of the woods. It was Pain of the Akatsuki. Having received word of many Jinchuriki in Konoha, he had rushed over, only to unexpectedly encounter the retreating Four Tails and Five Tails along the way. He seized the opportunity to capture them. The human path extracted their souls, confirming that Iwagakure had retreated. In that case, Kumogakure's Eight Tails and Two Tails would soon follow suit. Consequently, Pain notified Konan and the others to prepare an ambush. Orochimaru displayed a moment of hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was ensnared by the heavy rock technique, guarded by only two Umbu. At this juncture, he could eliminate him effortlessly. However, such an act would be devoid of honor. Moreover, one of the Umbu was his disciple, Mitarashi Anko. If he were to strike now, would she not fight against him? After contemplation, Orochimaru chose to withdraw slowly. It seemed the plan to bring Konoha to ruin could not be set in motion. He cast a complex glance in the direction of Jiraiya. With Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha present, Konoha was beyond his capacity to shake. Just as Orochimaru departed, two Umbu suddenly collapsed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, then turned with difficulty to look behind him. There stood Danzo Shimura, bandaged and with a cold gaze, looking down upon him. "What do you intend to do?" Hiruzen's heart sank. His answer came in the form of a piercing through his heart. Did Danzo just kill the third? On Hokage Rock, Minato, utilizing his Sage Mode perception, witnessed this scene. He had thought he had saved the third from Noki, allowing him to survive until the fourth Great Ninja War. Yet, he had still met his end. Perhaps it was destined. He could not survive the Chunin exams. It was regrettable that Anko had also perished. She was a girl with a personality reminiscent of Kushina, quite admirable. Suddenly, Minato noticed that Anko's chakra was gradually recovering. Was it a feigned death? A metamorphosis? Orochimaru's survival skill had proven useful at this moment. The indomitable cockroach, indeed a formidable technique. Danzo sensed this as well. His expression turned icy as he prepared to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique shot forth. In an instant, a flash of yellow appeared. Anko, caught in the yellow flash, vanished. Danzo frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. Was the news of his killing Sarutobi about to leak? Furthermore, what had just transpired? It seemed he had glimpsed a shadow of a stray dog amidst the flash. A dog had learned to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique? Was it from the Inuzuka clan? Frustrated, Danzo returned to the root base and immediately ordered the capture of all stray dogs in Konoha. He visited the Inuzuka clan personally. Regardless of the dog or the flying thunder god, any creature that obstructed his ascent to Hokage and his ambition to restore Konoha's greatness must perish. In the cold, dim underground base, Minato had relocated Anko to this place. The underground chamber had been sealed by the third, and the exit had been blocked. Only with the use of spatial ninjutsu like the flying thunder god could one traverse here without compromising the seal. Anko had just shed her skin successfully, leaving her entirely bare and vulnerable. The surprise attack from Danzo had left her severely injured. Minato gazed at Anko's smooth form, her blood-stirring figure causing him to involuntarily bleed from his nose. That aspect could rival that of a grown daughter-in-law. In the aftermath of the Konoha battle, rumors circulated that Anko had betrayed Konoha, aligning herself with Orochimaru to assault Sarutobi. Further news of Sarutobi's assassination spread throughout the village, inciting deep resentment towards Orochimaru and Anko. Minato heard such rumors and witnessed root members slaughtering Konoha's stray dogs while searching for Anko. After careful consideration, he gathered some food and allowed the strays and Anko to remain in the underground base. He then returned his spirit to Naruto's body. This time, he transcended his limits. Minato had inhabited his form for nearly 3 hours. As anticipated, if one remained in the same species, the duration could be extended. Regrettably, the time spent in a human body was far too brief. Suddenly, a thought struck Minato. If he merely resided within a human vessel, could he not remain there permanently? The vessel lacked sentience. Eventually, utilizing the underground base left by Orochimaru, he could merge the genes of Sasuke, Naruto, Hinata, and Hashirama's cells, then excise the soul genes. This would allow him to clone a perfect body devoid of consciousness. Would he not then acquire a flawless Tsutsuki form? At that point, he could activate his spiritual embodiment technique to inhabit it. Excited by this notion, Minato was interrupted by Kushina's approach, who sighed. I never would have imagined that the third would die. Kumogakure and Iwagakure retreated, yet the third Hokage has perished. The world now speculates that the goal of Kumogakure and Iwagakure was to eliminate the third Hokage. If that is the case, they have achieved their objective and retreated triumphantly. Minato remarked, who could have foreseen such an outcome? His arrival has transformed the entire ninja world significantly. In the land of water, in Kirigakure, the trap of the pitcher plant rose before Ebido. The plan to replace Konoha's Jinchuriki had failed. Konoha's Jinchuriki had survived, while the third Hokage had perished. Chapter 31. The raid on Danzo Ebido was somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that with the pressure from Cloud and Rock villages, the third Hokage would, in his typical fashion, opt to execute Naruto Uzumaki to avert war. To his surprise, Cloud and Rock had dispatched their Jinchuriki to assault Konoha and eliminate Naruto. Even more astonishingly, both the Raikage and Tsuchikage had intervened, yet neither succeeded in their assassination attempt. This development significantly diminished the likelihood of capturing the Nine-Tails. Fortunately, this operation yielded an unexpected acquisition of the 2 tails, 8 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails. With Nagato personally involved, success seemed assured. The creation of a world with Rin was now one step closer. In the northern region of Konoha, Killer Bee and Yamato, while retreating, encountered Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, and Konan. Who are you? The rain ninja from that day at the dumpling shop? The 8 tails could sense chakra and recognize that the chakra signatures of these 3 were identical to those encountered previously. Itachi, Kisame, and Konan gradually removed their disguises, revealing their true identities. Kisame, wielding his sword Samahata, bore an amused grin, while Konan and Itachi maintained stoic expressions, exuding an imposing aura. Yamato quickly interjected, Lord B, we must not linger. We should retreat promptly. Killer Bee hesitated briefly before nodding slightly, intending to withdraw. However, Kisame executed a body flicker technique, appearing before them and brandishing his sword. Our target is the precious cargo within you. If you wish to leave, you must leave your insides behind. Killer Bee and Yamato tactically retreated. You seek death. Killer Bee could no longer restrain himself and transformed into his final tailed beast form. The complete 8 tails manifested, towering like a mountain. With a swift motion, the 8 tails lashed out with 2 tails towards Kisame. In response, Kisame utilized the body flicker technique, leaping onto one of the 8 tails' tails as it struck. With Samahata in hand, he charged swiftly towards the 8 tails' head. The 8 tails, moving with remarkable speed, retaliated with another tail from the left. Kisame, unable to evade, hastily defended with Samahata. The clash produced a sharp sound as the tail collided with the sword, sending Kisame tumbling off the tail. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, a slight smile forming on his lips. Killer Bee felt an odd sensation, as if his chakra was being rapidly siphoned away. The complete 8-Tails form astonishingly transformed into a chakra cloak. Before Killer Bee could fully comprehend the situation, Kisame charged at him once more, delivering another strike. The chakra cloak around Killer Bee was completely stripped away. Kisame, satisfied with his sword, approached Killer Bee with a grin. I shall take the 8-Tails, then. By the time Pain arrived, both the 8-Tails and 2-Tails had been captured. In Konoha, the sun rose in the east, casting its light over the village. All the Jonin gathered in the Hokage's office, their faces grave and expressions tense. I never imagined that Mitarashi Anko would betray the village. Conspiring with Orochimaru to kill the third Hokage, one remarked. Indeed, especially at such a critical moment. The village has just been attacked by Cloud and Rock. We must elect the fifth Hokage swiftly. Kakashi, Guy, the clan leaders, and the Jonin turned their gazes towards Jiraiya. Danzo sensed the shifting atmosphere and abruptly opened his eyes. Realizing that everyone was looking at Jiraiya, clenching his teeth, he spoke with a deep tone, in terms of qualifications. I am the only one deserving of the title of fifth Hokage. Everyone had nearly forgotten that he was the disciple of the second Hokage. However, they were wary of his ascension. His roots were too insidious. His trained root members lacked emotion, and under his leadership, Konoha would be engulfed in darkness. While everyone thought this way, none dared to openly oppose him due to his treacherous nature. Yet, Narashikaka stepped forward. I believe Lord Jiraiya is far more suitable and qualified. What qualifications does he possess? Danzo shot a cold glare at Narashikaku. Unfazed, Narashikaku replied calmly. He is the disciple of the third Hokage and the teacher of the fourth Hokage. No one is more qualified than Lord Jiraiya. Indeed, the crowd murmured, their eyes turning fervently towards Jiraiya. Danzo was merely the disciple of the second Hokage, while Jiraiya was a student of the Hokage and a mentor to the fourth Hokage. Did Danzo have any disciples worthy of the Hokage title? Jiraiya undeniably held that qualification. Absolutely. Akimichi CHG echoed. Lord Jiraiya is the only choice for the fifth Hokage. Soon after, the leaders of the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans expressed their support for Jiraiya. Danzo's face darkened as he stormed out of the Hokage office, realizing the momentum had shifted against him. The Hokage candidate was to be chosen by the Jonin, and now that the tide had turned, remaining here was futile. Despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui and the ability to use Kodo Amatsukami, Danzo could only target one person at a time, and the cooldown was extensive. He was utterly incapable of altering the outcome. Jiraiya initially intended to refuse the position, but upon witnessing the enthusiasm surrounding his name, he reconsidered. Even if he did not take the role, he could not allow Danzo to assume it. In the fervent gaze of the crowd, Jiraiya spoke. I am not the most suitable candidate. The crowd was taken aback. Jiraiya continued, Tsunade is more qualified than I am. The crowd quickly grasped the implication. Tsunade, one of the legendary three, was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a princess of the Senju clan, possessing both their bloodline and being a disciple of the third Hokage. She undeniably had the qualifications. But Lady Tsunade has been absent from the village for so long, someone remarked. Jiraiya replied, then I shall go and bring her back. In the Hokage office, the Jonin finalized their choice for the fifth Hokage. Until the fifth Hokage's return to the village, Narashikaku would oversee Konoha, coordinating defense and post-war reconstruction efforts. At the root base, Danzo returned, unaware that a flying thunder god technique had infiltrated the premises. His face darkened as he contemplated whether to resort to assassination against Jiraiya. Just then, a flash of yellow appeared before him. Danzo's expression changed dramatically as he felt a sharp pain in his right eye. My Sharingan! He clutched his left eye in agony, glaring furiously at the stray dog before him. Who else but Minato could it be? Minato executed the flying thunder god technique, swiftly seizing Danzo's right eye, Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan. Minato had been devising a plan against Danzo, wary of the threat posed by his Kodo Amatsukami. Thus, he took the opportunity to infiltrate the root base while Danzo was en route to the Hokage office, with Kushina using her senjutsu to keep track of Danzo's location. The ambush was executed, neutralizing the threat of Kodo Amatsukami. Minato activated the flying thunder god technique once more, ensuring Danzo's eye was secured in the underground base. This was a precious eye. Once he acquired the other from Itachi, he would possess a complete pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Minato activated the flying thunder god technique again, reappearing before Danzo. Chapter 32. The decapitation of Danzo once again. It is you. Danzo gritted his teeth. The last time he sought to eliminate Mitarashi Anko, this stray dog had appeared. He scoured the entirety of Konoha and could not find it. Now, upon its return, it had the audacity to sever his hard-earned Mangekyou Sharingan, leaving him without the time to invoke his Minato. Minato, the dog, crossed his arms and remarked, "The depths of the Mangekyou Sharingan are unfathomable. You cannot grasp them. No one understands the Mangekyou better than I do. It would be better in my hands. I shall restore Konoha to its former glory." Danzo, however, was not swayed by Minato's words. He inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Minato flashed a smile and replied, "Does it truly matter?" Danzo inhaled sharply. Indeed, it did not matter. What was paramount was to capture this dog and reclaim his Sharingan. He struck his cane against the ground. To his astonishment, the roots did not respond. Minato said, "Stop knocking. Even if you break your cane, no one will come to your aid." Danzo discarded the cane and concentrated his chakra. The cells of Hashirama began to shift, visibly mending the wound on his right eye. He then swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo expelled 5 high-pressure wind orbs from his mouth, propelling them toward Minato. Without hesitation, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared behind Danzo. Rasengan. The dog's paw coalesced into a brilliant blue sphere and forcefully pressed it against Danzo's back. An immense force erupted, sending Danzo hurtling away. Yet, to his surprise, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Was this the effect of the Hashirama cells? Minato was witnessing the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells for the first time. With further study, he could harness this power for himself. Danzo's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the Flying Thunder God to be so formidable, capable of traversing space at will, and that Minato would recognize his possession of Hashirama cells. "Are you Orochimaru?" Danzo asked in a low voice. Only Orochimaru would know his secrets, having sought the Mangekyou Sharingan and even attacked Itachi Uchiha. Although he had faced setbacks, his obsession with obtaining a Mangekyou remained fervent. Minato, slightly exasperated, thought, once again, with the Flying Thunder God, and he still does not comprehend? Instead of responding, he activated the Flying Thunder God again, a flash of yellow appearing beside Danzo. Danzo felt a sharp pain in his arm, as Minato struck with the Rasengan. He had inscribed a Flying Thunder God seal on Danzo's back. He traversed space once more and severed Danzo's arm with a kunai. After extracting a chunk of flesh, he disdainfully discarded the arm. What he desired were the Hashirama cells. The Sharingan affixed to the severed arm held no value to him. Without these Sharingan, Danzo could not invoke his Minato. Damn it. Danzo realized that this individual must be Orochimaru. He had somehow learned the Flying Thunder God technique. He had initially targeted Shirsue's Mangekyou Sharingan and now severed the arm housing the Sharingan. Only Orochimaru would be privy to such knowledge. If that is the case, then we shall perish together. The Sharingan and wood release were Danzo's lifeblood. With Orochimaru seizing them, he no longer had to regard his own life. For symbol seal, numerous dark, ink-like patterns emerged around him, enveloping Minato. Seeing that Minato had stepped into the range of the 4-symbol seal, Danzo exhaled in relief. However, he then heard a dismissive voice. For symbol seal, release. In the next moment, the sealing patterns that had surged toward Minato began to recede. What? Danzo could no longer maintain his composure, staring incredulously at Minato. The 4-symbol seal was a complex sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, notoriously difficult to master, and only the Hokage could learn it. He had only managed to acquire it from Sarutobi Hiruzen through sheer audacity. Orochimaru would never know this technique, let alone its release. Could it be? You are Minato? Minato grinned, finally realizing the truth. For your crimes, you shall face judgment. Go and repent before the 3rd Hokage. A kunai sliced across Danzo's throat. Without the Sharingan and the wood release cells, Danzo's power diminished to that of an ordinary J-nin. Minato, well aware of Danzo's secrets, countered every move he made. Thus, to defeat Danzo, once he successfully stripped away Shirsue's Mangekyou Sharingan, Danzo's fate was sealed. Observing Danzo's complete loss of vitality, Minato departed with the Hashirama cells, utilizing the Flying Thunder God to return to the underground base. Mitarashi Anko had regained consciousness. Upon seeing the flash of yellow, she instinctively shielded herself, her cheeks flushing. "Thank you for saving me. Could you possibly bring me a set of clothing?" Only then did Minato realize Anko was awake. He gazed at her graceful form and smiled. "Apologies, but I am merely a stray dog, and I never wear clothes." Wait a moment. He then activated the Flying Thunder God, swiftly stealing a set of clothing from Yuzuki Yugao's residence before returning to the underground base. "Where's this?" Anko, now dressed, curiously surveyed her surroundings, finding them somewhat familiar. After a while, realization struck her. This is Orochimaru's underground base. Who are you? Minato carefully placed the Hashirama cells into a petri dish for preservation. Facing away from Anko, he replied, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I harbor no ill intent towards you." After contemplating, Anko gradually lowered her guard. If he truly meant her harm, he would have acted while she was unconscious. Minato continued, "Danzo has pinned the blame for the third Hokage's death on you and Orochimaru. You are now labeled a rogue ninja of Konoha and the murderer of the third." "What? That old bastard is so vile?" Anko exclaimed in agitation. She could not believe Danzo, that old schemer, not only killed the third but also framed her for it. "Are you grateful to me?" Minato inquired. "If you are, then stay here and help me oversee these matters. If you agree, I shall reveal my identity to you." Anko longed to return to the surface but understood that with Danzo framing her, clearing her name was impossible. "Very well. I agree." She nodded, acquiescing to Minato's request. Minato was somewhat taken aback by Anko's swift agreement. He nodded and asked, "Do you know the spirit transformation technique?" "In truth, I am the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato." Chapter 33, Declaration of War Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could the fourth Hokage possibly be a dog? Mitarashi Anko nearly burst into laughter. She had never met the first Hokage. The second Hokage had perished when she was very young, leaving her with memories solely of the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage, her idol. While everyone else had teachers among the legendary Sannin, he had emerged as the hero who brought an end to the third great ninja war, ascending to the position of the fourth Hokage. Now, this dog claimed to be the fourth Hokage? Her idol? At that moment, a flash of yellow appeared behind Anko. The dog, embodying Minato, stood there, gently exhaling warm breath against the nape of her neck. Anko shuddered, her body growing weak. Minato's canine form smiled slightly, conjuring a brilliant blue Rasengan. The luminous orb illuminated the dim laboratory, casting a beautiful glow. "Do you believe now?" Minato whispered. The Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. These were the hallmarks of the fourth Hokage. But how did you become a dog?" Minato dispelled the Rasengan and spoke softly. "On the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, I sealed the beast away. In my final moments, I embedded a fragment of my soul within Naruto, and only after mastering the technique of spiritual transformation was I able to detach my soul and inhabit this dog. I witnessed Danzo slay the third Hokage and could not save him, but I managed to rescue you." Minato recounted the events succinctly. It was all true. Anko believed in Minato. The ninja world was far from peaceful, and the future of Konoha, as well as the entire ninja realm, rested upon the shoulders of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. "We must assist them." Pointing to the various devices in the laboratory, Minato continued, "This facility was designed for their sake. Orochimaru and Danzo researched the powers of Mokuton. Only they can bear such strength." Anko initially composed herself, gradually accepting Minato's plan. She nodded, acknowledging that during Konoha's crisis, Naruto and Sasuke had showcased remarkable strength to save the village. "Their power stemmed from you, fourth Hokage, right?" She could hardly believe that Kakashi could produce such formidable disciples. After all, both Naruto and Sasuke mastered the Rasengan. Who else could have taught them if not the fourth Hokage? Minato nodded. "I have procured some cells from Hashirama. You must cultivate them for me. Should you require funds or materials, inject chakra into the Flying Thunder God seal on your body. I will sense it and appear. If you find yourself lonely here, use this to ease the solitude." With that, Minato produced a transparent glass orb. It was indeed a chakra orb belonging to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato had pilfered it from the Hokage's office using the Flying Thunder God technique after Hiruzen's demise. "With this, you can keep an eye on the outside world, even in this place." After a pause, he added, "When the time is right, I will restore your innocence, and you will be able to leave." Anko nodded firmly, placing her complete trust in the dog before her. As the sun set, another shocking piece of news reached the upper echelons of Konoha. The Advisory Council, consisting of Tsunade and Midogate, summoned the elite jonin of Konoha. "Danzo is dead. Killed by someone." "What?" Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Lee discreetly asked Kakashi, "Could it be you who did it?" Kakashi shot Lee a fierce glare. "How could it possibly be me? But I suspect it was Jiraiya." Not only Kakashi, but everyone present harbored suspicions that it was indeed Jiraiya who had slain Danzo. Even if it were true, no one wished to pry into the reasons. In fact, many felt a sense of exhilaration, especially the heads of Konoha's prominent clans, who sighed in relief at the thought of Danzo's demise. No one stepped forward to denounce the perpetrator. "Such a pity." Hinata Hishi sighed. suggesting that a grand funeral be held for the village's high-ranking official who had contributed to Konoha. With Danzo's death, Hayashi no longer needed to hold back and could afford to be somewhat more vocal now. I second that. Nara Shikaku raised his hand in agreement. The clan heads of Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Wai-Hai, among others, echoed their support for a grand burial for Danzo. Kakashi, Lee, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma also voiced their concurrence with Hayashi's proposal, while everyone acknowledged Danzo's contributions and agreed to a lavish funeral. Not a single soul inquired about the identity of the killer, nor did anyone call for justice against them. Tsunade and Mito sighed. Realizing that Danzo had lost all influence among the clans and elite jonin of Konoha, they even suspected that Hiruzen Sarutobi's death was suspiciously tied to Danzo. Was Danzo's demise possibly a revenge act by Jiraiya for the third Hokage? Yet if that were the case, they could hardly punish Jiraiya for avenging his mentor. They had no choice but to turn a blind eye. Thus, the matter of Danzo's death was quietly laid to rest. Jiraiya believed that Naruto and Sasuke were far from ordinary and sought to expose them to the wider world. Consequently, the three gathered their belongings and set off on a journey to find Tsunade. In the hidden cloud village, after the Raikage agreed to retreat, Jiraiya released the seal on him. The Raikage finally regained his chakra, restoring his strength to its former glory. Hearing that Killer Bee and the Woodman had been captured during their retreat, their fates unknown, he immediately summoned the elite jonin of the hidden cloud. Darui, the Raikage coldly inquired, have the earplugs I requested arrived? Darui promptly presented the earplugs he had purchased on the street, offering them with both hands. The Raikage accepted them with a stern expression. He believed his defeat at Jiraiya's hands was due to the absence of earplugs. Had it not been for that despicable soundwave genjutsu, he was certain he would never have lost to Jiraiya. This time, he was prepared with earplugs, confident that he would not repeat the same mistake in a rematch. Konoha is despicable. After driving me away, they ambushed Killer Bee and the Woodman. The Raikage declared to everyone, I am determined to ally with the Rock Village for another battle against Konoha. We must rescue Killer Bee and the Woodman. Unlike last time, when we conducted a surprise attack aimed at Naruto Uzumaki, this time I am gathering all elite jonin. It is effectively a declaration of war against Konoha. Should the Rock Village also decide to join the fray, the fourth great ninja war shall ignite. Everyone's spirits were ignited with fervent anticipation for battle. Chapter 34. The capricious Nine-Tails Naruto and Sasuke have left the village? In the land of water, Obito listened intently to Zetsu's report. He was taken aback to learn that Sasuke had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and, alongside Naruto, had managed to withstand the tailed beast bomb of the Eight Tails. Such rapid growth, if left unchecked, could lead to a future situation beyond his control. Indeed, Jiraiya had personally taken them from the village, reportedly to seek Tsunade to return as the fifth Hokage. Obito nodded and inquired about the situations in Cloud, Rock, and Sand villages. Zetsu chuckled and replied, after returning, the Raikage bought a pair of earplugs and rallied the jonin for another battle against Konoha. Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage, upon his return, sealed his Flying Thunder God technique with forbidden arts and met with the Cloud Village. Their demeanor suggests they mistakenly believe that the Jinchuriki has been captured by Konoha and are preparing to wage war to rescue their Jinchuriki. As for Sand, they are busy investigating the mysterious disappearance of the fourth Kazekage. A smile crept across Obito's face. This was becoming increasingly interesting. Was the fourth great ninja war upon them? He had initially assumed he would declare war himself, with an army of 100,000 white Zetsu lying in wait underground. He was merely waiting for the outer path golem to absorb enough tailed beasts. The process of the golem absorbing their chakra would require substantial time. Hence there would be no significant movements from Akatsuki for the moment. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had arrived at Hanian Town. This journey was to find Tsunade for Konoha, so the expenses were covered by the village. Thus, he strutted into a tavern to indulge in drinks with beautiful women, leaving Naruto and Sasuke to train in a grove outside the town. Ever since learning that Minato had imparted jutsu to Naruto, Jiraiya had become disinclined to teach him anything further, preferring they train independently. However, he did not anticipate that Naruto and Sasuke would encounter Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke with fervor, unable to resist licking his lips. Such a perfect pair of eyes, far superior to Itachi's. Naruto looked at Sasuke, puzzled. What's so special about your eyes? What do you know? Sasuke retorted, his expression tinged with excitement, especially upon hearing the name Itachi. I'm referring to my Sharingan. You fool. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smirk. At 13, with a Manjiki Sharingan, your eyes shall be mine. His fear of the Sharingan stemmed from the silent genjutsu Itachi had unleashed upon him. Having learned from past encounters, Orochimaru had nurtured a snake within himself, one that had trained in sage chakra. Like a Jinchuriki, should he fall victim to genjutsu, the snake could infuse him with sage chakra to awaken him. This was the reason he dared to confront the Mangekyou Sharingan once more. Naruto stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "If you desire Sasuke's eyes, you must first get past me." In the inner world, Minato had finally succeeded in merging water and wind chakra, acquiring the ability to wield ice release. Although he had gained insight from Haku, mastering it remained challenging. "Is that Orochimaru?" The Nine-Tails exclaimed with excitement. Ever since witnessing Minato occupy Naruto's body during battles, he had longed for a chance to showcase his own power. Now, he had found an opportunity against an unwise opponent. "Naruto, allow me to take over this time. You just watch." "All right." Naruto was also eager to witness the Nine-Tails' strength. However, as soon as he spoke, Orochimaru rapidly formed hand seals. Once completed, he pressed his hands against the ground. In the next moment, a multitude of black patterns spread across the earth, summoning impure world reincarnation. With a rumble, 2 coffins slowly rose from the ground, marked with the numbers 1 and 2. As the coffins opened, it revealed the first Hokage and the second Hokage. The Nine-Tails' eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the man clad in red armor from the Warring States period. He quickly turned to Naruto. "These two seem rather unimpressive. They aren't worthy of my effort. Let us allow you to practice instead. Your father is right. You lack practical combat experience. This is a rare opportunity." Just as Naruto was about to relinquish control to the Nine-Tails, he found the beast suddenly unwilling to fight, which struck him as odd. Today, the Nine-Tails was particularly capricious. Wasn't he? The two figures gradually emerged from their coffins. Orochimaru, wearing a sinister smile, approached them and inserted kunai inscribed with sealing symbols into the back of their heads. "If you wish to engage, then play with them, shall we? I trust you know who they are." Naruto maintained a serious expression. He was well aware, as their likenesses were carved into the Hokage monument. "Haven't they died?" Senju Hashirama regained a flicker of clarity in his eyes. "What is this? The ninja world?" He curiously examined his hands and then glanced at Senju Tobirama beside him. "You two have perished, Tobirama." Tobirama crossed his arms and scoffed. "Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how could we possibly be resurrected?" "So it's the impure world reincarnation developed by me. Who is responsible for this?" Orochimaru smiled as he approached them. "First Lord." "Second Lord, please accept my control." With that, Orochimaru formed hand seals once more. In an instant, both Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes sharpened, and they charged at Naruto. Alarmed, Naruto executed a body flicker technique to retreat while swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A pillar of flame erupted from his mouth, aimed at Hashirama and Tobirama. Unfazed, Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water surge wave. A torrent of water surged from behind him, not only extinguishing Naruto's fireball but also rushing towards him. Such formidable water release. Naruto gasped in astonishment. He quickly formed hand seals again. Earth release, earth flow wall. This time, the earth flow wall was not merely for defense. It rose from beneath him, elevating his body to evade the incoming flood. Excellent. In the inner world, Minato couldn't help but praise. Naruto's combat experience was becoming increasingly rich. Unlike other ninjas who believed the earth flow wall was solely for blocking attacks, this innovative approach represented true combat prowess. It was no wonder Kakashi had commended him as the most unpredictable ninja. Kushina, however, wore a worried expression. "Those are the first and second lords. How despicable of Orochimaru to exploit their souls with forbidden techniques." Minato reassured her, "Don't worry, Orochimaru wouldn't dare to unleash their full power. Otherwise, he would lose control over them. Just like during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Uchiha Madara's powers were uncontrolled because Kabuto couldn't manage them." Gently wrapping his arms around Kushina's waist, Minato comforted her. "If Naruto cannot overcome them, I shall intervene." Kushina nodded in agreement while casting a fierce glare at the Nine-Tails. This guy talks about fighting, yet he is cowering in the corner now. What a joke. Chapter 35. You are still far from Itachi. Orochimaru wore a sinister smile, his gaze greedily fixed upon Sasuke. Sasuke found him utterly repulsive. His skin was pale, and, despite being male, he was more alluring than any woman. It was distasteful to him. "Who is Uchiha Itachi to you?" Sasuke asked coldly. Orochimaru licked his lips, chuckling softly. He was once a comrade, now an adversary. "I desire his eyes, but alas, I cannot defeat him. However, your eyes are even more perfect." Upon hearing this, Sasuke unconsciously clenched his fists. He slowly closed his eyes, then quietly reopened them, revealing a pair of beautifully star-shaped Mangeki Sharingan, sparkling like stars. "If you fear him, do you not fear me?" Orochimaru exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he beheld Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan. His grin widened. "You are still far from Itachi." As he spoke, he gradually raised his hand. Shadow snake hands. From within his sleeves, a horde of snakes emerged, lunging towards Sasuke. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted, colliding head-on with the snakes. Orochimaru abandoned his serpents and hastily utilized body flicker technique to appear behind Sasuke. Sasuke reacted quickly, spinning around and widening his Mangeki Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Orochimaru, charging toward Sasuke, suddenly found the world before him shifting, plunging into a realm dominated by red and black hues. Outside, Sasuke observed Orochimaru, who stood frozen, and let out a cold snort before approaching him. "How do you compare to that man? I will never admit to being inferior to Uchiha Itachi, and I shall personally end his life." With kunai in hand, Sasuke approached Orochimaru, his expression grim. Yet, just as he was about to strike, Orochimaru moved. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and his neck elongated rapidly, aiming for Sasuke's throat. "What?" Sasuke's expression changed drastically. He had fallen under a genjutsu. How could Orochimaru still move? The distance was too close for him to evade. Soon, he felt warmth spreading across his neck, followed by a sharp pain. Orochimaru sank his teeth into Sasuke's neck. Curse mark. Seal. After leaving a mark on Sasuke's neck, Orochimaru withdrew, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He had indeed fallen into a genjutsu, but after his battle with Itachi, he had learned to compensate for his shortcomings in illusion techniques. He had nurtured a snake within him specifically to counter genjutsu. Sasuke had been deceived. "You are indeed far from Itachi," Orochimaru remarked coldly, observing Sasuke crouched on the ground. Clutching his neck, he continued, "If it were Itachi, even if he cast a genjutsu on me, he would not approach so confidently and unguarded. Was he too confident in his Mangeki Sharingan? Such confidence would come at a price." Meanwhile, Naruto fought further away alongside Hashirama and Tobirama, unaware of Sasuke's predicament. However, Naruto had faith in Sasuke's strength, believing that Orochimaru posed no threat to him. Yet, the two opponents before him proved formidable, demanding his full concentration. Hashirama executed body flicker technique and appeared behind Naruto, hands clasped together. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. A ferocious wooden dragon surged upward from the ground, charging at Naruto. Wood style? Naruto gasped, having never witnessed such a technique before. He dared not be careless and slowly closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he revealed Orange Eye Shadow, a signature of the Sage Mode taught to him by Minato. Upon entering Sage Mode, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Great Fireball. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, amplified by the Sage Chakra, resulting in a fire much larger than a typical fireball. Boom. The massive flames engulfed the wooden dragon in an instant. However, contrary to expectations of the dragon being reduced to ashes, it pierced through the flames, continuing its assault toward Naruto. "What?" Naruto exclaimed in shock. Minato explained, "That is a bloodline limit formed from a fusion of water and earth chakra. Fire style cannot harm it." Naruto nodded, then formed hand seals once more. Earth style, Underworld Swamp. As Naruto's chakra infused the ground, a quagmire emerged beneath the wooden dragon. Observing this, Hashirama displayed a look of admiration. "Not bad, but the dragon will rise again." Though the wooden dragon was ensnared in the mire, it could still swim underground and emerge at the swamp's edge. Naruto would not grant the dragon that opportunity. He formed hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A flurry of white mist erupted, revealing 10 Narutos. They all formed hand seals in unison. Fire style, Great Fireball. 10 Narutos unleashed fire style simultaneously towards the swamp. The intense heat rapidly evaporated the water, solidifying it gradually. The wooden dragon, swimming, soon found itself unable to move. Impressive. Tobirama crossed his arms, silently observing Naruto subdue Hashirama's wooden dragon. With such talented descendants, how can Konoha not grow strong? Listen to me, if you possess strength. We will eliminate the villages of Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure, unifying the shinobi world to ensure peace. Hashirama's expression darkened with annoyance. Tobirama, your impulsiveness will not yield lasting unity achieved through war. Naruto stood in the middle, looking left and right, Confusion etched on his face. Are we still fighting? Tobirama scoffed, while Hashirama gazed at Naruto, noting his mastery of sage art at such a young age. I sense a familiar power within you. Kurama resides within you? Naruto replied, Kurama? That's my mother's pet. He indeed resides within me. What is your name? Hashirama suddenly inquired. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh. Tobirama's expression softened significantly as he gazed at Naruto. The Uzumaki clan, a Jinchuriki, could it be that you were the grandson of my sister? Hashirama also displayed a reminiscent expression. However, after being sealed for so long, will Kurama's resentment only grow? Contemplating this, he suddenly spoke, Kurama, if you harbor any resentment, direct it toward me. Within Naruto's inner world, the Nine-Tails, feigning sleep on the beach, twitched its ears but pretended not to hear. At that moment, Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Here they come. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto, be cautious. We are about to launch our attack. With that, Hashirama clasped his hands together. With style, birth of the world tree. Immediately, thick trees surged forth from the ground. Meanwhile, Tobirama completed his hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. Chapter 36. The affirmation of the first and second generations. The scale of the tree world birth was limited, and fortunately, Orochimaru restrained the powers of Tobirama and Hashirama. Otherwise, even Naruto, who had mastered Sage Mode, would have faced a devastating defeat. The water dragon swept away all of Naruto's shadow clones, while his true self utilized the body flicker technique to quickly distance himself from the tree world birth. Simultaneously, he gathered chakra, and a massive white chakra shuriken materialized in his hand. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. With a swift motion, Naruto hurled the shuriken towards Hashirama. In Sage Mode, free from the Nine-Tails interference, Naruto's control over chakra was exquisitely refined. Mastering ninjutsu became remarkably easier. He could directly condense the Rasengan without the aid of shadow clones, and the Raisin Shuriken could be swiftly launched. What is this? Tobirama exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. He had considered himself a master of technique development. Yet the techniques he had created were merely forbidden arts. He had never conceived of this move from Naruto, and he questioned his own ability to do so. The younger generation was truly formidable. Konoha's unification of the ninja world finally appeared to hold promise. Hashirama leaped to evade the attack of the Raisin Shuriken, however. It unexpectedly detonated beneath him. What? His expression changed as he saw the shuriken expand instantaneously, engulfing his body. Boom. A white sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter consumed everything nearby. Trees and earth were reduced to dust. An endless shockwave surged forth, and Tobirama struggled to maintain his footing, gazing at the magnificent scene before him. Is this wind release? This technique could be deemed the essence of wind release. Surely at least SS rank? As the dust settled, Hashirama's form gradually dissipated. The Edo Tensei was meant to be an immortal body, however. Hashirama's soul seized the opportunity of his body's destruction to break free from the Jutsu's control. He chose not to revive his body, but instead allowed his soul to drift, finally liberated. He sighed in relief, while Tobirama looked at Hashirama with a hint of envy. He spoke reflectively. Edo Tensei grants the soul power over the body, allowing the caster to control it. Once the body is destroyed, the caster loses that control unless the soul chooses to revive and acquire a new body, enabling continued control. Of course, this requires complete destruction of the body. Partial destruction holds no effect. Naruto, astonished, asked, how do you know this? Tobirama scoffed. Edo Tensei was originally developed by me. Why wouldn't I know? Hashirama burst into laughter. Naruto, he has revealed the technique's flaw to you. Quickly eliminate him and grant him his freedom. Understood. Naruto surged towards Tobirama, who fell silent. In the next instant, he vanished. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his arm. Flying Thunder God technique. Thud. Naruto's entire arm was severed. However, the severed Naruto erupted into a cloud of white mist. A shadow clone? Tobirama became alert as the debris on the ground stirred, transforming into numerous Narutos. They swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. Dozens of Narutos unleashed their ninjutsu towards Tobirama. He shook his head dismissively. Useless. Facing me, who masters the Flying Thunder God, you will only waste chakra. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was astonished to see a powerful chakra barreling towards him. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. What? Tobirama could hardly believe that Naruto had laid an ambush here. He could activate the Flying Thunder God again, But the other end of his technique was under assault from a multitude of Naruto's fire and wind techniques. To teleport there would be tantamount to suicide. In his hesitation, the Raisin Shuriken detonated. Tobirama's entire being was consumed by the explosion. In the aftermath, the battlefield lay in desolations, marked by two massive, charred craters nearly 100 meters in diameter. Tobirama seized the opportunity to escape the control of Edo Tensei. He pondered, "How did you know I would appear from that position?" Naruto smiled. "No one understands the Flying Thunder God better than I do. Through the perception granted by Sage Mode, I sensed the Flying Thunder God technique you discreetly released. I simply created a shadow clone to charge towards one of your Flying Thunder God marks. And you indeed took the bait. Thus, I launched my attack, knowing you would use the other mark to escape, leaving the Raisin Shuriken to deal with the other." Tobirama was astounded. "I never expected you to understand the Flying Thunder God so thoroughly. No wonder I lost. Do you also master the Flying Thunder God?" Naruto shook his head. "Perhaps I lack the aptitude for time-space techniques. I haven't managed to learn it despite my efforts. However, my father was quite adept at it." "Your father?" Naruto nodded. "The fourth Hokage. Has this knowledge been passed down to the fourth?" Hashirama mused. Tobirama, now excited, realized that the fourth Hokage had mastered the Flying Thunder God. With Naruto's strength, the unification of the ninja world was imminent. Naruto's mood dimmed slightly. "My father is gone. Yet his spirit is sealed within me, imparting ninjutsu to me every day. Currently, he is teaching me to fuse water and wind chakra to create ice release." Tobirama was astonished. "The master of the Flying Thunder God has perished?" Hashirama affirmed. "He must have sacrificed himself to protect the village. When one has those to protect, even knowing they could escape, they would choose to remain and fight." In the inner world, Minato sighed. In the original timeline, the deaths of each Hokage were sacrifices made in defense of their comrades or village. Now, due to his traversal, everything had changed. The third Hokage had even perished at Danzo's hands. Indeed, Konoha was gradually decaying. The resonating explosions drew the attention of Jiraiya, who was in a nearby town enjoying drinks with a beautiful woman. He sensed something was amiss and hurried towards the source of the disturbance, only to find the battle had already concluded. The souls of Hashirama and Tobirama had returned to the Pure Land. When Jiraiya located Naruto and Sasuke, he found Sasuke clutching his neck in agony, while Orochimaru had long since vanished. "What happened?" He rushed over. Naruto pointed at Sasuke's neck. "He is injured." Jiraiya approached Sasuke, his voice serious. "Let me take a look." Sasuke slowly lowered his hand to reveal a cursed seal shaped like 3 tomo. "What is this?" Orochimaru's cursed seal? Jiraiya recognized it instantly. Naruto recounted the events that had just transpired, and Jiraiya confirmed that what marked Sasuke was indeed Orochimaru's cursed seal. Worried, Naruto asked, "What do we do? Is Sasuke in danger?" Jiraiya contemplated for a moment before responding, "Let me see what I can do." Chapter 37. Tsunade, a gamble beneath the radiant sun emerging from the casino. Tsunade squinted against the blinding sunlight, perplexed by the unusual breeze that had just swept past her. She turned to Shizen and inquired about it. Shizen, cradling a small pig, looked somewhat exasperated. "Lady Tsunade has lost all her money again," she lamented, gesturing towards the west. "It seems there is a battle unfolding over there." With a decisive wave of her hand, Tsunade declared, "Let us go and investigate. Although I've lost money, perhaps fortune will favor us, and we can win it back." In Naruto's inner world, Minato was supervising one of Naruto's shadow clones. Had it appeared? Minato was instructing Naruto on the fusion of wind and water chakra. After acquiring some insights from the white-haired sage, Minato had been practicing alongside a shadow clone of Naruto. Recently, Minato had successfully merged the elements and attained the ability of ice release, now personally guiding Naruto through the process. On this day, Naruto's shadow clone finally exhibited signs of transformation following the fusion. Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "I've finally succeeded in the fusion." In the external world, Jiraiya was fervently sketching a complex sealing array on a scroll. As his brush completed its stroke, he carefully placed the scroll on the ground and swiftly formed hand seals, concluding with a firm palm upon the scroll. Sealing technique. Bind. As Jiraiya channeled chakra, the runes on the scroll began to stir. A complex array rapidly expanded, and a chain of symbols unexpectedly pierced Sasuke's neck. Naruto gasped, about to speak, but Jiraiya interjected. "Do not worry, it's a standard procedure." As the chain of symbols embedded itself in Sasuke's neck, Orochimaru's curse mark quivered, releasing a torrent of cursed markings that enveloped Sasuke's body. Yet, The chakra from the chain surged, intent on retracting these markings. Sasuke, covered in cursed symbols, began to struggle, his markings shifting from red to black. Ultimately, the markings gradually faded, as if the chain had seized something, slowly withdrawing from Sasuke's neck. Naruto observed as something dark materialized on the chain. With a sigh of relief, Jiraiya intensified his chakra output. Retrieve. The chain drew the dark object back into the scroll, leaving behind an additional character inscribed in the empty space. In Naruto's inner world, Minato and Kushina were left speechless. Truly, Jiraiya-sensei was remarkable, able to extract and seal even Orochimaru's curse mark. Kushina, skilled in sealing techniques herself, marveled at Jiraiya's prowess. Minato understood well that many of Jiraiya's techniques originated from MT. Maiboku, even capable of sealing Itachi's Amaterasu. Surely, Orochimaru's curse mark could not compare to the might of Amaterasu. Observing these extraordinary human techniques, the Nine-Tails gradually fell into contemplation. Nearby in the forest, Tsunade and Shizen gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. A charred expanse lay stretched out, punctuated by two immense craters. Water began to seep up from underground, and before long, two vast circular lakes would likely emerge. A wooden dragon was ensnared in the hardened mire. A wooden dragon? The birth of the divine tree? As the princess of the Sinja clan, Tsunade immediately recognized the presence of a wood-release master engaged in combat. Lady Tsunade. Look over there, Shizen exclaimed. Hurrying toward the source, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Jiraiya? What are you doing here? Tsunade approached him directly, having just secured the scroll. Jiraiya turned with a smile. We came to find you, only to discover you had sought us out. Sasuke, relieved of his discomfort, gradually rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Naruto scrutinized Tsunade, particularly fixating on her ample bosom, his eyes widening in astonishment. Leaning closer to Sasuke, he whispered, "She must be an impressive individual. Jiraiya-sensei is quite the flirt. Perhaps she is his lover." Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, coldly retorting, "What makes you think I don't know that?" Tsunade, overhearing their murmurs, narrowed her eyes. "What are you two discussing?" Jiraiya, noticing Tsunade's expression darkening, quickly interjected, "These two are the geniuses of Konoha. This is Uzumaki Naruto. And that is Uchiha Sasuke." Uzumaki? Uchiha? Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback. The Uzumaki clan was linked to her grandmother's lineage, while the Uchiha clan had been nearly annihilated, leaving only one orphan survivor in the village. Jiraiya continued, "She is the person we've been searching for." Tsunade. What? Both Naruto and Sasuke were astonished. They had not anticipated that the fifth Hokage they sought would be this very woman before them. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya clarified their intentions. Upon learning of the third Hokage's demise, Tsunade's mood dampened. When informed of their desire for her to return to the village as Hokage, she cast a disdainful glance. Only a fool would wish to be Hokage. What did you say? Naruto's temper flared. Becoming Hokage had been his lifelong dream. Tsunade furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze upon Naruto. Jiraiya, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless in the face of the unfolding scene. Tsunade approached Naruto, enunciating each word. "I said, only a fool would wish to be Hokage." In Naruto's inner world, Minato and the Nine-Tails stared blankly at the scene, unwittingly bleeding from their noses. Kushina, witnessing this, was incensed. Naruto, fueled by passion, retorted, "You have no idea what being Hokage truly means. One must be recognized by everyone to become Hokage, uniting the village's faith and silently safeguarding them all. Hokage is a noble title. You may refuse to become Hokage, but you cannot belittle it." Finally, with unwavering determination, Naruto fixed his earnest gaze upon Tsunade. "Becoming Hokage is my dream." Tsunade hesitated, taken aback. Faced with the powerful presence she exuded, this child remained remarkably composed. Gazing at his youthful face, she was reminded of her brother, Nawaki. Soon, Tsunade collected herself. Standing tall, she addressed Naruto, "Do you even know who you are speaking to?" Naruto replied defiantly, "I don't care who you are." With a dismissive smirk, Tsunade challenged, "I've heard you are the village's prodigy? Then let us put it to the test." She extended 3 fingers. "If I defeat you within 3 moves, you must relinquish your dream of becoming Hokage and admit that only a fool would desire such a position. Conversely, if you remain standing after 3 moves, I will return to fulfill the role of Hokage." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, began to worry for Tsunade. It should be noted that even the Raikage could not easily overcome Naruto. A misstep could lead to being countered by him. Naruto, invigorated by the challenge, enthusiastically agreed. "You said it." Shizen looked on, anxious. Lady Tsunade has never won a bet against others. Chapter 38. Conquering Tsunade. Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Shizune silently withdrew to the sidelines. Sasuke, filled with astonishment, contemplated the formidable strength of the fifth Hokage before him. Naruto, determined to gauge Tsunade's prowess, unleashed a surge of chakra beneath his feet and charged at her. Tsunade, noticing his approach, let out a derisive snort. In an instant, Naruto reached her, raising his fist to strike. A slight smile curled at the corners of Tsunade's mouth. Just as Naruto closed the distance, she flicked her finger with lightning speed, striking him squarely on the forehead. Boom. Naruto felt as if his head had been violently struck by an unseen force, launching him through the air like a cannonball. What? Sasuke, having activated his Sharingan, gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. With merely a finger, Tsunade had sent Naruto flying. What terrifying power was this? Naruto, unable to compose himself, was astonished by the sheer strength of his opponent. Had she truly wished to end his life, her earlier display of might could have easily severed his head from his body. What he intended as a test had revealed her superiority beyond his expectations. Impressive. I must take this seriously. Slowly rising, Naruto wiped the corner of his mouth and declared with unwavering resolve. Tsunade beckoned him forward, urging him to come at her with all he had. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had entered sage mode. Jiraiya observed in silence, envious of Naruto's swift transition into this powerful state. Sage art. Tsunade was taken aback, not expecting this young child to command such abilities at his tender age. In a low voice, Naruto proclaimed, "Prepare to experience my new technique." He swiftly formed hand seals, and with a resounding bang, a shadow clone materialized. Almost simultaneously, two Narutos began to weave seals together. Water release, great waterfall technique. As Naruto maintained his hand seals, torrents of water surged forth, cascading towards Tsunade. Quick as a flash, she leaped onto the surface of the water, skillfully manipulating her chakra to propel herself towards Naruto. Naruto completed his seals, and Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, everyone felt a severe drop in temperature. What? Tsunade, racing across the water's surface, watched in astonishment as it began to freeze rapidly. Thick walls of ice erupted from the ground, enclosing her tightly within. From a distance, it appeared as though she had been trapped inside a colossal ice block. Naruto slowly rose, casting a bright smile at the stunned Sasuke. "What do you think, Sasuke? I haven't quite decided on a name for this technique yet. So how about ice release? Ice prison?" Boom. Just as Naruto finished speaking, the thick ice walls shattered as Tsunade burst forth from within. "Childish tricks," she retorted, undeterred, as she charged towards Naruto. Startled, he swiftly retreated, still feeling the weight of her immense power despite being in sage mode. However, it seemed she excelled in close combat while he favored long-range ninjutsu. Thus, as he withdrew, Naruto began forming seals again. With a loud bang, a white mist erupted. A shadow clone emerged, quickly forming hand seals. Ice release, ice prison. Another set of 4 ice walls appeared in succession, blocking Tsunade's path. Meanwhile, Naruto gathered a Rasengan infused with potent chakra, deliberately holding back his attack as he maintained control over his chakra. Is that the technique? Sasuke wondered, concern flashing across his face for Tsunade. Tsunade's overwhelming strength shattered one of the ice walls effortlessly. The 4 barriers proved no obstacle to her. The shadow clone, realizing the futility, charged forth with a Rasengan. Tsunade, a smirk gracing her lips, met the attack head-on with her fist. Boom. The Rasengan clashed against her fist, holding for only 3 seconds before shattering under her might. The explosion of energy sent the shadow clone dissipating into a cloud of white mist, while Tsunade stood unaffected, her attire billowing around her, unscathed. However, she did not advance further, her gaze now fixed intently on Naruto. At that moment, Naruto held a radiant white orb in his hand. Sasuke blinked in confusion. Isn't that the Rasen Shuriken? Everyone held their breath, captivated by the luminous sphere in Naruto's grasp. It remained a white orb, but the temperature around it plummeted to an astonishing degree. Naruto had managed to infuse the Rasengan with ice release. The frigid energy within spun wildly, causing the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius to drop dramatically. What would happen if this detonated? Gazing at Tsunade, Naruto spoke softly. This technique is called ice release, spiral cold explosion. Jiraiya stepped forward, saying, "That's enough, Naruto." Tsunade waved her hand at Jiraiya, her eyes locked onto Naruto. "Come at me with everything you've got." Jiraiya's expression shifted, alarmed. Tsunade, have you lost your mind? With a cold snort, Tsunade replied, as the fifth Hokage. How could I let this brat underestimate me? The onlookers were taken aback. She had indeed accepted the role of Hokage. This meant she acknowledged Naruto's capabilities. Ignoring the astonishment around her, she challenged Naruto, bring it on. Naruto hesitated, uncertain of the true power of his technique. What if he accidentally harmed the fifth Hokage, bearing the weight of having slain her? Just then, he heard Minato's reassuring voice within him. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade is not so easily defeated. The one he trusted most was Minato. Seeing the confidence radiating from Tsunade, he steeled himself. He hurled the orb, brimming with endless cold energy, towards her. The sphere sped forward, reaching Tsunade in an instant, and tension rippled through the air. The spiral cold explosion erupted, encasing Tsunade within a colossal orb of light, exceeding 100 meters in diameter. Yet this time, there was no tempestuous storm, only a terrifying chill enveloped the space. The unrelenting cold swirled within, gradually coating the surrounding flora in frost. The orb expanded relentlessly, unleashing an infinite wave of frigid air. Whoosh! The frozen world spread swiftly, transforming everything into ice sculptures. Jiraiya's expression shifted as he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, fireball. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, countering the encroaching chill to prevent the three of them from becoming ice sculptures as well. As the cold gradually dissipated, they finally beheld the scene within. Tsunade gasped for breath, her face marred with dark patterns. Shizen covered her mouth in shock. Lady Tsunade has released the seal. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, thankful she was unharmed. However, witnessing the surrounding vegetation transformed into ice sculptures revealed the true potency of Naruto's technique, far exceeding their expectations. More shocking to Jiraiya than anyone else was Tsunade. Had she not decisively released the seal and employed the forbidden technique, creation rebirth, stimulating cellular division with her formidable chakra to compensate for the frozen cells, she would have become a casualty of Naruto's attack. Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki proved to be remarkably powerful. Unexpectedly, she was compelled to utilize her ability of creation and regeneration, a skill that ensures survival in battle. Naruto held great admiration for Tsunade. To his astonishment, the formidable technique he had just mastered failed to inflict even a scratch on her. Surely, this move would be too daunting for even the Raikage to confront head-on? Indeed, the fifth Hokage is extraordinarily powerful. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, his expression darkening. He had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, believing he had caught up to Naruto. Yet, it appeared that Naruto had, unbeknownst to him, surged ahead once more. In that moment, he recalled the village's stray dog. Had it not been for its reminder, he would have believed that awakening the power of the Sharingan required first discovering love. He would not have paid any heed to Naruto. This attention forged a bond. Particularly when Haiden charged at him, Naruto unhesitatingly stood in his way. This act deepened the connection Sasuke felt towards Naruto. It was only when Inoki attacked Naruto, witnessing the tragic demise, that he inadvertently awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, realizing that the words of that dog were indeed true. The sun shone brightly. Kamizuki Izumo and Tetsu sat napping at the gates of Konoha. Suddenly, the two awoke, gazing at 5 figures approaching from outside the village. It was Lord Jiraiya, and Lady Tsunade, and Naruto Uzumaki. Have you heard? There are whispers in the village that Naruto is the orphan of the 4th Hokage. Kamizuki nodded and replied, indeed. I have heard. It is said that it was Noara Shinjitsu who spoke of it. He was the personal guard of the 4th, and his words are likely credible. As they conversed, Naruto and the others arrived at the gates of Konoha. They hastily ceased their discussion, expressing their admiration and greeting Jiraiya and Tsunade. With the return of Jiraiya and Tsunade to the village, more and more people became aware, and a collective sigh of relief was heard. Particularly from Noara Shinjitsu and his companion, it was revealed that they were indeed the protectors of the 4th Hokage. With the 3rd deceased and Danzo gone, they finally dared to unveil the secret. They wished for nothing more than for everyone to treat Naruto kindly upon learning the truth. Narashikaku, accompanied by the Intelligence Division's shinobi, was the first to find Jiraiya and Tsunade. You have finally returned. Narashikaku spoke solemnly. There are movements from the Cloud and Rock villages. I suspect the 4th Great Ninja War may erupt. Tsunade's expression darkened at these words. What is happening? Narashikaku continued. According to our intelligence, the Raikage and Tsuchikage have spread news of the Jinchuriki's disappearance, alleging that Konoha controls the Jinchuriki with the intent to annihilate all ninja villages. Currently, the ninjas from the Cloud and Rock villages are reacting vehemently, and have begun to assemble their forces. The Jinchuriki has gone missing? They suspect us? Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions grew grave. Chapter 39. Fusion of chakra attributes in the Hokage office. Tsunade's expression was grave. Even before officially assuming the mantle of the 5th Hokage, she was confronted with provocations from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, which could potentially lead to the 4th Great Ninja War. Should war erupt, none would be spared. While the world tends to focus on the heroes that rise during such conflicts, it often neglects the countless lives lost in the process. Given the current circumstances, what course of action should be taken? Tsunade turned to Nara Shikaku and asked in a solemn tone. Nara Shikaku replied, "Firstly, the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages have exploited the Chunin exams to send their Jinchuriki to Konoha, launching an attack on the village that resulted in the death of the 3rd Hokage, forcing a suspension of the exams. Secondly, after we repelled their forces, we failed to capture their Jinchuriki. Instead, they have used our failure to capture them as propaganda to rally a ninja army against us. Lastly, although we managed to push them back, the loss of the 3rd Hokage has severely dampened our ninjas' morale, making it unwise to engage in direct conflict with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone." Jiraiya nodded and inquired, "Then the immediate priority should be to address the morale issue?" "Indeed," Nara Shikaku affirmed with a slight nod. "To elevate morale, we require the inspiration of the 5th Hokage and news of a victorious engagement. If we possess the capability to retaliate against the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone for their recent invasion of Konoha and achieve victory, it would significantly boost morale. However, the question remains, do we have the strength to do so?" The last remark was directed towards Jiraiya. Konoha has stood resilient in the ninja world for many years. It cannot be easily undermined. Recently, they were caught off guard by the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone, resulting in the death of the 3rd Hokage. If they do not regain their honor, who would be willing to serve Konoha? A successful retaliation could restore their reputation, but a failure would not only diminish their combat strength, but also plunge morale to an all-time low. Therefore, Konoha must possess the capability for a counterattack. In Nara Shikaku's view, Jiraiya was currently the strongest asset of Konoha. After all, it was widely believed that he had slain Danzo. If he were not formidable, how could he have defeated someone so well protected by the roots? Tsunade nodded and said, "Then let us convene a high-level meeting in Konoha." In the underground base, Minato activated the spirit transformation technique, possessing the body of a stray dog. Akiko, feeling bored, was observing a crystal ball, sneaking glances at Kakashi, who was bathing in the hot springs. Upon hearing a commotion, she quickly switched the view to the Ninja Academy. 4th Hokage, Akiko greeted warmly. The stray dog nodded. "You should have a good grasp of the situation outside, shouldn't you? Through the crystal ball, you must have learned that Lady Tsunade is about to become the 5th Hokage. It won't be long before you can leave this place." With that, the stray dog shifted the conversation. "I also have 5 samples of cells for you to cultivate and analyze their genes." Akiko carefully accepted the test tubes, responding earnestly, "Understood. These cells belong to Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, as well as Hinata's cousin, Niji. Their distant ancestor was Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the stray dog intended to explore whether he could uncover the complete Otsutsuki genome from their DNA. Being a disciple of Orochimaru, Akiko was well-versed in cell cultivation and gene analysis, especially with the comprehensive equipment at her disposal. She quickly began her work. In the training ground, Sasuke panted heavily, glaring at the target where his shuriken had landed, his face filled with frustration. Orochimaru could easily defeat him, and Itachi could easily triumph over Orochimaru. Was it true, as Orochimaru claimed, that he was significantly inferior to Itachi? Now that Naruto had mastered Ice Release, his strength had likely surpassed Sasuke's as well. "Master Dog, what should I do?" Sasuke tentatively asked, hoping the stray dog would reappear to guide his training. During their last encounter, the stray dog had instructed him to infuse his chakra attributes into the Rasengan. Now that he had accomplished that, his strength had increased considerably, but it was still insufficient. He needed to become even stronger. "Master Dog?" Sasuke blinked in surprise at the unexpected appearance of the stray dog. "Master Dog?" The stray dog was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Sasuke would address him in such a manner. With the impending threat of the Otsutsuki clan, the combined strength of Sasuke and Naruto would be formidable. If he could receive Sasuke's protection during that time, his chances of survival would significantly improve. It was time to reveal the truth to Sasuke. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to his true master and the one he was destined to protect. The stray dog spoke. "What I am about to say must remain between us. I am, in fact, the 4th Hokage and Naruto's father. Upon hearing this, Sasuke froze momentarily before quickly glancing towards Hokage Rock in the distance. The stray dog continued, explaining that his physical form had perished and only his spirit remained, possessing the body of a stray dog. Sasuke suddenly understood. So, Naruto's growth was also due to the fourth Hokage imparting his ninjutsu. The stray dog provided Sasuke with insights into training ice release. Observing Sasuke's silence, the stray dog remarked, "During my lifetime, I had a good relationship with your father. Itachi is a very rational child. I do not comprehend why he would act in such a manner. Sasuke, I know you wish to kill Itachi, but I hope you can understand his motivations before you do so." Sasuke held great trust in the stray dog, especially after awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, which fostered a sense of admiration for him. While he would become agitated at the mention of Itachi, he heeded the stray dog's words. With a purpose in mind, Sasuke began his training in ice release, and the stray dog was pleased with Sasuke's diligence. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke both possessed 6 chakra attributes. The former lacked Yin release chakra, while the latter was devoid of Yang release chakra. If they could obtain the 7 chakra attributes and merge them, they would be able to create the truth-seeking orb. This orb is the product of the fusion of the 7 attributes. Nagato, originally a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessed Yang attributes and, after implanting the Rinnegan, acquired Yin release chakra. The chakra rods he utilized were indeed products of the fusion of Yin and Yang attributes. Therefore, merging different attributes is the fundamental method for creating the truth-seeking orb. Considering the complexity of merging just 2 attributes, it is easy to imagine the challenges of merging 7. In the time that followed, the stray dog either imparted ninjutsu to Naruto within his inner world or activated the spirit transformation technique to collaborate with Akiko in the underground base on genetic research. A surprising balance was achieved. The stray dog fused Sasuke's cells with Hashirama's cells. Initially, it was assumed that Hashirama's more active cells would consume Sasuke's, but the result was a harmonious equilibrium. This meant that if Hashirama's cells were transplanted into Sasuke, he would not be overwhelmed by them. But what about Naruto? The stray dog quickly turned his attention to the other set of experiments. Chapter 40. Hinata's transformation indeed. If the Hashirama cells are unable to engulf Sasuke's cells due to Sasuke possessing Indra's chakra, then Naruto, endowed with Ashura's chakra, finds his cells merging flawlessly with Hashirama's. This implies that both Sasuke and Naruto, upon transplanting Hashirama's cells, could attain the would-release bloodline limit. However, Sasuke would bear a visage reminiscent of Hashirama, akin to Madara. In contrast, Naruto's cells would integrate perfectly without leaving such an imprint. Taking meticulous notes, Minato then turned his attention to the third experimental group. This was the most challenging of the experiments, employing gene editing technology. Hinata's genetic perfection stood at 70, strikingly close to that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The brother of the sage of 6 paths Neji and Hinata's perfect genes both measured at 50. Minato proceeded to splice the perfect genes from Neji and Hinata, excising Hinata's flawed genes and replacing them with the perfected ones, resulting in a new 100 flawless genetic cell. However, although this singular cell had been created, it required cultivation to enable further division. Cell division, you say? Minato procured a large container of nutrient solution. He poured the edited genetic cells into the nutrient solution and subsequently channeled his chakra. What is this? Kinshiki observed as Minato enveloped himself in a golden aura of chakra, leaving her utterly astonished. Such immense chakra. Minato smiled broadly, reassuring her not to be alarmed. As his chakra infused the nutrient solution, the perfect cells began to divide rapidly. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Within mere breaths, the growth was visible to the naked eye. After a short while, a mass of 30 pounds of flesh quietly floated within the nutrient solution. This nutrient solution had been scavenged from Danzo's laboratory. Depleting it would leave them without any remaining supplies. The flesh within the solution was composed entirely of Kagaya Otsutsuki's flawless genes. Regrettably, the nutrient solution was insufficient for further division. 30 pounds would suffice. Minato placed the 30 pounds of flesh into the gene extractor. Extracting, he pressed the start button, and the 30 pounds of perfect genetic cells were being refined. Gene fluid, capable of enhancing genetic perfection. However, the enhancement was limited within the entire Hyuga clan. It seemed only Hinata possessed the potential for success, as her genetic perfection was the highest. In the training grounds, Naruto was attempting to infuse water-based chakra into his Rasengan. He felt a sense of anticipation, wondering what new technique might emerge from this fusion. In the forest, Hinata quietly observed Naruto, her face filled with concern. Naruto-kun. The village's higher-ups convened and approved a protective plan against the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock villages. They decided that Jiraiya would lead a team consisting of Naruto and Sasuke, forming Konoha's strongest squad to retaliate against the third Tsuchikage. Kakashi, Guy, and Tsunade would remain in Konoha, prepared to defend against any assault from the Hidden Cloud. Naruto-kun was about to embark on a mission, yet she felt utterly helpless. A hint of despair flickered in her worried eyes. At that moment, a flash of yellow light caught Hinata's attention. "Ah, a dog." Startled, she exclaimed. Minato, arms crossed, replied, "Don't be alarmed. I am here to help you grow stronger." Yet Hinata remained vigilant, dismissing Minato's words as mere deception. With a twinge of annoyance, Minato realized he had limited time and could not afford to linger. He promptly called out, "Naruto, come here for a moment." Hearing the call, Naruto approached swiftly. Upon seeing Hinata and the dog that was his father, he was taken aback. "Hinata, father, what are you doing here?" "Father?" Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind blank. Naruto-kun actually referred to a dog as his father? Minato, unwilling to waste time, stated, "I wish to teach Hinata a few things to help her grow stronger, but she does not believe me, so I called you over to verify." Understanding dawned on Naruto, and he grinned, saying, "Oh, I see. Hinata, since you like me, why not learn ninjutsu from my father? He will make you incredibly strong." Hinata's face flushed crimson. Minato was left in disbelief, wondering how he had ended up with such a son. At this rate, Hinata might suffer a heart attack from embarrassment. Without further ado, Minato took Hinata by the hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the underground base, Hinata's heart raced with unease. However, she trusted Naruto, and thus believed that Minato would not harm her. The dog before her was Naruto's father, after all. "All right, relax and lie down," Minato spoke softly. He knew that gentleness was crucial with Hinata. Raising his voice would only startle her. Hinata nodded slightly and reclined on the experimental platform. Minato filled a syringe with the gene fluid, carefully expelling the air, before applying a disinfectant to Hinata's skin. "This may hurt a bit, so bear with it," Minato said as he positioned himself before her. Hinata slowly closed her eyes. "I'm going in." Hinata grimaced as a wave of pain surged through her, prompting a soft moan to escape her lips. Minato cautiously inserted the syringe into Hinata's body, injecting the perfected gene fluid. Withdrawing the syringe, he closely monitored Hinata's reaction. "So hot." Hinata frowned, feeling discomfort throughout her body. "Hold on. This must be part of the genetic enhancement process." Hinata shook her lips, and everything before her blurred, leading her to lose consciousness. "Hinata? Hinata?" Minato's heart raced with panic. Could something have gone wrong? "Please don't let her die. She is destined to be my future daughter-in-law." Just as Minato felt helpless, Kinshiki exclaimed excitedly, "It has improved." The instruments displayed Hinata's genetic perfection rating, 75, 80, 85, 100. Kinshiki was ecstatic, declaring the success to be genuine. Minato shared her excitement, but remained puzzled. Although Hinata's complexion and hair had transformed to a shade of white, akin to the Otsutsuki clan, indicating that the equipment was functioning correctly, he wondered why she had yet to awaken. Fortunately, her heartbeat remained steady, and her vital signs were normal. After staring for an hour, Hinata still showed no signs of waking. Minato sighed, "Take good care of Hinata. My time has come." With that, his spirit departed and returned to Naruto's body, leaving Minato as a bewildered stray dog. Chapter 41. The mightiest team engages in battle once more. What do you think the outcome will be this time? In the land of water, within the hidden mist village, Obito inquired of Zetsu with keen interest. Zetsu grinned, a smile spreading across his face. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke, each possessing strength that surpasses that of the third Hokage, are formidable opponents. However, Inoki wields the dust release technique. Moreover, Inoki has established a special channel of communication with Deidara. It is rumored that Deidara has requested leave from his leader, likely to accept Inoki's invitation for a confrontation with Jiraiya and the others. Considering this, the outcome remains uncertain. Obito contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Deidara must not fall. You should go and check on him." Despite Deidara's strength, Obito harbored doubts about his ability to emerge unscathed when facing Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Konoha had entered a state of heightened alert. Numerous ninjas from the intelligence department were dispatched to monitor the entire Fire Country. Any incursions by ninjas from the Hidden Cloud or Hidden Stone would be promptly reported. In addition, a multitude of summoned beasts journeyed to the land of Earth. Upon their arrival, They would be summoned back by Konoha's ninjas to relay the situation in the land of Earth. After delivering their reports, the summoned beasts would hasten back to the land of Earth. In this manner, Konoha's intelligence department could continuously gather information. The elite team from Konoha had arrived at the border of the land of Earth. In the Hokage's office, a summoned dog reported the situation. Tsunade and Narashikaku exchanged solemn glances as they began to analyze the route. At this pace, they would reach the hidden stone village by noon. As the summoned dog dissipated into a cloud of mist, Kakashi bit his finger once more. Summoning. Another dog appeared. The hidden stone had also dispatched a three-man team, led by Inoki, accompanied by a blonde youth and Akatsuchi. Narashikaku remarked gravely, "They will encounter each other well before noon." He quickly approached the map, studying it intently for a moment before pointing to a lake. The Yellow Water Lake. Within the land of Earth, Jiraiya led the charge, surging ahead of Naruto and Sasuke. He felt a sense of helplessness. All along, he had believed that taking lives could not usher in peace. It only begets endless hatred, perpetuating the cycle of war and preventing the dawn of mutual understanding among people. Yet, the hidden cloud and hidden stone, in their endeavor to neutralize Konoha's flying thunder god threat, would utilize the Jinchuriki to launch a surprise attack, leading to the third Hokage's demise. Now, they were further propagating the notion of Konoha as a threat, rallying an army of ninjas. If left unchecked, the fourth great ninja war would inevitably erupt. Should he resort to killing? Jiraiya was perplexed. "Naruto, Sasuke, what are your thoughts on this operation?" he asked. Naruto and Sasuke viewed it simply as a chance to retaliate against the hidden cloud and hidden stone for their bullying of Konoha. Eager to settle the score with a battle, they were not inclined to ponder such profound questions. Minato sighed. "Naruto, allow me to speak." Naruto relinquished control of his body to Minato, who stated, "This battle centers on establishing our might. The continuous wars among the five great nations stem from a balance of power. If Konoha can grow stronger, far surpassing the other four nations, then war will cease to exist." Jiraiya and Sasuke fell into contemplation. As a time traveler, Minato had witnessed the events of Naruto. In that era, the five great nations could unite, not only due to their shared experiences in the Fourth Great Ninja War, but also because Naruto and Sasuke possessed the strength to dominate the entire ninja world, instilling fear in the other ninja villages. In that time, would they dare to attack Konoha? As long as Naruto and Sasuke spoke, the various nations would refrain from initiating conflict. Would anyone dare to defy their words? If Naruto and Sasuke were sufficiently powerful, they could assert their dominance while extending courtesy. Thus, no one would dare to act against them, preserving their dignity and preventing wars. Eventually, the looming threat of Kagaya Otsutsuki could redirect the tensions of all ninja villages towards a common enemy. In such a scenario, not only would wars cease, but the five great ninja villages could also unite. An air of silence enveloped the group as Minato returned control to Naruto. Suddenly, Sasuke spoke up. "Naruto makes a valid point. A show of strength is indeed the path forward for the ninja world." Jiraiya remained silent, yet a flicker of uncertainty stirred within him. This could be a viable path, contingent upon ensuring that the strong harbored no aggressive intentions. If Konoha truly became powerful enough to stand above the other four nations, Tsunade could maintain her ideals and foster peace in the ninja world. Following Tsunade, Naruto could lead the way. Thus, it could lead to at least 50 years of peace. Should Naruto find a successor who could uphold peace after him, the era of tranquility might extend even longer. Therefore, this battle would serve as Konoha's declaration of might. The retaliatory action aimed to eliminate the third Tsuchikage, while the display of power sought victory. At the Yellow Water Lake, the surface reflected the sunlight like a mirror. Konoha's strongest team encountered Inoki, Deidara, and Akatsuchi. Inoki floated in the air, looking down upon them with disdain. "I've heard you intend to execute a revenge plan to eliminate this old man. Would you believe me if I claimed I did not kill the third Hokage?" Indeed, he did not, but apart from Minato, Kushina, and Anko, no one would believe him. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. "This is no longer a matter of belief. In order to eliminate Konoha's flying thunder god threat, you resorted to attacking Konoha. You are far too belligerent." Inoki retorted coldly, "If you wish to avoid conflict, return the Jinchuriki to us." Jiraiya replied, "We did not capture the Jinchuriki." Inoki scoffed, "Then there is nothing more to discuss. I shall eliminate you here and then personally demand them from Konoha." With that, he began to gather chakra, his hands forming a series of seals as the model for dust release quietly manifested. "Be cautious. Do not let this technique hit you," he warned. As he completed his hand seals, fire release, fireball jutsu, a pillar of flame surged towards Inoki. Though powerful, Dust release required time to accumulate chakra, making it significantly slower than ordinary ninjutsu. If they could interrupt the technique before it was executed, they could nullify it. However, Inoki did not abandon his seals. Instead, Akatsuchi positioned himself in front of him. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth erupted from the bottom of the yellow water lake, intercepting Jiraiya's fireball. Simultaneously, Akatsuchi continued forming seals. Earth release, rock coffin. Two hemispherical boulders closed in, trapping Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke within. At that moment, Inoki had completed his dust release technique. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Chapter 42, Naruto vs. Inoki. A radiant beam of white light descended upon the earth, instantaneously carving a colossal chasm into the rocks below. Everything in its path was rendered to nothingness. Was this a success? Deidara was left speechless. Was this all the might of Konoha's strongest team? Inoki's voice was grave. Do not let your guard down. His instincts warned him that Jiraiya and the others would not be so easily vanquished. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could employ the Flying Thunder God technique. By the lakeside, Jiraiya stood with two sage toads perched upon his shoulders, having entered sage mode. Naruto, you possess the Flying Thunder God for protection. Inoki is yours to handle. Sasuke, confront Deidara. Once I deal with the blonde brat, we shall join forces to eliminate Inoki. Understood. The trio transformed into mere shadows, utilizing the body flicker technique to vanish from their original positions. Though Naruto was not adept at the Flying Thunder God technique, he knew that if he found himself in peril, Minato would swiftly take over his body and activate the technique to escape. Nevertheless, Inoki remained formidable, even without his dust release. Be cautious, Inoki warned, just as shurikens sliced through the air towards them. Deidara and Sasuke quickly activated their body flicker techniques to evade the assault. After gaining some distance, Jiraiya clashed with Deidara, while Sasuke engaged with the Earth-style user, Akatsuchi. Meanwhile, Naruto stood resolutely before Inoki. Is the Flying Thunder God intended for an old man like me? Inoki discerned Naruto's intentions immediately, yet he chuckled. He placed his hands back upon his chest, beginning to gather chakra. However, his target was not Naruto, but Sasuke. Naruto was taken aback. He had not anticipated such treachery from the elder. Without hesitation, he rapidly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Naruto unleashed 5 high-pressure wind spheres at Inoki with remarkable speed. This was his swiftest long-range attack. Inoki, sensing the imminent threat before his dust release was fully formed, scoffed and relinquished his technique. He adeptly maneuvered his chakra to alter his trajectory, narrowly avoiding Naruto's onslaught. Yet, he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth clone technique. 3 earth clones materialized before Inoki, forming a line to shield him from Naruto's attack. Simultaneously, Inoki's true self continued to consolidate his dust release. His intentions clear, to use the clones to intercept Naruto's assault while he himself eliminated Sasuke. Despicable. Naruto felt a surge of frustration. Yet, he maintained his composure. Sasuke, retreat, he shouted. At that moment, Sasuke had already concluded his duel. With merely a glance, he ensnared Akatsuchi and his Tsukuyami. Hearing Naruto's warning, Sasuke quickly turned to see Inoki's dust release aimed at him. With a cold smirk, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Tsukuyami, with a resounding snap. Inoki felt his chakra slipping from his control as the dust release abruptly dissipated. What is this? The Uchiha clan? The Manjiki Sharingan? He broke into a cold sweat. Memories of a dancing figure flickering through his mind like a lantern. Damn it. Break free. A surge of chakra he had prepared for countering the Uchiha's Jinjutsu erupted within him, enabling him to shatter the illusion. Since his battle with Uchiha Madara, Inoki had researched various methods to counter the Sharingan's illusions. The chakra he had stored was specifically for combating the Uchiha's Jinjutsu, though he quickly freed himself from the illusion. Sasuke cast a triumphant glance at Naruto. Dust release? I can dismantle it with a mere glance. As Inoki regained his composure, one of his shadow clones darted swiftly to Akatsuchi's side. Release. He infused chakra into Akatsuchi, freeing him from the Jinjutsu. Enough. You will lose convincingly, Sasuke declared coldly. This was a battle to establish dominance. Resolving the conflict through Jinjutsu would not suffice. He intended for Akatsuchi to concede wholeheartedly, to avoid being affected by Inoki's dust release. Sasuke fought while maintaining distance from the elder. Inoki attempted to pursue, but Naruto intervened. Ice release. Ice wall. In an instant, a massive ice wall rose from the depths of Lake Hashigakure, encasing Naruto and Inoki in a formidable enclosure. The space was vast, equivalent to the size of a football field. Inoki was taken aback. This Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can wield ice release? And such immense chakra without even tapping into the power of the tailed beast. You are strong, Inoki acknowledged. However, no matter how large or thick your ice wall, it cannot hinder my dust release. He resumed gathering chakra for his technique. Unfazed, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release, ice dragon. A fierce ice dragon materialized before Naruto, launching itself towards Inoki. Inoki gritted his teeth, opting not to evade the dragon, but charged directly at it. Earth release, heavy stone technique. He struck the ice dragon with force, causing its weight to become unfathomably heavy, rendering it unable to sustain flight. The dragon shattered midair, plummeting towards the ground. Inoki continued his descent, intending to compel Naruto to activate the Flying Thunder God and escape before unleashing his dust release to dismantle this prison. However, before he could reach Naruto, he noticed the latter wielding a pure white sphere of light. What is this? A sense of danger instinctively gripped Inoki. With a powerful gesture, Naruto hurled the luminous sphere towards Inoki. Ice release, spiraling cold explosion. The white sphere, brimming with potent chakra, compelled Inoki to retreat without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth ball. He expelled a mass of earth, which rapidly transformed into a colossal sphere over 20 meters in diameter. Inoki lifted the earth ball, hurling it towards the white sphere. Channeling chakra, he invoked the heavy stone technique, amplifying the ball's weight to an extraordinary degree while maintaining its velocity. Boom! The white sphere collided with the earth ball, and the latter's immense weight shattered the former. Yet, at the moment of impact, the white sphere erupted into a massive explosion, expanding to nearly 100 meters in diameter. The shockwave surged forth, halting just a meter before Inoki. What is this? Inoki gazed in disbelief at the vast sphere, sensing an endless chill emanating from within. His earth ball was instantly reduced to mere fragments. This technique must not strike me. Outside the icy realm, Jiraiya was taken aback by the resilience of this blonde youth. It must have been during the battle with the Raikage that the Sage Toad's voice Jinjutsu was countered by their earplugs. Deidara, utilizing his flying clay, soared into the sky, akin to a bomber, relentlessly bombarding Jiraiya. Evading the explosions with a body flicker technique, Jiraiya seized an opportune moment, forming hand seals with haste. Sage Art, 5 right guards. Chapter 43. Such audacity when release, toad oil, and fire release surged forth, descending upon Deidara. His expression tightened as he maneuvered the clay giant bird, narrowly evading the attack from the 5 right gate. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, he sensed something ensnaring his foot. He glanced down and was astonished to find a tongue wrapped around it. I've got you. With a sudden tug, Fukasaku, the sage beside Jiraiya, pulled Deidara down from the giant bird. Jiraiya then leaped into action, immense chakra coalescing in his hands. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. What? Deidara was utterly bewildered, watching helplessly as Jiraiya propelled a massive Rasengan, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, toward him. In a moment of desperation, he commanded the flying giant bird to charge at the supersized Rasengan. Go! The giant bird collided with the Rasengan, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. Deidara and Jiraiya were perilously close to the epicenter of the blast. The colossal shockwave mercilessly engulfed them. Jiraiya, shielded by the supersized Rasengan, absorbed the majority of the damage, while Fukasaku and Shima swiftly activated a barrier to deflect the remaining force. Deidara, however, was far less fortunate. His body was charred, sent flying through the air, with his arms broken and hanging limply. He pondered whether the price of risking his life was worth it. Yet, what followed left him speechless. He never anticipated that the art he pursued would cause him harm. To make matters worse, it was his hands that were injured. As the dust settled, Jiraiya approached Deidara slowly. However, before Jiraiya could act, a dark sigil appeared beneath Deidara's feet. Both Jiraiya and Deidara froze in shock as Deidara began to sink into the ground, disappearing from sight. Even the sensory perception of Sage Mode could not detect Deidara's chakra. Had he just escaped? After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya dismissed the vanishing Deidara and turned his gaze toward the distant colossal ice castle. Breaking through its walls might assist Inoki, or perhaps he should focus on eliminating the enemy alongside Sasuke. Meanwhile, Akatsuki, glancing at Sasuke, was gripped by a sense of trepidation. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He could not afford to be struck. In Sasuke's hands, a basketball-sized golden sphere of light swirled, akin to a miniature sun. If he aimed to make a statement, he would test this technique. With the enhancement of his Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke thrust forward a purple Susanoo arm. Fire release, Dance of the Spiral Flash Zero. The golden sphere shot forth, its terrifying heat transforming the ground beneath into molten lava. Akatsuki, not daring to underestimate it, quickly formed hand seals. Earth release. Rock pressure. Two massive boulders rose on either side of the golden sphere and rushed together at breakneck speed, attempting to contain the explosive energy. Boom. The golden sphere detonated, creating a radiant orb nearly 100 meters in diameter that consumed the two colossal rocks. The oppressive heat radiated outward, boiling the waters of Lake Yellow, vaporizing the water within the sphere. Though Akatsuki managed to avoid the immediate danger of the expanding sphere, he found himself perilously close, feeling an unbearable heat wash over him. Was he to perish here? Slowly, he closed his eyes, bracing for death. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A deluge of water cascaded down upon Akatsuki, cooling and soothing him. Jiraiya's water was abundant, refreshing, and immensely comforting, transforming his experience from hell to heaven. Saved. Sasuke approached Akatsuki with a triumphant smile, looking down upon him coolly. Is this all you've got? What audacity to strike at Konoha. Akatsuki grinned and replied, the balance among the 5 great ninja villages cannot be shattered. Konoha has unleashed the Flying Thunder God and captured the Jinchuriki. The balance has already been disrupted. We are merely uniting to combat a formidable foe. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha, as the summoned ninja dogs returned to report on the strongest team's situation, they had barely begun to relax when urgent intelligence arrived from the reconnaissance unit. The Raikage had suddenly appeared at the Valley of the End and was racing towards the village at an unfathomable speed. What? Everyone in the office stood up in alarm. Nara Shikaka spoke solemnly. It is said that Kumogakure possesses a technique known as Heavenly Sending, a space-time ninjutsu used to transport supplies to the battlefield. However, if one possesses sufficient strength, they can also teleport directly. Could the Raikage's sudden appearance be due to this technique? Kakashi asked gravely. If the Raikage is alone, an attack on the village is unlikely. Nara Shikaka mused. He then turned to Tsunade, stating, his target is likely the Hokage. Given that the Raikage's objective was the Hokage, Tsunade could not be allowed to confront him. With Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke absent from the village, who could stand against the Raikage? Everyone's gaze shifted to Kakashi, who in turn looked at Guy. Kakashi, Guy, do you have confidence? Nara Shikaku inquired. Protecting the Hokage? Absolutely no problem, Guy exclaimed, throwing an arm around Kakashi's shoulder. Grinning broadly. Even without sunlight, his teeth gleamed. I will join as well, Tsunade declared without hesitation. Since he seeks me, I will confront the Raikage, preventing him from assaulting the village. Besides, who knows who the true target is? If he dares to come here. The legendary presence of the Sannin surged forth in Tsunade, stirring even the seasoned clan leader, Nara Shikaku. Tsunade, accompanied by Kakashi and Guy, hastily departed the village, racing towards the Valley of the End. Eventually, they encountered the Raikage amidst the stone forest. 5th Hokage Tsunade. The Raikage activated his lightning release armor, exuding an overwhelming aura. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the Raikage. Such power. Jiraiya managed to defeat such a formidable opponent? Kakashi had previously believed his strength was comparable to Jiraiya's, if not greater than Orochimaru's. But upon witnessing the Raikage, he realized the substantial gap between him and Jiraiya. Tsunade stepped forward, her demeanor calm as she regarded the Raikage. I hear your target is me. The Raikage scoffed. Indeed, as long as I eliminate you, Konoha will be leaderless, and its downfall will merely be a matter of time. Tsunade scoffed in return. What audacity. Chapter 44. Guy and Raikage's hair had been singed off by Jiraiya, yet the bald warrior remained audacious. He scoffed, with Jiraiya gone, who can stand against me? Not even Jiraiya himself would prevail if I were prepared with earplugs. Kakashi's expression hardened as he executed a body flicker technique, placing himself protectively in front of Tsunade. In swift succession, he hurled 3 shuriken towards Raikage. Raikage merely snorted derisively, disregarding the shuriken and charging directly at Tsunade, convinced that no one could possibly thwart him. The shuriken clattered harmlessly against the lightning release armor, deflected effortlessly. Raikage's speed remained astonishing, reaching an incredible velocity. Observing this, Kakashi quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a resounding crash, 3 earthen walls adorned with canine heads erupted from the ground, standing steadfast in Raikage's path. Lightning release, lightning pincer. Raikage's chakra surged to its zenith, the lightning release armor amplifying both his speed and physical prowess to their utmost limits. Boom. The first wall shattered without contest, followed swiftly by the second. Kakashi had already activated his lightning cutter, poised behind the third earthen barrier. Boom. The third wall crumbled beneath Rakige's assault. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been waiting for Rakige's advance, thrust his hand forward without hesitation. Lightning cutter. Crack. Rakige halted, the sounds of crackling electricity emanating from his armor. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. His lightning cutter had failed to penetrate Rakige's formidable lightning release armor. It had barely breached half of the armor's exterior. How can this be? Kakashi thought, astonished. His lightning cutter was renowned for its ability to pierce through various defenses, and until now, nothing had withstood its might. Rakige chuckled coldly. I've heard you are the fourth Hokage's disciple. You are still far from his caliber. He lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick toward Kakashi. Kakashi had no time to ponder, quickly raising his hand to block. However, Rakige's speed was blinding, and the force was overwhelming. Kakashi felt an unstoppable power strike him, launching him like a cannonball through the air. Cough. Mid-flight, Kakashi felt a surge in his stomach, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Damn it. My insides are injured. He crashed heavily to the ground. A look of resentment etched on his face. He anticipated defeat would come so swiftly. Just as he prepared to activate Kamui to incapacitate Rakige, he noticed Rakige's speed had once again surged, rendering him unable to lock onto the target with his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Kakashi was airborne, Rakige dashed towards Tsunade, intent on capturing her to extract information about Killer Bee and the Jinchuriki. Guy, astonished by Kakashi's rapid defeat and aware of Rakige's formidable strength, refused to underestimate him. 8th gate of the 8 gates, the 6th gate, the gate of joy, open. In the next moment, Guy's eyes gleamed with unyielding determination, his body enveloped in a verdant luminescence. The aura surrounding him transformed dramatically. Tsunade gasped in surprise. Is that a forbidden technique? He opened the 6th gate right from the start? In her shock, Guy's figure morphed into a blur, racing toward Rakige. Swish. The two figures collided at high speed, the battle unfolding so rapidly that it was nearly impossible to discern the details. Rakige, taken aback by such talent within Konoha, realized that Guy's speed was not far behind his own. Yet, without the lightning release armor, he lacked the same ferocity. Thus, he was not Guy's match. Rakige let out a cold laugh, accelerating further. Lightning release, lightning pincer. Under the armor, Rakige's fist descended upon Guy. However, at a critical moment, Guy evaded the strike. Crouching low, Konoha hurricane. Guy's foot shot up from the ground, sending Rakige soaring into the air. Immediately following, Guy leaped up, overtaking the airborne Rakige in an instant. He rapidly swung his fists, unleashing a torrent of high-pressure fireballs. 8th gate of the 8 gates, the ultimate secret, Morning Peacock. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Guy's fist moved at supersonic speed, the intense friction with the air caused his fists to reach soaring temperatures. Each high-pressure fireball erupted forth, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers, striking Rakige with unrelenting force. Rakige, propelled through the air by the Morning Peacock, landed heavily on the ground, struggling to rise. Such talent from Konoha is impressive. However, your techniques still cannot breach my defenses. Despite enduring numerous blows from the Morning Peacock, Rakige emerged unscathed, the lightning release armor absorbing all damage. Meanwhile, Kakashi, bolstered by Tsunade's meticulous healing, felt his body rejuvenate. The internal injuries miraculously healed within such a brief time. Truly, Tsunade's medical prowess was unparalleled in the ninja world. Once upright, he hastily released the 4-symbol seal, unbridling his crimson Sharingan, allowing him to observe the clash between Rakige and Guy with greater clarity. This chakra? Kakashi was taken aback, witnessing Guy flash a grin. Then allow me to unveil the Azure Beast of Konoha. 8th gate of the 8 gates, the 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. Boom. Guy's aura transformed dramatically. His eyes radiated a crimson light, the green chakra steam enveloping him shifting to a brilliant blue. Here it comes. Guy's form suddenly vanished. Upon opening the 7th gate, his speed surged beyond that of the 6th gate. Rakige, startled, scanned his surroundings, sensing movement to his left. He swung his fist at incredible speed, but was met with a violent impact to his midsection. Boom. Rakige was sent flying by the force of Guy's kick. In shock, Rakige had not anticipated that Guy's speed could surpass his own. Before he could comprehend, he sensed movement behind him. Turning his head, he discovered Guy had somehow positioned himself at his back. Thud. Another heavy blow struck his abdomen, sending Rakige crashing once more. This cannot continue, Rakige resolved. Channeling his chakra to its utmost limits, activating the second state of his lightning release armor. Anticipating Guy's next move, Raikage fortified his palms. Lightning release, lightning annihilation. A potent surge of lightning chakra coalesced in his hands, boasting greater penetrative power than Kakashi's lightning cutter. Should Guy dare to strike again, this blow could shatter his legs. Guy, indeed, reappeared behind Raikage. However, this time, he did not unleash another kick. Instead, he formed a peculiar hand seal. In an instant, Guy unleashed immense pressure. Eighth Gate of the Eight Gates, the ultimate secret, Daytime Tiger. Chapter 45, the heart of the Raikage is wounded. A powerful pressure erupted instantaneously, transforming into a fierce tiger that lunged towards the Raikage. From a distance, he felt an irresistible force. Impossible. The Raikage gathered his lightning chakra in his palm, elevating the intensity of his lightning technique. Lightning style, Thousand Dance. He believed this was the mightiest spear in the ninja world, capable of piercing through all. No one could withstand this attack. Crack. Guy's Daytime Tiger collided head-on with the Raikage's enhanced lightning technique. The violent clash distorted the very fabric of space. With a thunderous roar, the Raikage's expression changed dramatically. He could not see Guy's Daytime Tiger being pierced. Instead, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. In a flash, he sensed himself being lifted into the air, as if a ferocious tiger had seized a duck, racing forward with no resistance whatsoever. No, the Raikage never anticipated that his lightning style, Thousand Dance, would falter in direct confrontation. He couldn't even shatter a single tooth of the Daytime Tiger. Boom. The colossal white Daytime Tiger ground the Raikage into the earth. From afar, a cloud of dust, stretching over 1,000 meters, enveloped the forest. No matter how strong the pressure, it must eventually dissipate. Gasping for breath, Guy's blue steam vanished, replaced by green chakra steam. He appeared somewhat drained. Tsunade executed a body flicker technique, appearing before Guy. How do you feel? Guy smiled faintly and replied, I'm fine, just 2 broken ribs. Without hesitation, Tsunade activated her healing jutsu to mend Guy's injuries. The Raikage was in disarray. He had never felt so defeated in his life. Though he bore wounds, the emotional scars were far greater. The legacy of the third Raikage's lightning style, Thousand Dance, capable of severing even the horns of the Eight Tails, had never known defeat in battle. Even the fourth Hokage, when faced with this technique, could only activate the Flying Thunder God to evade. Yet now, that man possessed speed surpassing his own, completely able to dodge his attack, yet chose to confront it head-on. To the Raikage, Guy was merely courting death. And what was the outcome? His once invincible lightning style, Thousand Dance, was now utterly suppressed by the Daytime Tiger, leaving him incapacitated. This was a result he could not accept. The Raikage was perplexed. In the original timeline, Guy's Daytime Tiger had annihilated Kisame. And even the legendary Sage of the Six Paths had been stirred by this technique. If all 8 gates were opened, even the Sage of the Six Paths would be cautious. However, if Guy did not open the 8th gate, relying solely on the Daytime Tiger would only grant temporary dominance. Now, Guy was injured. If he were to fight again, it would be at the cost of his life, opening the Death Gate to unleash the 8 gates of might. As for the Raikage, though he had been ground into the earth by the Daytime Tiger and was injured, he was still capable of fighting. If Guy did not open the Death Gate, the Raikage would emerge victorious. Yet, the Raikage had lost the will to continue fighting. His heart was wounded, struggling to rise. He no longer felt the urge to activate his lightning armor. Without the stimulation of the armor, his emotions seemed to cool significantly. He had thought that Konoha's endurance was solely due to the efforts of its Hokages. Now, it seemed he was mistaken. They could proceed. He closed his eyes, awaiting the moment of life's end. Tsunade withdrew her chakra and gazed at the Raikage. You are partially correct. Konoha's resilience is indeed greatly attributed to its Hokages. However, they alone are insufficient. Each crisis has seen individuals willing to step forward, and no one has truly defeated Konoha. Guy's body trembled, though directed at the Raikage. The words reminded him of his father, who once faced the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist with Kurenai. They had believed they were doomed, yet his father, a mere genin, stood up and sacrificed his life to unleash the 8 gates of might. The result? The top combatants of the mist suffered devastating losses. They ultimately survived. Their predecessors had done so. Now, was it his turn to stand up? A sense of vigilance surged within Guy, should the Raikage choose to fight again. He too would emulate his father, willing to sacrifice himself to protect those dear to him. The Raikage slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion. Was his intent not clear enough? Come, kill me. To perish on the battlefield was his dream, and there was a chance he could reunite with Killer Bee thereafter. Enough talk. To die at the hands of Konoha would leave him without regrets. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Yet Tsunade's voice was firm. You, the Cloud Village, have gathered a force of ninjas under the pretense of Konoha capturing your Jinchuriki, spreading rumors of Konoha's threat. The battle has not even begun, and you are already seeking death? The Raikage shouted in anger. What pretense? Wasn't he Killer Bee captured by you? Tsunade replied solemnly. I swear in the name of the 5th Hokage, Konoha has not captured your Jinchuriki. At her words, the Raikage trembled. Not Konoha? But if not Konoha, who else possessed such power? Killer Bee was acting alongside the puppet master. They were both formidable ninjas. Even he had no confidence in defeating them together. A massive ice sculpture loomed over the lake, its interior space gradually diminishing as ice and snow encroached upon it. Inoki attempted to break the icy barrier with dust release. But every time he initiated it, the ice dragon interrupted his technique, leaving him at a loss. Damn it! Inoki refused to yield. He evaded the ice dragon's attack and flew alongside the icy barrier, swiftly forming hand signs. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. A torrent of chakra slammed into the icy barrier, significantly reducing the mass of the immense ice sculpture. With both hands supporting the sculpture above, he channeled chakra to propel it upward. Lift off. Boom. The ice sculpture, the size of a football field, began to tremble. The battle beyond had concluded. Jiraiya and Sasuke gazed in astonishment at the colossal ice sculpture, which slowly lifted off the ground. What is going on inside? Sasuke queried. His Sharingan could detect the flow of chakra, but could not see what was obscured. Jiraiya, having exhausted his sage mode, was now in a normal state and similarly perplexed. Suddenly, he shook his head, causing his white hair to sway, creating a transparent ripple. Barrier. Heavenly covering formation. The transparent ripple rapidly expanded, enveloping an area of 10 miles. This was Jiraiya's sensory barrier. Within it, he could perceive everything occurring nearby. It was Inoki lifting the ice sculpture. Chapter 46. What if I refuse? Sasuke held deep admiration for Jiraiya. This man, devoid of noble lineage, had mastered such extraordinary techniques. Particularly, his sage mode and the colossal Rasengan he conjured were magnitudes greater than Sasuke's own. Unlike Kakashi, who wielded a Sharingan, yet did not exhibit remarkable strength, Jiraiya stood in stark contrast. Kakashi seemed significantly inferior. Had that Sharingan been bestowed upon Jiraiya, even the 8 Tails would have met its demise on the spot. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Sasuke revered him profoundly as he observed the situation within the ice sculpture. Upon lifting the ice sculpture, Inoki unexpectedly released his grip, allowing it to plummet freely from the sky. Quick evade. Jiraiya and Sasuke activated their body flicker technique, distancing themselves. A resounding crash echoed as the ice sculpture shattered upon impact. This was Naka's intention. Unable to initiate the dust release without interruption, he utilized the lightweight rock technique to make the ice sculpture lighter, raising it high before letting it crash down. Would such a massive ice fortress not shatter? He swiftly exited the ice wall's confines and caught sight of Jiraiya and Sasuke together, while Chid lay powerless on the ground, with no trace of Deidara. At that moment, Inoki fully grasped the unfolding battle outside. He had lost. Who would have thought Deidara would flee in the heat of battle? A traitor to the village was indeed unreliable. Naruto stood atop the ice sculpture, gazing up at Inoki in the sky. He had originally intended to create a gigantic ice sculpture to entrap Inoki, freezing him in place and thwarting his movements. Little did he know, Inoki possessed such a technique to shatter his own icy fortress. As Inoki ascended higher, he aimed to reach a height beyond Naruto's reach before unleashing the dust release. Just as he was about to complete the dust release, he would dart towards Jiraiya and Sasuke at breakneck speed to eliminate them. Acting on impulse, he soared into the sky, preparing to unleash the dust release. Be cautious. He is about to use dust release. This distance was utterly unreachable, with no obstructions to his line of sight. Sasuke's Sharingan perceived the situation more clearly than Jiraiya or Naruto. However, the distance was too great for Sasuke's Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu to land a hit. Although he could summon Susanoo, he lacked the finesse to utilize it effectively and could not draw his bow. This distance left Sasuke utterly helpless. Jiraiya also realized that Inoki remained within his sensory barrier. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Summoning technique overwhelmed the merchant. As Naka's dust release began to coalesce, he felt an unexpected sensation. He quickly looked up to the sky and was startled to see a gigantic toad descending rapidly toward him. What? The toad was immense and descended at an incredible speed. Focusing back on the dust release, Inoki had no time to evade. With a whoosh, the massive toad landed squarely on him, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom that shook the entire lake. Noki was furious, despite soaring to such heights. His dust release had still been interrupted. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals again. Lion's main technique. Instantly, Jiraiya's hair grew long, plunging into the lake's depths. When he pulled it back, he had bound Noki thoroughly. Sasuke stared at Jiraiya, utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that the summoning technique could be wielded in such a manner. Regrettably, he had no summoning beasts of his own. If he could summon a toad as large as Jiraiya's to crash upon that man, even if it did not crush him, it would certainly cause him trouble. For a moment, Sasuke began to yearn for the summoning technique. Noki struggled briefly, but Jiraiya's hair was robust. He could not even open his eyes. Though skilled in dust release and various earth techniques, Naka's physical strength was lacking. Bound by Jiraiya, he found himself unable to form hand seals. This time, he had truly lost. Previously, he had been defeated by the legendary Uchiha Madara, akin to the first Hokage. Afterward, he had trained diligently in ninjutsu, rapidly growing stronger under the influence of the will of stone, eventually mastering the dust release, capable of obliterating all. Yet against Konoha, he had previously lost to a mere dog and now faced defeat at the hands of Konoha's shinobi. Having lost, perhaps Konoha would truly unify the ninja world, rendering war non-existent. Noki felt no sadness, only a sense of reflection. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. A unified ninja world built upon the peace of war. How many lives must be sacrificed? Noki chuckled, saying, "Do you truly believe you can let this old man return?" At that moment, Naruto approached and spoke. "It's not impossible. As long as you provide us with the training methods for earth release, heavyweight rock technique, lightweight rock technique, and dust release, we shall let you go." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt something amiss. These were the unique skills of the Tsuchikage. Yet recalling Naruto's previous words about making Konoha strong enough to overshadow the entire ninja world, thus preventing war, he realized that to strengthen Konoha, they needed to incorporate the ultimate techniques of various ninja villages. If Konoha were to successfully master dust release, their power would increase tremendously. He fell into silence. In truth, this was Watergate's intention. Naruto and Sasuke had completed all chakra attributes. If they could successfully merge all attributes, they could create the truth-seeking ball akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Mastering such power would enable them to maintain an advantage against future crises following Kagayatsutsuki. To fuse 7 chakra attributes, one must first learn to merge other chakra types. Combining 2 chakra attributes would yield wood release, ice release, lava release, and other bloodline limit abilities. Merging 3 would grant the ability of dust release, a bloodline limit elimination technique. Naruto and Sasuke faced considerable difficulty merging single attribute chakra into their Rasengan, with ice release being even more challenging. The difficulty of mastering dust release surpassed that of bloodline limits. Creating a truth-seeking ball by merging the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements? This was the most arduous task, yet Watergate hoped they could all master this power. Thus, he required Naka's insights into dust release training. "What do you intend to do with these?" Noki sneered. "You indeed wish to grow stronger, aiming to dominate the entire ninja world?" When Konoha was founded, it possessed only the water techniques of the Senju clan and the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan. Back then, Konoha was strong solely due to the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, while others were weak. Through warfare and plunder, their ninjutsu repertoire expanded. The second Hokage, fond of researching various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, rapidly enhanced Konoha's strength. Konoha's ninjutsu became the most comprehensive. Yet they were not content, now coveting his dust release. "What if I refuse?" Noki retorted. Naruto replied, "If you provide it to us, we guarantee that in your lifetime, we will not take action against a Wagakure. However, if you refuse, the unification of the ninja world may very well begin with your village." Chapter 47. Profound self-reflection. Noki was taken aback. He never anticipated that Naruto would offer him such an assurance, pledging not to take any action against a Wagakure during his lifetime. Considering his youth, if his words were indeed binding, it meant that for nearly a century to come, Konoha would refrain from any aggression towards the hidden stone village. Why had he sought to launch a surprise attack on Konoha? Was it not due to his fear of Konoha's overwhelming strength potentially leading to the destruction of a Wagakure? After this battle, he had recognized Konoha's capability to annihilate Kumogakure. As long as Konoha desired it, a Wagakure was perpetually at risk of obliteration. Yet, at this moment, Konoha was willing to extend such a condition, promising nearly 100 years of peace. It seemed, from every angle, that he had emerged as the clear victor in this exchange. Regardless of whether they provided the dust release and earth release techniques, Konoha could still dominate Iwagakure. Should they withhold it, annihilation awaited them. If they granted it, Iwagakure might grow stronger, yet Kumogakure would not face destruction. Noki slowly lifted his head and remarked, Jiraiya, you are one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. Now that Tsunade serves as Hokage, you still possess decision-making power. Do you concur with Naruto Uzumaki's proposal? Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, a hint of understanding dawning upon him. This notion likely originated from Minato. A war-free resolution was precisely what he wished to witness. He nodded affirmatively, stating, I, Jiraiya, also guarantee this. Noki seemed to exhale in relief. He stated, I can grant you the dust release and heavy stone techniques, but you must deliver a written promise, signed by the Hokage, in return. His willingness to offer the technique spoke volumes of Noki's magnanimity, surpassing even Minato's expectations. He couldn't help but nod in admiration, recognizing that Noki had indeed earned his title as Tsuchikage through years of leadership, possessing a breadth of character not commonly found. Jiraiya solemnly accepted the scroll that Noki extended. This was a testament to Naki's trust in him. Could it be that his claim of not having killed the third Hokage was genuine? In the land of water, Zetsu observed Obito, who wore a satisfied smile. He slowly sank into the ground, his expression growing somber. The rapid advancement of Naruto and Sasuke was alarming. At merely 13 years of age, they had already attained strength on par with that of a Kage. One had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, while the other not only wielded the Flying Thunder God technique but had also defeated the third Tsuchikage, who mastered Dust Release. If this continued unchecked, capturing the Nine-Tails would become an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Obito was currently preoccupied with controlling the fourth Mizukage, obsessively seeking revenge for Rin. Having finally persuaded him to join the Eye of the Moon plan to create a world with Rin, what was he doing now? He was neglecting his duties. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was nearly a match for him and remained in the land of water. Despite multiple reminders, he feigned ignorance. This could not persist. A strategy was needed to eliminate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, ensuring the beast regained its freedom, or else wait 2 years until it resurrected to capture it once more. In the underworld, the White Zetsu army lay in wait. Zetsu fell into contemplation. The White Zetsu army was intended to restrain all ninja during the initiation of the Eye of the Moon plan and was not to be employed unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Obito. This individual was researching the Gedo Rinnet Tensei technique, capable of merging various bloodline limit abilities. Recently, he had stolen Danzo's corpse, acquiring Hashirama's cells along with several Mangekyou Sharingan. If he could indeed absorb the wood release and Sharingan's bloodline limit powers, how formidable would his strength become? This would undoubtedly yield an unprecedented, terrifying force unseen across the ninja world. Should he launch an assault on Konoha, Naruto, being a person of deep emotional ties, would likely not flee using the Flying Thunder God technique upon witnessing the slaughter of Konoha's populace. Thus, eliminating Naruto should pose no insurmountable challenge. With this thought, Zetsu slowly broke into a smile. He finally comprehended that relying on Obito was less advantageous than relying on himself. That fool was consumed with thoughts of Rin. And should he ever learn the true purpose of the Eye of the Moon, he would undoubtedly turn against them. His inability to assist would instead become an obstacle. It was better to prepare independently. In Konoha village, ordinary civilians remained blissfully unaware of the war crisis they had narrowly escaped. They continued to live leisurely within the village, their lives rich with love and devoid of mediocrity. Parents cherished their children, women adored their men, and laughter echoed through the alleyways. Upon returning to the village, Naruto passed through the streets. Minato, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reflect. Living as a civilian in Konoha amidst the ninja world seemed quite appealing. With no worries and a hero to shield them from calamity, even if the Otsutsuki descended with moon rocks, there would still be someone to confront them. As a civilian, one could simply enjoy the spectacle from a rooftop. If one possessed a telescope, they might even witness Naruto delivering a resounding defeat to SH-10 on the moon while sharing tender moments with Hinata. However, Minato had seen the Boruto series. Although the conclusion remained elusive, the onset depicted Konoha as a desolate wasteland. If changes were not made, he could perhaps survive his lifetime. But his children might not endure through the events of Boruto. Their objective was to oppose the entire Otsutsuki clan. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata must accelerate their growth. Currently, Hinata lay in a comatose state. It was only thanks to Mitarashi Anko's transformation technique that their secret remained intact. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan would be thrown into chaos. Yet, should Hinata fail to awaken soon, Anko would eventually be exposed. He pondered what could be amiss. Despite the perfect genetic alignment and normal life signs, what could be the issue? Kushina approached Minato, her voice soft as she inquired, "What troubles you?" Minato snapped back to reality, replying, "Do you remember the prophecy I mentioned? That clan, along with the conspiracy within the ninja world, our children must grow stronger swiftly." Kushina trusted Minato's judgment, stating, "I have faith in Naruto, and in you." Saying this, she gently wrapped her arms around Minato's, resting her head on his shoulder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a mysterious glow enveloped the two. In front of the Hokage office, Jiraiya suddenly halted. Sasuke and Naruto regarded him with puzzled expressions. "I have traversed the ninja world for many years, always yearning for someone to guide it into an era of mutual understanding among people. Yet now I comprehend," he said earnestly, "as you both have articulated. Only by making Konoha powerful enough to possess strength befitting the entire ninja world can we hope to enter such an era. In our confrontation with the Tsuchikage, our demonstration of strength must compel him to reflect. Should we lack strength and face defeat, the consequence would be the onset of war. The might of Kyumogakure cannot bestow peace, nor can the strength of a Wagakure." Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya regarded them seriously, declaring, "I believe in you. You must grow stronger. Instill fear within the ninja world, and bring calm to all. Only then shall true peace be attainable." Sasuke nodded, his gaze fixed on Jiraiya, a flicker of unrecognized admiration crossing his features. Naruto inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, do you intend to leave the village?" "Indeed, I have been investigating a mysterious organization during this time. They don black cloaks adorned with red clouds, and their members possess formidable power. The disappearances of Jinchuriki may be linked to them, and I must uncover their true intentions." Chapter 48. Hinata awakens. The figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds sent tremors through Sasuke's entire being. Within the recesses of his mind, the silhouette of a person flickered, reminiscent of the day he awakened his Sharingan. He sensed Itachi Uchiha was nearby. Upon turning to look, he saw a man in a black robe with red clouds departing. Yet at that moment, believing Naruto to be dead and Konoha under siege by tailed beasts, he lacked the heart to pursue that figure. Now, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Sasuke's excitement surged. "Jiraiya-sensei, I wish to accompany you and leave the village to investigate that organization," he exclaimed earnestly. Jiraiya, taken aback, had initially planned not to take Naruto with him, considering Minato's guidance. He had contemplated taking Sasuke under his wing for training. However, regarding the Manjiki Sharingan, he felt there was little he could impart. Observing Sasuke's resolute and yearning gaze, tinged with respect, Jiraiya found himself curious about the boy's true nature. Having spent some time together, he regarded Sasuke as a half-apprentice. Now, with Sasuke eager to follow him, could it be that the prophesied child of destiny was indeed one of them? Very well. This is a perfect opportunity for rigorous training. Jiraiya consented wholeheartedly. With the temporary stabilization of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, and with Jiraiya personally leading, Tsunade had also given her approval. Thus, Jiraiya set forth with Sasuke, embarking on their journey. Meanwhile, Naruto began his training in dust release, attempting to fuse the three distinct chakra natures of wind, fire, and earth. In addition to this, Hinata finally regained consciousness. In the underground base, both Minato and Yuga breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Hinata's hair and skin had turned pale, resembling that of the Tsutsuki progeny. "Hinata, how do you feel?" Yugao inquired promptly. Hinata's eyes sparkled with vitality as she replied, "It feels rather strange. I seem to have experienced an extraordinarily long dream." As she spoke, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror but exhibited no hint of surprise. Minato's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that Hinata knew what she looked like in her dream? What kind of dream was it? He asked. Hinata continued. "My ancestor's name is Tsutsuki Yumura. The Byakugan of our High-Ga clan is a legacy of Yumura's abilities." Minato was taken aback. "You dreamed of Tsutsuki Yumura?" "He is the son of Kagaya Tsutsuki, the brother of Sage of Six Paths." With Hinata's genes achieving perfection, she experienced a phenomenon of atavism during her unconscious state. She had even encountered the brother of the Sage of Six Paths. Did he, like the sage, leave behind a soul in the ninja world? What did he tell you? Did he bestow upon you any blessings? Minato questioned. Now it was Hinata's turn to be astonished. Naruto's father seemed to be familiar with Yumura. She responded. "He imparted to me the method to awaken the rebirth eye, but I lack sufficient chakra. If I had enough, I could attempt to awaken it." Chakra? Minato suddenly realized that although Hinata exhibited signs of atavism, she had not inherited enough chakra, which needed to be cultivated independently. Although the Tsutsuki clan possessed abundant chakra, it was reliant on the fruit of the divine tree to become even stronger. Despite Hinata's atavism, her chakra was insufficient to awaken the rebirth eye. Not enough chakra to teach her sage techniques? Minato pondered. However, the chakra of sage techniques was not her own. Whether it could be utilized to awaken the rebirth eye remained uncertain. As for tailed beasts, most have been captured by Nagato, with only Shikaku within Gaara and the three tails within the fourth Mizukage remaining. The initial allocation of chakra had not been fair, primarily due to the greed of the nine tails, which complicated matters now. Suddenly, Minato recalled the dragon vein. During his lifetime, he had sealed a dragon vein beneath the ruins of Lulan. The chakra contained within was boundless, rivaling that of the nine tails. Not only was it abundant, but it could continuously generate chakra. If he could seal the dragon vein within Hinata, she would no longer need to worry about chakra. Do not rush, Minato advised. You have just awakened and received the legacy of Ymura. Take your time to adapt to this newfound power. At the same time, you can continuously refine your chakra. Your current body can accommodate an immense amount of chakra, and no matter how much you infuse, it will not reach its limit. Previously, Hinata had been constrained by her limited chakra capacity, which hindered her from further refining it. The current situation was vastly different. The body of the Tsutsuki could hold a tremendous volume, and even if all the tailed beasts were contained within, it would not overflow. Understood. Hinata nodded earnestly. She too desired to grow stronger and assist Naruto. After reassuring his daughter-in-law and addressing several matters, Minato finally felt a sense of relief. He began to formulate a plan to help Naruto transplant Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. The Mangekyou Sharingan possessed Yin chakra, while Naruto, among the 7 chakra natures, uniquely lacked Yin. By transplanting the Mangekyou Sharingan, this deficiency could be remedied. With Naruto's Uzumaki lineage, there was no cause for concern regarding any adverse effects akin to Kakashi's hidden ailments. In the unnamed mountain, a desolate expanse devoid of life stretched for miles, littered with remnants of various creatures. Suddenly, a piercing howl erupted from the mountain's peak. Sharp and clear. Below, several peculiar figures stirred with excitement upon hearing the sound. Surely, our master has succeeded, one exclaimed. Indeed, with 9 Sharingan, once fused, our master will be invincible in the ninja world. We shall finally hold our heads high, another added. On the mountain, it was the triumphant howl of Bairu who had finally achieved the long-sought state through his study of the Ghost Blood technique. He had successfully fused all bloodline limit abilities within the ninja world. Surprisingly, even Wood Release, which he had intended to abandon, was successfully integrated after encountering Danzo's remains. Now, as long as he activated the Nether Release and absorbed enough chakra, he could wield any bloodline limit ability without hesitation. At last, he had become a force to be reckoned with, one that even the legendary 3 Sannin would not dare underestimate. Gazing into the distance, Bairu scoffed, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Let us settle this score once and for all. Chapter 49. Sasuke's fighting spirit. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata, became the talk of the village overnight. Her hair turning completely white, a phenomenon that sparked widespread gossip among the families of Konoha. Particularly anxious was Hyuga Hayashi, who, utilizing the family's resources, offered a generous reward to summon the 5th Hokage to personally attend to Hinata's ailment. Whispers circulated that the young heiress had fallen victim to a strange illness, leaving her future prospects for marriage in doubt. Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into silence. His mother had mentioned Hinata's affection for him, and he had envisioned proposing to her once he achieved success. However, with her hair turned white at such a tender age, would it not invite ridicule for him to marry what some might see as an elderly woman? He needed to find a way to restore Hinata's hair to its original black hue. As he walked, Naruto found himself at the Hyuga estate. He decided to sneak a glance at Hinata. Yet, the Hyuga clan did not permit outsiders to wander freely. Each member possessed the ability to see through any intruder's disguise, making it impossible for him to infiltrate. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He would seek out Tsunade. Naruto's eyes sparkled with resolve as he approached Tsunade. What brings you to the Hyuga household? She inquired, puzzled. I've heard that Hinata's hair is turned white, and I was hoping to see if I could help change it back, Naruto replied. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. There's no need for that. I find the white quite lovely. Besides, Hinata is in good health, so you need not worry. Feeling disheartened, Naruto realized that this avenue was not fruitful. Leaving the Hokage's office, his desire to see Hinata grew stronger. If that's the case, then I shan't hold back, he declared. Back home, he sat cross-legged on his bed. slowly closing his eyes to activate his divine vision, the Kagayazai technique. This unique ability of the Uzumaki clan allowed him to perceive everything within a 10-mile radius. With practiced ease, he stealthily made his way to Hinata's room. However, the scene that unfolded before him left him utterly stunned. Hinata's hair had indeed turned white. Yet it had also grown longer, and her skin appeared even more radiant. She sat upon her bed, eyes shut, in the midst of chakra refinement. Her complexion was as pure as snow, delicate and serene. She bore no resemblance to an elderly woman. In fact, she looked even more beautiful than before. At that moment, Naruto found himself unexpectedly enamored with Hinata. The affection he once held for Sakura began to fade, gradually being replaced by this captivating figure before him. To his surprise, he sensed that Hinata's chakra had increased significantly. What could this mean? Just then, Hinata abruptly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze in his direction. Who? Naruto-kun. Despite being 2,000 meters away, Hinata activated her Byakugan and spotted Naruto, who had been using his divine vision. Naruto's heart raced with disbelief, his expression one of astonishment. Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Naruto-kun is watching me? The thought seemed too good to be true. Gradually, her shyness transformed into determination. Naruto-kun is finally noticing me. I must strive to fight alongside him. In a moment of panic, Naruto released his divine vision, his heart pounding. Had Hinata truly seen him spying on her? Would this cause her to lose affection for him? Frantically, he paced his room, anxiety mounting. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Rushing to the window, he gazed outside and was left speechless. A colossal silhouette appeared in the sky. A figure with white hair and pale skin loomed above. What is this? Meanwhile, at an underground base, Minato was in the midst of preparing for a Sharingan transplant when he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He gazed in awe at the enormous projection in the sky. Obito? The celestial image was visible throughout the ninja world, capturing the attention of all. Some even mistook it for a divine being, kneeling in reverence. Tsunade furrowed her brow, fully aware of the identity of the figure in the sky. Obito, a contemporary of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. He sought forbidden techniques to match the legendary Sannin. Yet he was discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and subsequently hunted down by the Sannin of Konoha. After a harrowing escape, he vanished, biding his time. Now, he has utilized the ghostly bud technique, merging 6 bloodline abilities, achieving an unfathomable level of power. I am Obito, the sole individual in the ninja world to fuse 6 bloodline limits. Obito spoke slowly, his voice echoing across the ninja realm, drawing the attention of all to his claim of possessing 6 bloodline limits. In the hidden cloud village, Raikiko's expression darkened. He had believed himself invincible, only to realize that Jiraiya and Guy surpassed him in valor. Now, it appeared another challenger had emerged, stronger than he. Investigate this, Obito, he commanded. In similar fashion, Inoki of the Hidden Stone, Chiyo of the Hidden Sand, and Meitarumi of the Hidden Mist ordered their subordinates to gather intelligence on Obito. The colossal shadow continued. The ninja world is decaying and requires my guidance. I hereby announce to all major ninja villages, within 7 days, send all individuals possessing bloodline abilities to Nameless Mountain. Otherwise, I shall personally descend upon your villages and unleash divine punishment. Divine punishment? In the land of rivers, Pain observed the projection with a cold demeanor. He too claimed divinity, albeit within the confines of the Rain Village. He wondered if Obito possessed the strength to make such bold assertions. If his power was indeed formidable, perhaps he could recruit him into the Akatsuki. Jiraiya-sensei, do you know this person? Sasuke inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as they traversed a slippery forest path leading to the land of rice. Jiraiya's expression grew somber. Had Sarutobi not ordered the execution of Obito, Konoha might have retained a powerful ally. The ghostly bud technique requires the consumption of bodies with bloodline limits. If he were to collaborate with Orochimaru, utilizing that so-called cellular cultivation technique, they might succeed. Yet Sarutobi was uncompromising. Upon discovering Obito's research into forbidden techniques, he sought his death. The second Hokage had also dabbled in forbidden arts, even the impure world reincarnation, which he had pioneered. But with Sarutobi as Hokage, no one could stand against him, rendering his actions lawful. Jiraiya nodded gently. He was my peer and once a comrade. I had thought he would live a quiet life after his betrayal. His tone tinged with disappointment and resignation. During the pursuit of Obito, Jiraiya had caught up with him and defeated him in battle. However, unable to bring himself to kill a former ally, he had warned Obito and let him go. Sasuke nodded in understanding but felt little interest in Obito. To him, Jiraiya represented the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world. The frail figure of Obito seemed no match for Jiraiya, who could easily crush him with a descending toad. Yet Jiraiya's words struck a chord. He has grown immensely powerful, surpassing even myself, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, he remarked. What? Stronger than you? Sasuke found this hard to believe. Casting a glance at the figure of Obito in the sky, a flicker of fighting spirit igniting within his eyes. Chapter 50, Training Plan, Inyang Ninjutsu during this period. Sasuke had been closely following Jiraiya, seeking information about Itachi Uchiha. Jiraiya had mentioned that Itachi's strength was on par with his own. To defeat that man, one would need to possess at least the same level of power as Jiraiya. Currently, Sasuke felt capable of contending with Jiraiya under normal circumstances. Yet the gap would become apparent if Jiraiya entered Sage mode. Did he require all the bloodline limits from the various ninja villages? Sasuke coldly remarked. If that is the case, I must embark on a journey. In the entire Konohagakure, it seemed that only he and the Hyuga clan possessed such bloodline abilities. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya let out a heavy sigh. Very well. Let us venture to the Nameless Mountain together. In the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Naruto expressed his astonishment. Are you sending me and Kakashi-sensei to accompany a member of the Hyuga clan to the Nameless Mountain? Tsunade nodded and explained. A conflict between the major ninja villages and Bairuho is inevitable. However, we must prevent the war from encroaching upon our village. We will seize this opportunity to confront Bairuho at the Nameless Mountain. Bairuho had made it clear that if the bloodline limits were not delivered, he would come knocking. To protect the village from being implicated, they had no choice but to use the delivery of the bloodline limits as a pretext to eliminate Bairuho. Naruto realized that this was indeed a strategic move to confront Bairuho at the Nameless Mountain. What a cunning Hokage. So, who will be sent? He inquired. I will go. Hinata announced, her eyes shimmering with determination. I will fight alongside Naruto-kun and protect him at all costs, she declared resolutely. Hisashi Hyuga entered the room, somewhat resigned, as he had initially intended to send another member of the branch family. However, Hinata insisted on participating. Tsunade stood up, assuring her, rest assured, Hinata. Naruto and Kakashi will do everything in their power to safeguard you and ensure your safe return. Hinata nodded, silently vowing to protect Naruto. Hisashi turned to Naruto, earnestly requesting, please, make sure to take good care of Hinata. Faced with his future father-in-law, Naruto nodded earnestly. I will protect Hinata without fail. In Naruto's mind, the Hyuga clan was quite wealthy. During their graduation exams, Hinata had forfeited, rumored to have been bribed by the Hyuga family. Recently, when Hinata's hair turned white, the Hyuga family had reportedly paid a hefty sum to Tsunade for her treatment, 2 million ryo, only to be squandered in a single night. Even more absurdly, she had been gambling with members of the Hyuga clan. Would he be required to propose to Hinata in the future? Shaking his head vigorously, Naruto cast aside these nonsensical thoughts. Hisashi nodded in satisfaction and led Hinata away. Kakashi had been left in the shadows throughout the discussion, rendered speechless. Naruto had previously defeated the Raikage and, alongside Sasuke, repelled the Eight-Tails. Recently, he had formed the strongest team in Konoha with Jiraiya and Sasuke, defeating the third Tsuchikage. Such accomplishments astonished everyone, making it clear why Hisashi chose Naruto to protect Hinata instead of himself. Against a formidable foe like Bairuho, only Naruto possessed the necessary strength. After departing from the Hokage's office, Minato summoned Naruto. Once inside Naruto's body, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to the underground base. Given the risks associated with transplanting Hashirama cells, Minato decided to implant Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan in Naruto. What about my original eye? Naruto exclaimed incredulously. If I receive the Sharingan, what will happen to my own eye? Minato reassured him, I will preserve your original eye in a container. The Nine-Tails twitched its ears and scoffed, expressing its disdain for the Mangekyou Sharingan. This is too frightening, Naruto thought. He knew that Kakashi-sensei had also received a new Sharingan, but his had been replaced due to an injury. Why would he need to replace his perfectly fine eye? This is the Mangekyou Sharingan, possessing immense power. Try it out first. If you don't like it, you can ask your sister Red Bean to help you switch back, she suggested. Naruto felt bemused by the thought of his eye being swapped back and forth. Sister Red Bean, please make sure to preserve my eye, he implored, glancing at Minato. After father dispels the spirit transformation technique, keep a close watch on that stray dog. I can't let it consume my eye. Minato remained silent. Red Bean covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't worry, I'll just borrow your eye for a bit of fun. It won't be eaten by the dog. Ultimately, Naruto agreed to receive Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. He was about to embark on a journey to the Nameless Mountain, facing the unknown power of Bairuho. The more tools he possessed, the greater his chances of success. Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan had been used by Danzo for a decade before finally being implanted in Naruto. As Naruto slowly rose from the bed, he felt the convergence of 7 distinct chakra attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang. Naruto, can you try to deactivate the Sharingan? Minato asked eagerly. Although Naruto had not yet fully adapted to the power of the Sharingan, he sensed something extraordinary. His right eye emitted a unique chakra, Yin chakra. Without the need for hand signs, he could manipulate this chakra to cast illusions. This was the allure of the Sharingan. Let me give it a try. Naruto attempted to retract this Yin chakra. To his surprise, it responded obediently to his intent and returned to him. When he opened his eyes again, they had transformed into inky black orbs. Minato was astounded. Could this be the power of Ashura's reincarnation? Even the Uchiha's Sharingan can be effortlessly controlled. Elated, Minato realized that if Naruto could truly control Yin chakra, he had a genuine opportunity to merge the 7 chakra attributes of Yin and Yang. At that moment, he would not need the power of the Sage of 6 Paths to manifest the truth-seeking balls. After all, the truth-seeking balls of the Sage of 6 Paths were derived in this manner. Naruto was merely retracing the path of the Sage of 6 Paths. Minato stated with utmost seriousness, "Now, your training plan is to merge the Yin and Yang chakra attributes and master the art of Yin-Yang ninjutsu." Chapter 51. The Nameless Mountain. The Yin-Yang release serves as both the vessel for the truth-seeking orb and the foundation upon which it is formed. Nagato's chakra black rods are a manifestation of this Yin-Yang technique. Having transplanted the Sharingan, Naruto possesses Yin chakra in addition to his inherent Yang chakra, thus meeting the conditions required to create chakra black rods. While Nagato is capable of employing Yin-Yang release, he has not integrated the powers of the 5 elemental natures. Had he done so, the truth-seeking orb he conjured would not be something Naruto could easily defeat. To ensure his safety, Naruto has formed a summoning contract with a stray dog. Should he find himself unable to overcome Obito, he can summon the dog to aid him. Then, Minato can activate the spiritualization technique, merging with the dog to join the fray. Atop the Nameless Mountain, Obito has gathered 2,000 kunai, which he has melted into an iron throne using lava release. He reclines upon this throne, lazily propping his head on one hand as he observes the world below. The formidable nature of the Jigai technique lies in its ability to amalgamate 5 bloodline limits, granting the power of immortality. Now having fused 6, he is not only immortal, but has also experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Sitting at the mountain's peak, he suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of invincible solitude. "Come forth," Obito suddenly declares. Though there appears to be no one on the mountain, his tone is resolute. With a rustling sound, a small white snake emerges from the crevices of the rocks. The snake's body rides slowly as something seems to extricate itself from within. It is none other than Orochimaru. The Jigai technique is truly exquisite. Orochimaru is covered in a viscous substance, a confident smile gracing his lips. Obito turns slowly, his striking crimson Sharingan glaring brightly. Orochimaru glances at him and remarks, "What a pity, it is not the Mangekyou Sharingan." While the Jigai technique is impressive, it cannot catalyze the evolution of the Sharingan, can it? Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes betray a hint of confusion. The Mangekyou Sharingan? Clearly, this is a power he is unfamiliar with. Orochimaru chuckles, explaining, "The Sharingan must evolve into the Mangekyou Sharingan to unleash its true potential." Obito scoffs. "It seems you possess considerable knowledge of the Sharingan." Orochimaru does not deny it, merely smiling in response. Obito continues, "So, what brings you here?" He had initially intended to carry out a grand scheme, merging various bloodline limits before confronting Orochimaru and Jiraiya. When Orochimaru had previously hunted him, he had shown no mercy, and Obito is determined to eliminate him. Although Jiraiya had defeated him, he had ultimately spared him. Obito intends to personally vanquish Jiraiya as well, while ensuring that Tsunade merely submits to him. To his surprise, before he could approach, Orochimaru has come seeking him. Noticing the growing coldness in Obito's demeanor, Orochimaru hastily states, "Ninja villages have dispatched powerful bloodline limit users. I merely wish to observe the spectacle." Obito chuckles. "Orochimaru, did you not look down upon the Jigai technique?" As he speaks, he raises his hand slowly. From before him, a wooden block emerges. "Would release?" Orochimaru gasps in astonishment. he has studied would release, knowing it can only be wielded by those who have integrated Hashirama's cells. However, Hashirama's cells are notoriously potent, not easily compatible with all physiques. He recalls a subordinate named Shin, whose unique physique could even merge with the Uchiha clan's traits. Yet, Orochimaru refrains from merging him with Hashirama's cells, fearing that Shin might be consumed by their overwhelming force, losing his perfect vessel. As he contemplates, a sudden realization dawns upon him. Observing the astonished expression on Orochimaru's face, Obito feels a sense of satisfaction. A smile graces his lips as he declares, "I have now fused 6 bloodline limit abilities: Steel Release, Swift Release, Nether Release, Storm Release, Wood Release, and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This Wood Release and Sharingan were procured largely thanks to you." Orochimaru's expression shifts from surprise to understanding. "So, you consumed Danzo's body with the Jigai, or technique." He had heard whispers that Danzo had perished shortly after the death of the third Hokage. Danzo possessed the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui, along with an arm cultivated from Shin's cells, which was heavily implanted with Sharingan. Orochimaru had intended to claim Danzo's corpse, only to find it missing. Initially suspecting a ruse of feigned death orchestrated by Danzo, he never anticipated that Obito had managed to seize it. Could it be that Obito was the one to slay Danzo? But Danzo wielded Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan, a feat Orochimaru would not dare attempt lightly. How had Obito accomplished such a feat? Obito gazes into the distance, noticing figures approaching gradually. These individuals are the elite wielders of bloodline limits from various ninja villages. With a cold voice, he states, "If you wish to witness the spectacle, then behold. You shall witness my might, and after this battle, I shall personally end your life to avenge the pursuit from years past." With that, Obito transforms into a silver blur, vanishing from the summit of the nameless mountain. Such speed is indicative of swift release. Orochimaru's expression darkens. He had thought the Jigai technique merely combined various bloodline limits but did not possess true power of its own. To make these bloodline limits his own, one must cultivate a perfect vessel and utilize the rebirth technique. Yet, it appears that the Jigai technique's strength exceeds his expectations. Boom. A powerful lightning bolt streaks across the sky, and the figures in the distance scream in terror. The sky transforms into a crimson hue, as endless bolts of lightning cascade down, resembling the wrath of a true deity. Is this the power of storm release? Standing upon the nameless mountain, Orochimaru observes the elite bloodline users launching their attacks upon Obito. Techniques such as magnet release, ice release, and boil release are rendered completely ineffective against him. As for the ordinary ninjutsu, Obito employs nether release to absorb their chakra, converting it into his own sustenance. Jigai. Orochimaru mutters to himself, contemplating whether to continue his research on Shin's physique or delve deeper into the Jigai technique. As for Obito's intent to kill him, Orochimaru pays it no mind. Even the wielder of the Rinnegan would not necessarily be able to eliminate him. What is Obito, after all, even if he cannot defeat him? Orochimaru believes Obito lacks the means to truly slay him. Otherwise, he would not have come here at all. Suddenly, Orochimaru spots a large toad leaping toward him from afar. His expression shifts, followed by a cold snort. What a meddlesome fellow. The newcomer is none other than Jiraiya. Orochimaru's words. Whether a jab at Jiraiya for bringing Sasuke along to join the fray or a complaint regarding Jiraiya's intervention in removing the curse mark from Sasuke remain ambiguous. Chapter 52. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. The sky, stained a vivid crimson, bore an oppressive hue reminiscent of blood. Beneath the blood-red expanse, Jiraiya and Sasuke stood upon the back of Fukasaku. They witnessed firsthand as Bairu, in a display of overwhelming power, annihilated the 10 foremost masters of bloodline limits, consuming their abilities with the technique known as Gakimaru. Each master, possessing the strength of a Jonin, was swiftly dispatched. Bairu absorbed the capabilities of all the bloodline limit users, augmenting his own arsenal with new abilities such as magnet release, lava release, ice release, crystal release, boil release, and explosion release. In that moment, he had fused 12 distinct bloodline limits. The Gakimaru technique began to transform. His once slender form gradually morphed into a more robust stature. Upon completing the fusion of 5 bloodline limits, he could attain immortality. Should he continue to merge, he would become invincible. At this juncture, no one could bring about his demise. Haha. Bairu laughed maniacally. Power. Invincible power. Divine power. He suddenly turned his gaze towards the distant Fukasaku. Jiraiya. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He had finally surpassed the 3 Sannin, becoming an entity for all to revere. Jiraiya felt a tremor of apprehension wash over him. He clasped his hands together. Sasuke, Fukasaku, I am about to enter Sage mode. You must find a way to hold him off. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of chakra exploded from beneath Bairu's feet, propelling him forward as a blur towards Fukasaku. Swift release. This bloodline limit enhanced his speed, allowing him to move with astonishing rapidity, nearly reaching the speed of light. Although Bairu had not yet attained that pinnacle, his velocity rivaled that of the Reikage. Sasuke, taken aback, hastily activated his Manjiki Sharingan, locking onto Bairu with his dark chakra. Tsukuyomi. The six-pointed star of the Sharingan spun violently, its powerful dark chakra impacting Bairu's mind. In the throes of high-speed movement, Bairu suddenly lost all momentum, colliding forcefully with a nearby boulder. However, he quickly regained his composure, standing up in a disheveled state, excitement gleaming in his eyes. A Jinjutsu. A Jinjutsu against myself. How thrilling. Sasuke, witnessing this, felt a chilling dread envelop him. He had not anticipated that Bairu could break free from Tsukuyomi in the blink of an eye. Let us see how you handle this. Sasuke continued to gather chakra, a trickle of blood seeping from his left eye. Amaterasu. Bairu sensed the imminent danger and activated swift release, vanishing from his original position just as a sphere of black flames erupted where he had stood. Sasuke clutched his left eye, feeling the strain. Employing Amaterasu was a considerable burden for a 13-year-old. Damn it, he thought, watching helplessly as Bairu closed the distance. Since awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, he had painstakingly explored the powers of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, only to find both ineffective against Bairu. He had consumed the powers of the Sharingan, rendering him immune to Jinjutsu, and even Tsukuyomi could be shaken off in an instant. Meanwhile, swift release enhanced his mobility, allowing him to evade Sasuke's Amaterasu entirely. Fukasaku joined his hands in prayer. Wind release. Air cannon. With a swift motion, he unleashed 3 air cannons towards Bairu. Yet, Bairu's speed was exceptional. He deftly dodged the first 2 blasts. The last cannon, however, he chose not to evade. Instead, he extended his hand. Dark release. Star absorption. Dark release allowed him to absorb chakra from ninjutsu, akin to the hungry ghost path of pain, capable of siphoning the chakra of techniques. Boom. The air cannon struck Bairu, propelling him backward. What? He exclaimed in shock. His dark release should have absorbed the chakra from the wind technique, yet it had failed. Jiraiya began to grasp the situation. While Bairu's dark release could absorb ninjutsu, it could not drain the chakra of sage techniques. Previously, the ninjutsu of the bloodline limit masters had all been absorbed by him. Jiraiya, understanding Bairu's capabilities, realized that Fukasaku's techniques were empowered by sage chakra from Mount Maiboku. Fukasaku, keep attacking. With clarity, Fukasaku gathered chakra once more. Water release. Iron water ball. He expelled 2 enormous water orbs, launching them like projectiles at Bairu. Having suffered a setback, Bairu was cautious. He formed hand seals. Magnet release. Flying rocks. With his chakra infused, nearby stones levitated, colliding with Fukasaku's water projectiles. The explosive clash sent debris raining down upon the battlefield. In a flash, Bairu appeared before Fukasaku, forming hand seals once more. Would release. Would dragon technique. A fearsome wooden dragon erupted forth from Bairu, roaring as it charged at Fukasaku. Sensing the imminent threat, Fukasaku leaped high into the air, but Bairu smirked slightly, as if anticipating this move. Jiraiya suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere and looked skyward. Storm release. Storm dragon. Dark lightning manifested, coalescing into a colossal dragon descending upon the earth. Thunder boomed, yet the storm dragon did not strike Fukasaku directly. In a critical moment, Fukasaku hurled his metal sword into the air, drawing the storm away and avoiding the lethal blow. Fukasaku landed heavily on the ground, springing back into action, fleeing with remarkable speed. Bairu, grinning, activated dark release and pursued Fukasaku's fleeing form. Fukasaku could leap 1,000 meters in a single bound. Yet Bairu's swiftness surpassed his own. Gradually, the distance between them diminished. Ice release. Ice flow wall. Bairu conjured a formidable earthen barrier before Fukasaku. Fukasaku leapt once more, only to find a boulder hurtling towards him, manipulated by Bairu's magnet release. Swift and reflex, Fukasaku kicked the stone aside. However, Bairu wore a condescending smile, for he had infused the boulder with explosive chakra. Explosion release. Stone blast. Boom. The boulder detonated like a bomb, sending Fukasaku hurtling through the air. injuring his foot and rendering him unable to jump. As Fukasaku fell heavily to the ground, Bairu approached Sasuke and Jiraiya. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jiraiya's physique had expanded somewhat. 2 small frogs perched upon his shoulders, and his presence had undergone a dramatic transformation. Bairu was taken aback. What is this? Chapter 53. Jiraiya slays Baruho. The wind roared, and the clouds drifted. Before Baruho could react, he was engulfed by a torrent of flames. Senjutsu, 5 right gate. Jiraiya, alongside the Sage of the Frog and the Sage of Jima, unleashed a combined ninjutsu powered by Senjutsu chakra. One wielded toad oil, another fire release, and the last wind release. Enhanced by Senjutsu chakra, each technique was extraordinarily potent. The expansive range rendered even Baruho, known for his rapid movement, unable to evade in an instant. The toad's technique of soul absorption proved ineffective. Having learned from his previous misstep, Baruho refrained from attempting to absorb the attack. He swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release, multiple ice flow walls. For towering walls of ice surged upwards, encasing Baruho. Instantly, the intense heat was suppressed. However, the toad oil and flames enveloped the ice walls, hastening their melting. Although the melting occurred swiftly, it still required time. Baruho activated his magnetic release, combining it with his speed, propelling himself rapidly into the sky, thus evading the reach of 5 right gate. Remarkable. Even chakra that cannot be absorbed by soul techniques. Truly, Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin. Determined, Baruho focused intently. Observing Baruho ascend, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Senjutsu, 1000 needle jutsu. In an instant, Jiraiya's hair transformed into a barrage of needles, shooting towards Baruho at an astonishing speed. The sheer number and velocity of the needles created a formidable area of coverage, leaving Baruho with little room to escape. Baruho's expression sharpened as he formed hand seals. Steel release, steelification. His body hardened into solid steel. The onslaught of needles struck, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Despite the enhancement of Senjutsu, Jiraiya's 1000 needle jutsu could not pierce Baruho's steelized skin. Baruho grinned. Is this all you've got? Such trivial techniques cannot challenge divine might. As he reveled in his superiority, Jiraiya's hand seals shifted dramatically. Senjutsu, Chaos Lion's main technique. In the next moment, Jiraiya's hair elongated, reaching towards Baruho. Unable to utilize his speed while steelified, Baruho found himself ensnared by Jiraiya's hair. His expression shifted, dismissively declaring, futile. You cannot harm a god in his steel form. But just as he spoke, Baruho sensed an overwhelming force yanking him from the sky. Jiraiya formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, Toad Corrosive Acid. A pool of highly concentrated acidic liquid appeared beneath Baruho, summoned from the stomach acid of the gourd toad. Ordinary. With a forceful motion, Jiraiya hurled Baruho into the caustic acid. Hissing, the toad acid emitted plumes of white smoke, as if something within was being corroded. The gourd toad's stomach acid possessed a formidable corrosive property. Even pain held it in trepidation. Baruho felt a searing heat against his skin. Even his hardened steel exterior began to emit smoke in the acidic bath. Simultaneously, the hair binding his feet succumbed to the powerful acid, granting him his freedom. Curse it! Baruho swiftly employed body flicker technique, escaping the pool of acid. However, the burning sensation lingered. He hastily formed hand seals, intending to wash the acid away with water release. Yet, Jiraiya would not grant him that opportunity. Wearing wooden clogs, he dashed towards Baruho. Senjutsu, Super Large Rasengan. A massive Rasengan expanded in Jiraiya's hands, surpassing 2 meters in diameter, and hurtled towards Baruho's head. Boom! Baruho braced himself against the colossal Rasengan. The tremendous force wreaked havoc upon his visage, contorting his expression in agony. Without the strength of steel release, his head would have been obliterated. Even with it, he felt as though his skull might shatter at any moment. The super large Rasengan detonated, sending Baruho crashing and tumbling through the ruins. Damn it, I am a god. Gritting his teeth, Baruho dispelled his steel release and activated magnetic release. Stones along his path were imbued with magnetic power, soaring into the air under his command. Magnetic release, stone spike. Countless stones coalesced into a massive spike, interposing itself between Jiraiya and Baruho. Jiraiya kicked off, altering his trajectory to circumvent the stone spike and press onward. Yet, the spike followed closely, blocking his advance once more. In that brief moment, Baruho regained his stance. Albeit in a disheveled state, his face twisted with fury as he glared at Jiraiya. Magnetic release, Stone Ray. In the blink of an eye, more stones ascended, hurtling towards Jiraiya. Unable to complete his pursuit, Jiraiya retreated hastily. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. Bairuho smirked, a hint of disdain gracing his features. The sage of Jima turned. Alarmed. Little Jiraiya, watch out behind you. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of stones had taken flight behind Jiraiya, nearly sealing off all escape routes. Bairuho scoffed. Manipulating his magnetic chakra. Magnetic release. Stone explosion star. The multitude of stones surged forward, engulfing Jiraiya and the two frog sages in a cacophony of destruction. Unbelievable. Sasuke's eyes widened, witnessing the colossal stone sphere, over 100 meters in diameter, blotting out the sky. Sage Toad, what is the situation inside? Sasuke inquired rapidly. Sage Fumita squinted at the enormous stone sphere, sensing the natural Senjutsu chakra converging towards its center. They're fine. Jiraiya or the frog sages are gathering chakra, Sage Fumita assured. Bairuho laughed maniacally. Fine? Under my power, no one in the ninja world can withstand. Before he could finish, the immense stone sphere suddenly expelled a thin, powerful jet of water. Boom. The jet sliced through the stone sphere as though it were paper, cleaving it in two with a swift, clockwise motion. It's the high-pressure toad oil Jiraiya unleashed with Senjutsu. This? Impossible. Bairuho's expression shifted dramatically as the stone sphere split apart and Jiraiya descended from the sky. Simultaneously, the two frog sages leaped from Jiraiya's shoulders, hands poised before their mouths. Senjutsu, unbreakable. A resonant toad melody enveloped the area, penetrating Bairuho's mind. His eyes darted about, feeling his chakra spiraling into chaos. In an instant, Jiraiya stood before Bairuho. With a swift motion, a cold kunai sliced across Bairuho's neck, severing his head cleanly. As he beheld the bisected Bairuho, Jiraiya turned away, walking silently. I spared you once, and you wrought great havoc. This must come to an end. With the time in sage mode nearing its limit, Jiraiya summoned the two frog sages back and withdrew from sage mode. Jiraiya-sensei, watch out. Sasuke suddenly activated body flicker technique, racing towards Jiraiya. At the sound of his warning, Jiraiya turned sharply, only to find Bairuho had returned to life, delivering a lightning-fast punch to Jiraiya's back. What? Jiraiya was struck violently, unable to refrain from coughing up a mouthful of blood. Sasuke stood protectively in front of Jiraiya, glaring with his Sharingan, vigilantly watching Obito. Obito, on the other hand, chuckled. Ah, Jiraiya, your strength instills fear even in the divine. Alas, I am an immortal being. In the entire ninja world, there is no one who can slay me. Chapter 54. The immortal body, the formidable power of the Ghost Buddha's technique lies not only in its ability to merge with the bloodline limit techniques, but also manifests in the transformation that occurs after fusing 5 different bloodline limits, resulting in a fundamental change in bodily functions, thus achieving immortality. Even if the head is severed, one can still resurrect. Naruto, step back. You are not his match. Jiraiya admonished, clutching his waist and wiping the blood from his mouth with a grim voice. Sasuke's remarkable talent must not be squandered here. Obito too recognized Sasuke's exceptional potential and coveted his pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, unwilling to allow him to leave. This was fundamentally a feast for devouring bloodline limit abilities, and Konoha had shown remarkable intent. On the nameless mountain, Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke with a complex expression. At such a young age, Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, and his potential likely surpassed that of Itachi Uchiha. With Jiraiya's protection, it was nearly impossible for Orochimaru to seize Sasuke's eyes. Jiraiya's strength was far beyond his expectations. Sage art. Sage art. The more Orochimaru contemplated, the more frustrated he became. He had failed the test of the snake cave and could not learn its sage techniques. Nevertheless, this fleeting expression of helplessness quickly transformed into optimism. After all, he had a trump card, Shin. If he could integrate the Uchiha bloodline, then those cloned from his cells could also merge with other bloodlines. Upon returning, he must clone more samples from Shin's cells. At the foot of the nameless mountain, Sasuke's gaze was resolute as he faced Obito. A feast of bloodline limits? Sasuke's body began to undergo a transformation. A surge of purple chakra erupted, manifesting into a colossal skeletal hand. After forming, the skeletal hand reached out to grasp Obito, an embodiment of Susanu's hand. With Sasuke's current chakra, he could not fully materialize Susanoo, but forming a hand was his utmost limit. Obito snorted dismissively, bringing his hands together. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon emerged, entwining Sasuke's skeletal hand and effectively halting the advance of Susanu's hand. Sasuke's expression turned icy as the Susanoo hand coalesced into a golden Rasengan. Fire release. Rasengan Dance 0. The basketball-sized golden sphere was hurled toward Obito. Since Obito had suffered at the hands of Wanta, he rarely used his ability to absorb chakra through the underworld technique anymore. Consequently, he did not activate it against Sasuke's high-intensity chakra sphere. Ice release. Ice Dragon. An ice dragon emerged before Obito, roaring as it charged toward the golden sphere. The two powerful techniques collided, causing the golden sphere to expand into a massive orb. The intense heat instantly melted the ice dragon. Obito's expression tightened as he swiftly evaded the blast radius of the sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke quickly escaped onto Wanta, accompanied by Jiraiya. However, before Wanta could leap away, Obito had already activated his rapid movement technique, closing the distance and confronting Sasuke. "I shall claim your eyes," he declared, extending his hand toward Sasuke's eyes. In a moment of dire urgency, a flash of yellow streaked past Sasuke. Obito felt a heavy blow to his abdomen as Naruto appeared out of nowhere, delivering a kick akin to a soccer ball that sent him flying. Just in time. This was Naruto under Minato's spirit control. After leaving Konoha with Kakashi and Hinata, they had rushed to the Nameless Mountain upon learning that Jiraiya and Sasuke had already arrived. Sensing the Flying Thunder God technique on Sasuke from miles away, Minato seized control of Naruto's body, using the technique to teleport beside Sasuke. After saving him, Minato returned control to Naruto. Sasuke sighed with relief but coldly remarked, "You arrived now. Had you been any later, you wouldn't have needed to intervene." Naruto laughed heartily in response. "Had I been any later, would it have been to collect your corpse?" Sasuke scoffed. "Just him? All right, then you take the lead." Naruto replied with a grin. Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness. His Amaterasu could incinerate everything, the most terrifying flame in the ninja world, yet Obito's speed was too swift for his ocular techniques to keep pace. The Amaterasu, if not hitting its target, bore no lethality. Quickly changing the subject, Sasuke stated, "This man possesses immortality. We have slain him once already. Since you're here, let us witness the results of your training in the village." As he spoke, he noticed Naruto's eyes, one blue, the other jet black. "Your eyes?" Naruto chuckled. "These are merely Sharingan, like yours, a Manjiki." As he spoke, a pattern resembling a spinning shuriken gradually formed in Naruto's left eye. Sasuke and Jiraiya were taken aback. How could Naruto wield the Uchiha bloodline? "Surprised, are we?" Naruto laughed. "This is an eye I acquired from Danzo, said to have belonged to someone named Shisui Uchiha." Shisui? Sasuke was momentarily stunned, recalling the elder brother who always teased him while seeking out Itachi. Had he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and been obtained by Danzo? It was rumored that Obito's Sharingan also came from Danzo. He was a high-ranking member of Konoha. Could the massacre of the Uchiha clan be linked to him? This thought flashed through Sasuke's mind as he remembered the stray dog's words, urging him to uncover the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation before confronting Itachi. Jiraiya slowly rose to his feet. Now is not the time for such discussions. To confront Obito, we must employ sage techniques effectively. Moreover, we must be cautious. He seems to possess some form of immortality, capable of resurrecting even after decapitation. In the internal world of Naruto, Minato's expression turned grave. The Ghost Buddha's technique can merge bloodline limits. Such a miraculous power, could it potentially integrate the Tsutsuki's divine shell? If so, then his body would have a chance of salvation. Chapter 55. Clash of Powers. If the technique of Guei Yaluo can truly amalgamate various physiques and attain the essence of the Otsutsuki, it would indeed be an immense treasure. Such power could withstand the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki clan in the shinobi world decades hence. To acquire the Guei Yaluo technique, one must vanquish the present adversary, Bailuhu. Minato sighed, astonished that this individual had stumbled upon Danzo's corpse, thereby significantly augmenting his strength. Upon his arrival in the shinobi realm, he had initially pilfered Kakashi's bell and subsequently encountered Kakuzu and Haiden during a mission, which inadvertently entangled the likes of the Uchiha Itachi from a Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Amigakure during the Chunin exams. The demise of Danzo also enabled Bailuhu to successfully acquire additional bloodline limits, granting him the power of immortality. Each deviation from the original timeline further distanced the unfolding narrative from its initial course. Now, one wonders if Black Zetsu's method of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki still aligns with the original Moon Eye plan. Even if it does, would it still be initiated by Madara, as in the original timeline? Regardless of how the story evolves, As long as one possesses strength, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata must also grow stronger, should Kaguya break free from her seal. The situation would remain firmly within one's grasp. An enemy of my enemy is a friend, to counter the future threat of the Otsutsuki clan. One might even need to assist Kaguya in breaking her seal and draw her into their ranks. At present, acquiring the Guei Yaluo technique is paramount. Kaibai, do you not wish to lend a hand this time? Minato called out to the Nine-Tails. The Kaibai, lounging upon the sandy shore, stirred its ears and slowly opened its eyes. It had always yearned for Naruto's adulation. However, should it rely on Naruto's form, its techniques would be limited to the tailed beast bomb. It would be far more advantageous to bestow its chakra upon Naruto, with its chakra enhancement. Any jutsu Naruto wielded would be magnified. Naruto, the Kaibai grinned. I shall lend you my power. Just as Naruto entered sage mode, he heard the voice of the Kaibai. Momentarily startled, he felt a tremendous surge of chakra emanating from within him. What is this? Jiraiya and Sasuke observed the flickering golden chakra enveloping Naruto, their astonishment palpable. Naruto himself was even more taken aback. In a flash, a golden chakra cloak manifested around Naruto. This represented an unprecedented force, far surpassing the chakra of sage mode. Such powerful chakra, so abundant. This strength made him feel as though he could effortlessly contend with Kakashi-sensei. Bailuha's expression shifted. What is this? The power of a tailed beast? And yet, what does it matter? He bellowed angrily. No one can challenge the authority of a god. He formed hand seals. Would release. Birth of the trees. The ground trembled as countless trees erupted from the earth, surging towards Naruto. This technique was derived from the scroll he discovered in Danzo's library while pilfering his corpse. After devouring Danzo with the Guei Yaluo technique, he acquired the would release bloodline limit and could utilize its jutsu. More would release. The Kaibai raised an eyebrow, relieved that it was not directly involved, but rather channeling its chakra to Naruto. Be cautious. These trees can absorb chakra, Minato cautioned. Naruto nodded in understanding. In the next moment, the golden chakra cloak manifested 9 fox-like claws. Naruto, manipulating the chakra, coalesced 9 wind release, spiraling shuriken upon those claws. What? Sasuke's Sharingan quivered in astonishment. Witnessing Bailuhu unleash such an extensive wood release had already shocked him. Now, seeing Naruto simultaneously form 9 spiraling shuriken, even his Sharingan found it dazzling. Sage Art, Super Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. 9 spiraling shuriken, infused with Sage Chakra and Kaibai Chakra, were flung forth, striking the advancing birth of the trees. Simultaneously, Naruto formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A thick mist erupted, revealing 9 identical shadow clones of Naruto, lined up in formation. They swiftly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fireball. With the enhancement of Sage Chakra, each clone's fireball was 10-fold the size of a regular one. 10 massive fireballs erupted, unleashing an overwhelming inferno that surged towards the exploded spiraling shuriken, their fiery breath rivaling Madara's Great Fire Annihilation. Boom! The 9 colossal spiraling shuriken detonated, engulfing the flames entirely. On an unnamed mountain, Orochimaru gazed with a grave expression, incredulously observing the scene. The strength of Konoha had shattered the equilibrium of the shinobi world. Thankfully, during the Chunin exams, they had refrained from attacking Konoha. 9 golden fireballs, each exceeding 200 meters in diameter, aligned, creating a fiery line nearly 2,000 meters long. The terrifying heat instantaneously reduced the trees within the birth of the trees to ashes. The tempest of heat radiated outward, affecting even Baloo, who hastily employed ice release to shield himself from the scalding temperatures. Curse it! Bailuha's eyes blazed with fury. He could scarcely believe that there existed individuals within the shinobi realm capable of contending with the divine. I am immortal. Bailuha's demeanor twisted, taking on a grotesque and sinister quality as he activated his underworld release, charging towards Naruto recklessly. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals. Magnet Release, Stone Explosion Star. Stones infused with magnetic chakra rapidly converged upon Naruto, compressing him into an immense stone sphere that levitated in the air. Unceasingly, Bailuhu manipulated the magnetic release, soaring into the sky while standing atop the colossal stone sphere. He continued forming seals. Wood Release, Birth of the Trees. In the next instant, a multitude of trees erupted from the stone sphere, vines entwining to secure the sphere tightly. From a distance, it resembled a spherical forest. Naruto. Sasuke grew anxious, uncertain if Naruto could shatter the enormous stone sphere. Jiraiya, observing with a grave demeanor, remarked after a moment, "Do not worry. He has harnessed the power of the Kai-Bai. This technique will not confound him." No sooner had he spoken than the entire stone sphere quaked. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the stone sphere shattered. The complete form of the golden Kai-Bai hovered majestically in the air. Seeing this, Bailuhu charged recklessly towards the Kai-Bai, relying on his immortality and disregarding his own safety. Magnet release, condense. The stones broken free by Naruto surged back towards the Kai-Bai. Bailuhu wore a cruel smile. Explosion release, stone explosion. Boom. With each stone colliding with Naruto, thunderous explosions erupted, transforming the sky into a canvas of destruction. The relentless barrage continued, each explosion more powerful than the last. Chapter 56. The cycle of rebirth unleashed. The heavens erupted in a continuous explosion, dark lightning cascading down as magma splattered. Bairuhu relentlessly bombarded Naruto with his bloodline limit abilities. This was divine retribution. Gazing at the epicenter of the explosions, Bairuhu's smile twisted into a malevolent grin. "I am the god of the ninja world. None can bring me down. All who dare challenge me shall face the wrath of the divine." "Is that so?" A chilling voice interjected. Bairuhu beheld a dark barrier that contained the force of the blasts. Behind that barrier stood a girl, her feet resting atop a black sphere. With alabaster hair and skin that appeared almost ethereal, she emanated an aura of world-destroying power. Who else could it be but Hinata? Naruto had activated the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive here first, with Hinata following Kakashi closely behind. Upon arrival, she witnessed Bairuhu's relentless assault on Naruto. Hinata's fury ignited. Utilizing the ocular prowess of her Tensigen, she concentrated the chakra she had painstakingly gathered into a Tensigen chakra sphere. She then manipulated the sphere into a protective shield, effectively nullifying the explosive force. Hinata? Both Sasuke and Jiraiya marveled at the spectacle above them. In an instant, Kakashi appeared beside them, stating, "Hinata has awakened an extraordinary ability." He activated the Four Symbol Seal, revealing a Crimson Tomo Sharingan, attentively observing the unfolding chaos in the skies. Sasuke felt a twinge of annoyance. What power could the Hyuga clan possess that could rival his Manjikyu Sharingan? "Hinata, you made it." Naruto grinned, scratching his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Honestly, I'm fine. This level of explosion can't harm me." Indeed, Naruto remained unscathed, shielded by the chakra of the Nine-Tails. To him, this damage felt merely like a tickle. Even if the Nine-Tails chakra were insufficient, Minato would surely intervene with the Flying Thunder God technique. His embarrassment stemmed from Hinata witnessing his disheveled state amid the bombardment. Hinata gazed at Naruto, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. "You're all right. That's wonderful." Afterward, her gaze shifted toward Bairuhu, revealing a glint of ferocity. "Byakugan? Hyuga clan?" Bairuhu chuckled darkly. "Konoha has even brought forth the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit." Hinata retorted coldly, "I have never relished violence, so let us conclude this." As she spoke, a surge of green chakra enveloped her form. The once black barrier slowly morphed into a spherical shape. Concurrently, the two Tensigen spheres at her feet began to stir. Hinata raised her hand. 3 Tensigen spheres, cloaked in golden chakra, circled her wrist, spinning faster and faster until their shapes blurred into a golden ring. Seeing this, Bairuhu scoffed. "No one can challenge the authority of a god. Regardless of the power you wield, the outcome remains unchanged." With that, he unleashed his steel release, his form beginning to solidify into steel, a testament to his most formidable defense. Even should his head be severed, his immortality would prevail. All held their breath, fixated on the golden ring encircling Hinata's wrist. Her expression remained icy as she hurled the golden ring toward Bairuhu. In an instant, the ring expanded dramatically, the golden chakra elongating into what resembled a colossal golden sword. Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast, slash. A radiant beam of gold surged hundreds of meters long, sweeping through the air as Hinata's delicate hand waved. It cleaved through Bairuhu, bisecting him with an explosive crash. The golden light sliced through him, erasing an entire mountain behind him as if it were mere tofu, leaving a long gash in the solid rock. Bairuhu's expression froze, his body slowly splitting in half. In that moment, his immortality faltered. No, this cannot be. His body could not mend itself, and his consciousness began to fade. Bairuhu realized that this time, he was truly facing death. Having had his head severed by Jiraiya, he could still rely on his immortality, but now, being cleaved in two, he could not reassemble. "I am the god of the ninja world. How can I perish here?" He fought desperately to retain his awareness as darkness enveloped his vision. Bairuhu was ultimately slain. Sasuke, incinerate Bairuhu's corpse with Amaterasu. A voice echoed in Sasuke's mind. He paused, recognizing it as the voice of his mentor. He looked around frantically but found no trace of Minato. Do not search. I have urgent matters to attend to. Be sure to incinerate Bairuhu's body. Sasuke, trusting the directive, activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Amaterasu. Jet black flames engulfed Bairuhu's remains. Naruto, cradling a weakened Hinata, descended beside Sasuke. Observing the scene, he exclaimed, "Are you trying to take credit for this?" Sasuke, momentarily at a loss for words, merely snorted in response. Jiraiya remarked, "Are you trying to prevent someone from exploiting Bairuhu's corpse? How astute. But how did Hinata acquire such formidable power?" Breathing heavily, Hinata explained, "I awakened the ultimate secret of the Hyuga clan, evolving my Byakugan into a Tensigen." Byakugan evolution? Jiraiya turned to Sasuke, speaking gravely. "Is this akin to the evolution of the Sharingan? If that is the case, your father's claims of the Hyuga clan being the strongest in the village might hold merit." Hinata humbly replied, "I am still not strong enough. Though I easily defeated Bairuhu, I have exhausted all my chakra." Since her awakening, Minato had noticed Hinata's chakra levels were insufficient and encouraged her to constantly draw upon chakra. He even intended to seal the dragon vein within her. However, as the dragon vein remained elusive, Hinata was compelled to expend all the chakra she had gathered in recent days to enter Tensigen mode. Gathering 3 Tensigen spheres was her limit. With her chakra now depleted, she was uncertain how long it would take to accumulate enough chakra to re-enter Tensigen mode. Thus, she remained modest. Yet, her humble words sounded rather jarring to the others. Beneath the nameless mountain, in a frigid underground base, following Bairuhu's demise, Minato summoned the wandering dog from Konoha. Now possessing the ability to manifest through the dog, he strutted down the base's corridors. This was the very site where Bairuhu had developed the gyro technique. He sought to retrieve the gyro technique for further study. A snake? Minato suddenly halted, noticing a small white snake ahead. The little serpent raised its head and flicked its tongue. A dog? Chapter 57, Transplantation of columnar cells. A fleeting blue light illuminated the underground base as a small white serpent, ensnared beneath the Watergate's claws, struggled momentarily before succumbing. A dark pattern unfurled beneath the creature's grasp, and from the serpent's mouth emerged a scroll. It was indeed the scroll of the Gaki Gyro technique. The expression on the Watergate's face sharpened with delight. He had not anticipated that this technique had already been discovered by Orochimaru. His astuteness had spared him a missed opportunity for wealth. On an unnamed mountain, Orochimaru's complexion shifted slightly. The little white serpent he had released was dead. What secrets did the underground base of Bairuhu conceal? Another small serpent wriggled out from a crevice, playfully flicking its tongue at Orochimaru. The sight softened his demeanor. He gently picked up the serpent, caressing its head affectionately. Was it the cells of Bailuha? Clever indeed, as he seized a piece of flesh while Jiraiya decapitated Bailuhu. Otherwise, under Sasuke's Amaterasu, not even ashes would remain of Bailuhu's cells. That flame was not to be trifled with. However, Sasuke had proven to be rather cautious. The earlier summoning of Hashirama and Tobirama before Naruto and Sasuke had already set their minds on alert. Erasing evidence after murder had become their habit. It seemed imperative to hasten the collection of powerful cells. Orochimaru's confident smile returned. With Bailuhu's cells, he could still summon him through Edo Tensei and thus retrieve the content of the Gaki Gyro technique. The news of Bailuhu's demise at the hands of Konoha's ninja spread throughout the entire shinobi world. In an instant, every village recognized that Konoha's strength had surpassed all others. In the land of rivers, under the serene glow of the silvery moon, Kurizetsu sat atop the highest tree in a forest, his gaze fixated on the moon. A look of longing etched upon his face. "Mother, how I miss you." During the battle on the unnamed mountain, Kurizetsu had been a silent observer. The might of Bailuhu, Jiraiya, Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata surpassed anything he could have imagined. Particularly Hinata, whose body had exhibited ancestral traits, nearly identical to that of her mother. The 3 black spheres that had felled Bailuhu bore the scent of the chakra of the tailed beasts. The chakra of the tailed beasts, derived from the Sage of 6 Paths fusion of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements, represented a formidable power. Although this strength did not belong to his mother's bloodline, it could rival it. The defeat of Bailuhu had directly dismantled the capabilities of the bloodline limits fused within the Gaki Gyro technique, shattering the power of immortality. While the chakra of the tailed beasts was not a bloodline, it possessed effects akin to one. Should this power obstruct his mother's resurrection, it would become a significant hindrance. Cursed be the situation. I must devise another plan. Currently, capturing the Nine-Tails seemed nearly impossible. Not even Nagato and Obito, nor the emergence of 100,000 black Zetsus, would suffice to subdue Naruto. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. At dawn, as the sun rose lazily in the east, Kurizetsu made a decision. He returned to Uchiha Obito's underground base and opened the lid of Obito's coffin. Though his eyes had been gouged, his body remained intact. Kurizetsu paid his respects to Obito before drawing a knife and slicing off half a pound of flesh. That day, Kurizetsu ventured to the land of rice. In Konoha, the outside world was aware only of the fact that Konoha's ninja had slain Bailuhu. Hinata wished to maintain a low profile. Hence, following discussions between Jiraiya and Kakashi, the cause of Bailuhu's demise became attributed to the Amaterasu of Uchiha Sasuke. Consequently, the villagers regarded Sasuke as a heroic savior. Sakura even bought a bouquet of fresh flowers for Sasuke and invited him to dinner. However, Sasuke had more pressing matters to attend to. He accepted the flowers but declined Sakura's invitation. In Konoha's underground base, the Water Gate activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Sasuke to the underground facility. He intended to transplant Hashirama's cells into Sasuke. In the balance of yin and yang, you lack only the latter. To attain greater strength and endow Konoha with true dominion over the shinobi world, you must supplement your yang. Sasuke was aware that Hinata's Byakugan could evolve into the Rinnegan, thanks to his master's guidance. His own Sharingan had transformed into the Mangekyou Sharingan under the same tutelage. He had faith in his master. Then, I shall rely on you, Sasuke stated, lying down on the bed and voluntarily removing his clothing. Sasuke's condition mirrored that of Uchiha Obito. Both were reincarnations of Indra, possessing Uchiha lineage. After Obito underwent the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, he not only acquired the wood-release bloodline, but also gained the ability to absorb Sage Chakra, thus attaining Sage power. This was crucial for the ultimate evolution of his Sharingan. Since Obito had not been consumed by Hashirama's cells, Sasuke should likewise be safe. Nonetheless, to ensure safety, the Water Gate set the Gakkyero technique in place. Should the Hashirama cells begin to run rampant and threaten to consume Sasuke, he would activate the Gakkyero technique to counteract and absorb the Hashirama cells. The Hashirama cells were prepared. Akimichi Karen approached with a syringe in hand. The Water Gate nodded and remarked, after the transplant, a face will appear on your body. Considering your unmarried status, to avoid frightening your bride on your wedding night, let us place it on your backside. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then inexplicably felt a twinge of regret. However, recalling the arduous efforts of his master in researching this power and the consideration for his wedding night, he felt a surge of gratitude. Master, let us place it on the soles of my feet instead. Worst comes to worst, I can just wrap them in bandages. To have Hashirama's face beneath his feet. Now, it was the Water Gate's turn to hesitate. If Hashirama were to discover this, it might not matter. But if Tobirama or Obito found out, would they not pursue Sasuke relentlessly? However, if Sasuke wrapped his feet, perhaps it would go unnoticed? Very well. Let us proceed with the transplant to your souls. The Water Gate nodded at Akimichi Karen. Karen came forward with the large syringe. Bear with it. It may hurt a little, she said softly to Sasuke. Sasuke slowly closed his eyes and nodded gently. Karen meticulously disinfected the soles of Sasuke's feet with antiseptic fluid. It's going in now. Karen carefully inserted the syringe. After withdrawing it, the Water Gate scrutinized Sasuke's foot. Soon, a patch of white skin appeared on the surface, gradually expanding as the Hashirama cells divided and assimilated. Will it remain under control? The Water Gate felt uncertain. After all, this was a perilous experiment. Should things go awry, Sasuke might end up becoming a tree. Quickly, try to suppress the Hashirama cells with your chakra. Chapter 58. Uchiha Madara Sasuke realized that Hashirama's cells were subtly spiraling out of control. Upon hearing the words of the Inuzuka, he dared not be careless and promptly concentrated his chakra to suppress Hashirama's cells. Damn it. Hold on. Unbeknownst to him, his Mangekyou Sharingan quietly activated. Gradually, Hashirama's cells began to stabilize, ceasing their relentless expansion. It works. Keep suppressing. Akatsuki exclaimed, her excitement palpable. For these past days, she had dedicated herself wholeheartedly to experiments for Minato. Perhaps inheriting Orochimaru's scientific spirit, she was utterly captivated by her research. She had come to understand the domineering nature of Hashirama's cells, whose vitality was overwhelmingly strong. Whether transplanted or cloned, the ultimate outcome would invariably result in a tree. Had it not been for the fourth Hokage's precautionary ghost bud technique, Akatsuki would have never consented to transplanting Hashirama's cells into Sasuke. Initially, she thought they would need to rely on the Ghost Bud technique's power. To her astonishment, Sasuke was indeed able to suppress Hashirama's cells. This implied that she had created a would-release power that even Orochimaru could not achieve. Akatsuki was thrilled, and at that moment, she felt she had surpassed Orochimaru. As she observed Hashirama's cells stabilizing beneath Sasuke's feet, revealing a face of Hashirama with closed eyes, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he had surmised, the Uchiha bloodline exerted a certain suppressive effect on Hashirama's cells. Thus, Danzo could use 9 Sharingan to suppress them. However, the reincarnated Indra Chakra could completely suppress Hashirama's cells, as was evident in Madara and now also reflected in Sasuke. "All right," Minato said, personally wrapping bandages around Sasuke with his dog paw. "You now possess chakra of all 5 elemental properties, along with Yin and Yang. Your next training, like Naruto's, will involve merging your Yin and Yang chakra to master the power of Yin-Yang release." Nagato, wielding Madara's Rinnegan, could already utilize the power of Yin-Yang release. He could employ it to create black rods of chakra. Although these rods were not particularly sturdy and could be snapped by Kakashi, they allowed for remote control of corpses and eliminated the hassle of carrying kunai. Have you not seen? Nagato never carries kunai, saving funds to purchase explosive tags for Konan. More critically, this Yin-Yang release formed the foundation for the creation of the truth-seeking orb. Only by mastering Yin-Yang release could one subsequently merge the 5 elemental chakra of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth into it to forge the truth-seeking orb. Mastery of the truth-seeking orb's power was essential for future confrontations against the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke keenly remembered his master dog's training plan and departed from Konoha, continuing his journey with Jiraiya to seek out Itachi Uchiha. Meanwhile, Minato resumed his research on the Ghost Bud technique. At this point, he had acquired cells from Hashirama, Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata. This meant he had gathered the cells of the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Uzumaki clan, and Hyuga clan, bloodlines of the Sage of 6 Paths, and the Otsutsuki clan. If he could successfully merge them, he might just obtain true Otsutsuki cells. The key to this fusion was the Ghost Bud technique. In the following days, aside from engaging in the spirit transformation technique with Akatsuki in the underground base for 2.5 hours daily, Minato spent the rest of his time within Naruto's body, supervising Naruto's training in Yin-Yang release alongside Kushina and the Nine-Tails. Time flew by, and half a year passed. At the Akatsuki base in the Land of Rivers, with the last remnants of the 8-Tails chakra absorbed into the outer path golem, the ceiling of 5-tailed beasts, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails, was completed. Only the 1 tails, 3 tails, 6 tails, and 9 tails remained unsealed. The Deva Path Pain's apparition stood atop one of the fingers, surrounded by the phantoms of Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Sasori, Kakazu, Haiden, and Konan. "We finally did it," Deidara sighed with relief. After losing his arm to Jiraiya, he had been rescued by Tobi. Once he recovered with clay, he obediently assisted the leader in sealing the tailed beasts. "It took us half a year this time," Kakazu remarked. "Half a year without any income. We need to pull off a big score now." Deva Path Pain glanced at Kakazu and replied, "Deidara and Sasori, go to Sunagakure and capture the 1-Tails Jinchuriki. Itachi and Kisame, you two are tasked with capturing the 6-Tails Jinchuriki." Kisame chuckled. "As long as it's not the 9-Tails." He recalled witnessing the terrifying power of the 9-Tails Jinchuriki during the Nin exams. Furthermore, the 9-Tails Jinchuriki was on good terms with Sasuke Uchiha. 6 months prior, the infamous Haiden had slaughtered the bloodline limit experts of various villages, only to be incinerated by Sasuke's Amaterasu. He had no desire to provoke either of them. Devapath said nothing further and simply assigned the 2 tasks. In the Land of Rice, under the temptation of Black Zetsu, Orochimaru finally mustered the courage to perform the forbidden technique once more. He summoned a common sound ninja, binding him tightly before setting up a formation. Once all preparations were complete, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Slapping his hand against the ground, a spider-like pattern emerged. Suddenly, a portion of Uchiha Madara's flesh burst forth, glowing brilliantly. The gates to the Pure Land opened, and a soul flew forth, the soul of Uchiha Madara. Upon arriving, the soul was drawn into the Sound Ninja's body by the pattern. The Sound Ninja's expression twisted in agony, and soon his body began to transform, assuming the appearance of Uchiha Madara, clad in red armor with long, black hair. His eyes remained tightly shut, yet the aura he emanated caused Orochimaru to tremble involuntarily. Much like when he initially performed Impure World Reincarnation on the first Hokage, Orochimaru did not awaken him immediately. He planned to summon Uchiha Madara for battle when he found Sasuke, thus still being able to seize Sasuke's body. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Black Zetsu suddenly took control of Orochimaru. What is happening? Orochimaru's face contorted in terror. Black Zetsu grinned. I've been waiting impatiently. As he spoke, he manipulated Orochimaru's body to form hand seals. Impure World Reincarnation, rise. A surge of chakra erupted forth. To everyone's astonishment, the Uchiha Madara who had been reincarnated suddenly opened his eyes. He had been revived. Nagato, remarkable. His expression was a mix of excitement, but soon he froze in place. What is this? He detected that familiar, unpleasant odor. It was the stench of Impure World Reincarnation, that bothersome presence. Madara, it's me, Black Zetsu spoke. Uchiha Madara had recognized Black Zetsu and noticed the restrained Orochimaru. He began to piece everything together and spoke coldly. Black Zetsu, you had better explain to me why it is Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 59, The Shell Project. According to Madara's plan, he intended for Obito and Zetsu to control Nagato, compelling him to employ the Rinne rebirth technique for resurrection. However, after waiting for many years in the Pure Land, he saw no sign of his revival through this technique. Now, with his soul finally returned, he was unexpectedly resurrected through the Impure World Reincarnation method. Where were Obito and Nagato? Zetsu expressed his helplessness, stating, Lord Madara, Obito remains in the village hidden in the mist, manipulating the Mizukage and enforcing tyranny to avenge Rin. I initially intended to control Nagato to execute the Rinne rebirth on your behalf, but Nagato has become too powerful for me to subdue. This method of resurrection was indeed a last resort. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, asking, Who is he? Zetsu replied, This is Orochimaru, a rogue ninja from Konoha. Madara, somewhat surprised, remarked, A rogue ninja from Konoha? Excellent. I too am a rogue ninja from Konoha. Would you be willing to ally with me? Orochimaru, upon gazing at Madara, especially the pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, became fervent with desire. This pair of eyes surpassed those of Itachi and Sasuke. If he could acquire Madara's Manjiki Sharingan, he would undoubtedly unlock untold powers. However, he knew he must not act impulsively. Lord Madara, I wish to serve you and remain by your side, Orochimaru declared. Madara nodded, finally revealing a hint of a smile. You say Nagato has grown immensely strong. Where is he now? Zetsu informed Madara about the Akatsuki's circumstances. Upon learning that Nagato had founded the Akatsuki and that Itachi, who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, was also among them, Madara felt both surprised and gratified. As for Nagato's whereabouts, I am unaware. His Pain Six Paths and Itachi have ventured to the southern region of the Land of Rivers, where they are currently attempting to capture the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. Stepping forward, Madara asserted, If we locate Pain, we shall surely find Nagato. With that, they set off. Orochimaru watched the man before him in shock. Madara was daring to challenge Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan. Previously, he had sought to seize Pain's Rinnegan but had suffered a crushing defeat, unable to retaliate. This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. In the northern region of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya emerged from an inn, content as he continued the search for Akatsuki members alongside Sasuke. It had been half a year, and Sasuke had undergone significant transformation. Not only had he learned to wield wood release, but Jiraiya had also sent Fukasaku back to Konoha to request the first Hokage's would release techniques from Tsunade. Now, Sasuke could utilize all of Hashirama's would release jutsu. Furthermore, under Jiraiya's tutelage, he had mastered Sage Chakra, entering Sage mode using Hashirama's cells. Additionally, he had begun to grasp the elusive Susanoo of the Manjiki Sharingan. Of course, Sasuke had also diligently followed the training regimen laid out by Minato. His study of Yin-Yang release had progressed to a pivotal stage. Given time, he would undoubtedly succeed in merging his chakra to harness the power of Yin-Yang release. In Jiraiya's eyes, Sasuke's strength had surpassed his own. With Sasuke by his side, he felt they could dominate the ninja world. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly vanished with a loud pop. Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. He understood that something urgent had occurred at Mount Maiboku, summoning Jiraiya back. Remaining calm, Sasuke bit his finger and formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. A cloud of white mist erupted, revealing Fukasaku. Fukasaku seemed to be aware of Jiraiya's summoning, as upon appearing, he opened his mouth. From within, Shima Sage leaped out. "Oh, it's been a while, Sasuke," Shima Sage said cheerfully, landing on Sasuke's shoulder. This had been the arrangement between Jiraiya and Sasuke. If Jiraiya suddenly disappeared, it indicated an urgent matter at Mount Maiboku. At that point, Sasuke needed only to summon Fukasaku, who would in turn summon Shima Sage. Once Shima Sage arrived, she likely had gathered information from Jiraiya, and then she performed the summoning. "Let's go back now, Fukasaku." With that, Shima Sage and Fukasaku transformed into a cloud of white mist and vanished from the spot. Jiraiya, his expression grave, announced, "We have located members of the Akatsuki. Moreover, one of them is Uchiha Itachi." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's demeanor hardened. Observing the icy chill emanating from Sasuke's chakra, Jiraiya spoke in a low voice. "Inform Naruto and the others to come as well. This time, in addition to Itachi, we face the leader of the Akatsuki, who possesses the Rinnegan." Sasuke was reluctant to involve Naruto. Hearing Jiraiya's words, he begrudgingly infused chakra into the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Konoha, Minato was exhilarated. After 6 months of research, he had finally perfected the gene editing technique. First, he utilized the Ghost Blood technique to fuse Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Hashirama cells, successfully obtaining cells that closely resembled the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. He then applied the gene editing technology to remove the genes responsible for brain development. In doing so, he could cultivate and clone the cells devoid of the disruptive genes, thus creating a shell body of Otsutsuki lineage. This Otsutsuki shell would lack a brain and therefore consciousness. At that point, by employing the spirit possession technique, he could inhabit the shell long-term, effectively acquiring a new body. The moment of witnessing miracles was nigh. Suddenly, Minato realized something. Was Sasuke infusing chakra into the Flying Thunder God technique? Had he perhaps found Itachi? Contemplating this, he instructed Akatsuki to take charge of the cloning project. After passing the plan to Akatsuki, he returned to the spirit realm, his soul re-entering Naruto's inner world. At that moment, Naruto was training an Yin-Yang release within his inner world, while his body was being controlled by the Nine-Tails, engaging in a spar with Hinata. Upon Minato's return, Naruto noticed. Rushing over, "Dad, is this the power of Yin-Yang release?" As he spoke, a black rod materialized from his body. Indeed, the chakra black rod. Minato was astonished. But more than that, he felt a sense of pride. Naruto had finally grasped Yin-Yang release. He and Sasuke had trained simultaneously in this art, but at a critical moment. Naruto had broken through first, mastering its power. Indeed, as far as I know, there are 3 methods to condense the truth-seeking balls. The first is to become the 10-Tails Jinchuriki, acquiring the power of the bloodline limit. The second is to utilize Yin-Yang release and subsequently fuse the 5 elemental natures of wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. The third method, as seen with Hinata, involves possessing the rebirth eye, injecting rebirth chakra into the foundation of Yin-Yang release, thereby condensing the truth-seeking balls. I believe you will soon be able to utilize the second method to create your own truth-seeking ball. Naruto was thrilled upon hearing this. Then I won't be looked down upon by Hinata anymore. If she can master this power, so can I. Minato smiled gently, glancing at Kushina, then remarked, "At present, there is a situation with Sasuke. Let us go and investigate." Chapter 60. Stealing before the divine in the land of River, by the Meteor River, the 6-Tails Jinchuriki, Takayu was earnestly teaching his disciple, Xiaoying, to blow bubbles by the riverbank. "Master, if you could just use the bubbles to bring up the fish, we could solve our lunch problem today." Takayu, slightly displeased with Xiaoying's attitude, blew another bubble. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. "That's enough for today. You must catch at least 10 fish before you can come find me." With that, he blew another bubble and, sitting atop it, soared into the distance. He flew downstream for 100 miles before coming to a halt, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. There lay the largest lake in the land of River, Lake Dajong. On the lake's surface, 2 figures walked silently, a long-haired man clad in crimson Warring States armor, and another with pale skin and long hair. It was none other than Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru. Takayu was perplexed. Aren't they ninjas from the Mist Village? Yet they seemed stronger than those from Mist. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara halted and turned his gaze toward Takayu. "A Jinchuriki of the 6-Tails? Very well. Capturing the tail beast is essential for reviving the 10-Tails, so let us take him down." With that, he charged at Takayu. Takayu's expression hardened as chakra coursed through him. Water style, bubble technique. He expelled a torrent of bubbles towards Madara. Boom. At his command, the bubbles erupted around Uchiha Madara. The thunderous roar that followed devastated the nearby forest, transforming it into a wasteland. The smoke obscured Takayu's view, but he soon spotted a figure rushing out from the mist. Miraculously, Uchiha Madara remained unscathed by the massive explosion. Just as Takayu contemplated retreating, he saw Madara forming seals while advancing. Fire style, dragon flame song. In an instant, 10 basketball-sized dragon heads of flame coalesced beside Madara and shot towards the airborne Takayu like missiles, their speed surpassing that of the bubble beneath him. Realizing the imminent danger, Takayu formed hand seals. Water style, water chaos wave. He unleashed a torrent of water to counter the fiery dragon heads. Madara smirked slightly as the water met the flames, only for the fiery heads to penetrate through the deluge and continue their assault on Takayu. What? 10 dragon heads unquenched, coming from all directions. Boom. The bubble beneath Takayu burst under the force, and he felt as if his organs were about to rupture from the shockwave. Without the bubble, he plummeted from the sky, while Madara closed the distance. Come forth. Takayu howled, his body enveloped in a crimson chakra. Suddenly, 6 tails emerged behind him. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched. The power of the tailed beast. And in its second transformation, the Jinchuriki had 3 transformation forms. The first form is a translucent chakra cloak, allowing a clear view of the Jinchuriki. The second form, a denser chakra cloak of complete red, obscures the Jinchuriki's features. The third form is complete tailed beast transformation, becoming a true tailed beast. Takayu had directly entered the second form, clearly intimidated by Madara's might. Roar. The chakra around Takayu coalesced into a fist, crashing toward Madara. Yet, Madara merely smiled, sidestepping the chakra fist with ease. However, another chakra fist reappeared, striking at Madara once more. In an astonishing display, Madara raised his hand and caught the chakra fist without sustaining any burns. Both Takayu and Orochimaru were taken aback. Such a high concentration of chakra, and he can grasp it without harm? Ignoring their astonishment, Madara exerted force, flinging the half-tailed beast Takayu aside, who crashed heavily against a nearby boulder. Roar. The 6 tails cried out in pain, nearly driven to fury. Here it comes. Orochimaru exclaimed, exhilarated. Complete tailed beast transformation. A colossal white creature with 6 tails materialized, its massive form rivaling a mountain. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Sasuke, who were on their way, halted in their tracks. They exchanged glances before utilizing the body flicker technique to position themselves atop the highest tree, observing the situation ahead. What is that? The 6 tails? Jiraiya, well-versed in such matters, recognized the colossal entity as a tailed beast. Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, his expression grave. This is a tailed beast. Naruto possesses such power too. What on earth is happening? Are the Akatsuki fighting the 6 tails? As Jiraiya spoke, a blue giant clad in armor soared into the sky. What? Both Jiraiya and Sasuke were taken aback. This towering blue figure surpassed even the 6 tails in height. What kind of power is this? Sasuke suddenly felt a resonance within his Sharingan chakra. His expression shifted dramatically. This is Susanoo. Jiraiya, hearing this, spoke in a grave tone. Is this the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan that you have been exploring? Sasuke nodded affirmatively. Jiraiya's face darkened. Impossible. You should only be able to manifest a frame a few meters tall. This one is 200 or 300 meters high. Sasuke shook his head, resolute. This is indeed Susanoo. It must be Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, but was he truly this powerful? As Jiraiya noticed Sasuke preparing to charge, he quickly intervened. Have you lost your mind? Are you going to throw your life away? You are not his match yet. Wait until your Susanoo is as grand. Sasuke clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, Uchiha Itachi, I will kill you with my own hands. Little did they know, on the opposite side of Madara's Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi was equally astonished. The Susanoo? The cold expression of pain from the Akatsuki suggested, has the 6 tails already attracted attention? But no one shall steal before the divine. Chapter 61. My Rinnegan beneath the radiant sunlight. A flash of yellow zipped past Sasuke. What was happening? Minato had taken over Naruto's body and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, directly teleporting to Sasuke's side. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is a spatial ninjutsu, it does not allow for limitless distance transportation. Minato's maximum range is 500 miles. Upon receiving Sasuke's message, Minato leaped northward along the Flying Thunder God technique's formula, reaching the northern region of the Land of Fire, within the teleportation distance. Thus, he did not hesitate to activate the technique. It had been less than half an hour since Sasuke infused chakra into the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya and Sasuke exchanged glances at Naruto, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. "What about Hinata?" Sasuke inquired. Naruto, uncertain of the situation, admitted he had not brought Hinata along. Just as he was about to respond, a shocking scene unfolded before them. What is this? The inner world. The Nine-Tails and Minato were left dumbfounded, recognizing this scene all too well. Uchiha Obito. The Nine-Tails and Minato exclaimed in unison. The former's tone was icy, filled with palpable anger, while the latter's voice held surprise mixed with a hint of confusion. Regret washed over Minato. Had he known, he should have summoned Hinata. Although her chakra issue remained unresolved, she could have unleashed a sword of the rebirth of the Golden Wheel without difficulty. But now, it was too late. The Six Tails sat on the ground, gazing up at the complete Susanoo standing beneath the vast sky. Uchiha Obito hovered at the center of the Susanoo's forehead, looking down coldly at the Six Tails. "Too small," he declared, and the Susanoo began to move. Without even drawing the sword at his waist, a massive hand reached out to grasp the Six Tails. The poor Six Tails had no time to use the tailed beast ball before being pinned to the ground by the Susanoo's hand, unable to move under the immense pressure. After struggling for a moment, the Six Tails retreated into the body of its host, Yugugo, who succumbed to unconsciousness under the overwhelming force. A trace of disappointment flickered in Obito's eyes. It was not disappointment from lacking a worthy opponent after reaching the pinnacle, rather, it was the utter stagnation of the shinobi world that left him feeling disheartened. He had heard that the Uchiha clan in Konoha had been eradicated by Itachi Uchiha, leaving only his brother, Sasuke Uchiha, behind. Yet, he could not regard him highly. After all, it was merely the Mangekyou Sharingan. For Obito, who had completed the final evolution and attained the Rinnegan, he wondered who else in this world could make him dance. With a sigh of disappointment, Obito dispelled the Susanoo form. At that moment, a man clad in a red cloud-patterned black robe with yellow hair stood expressionlessly before Yugugo. It was Pain, the Devapath. "Oh, so this is Nagato's Pain?" Obito mused, eyeing the figure before him with intrigue. He watched as Pain slowly raised his hand, targeting Obito. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A tremendous repulsive force erupted, centered around the Devapath, obliterating everything in the vicinity. Obito was sent flying but adeptly flipped in midair, quickly stabilizing himself and landing gracefully. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Quite interesting. A subtle smile graced Obito's lips. This was indeed his Rinnegan, though Nagato had wielded it longer than he had. The Devapath, demonstrating his mastery of the Rinnegan, initiated a summoning. The animal path pressed its hands against the ground, causing a massive spiderweb pattern to crackle and spread. A white mist erupted as the Hellhound, giant rhino, and a monstrous bird appeared as summoned beasts. After the giant rhino let out a roar, it charged at Obito. Obito scoffed. "If this is all you can muster, it would be a disgrace to my Rinnegan." He then clasped his hands together. Would release. Would dragon. In the next moment, a long-nosed wooden dragon erupted from the ground, coiling around the giant rhino. The rhino's advance was immediately halted, unable to progress further. The wooden dragon not only boasted immense strength, but also absorbed chakra. With a roar, the giant rhino was reduced to a cloud of white mist. The Hellhound and the monstrous bird then attacked. Obito swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. With a whoosh, as flames burst forth from Obito's mouth, the entire forest transformed into a sea of fire. The Hellhound and the monstrous bird were engulfed in the inferno in an instant. "What? Is this ninjutsu?" Orochimaru exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he witnessed such a powerful fire release technique for the first time. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. This Uchiha Obito was casually employing ninjutsu, and its scope surpassed his sage art, 5 right gate by a considerable margin. Only Hinata could vanquish such a formidable opponent. Yet, Naruto had come alone, leaving Hinata behind. Moreover, Jiraiya turned his gaze toward the Devapath. Is that Yahiko? But what happened to his eyes? Where's Nagato? He is the true Rinnegan wielder. Could it be that Yahiko killed Nagato and seized the Rinnegan? Or, like Kakashi and Obito, did Nagato perish unexpectedly, bequeathing his eyes to Yahiko? A multitude of thoughts flooded Jiraiya's mind, yet he understood that he could no longer intervene in this battle. Shinra Tensei. The Devapath's voice remained icy. The overwhelming flames surged forth, yet the Devapath effortlessly repelled them. However, the Hellhound and the monstrous bird had already vanished in a burst of white mist. After deflecting the flames, a black chakra rod extended from the Devapath's sleeve. Upon seeing this, Obito's eyes glimmered with admiration. Has he already mastered the power of Yin Yang release? Regardless, the outcome will remain unchanged. The Deva path aimed at Obito and coldly declared, Bansho Tenin. Obito suddenly felt himself being lifted off the ground as a powerful gravitational force drew him toward the Deva path's chakra rod. A smile crept onto Obito's face as he willingly allowed himself to collide with the chakra rod. With a soft thud, Obito was pierced by the chakra rod. The Deva path seemed to realize something. Obito slowly closed his eyes, and a pattern reminiscent of Sage Mode briefly flickered on his chest-bearing Hashirama's face. He was using Sage Chakra to probe Nagato's true form. Nagato, what is happening? On a distant mountaintop, a tree hollow disguised with paper was situated. Nagato's eyes widened suddenly, alerting Konan to the impending danger. This is impossible. He felt that Obito seemed to understand the power of the Rinnegan, as well as the intricacies of the 6 paths of pain. Otherwise, how could he know that those pains were not the true body? Feeling mocked, Nagato's fury ignited as he poured chakra into the Deva path. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The powerful repulsion unleashed at such close range engulfed Obito's body. He was propelled away like a cannonball, yet he bore no trace of anger, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. Chapter 62. Celestial Obstruction of the Shattering Stars. It is time to conclude. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together. In the next moment, a radiant blue light enveloped him. Thunderous roars echoed as a colossal blue Susanoo materialized beneath the heavens, resembling a divine warrior of immense stature. Tendo Pain, upon witnessing this, exhibited no trace of anxiety. Perhaps it was due to Tendo Pain being a mere puppet, for his expression remained utterly devoid of emotion. He ascended slowly into the sky, meeting Uchiha Madara's gaze head-on. Can you control repulsion to ascend? As he spoke, Uchiha Madara swiftly drew the sword from his waist. With a swift whoosh, the blue light cleaved through the void, striking towards Tendo Pain. Shinra Tensei. A formidable repulsive force manifested around Tendo Pain, aimed to counter Madara's strike. However, with a resounding thud, the sword did not pierce through Tendo Pain's form, protected by the repulsion. Yet, the might of the Susanoo was beyond Tendo Pain's capacity to withstand. The sword descended, sending Tendo Pain hurtling through the clouds like a baseball, finally stabilizing after traveling several dozen miles. With a faint smile, Uchiha Madara disregarded Tendo Pain and turned his gaze towards Nagato's location. What he sought was the Rinne rebirth technique to resurrect himself, necessitating the discovery of Nagato. As he maneuvered the Susanoo, he began to pivot, preparing to depart when he noticed a pitch-black sphere soaring towards him from afar. The 6 paths of pain, aside from Tendo, were rendered motionless, collapsing to the ground. On the opposite end of the forest, Uchiha Itachi gazed at the towering Susanoo, lost in contemplation. Kisame, wielding the Samahata, smirked and remarked, Itachi, the situation seems dire. Will you not assist the leader? Uchiha Itachi, clad in his red cloud-black robe, remained stoic and did not respond to Kisame. Kisame, feeling disheartened, muttered, to not assist the leader is disloyal, yet to intervene is akin to courting death, thus also disloyal. Perhaps we should simply observe. As he prepared to sit and rest, Itachi spoke, then let us observe. Although he said this, his gaze drifted towards Sasuke's direction. The dark sphere ascended above the Susanoo. Tendo Pain clasped his hands together and called out loudly, Shinra Tensei. Vibrations surged. The dark sphere emitted a blinding white light. Uchiha Madara sensed the weight of the Susanoo's feet diminishing. Not only that, but the very ground began to tremble. This technique too? Uchiha Madara found himself begrudgingly impressed by Nagato, realizing he could wield Shinra Tensei. The dark sphere unleashed a potent gravitational pull, drawing stones from the ground towards it. The Susanoo began to levitate, swept up along with countless stones toward the black core. Every technique possesses its flaws, and Uchiha Madara was aware of Shinra Tensei's shortcomings. Yet, he also recognized the presence of many individuals nearby. Should they uncover the technique's weakness, it would be tantamount to revealing his own vulnerabilities. In that moment of hesitation, the core was enveloped by innumerable stones. The flaw of the technique was now obscured by these very stones. Boom. The Susanoo was firmly pinned beneath the Shinra Tensei. More stones continued to cascade from behind. As the Shinra Tensei expanded, the Susanoo gradually faded from sight. This resembled the technique of Obito, yet on a far grander scale. Jiraiya sighed in awe. That was the power of the Rinnegan, incomparable to Obito's amalgamation of various bloodline limits. Is it over? Naruto inquired. The colossal Shinra Tensei, spanning over a kilometer in diameter, loomed in the sky, casting darkness across the ground. The Susanoo stood roughly 300 to 400 meters tall. Yet this Shinra Tensei measured a full kilometer. Conan gazed outside with trepidation. What a massive force. Nagato panted slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This is quite taxing. After all, the enemy possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this, Conan questioned, does Uchiha Itachi also possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? Is his strength comparable? Nagato paused for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know. Itachi is shrouded in mystery, and no one has witnessed his true power. In the midst of the darkness, Uchiha Madara felt the specter of death looming. Although those resurrected through Edo Tensei do not perish, they can still sense the approach of death. He felt an unusual sensation in his eyes. When he reopened them, they had transformed into Rinnegan adorned with intricate patterns. Power has returned. A subtle smile graced Uchiha Madara's lips. Nagato, the second to make me feel death. Indeed, you are worthy of the Rinnegan. With that, Uchiha Madara focused his mind. Celestial obstruction of the shattering stars. Just as Naruto and Sasuke believed the conflict had concluded, a massive stone, measuring a kilometer in diameter, descended from the heavens. The enormous circular boulder plummeted like a colossal meteor towards the Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain's expression tightened at the sight. He quickly flew beneath the descending stone, bracing himself with his hands against it as his chakra surged. Super Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force radiated from Tendo Pain, pushing outward in all directions. Upon impact with the celestial stone, he managed to halt its descent. Oh, this strength is unexpected, Uchiha Madara mused, a playful grin spreading across his face. Then, how about another? With a swift motion, another equally massive celestial stone hurtled down from above the one Tendo was supporting. What? Everyone descended into panic. Even Minato, who had witnessed Madara's prowess in the anime, felt an overwhelming pressure. If this fell, who could withstand it? Boom. Tendo Pain finally faltered, unable to sustain the weight of the two celestial stones as they crashed onto the Shinra Tensei. A deep fissure appeared across the vast expanse of the Shinra Tensei. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara once more summoned the Susanoo. Crack! His sword sliced through the air, and fissures erupted across the Shinra Tensei, blue light spilling forth from the cracks. Thunderous roars resounded as the Shinra Tensei shattered. A blue complete Susanoo reemerged, now distinct from before, as Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan transformed into the intricate patterns of the Rinnegan. Having breached the Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Madara guided the Susanoo to a nearby mountaintop. Nagato, you cannot escape. Reveal yourself. Chapter 63. The two young disciples. Nagato gazed anxiously at the imposing figure of the complete Susanoo outside. Particularly unsettling was the sight of Uchiha Madara's eyes, identical to his own, as he understood the formidable power they possessed. Open the door, Nagato commanded with a stern expression. Conan nodded and began to manipulate her chakra, recognizing that this was their only option. Her technique could not penetrate his single strike. As sheets of paper soared into the air, sunlight cascaded upon Nagato and Conan. Nagato furrowed his brow. The world had become blindingly bright, a stark contrast to the darkness he had grown accustomed to. From within the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara looked down upon Nagato. His heart stirred slightly upon witnessing the thick chakra rods piercing Nagato's back. So, you have transformed into the outer path, he mused. The outer path was Nagato's true form, with the chakra rods behind him serving to connect to the outer path's golem. This golem was the shell left after the Nine-Tails had its chakra extracted, its essence divided into 9 parts, which became the nine-tailed beasts. A wielder of the Rinnegan could summon the outer path's golem. After acquiring the Rinnegan, Madara had summoned the golem from the moon to the ninja world, using its power to cultivate Hashirama's cells and create an army of white Zetsu. Following Yahiko's death, Nagato summoned the golem and remained by its side ever since. As Nagato gazed into Madara's eyes, memories from his childhood surfaced slowly. It was a cold night when he encountered an old man who implanted the Rinnegan into him. This old man bore a striking resemblance to the one before him now. I cannot return the Rinnegan to you yet, Nagato declared. This statement left everyone astonished. Was Nagato implying that these Rinnegan belonged to Uchiha Madara? A faint smile crept across Madara's face as he replied, I shall grant you 1 month to recover your chakra. When the time comes, use these eyes to resurrect me. If you succeed, you shall live, and the eyes will remain yours. 1 month? Nagato pondered before acquiescing. However, Conan's expression darkened. Nagato, this is unacceptable, she exclaimed. The ability to resurrect the dead using the Rinnegan demanded nearly all of the user's chakra, and failure could lead to death. Madara's intention to allow Nagato a month to regain his chakra was not only to ensure he had sufficient reserves to perform the resurrection, but also to enhance his chances of survival. Konan was deeply concerned about the risks involved. She did not wish to lose Nagato again. In the inner world, Minato felt disheartened. Why hadn't Nagato resurrected Yahiko upon mastering the Rinnegan? With a single technique, he could have brought Yahiko back. Instead, he transformed Yahiko's body into pain, altering his will to inflict suffering upon the world. Was it possible that Yahiko did not wish to be revived? Minato found himself perplexed. Yet the situation demanded his immediate attention as he saw Madara's gaze shift towards them. In the next moment, the complete Susanoo loomed before them. The Nine-Tails. How long has it been? It seems you have been sealed within the Jinchuriki, Madara remarked, directing a confident smile at Naruto. Alarmed, Minato realized that Naruto was not yet a match for Uchiha Madara. Kushina, Kurama, we are about to face a fierce battle. If we do not obstruct him and flee, the village will surely suffer, he warned. Without Hashirama Senju, who could stand against Uchiha Madara? Kushina nodded resolutely. Jiraiya positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto and Sasuke, hastily forming hand seals. Summoning, a massive white mist erupted, and Gamabunto appeared. Instinctively, he scanned the ground, sensing no enemies. But his relief was short-lived as he raised his gaze to the towering Susanoo. Uchiha Madara? The giant toad exclaimed incredulously. Madara looked down at the toad, which stood half a head shorter than him. So, you are from Mount Mayaboku? No wonder I've heard of the old one's name. They are all long-lived toads. Jiraiya, filled with trepidation, stood atop Gamabunta's head and addressed Madara. Mr. Uchiha Madara, we mean you no harm. Madara, filled with excitement, interrupted, so, you have mastered Sage Mode? Let me see how powerful Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode truly is. He had granted Nagato a month to gather chakra, but during this time, Madara intended to assess the pinnacle of power in this era of the ninja world. Here stood a representative of Mount Mayaboku, a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and an awakened Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, he sensed a familiar power emanating from Sasuke, making it an ideal opportunity to test their strength. If you prevail, he addressed Naruto, I shall leave the Nine-Tails untouched. Should I win, I will not kill you. I merely require the release of the Nine-Tails. The mere thought of Madara eyeing the Nine-Tails sent a chill through Minato. This was not a favorable situation. Jiraiya fell silent, contemplating whether Madara's true intention was to seize the Nine-Tails. Extraction of the tailed beast from its Jinchuriki would likely result in death. Having missed Naruto's childhood, Jiraiya could not afford to lose him in the future. He resolved to fight with his life on the line. If that is the case, may I ask for 5 minutes to enter Sage Mode before we engage? Madara smirked dismissively. It matters not. On the mountain peak, both Konan and Nagato had noticed Jiraiya. In truth, they had sensed chakra in the vicinity and were aware of someone observing the battle. They had not anticipated it would be their master, Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya has taken on other disciples as well? Nagato sighed. Konan nodded slightly, pondering the fate of their 2 young disciples. The divergence between Jiraiya's will and Yahiko's ideals was vast. Otherwise, they would have fought alongside him. Yahiko's will? Nagato mused. When Yahiko was alive, his will mirrored that of Master Jiraiya. After his death, I perceived the world as excessively dark, compelling me to make Yahiko the embodiment of pain to inflict suffering upon it. Konan understood Nagato's reluctance to resurrect Yahiko, fearing that upon revival, Yahiko might reject his ideals and stand against him. Master Jiraiya has discovered that we are alive. He will certainly seek us out. What shall we do then? Chapter 64. The piercing of the Susanoo. Let the 3 of you come together. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, summoning 3 slightly shorter blue Susanoos. He would face 3 opponents alone. Though they were a bit shorter, they still towered over Fukusaku. Jiraiya had entered Sage Mode, yet he remained cautious. This battle would determine Naruto's fate. If you have learned any new techniques, do not hold back. As he spoke, Fukusaku leapt forward, carrying Jiraiya, and landed before one of the Susanoos. Simultaneously, Jiraiya rapidly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Earth Style, Super Hell Swamp. In an instant, the ground beneath the Susanoo transformed into a quagmire. The Susanoo began to sink slowly. Uchiha Madara was momentarily surprised, but dismissed it. After acquiring the Rinnegan, his Susanoo could fly. How could such a swamp trap him? However, just as he attempted to lift the Susanoo into the air, he couldn't help but glance upward. A massive frog descended from the sky, landing directly above him. Jiraiya formed hand seals, crushing vendor technique. With a resounding crash, an even larger frog than Fukusaku sat heavily upon the Susanoo. Mud splattered everywhere, even hitting the other 2 Susanoos. The Susanoo, struck by this tremendous weight, lost its balance, and fell into the mire. Jiraiya's hands moved swiftly, continuing to form seals. Sage Art, Gomen. The combined might of the two great sage frogs unleashed a torrent of flames and toad oil, engulfing the entire swamp. The colossal frog atop the mountain had wisely dispelled the summoning technique. The intense heat caused the moisture in the swamp to evaporate rapidly. The entire hell swamp began to solidify. A series of ninjutsu astonished Konan and Nagato. Truly, Jiraiya was a master. On another front, Kasame watched intently, but noticed Uchiha Itachi walking forward. Hey, the leader is no longer in danger. Where are you going? Uchiha Itachi, without turning back, replied coolly. I have some personal matters to attend to. You should take the Six Tails back. With that, Uchiha Itachi transformed into a flock of crows, dissipating before Kisame's eyes. TCH. How frustrating. Such a splendid battle. In front of Sasuke and Naruto stood a Susanoo each, both manifestations of Uchiha Madara's power. Seeing one Susanoo being forced underground by Jiraiya, they felt no anxiety. Uchiha Madara looked down at Sasuke with a smirk, saying, "Can your Manjiki Sharingan produce something like this?" Sasuke had already sensed the capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan Susanoo. He had been developing it, but Jiraiya had been unable to teach him. Now, witnessing Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, Sasuke suddenly understood. However, he silently gathered his chakra, igniting a purple aura around him. First, a massive skeletal structure enveloped Sasuke, followed by the emergence of muscle. Yet, Sasuke's Susanoo only manifested half a body, shorter than the Susanoo before him. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara expressed disappointment. So, it is your first time. Pathetically weak. Sasuke's face contorted with frustration. In that case, he slowly closed his eyes, beginning to gather sage chakra. Ever since transplanting Hashirama's cells, he had been feeling the sage chakra under Jiraiya's guidance. He realized that utilizing the Hashirama cells beneath his feet allowed him to better sense and harness sage chakra. Oh? Uchiha Madara was taken aback. So it is sage chakra. His eyes narrowed, revealing a dark aura around him. Using the Rinnegan's sensing ability, he noticed a face of Hashirama beneath Sasuke's feet. It's him. You dare place him there? Unforgivable. You shall learn what it means to show respect. Uchiha Madara was enraged. He commanded his Susanoo to draw a sword from its waist and swept it towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Clang. Suddenly, a red Susanoo appeared before Sasuke, albeit only half a form, wielding an 8-foot mirror. It effortlessly blocked Uchiha Madara's strike. It was Uchiha Itachi. It's you. Sasuke trembled. His eyes filled with emotion as he gazed at the figure before him. Uchiha Itachi slightly tilted his head and said solemnly, "Let us deal with this challenge first." In the inner world, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Uchiha Itachi had intervened, the supportive figure seemed somewhat reliable. Now, he could focus entirely on the Susanoo before him. With a sharp sound, Naruto was enveloped in golden chakra. The golden chakra swirled and expanded, transforming into a golden Nine-Tails. Ah, Nine-Tails, you have acknowledged this little one? Let me see what makes him special. As he spoke, the Susanoo drew its sword and swung it at Naruto. With a ripping sound, 3 chakra chains erupted from Naruto's body, ensnaring the Susanoo's hand and its sword, preventing the strike. Simultaneously, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Ice Style, Great Ice Prison. The temperature plummeted, and a layer of ice began to form on the Susanoo. The entire Susanoo became encased in ice. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, forming hand seals. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song. In the next moment, 5 dragon heads appeared silently in the air. Upon emerging, they surged toward him. Boom. The dragon flames struck the icy Susanoo, melting the ice sculpture. The Susanoo regained its mobility, just as Uchiha Madara attempted to break free from Naruto's chakra chains. He noticed a white chakra sphere forming at the tip of the Nine-Tails tail. Sage Art, Wind Style, Spiraling Shuriken. The enormous spiraling shuriken was launched from the golden tail toward the Susanoo. However, Uchiha Madara remained unperturbed. Instead, he smiled slightly, allowing the shuriken to approach. The spiraling shuriken struck the Susanoo, yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. Hungry Ghost Path, Absorption. The spiraling shuriken was directly absorbed by Uchiha Madara. Let me tell you, before the power of the Rinnegan, any ninjutsu is. Before he could finish, Uchiha Madara felt something pierce through his heart. How could something penetrate him when he had the protection of Susanoo? Once the spiraling shuriken completely vanished, he finally saw the truth. Naruto, propelled by the Nine-Tails, had reached the front of his Susanoo. In Naruto's hand, an ebony chakra rod emerged, piercing through the defenses of Susanoo and into his body. Chapter 65, Naruto. It is truly a relief to see you safe. Is this Yin-Yang release? Uchiha Obito gazed into Naruto's vibrant crimson Sharingan and suddenly grasped the truth. In this realm of shinobi, beyond his own knowledge of the secrets of Yin-Yang release, others were also privy to this formidable power. He possessed Yang release chakra and, having assimilated the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, acquired Yin release chakra. The crux of the matter lay in his ability to fuse these two types of chakra, enabling him to wield Yin-Yang release. How did he come to know all of this? Uchiha Obito murmured, his body gradually fading to a pale hue. Ultimately, as his form crumbled to ashes, his Susanoo slowly dissipated as well. However, Sasuke's Susanoo remained undiminished. Additionally, the Susanoo that Jiraiya had buried underground broke free from the mud's grasp and rose anew. It appeared that this was not his true form. The true Uchiha Obito was the Susanoo that Jiraiya confronted. Buried beneath the earth, he had thus escaped the threat of death. Yet, upon Naruto severing one of the Susanoo's manifestations, he recognized Naruto's capacity to end his existence. This time, he chose not to divide his strength, but rather to consolidate it. In the midst of the battle with another Susanoo manifestation, Sasuke drew his bow, initially aiming at Itachi Uchiha, but hesitated before redirecting his aim toward Uchiha Obito. Itachi exhaled a sigh of relief before channeling his energy to activate the Tensigen, preparing to unleash it alongside Sasuke's arrow. With a swift motion, the Tensigen cut through the air, soaring toward Uchiha Obito's Susanoo. Nevertheless, Uchiha Obito merely scoffed. In the next moment, that Susanoo began to gradually fade away. Meanwhile, on Jiraiya's side, the Susanoo beneath the yellow spring marsh suddenly expanded in size, revealing a complete form towering over 1,000 meters. Whether it was the golden Nine-Tails or the Susanoo of Sasuke and Itachi, they appeared as mere children when faced with Uchiha Obito's fully realized Susanoo. Jiraiya quickly retreated to stand before Naruto and Sasuke. Are we consolidating our strength? Jiraiya spoke gravely. Itachi maintained a composed demeanor, stating, every technique possesses its weaknesses. The flaw of Susanoo lies in its extraordinary external defense while its internal defenses are rather average. In the realm within, Minato had an epiphany. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Gaara had once utilized the power of sand to extract Uchiha Obito from within. The defense of Susanoo is indeed formidable. Yet its internal defenses are merely adequate. If they could breach that interior, it would present an unparalleled opportunity. Uchiha Obito, in his complete form, towered above 1,000 meters. Although Itachi had articulated the weaknesses of Susanoo, they were far too short to reach the towering Uchiha Obito. What shall we do? Jiraiya inquired. Uchiha Sasuke had already drawn his bow, but his arrows could not penetrate the defenses of Obito's complete Susanoo. The tailed beast bomb? Minato shook his head. Uchiha Obito, like Shinja Hashirama, possessed strength that transcended that of the tailed beasts. Just as Hashirama could suppress the Nine-Tails with a single hand, Uchiha Obito could likewise dismantle the Nine-Tails techniques with ease. Naruto's Yin-Yang release? Having already suffered once, would Uchiha Obito fall for the same trick again? It was inconceivable. Faced with this complete Susanoo, what course of action remained? No one could arrive at the right decision. Just as despair enveloped them, a graceful figure descended from the heavens. Standing upon a black orb, rushing towards them with urgency, she arrived at Naruto's side, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. Upon confirming his safety, she breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto, it is truly a blessing to see you unharmed. Chapter 66. The Art of the Immortals. Would escape. True Thousand Hands Hinata? What brings you here? Naruto inquired hastily. Hinata's eyes glimmered with tenderness as she replied. Sister Hondo mentioned that Sasuke is in danger, and Naruto-kun has already set off to rescue him. I was worried, so I came. Upon seeing Hinata, both Sasuke and Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of relief. 6 months prior, a single strike had cleaved a mountain peak, leaving an indelible impression on everyone. Now, half a year later, to what extent had Hinata's strength grown? Hinata, swiftly eliminate him, Jiraiya urged. Hinata, with a gentle tread, stepped onto a Dao ball and gradually ascended into the sky. Uchiha Madara's expression turned grave, especially upon noticing the 2 Dao balls beneath Hinata's feet, which instilled a sense of dread within him. Is that Byakugan? Madara questioned uncertainly. Hinata ascended to the same level as Uchiha Madara. She shook her head and stated, it is the Rinnegan evolved from Byakugan. Byakugan can evolve? Madara was taken aback. Could the rumors truly be factual? Both the Sharingan and Byakugan were linked to the progenitor of chakra. If the Sharingan could evolve, it was not impossible for Byakugan to do so. Yet, could it surpass the Rinnegan in power? Then, allow me to witness the true power of your Rinnegan. With that, Madara drew his sword from his waist, raising the 500-meter-long blade high above and aimed it at Hinata. Susanoo slash. Unfazed, Hinata summoned her Rinnegan chakra, manifesting 3 Dao balls, together with the 2 beneath her feet. She now had 5 Dao balls in total. Raising her hand, the 5 Dao balls spun rapidly around her wrist, forming a golden wheel. Golden wheel rebirth explosion. With a swift motion, the golden wheel transformed into an almost 1,000-meter-long golden sword, striking towards Susanoo. The anticipated violent clash did not occur. Both the sword of Susanoo and the golden sword sliced through each other without hindrance. However, as Susanoo's sword passed the golden sword, a sudden break appeared, severing a segment of it. The golden sword, on the other hand, continued its trajectory, cleaving through Madara and the complete form of Susanoo. Madara's eyes widened with excitement. This power ranks as the strongest in the ninja world. As he spoke, Susanoo was cleaved in 2, and his reanimated body gradually turned to ash. Yet, throughout the process, Madara maintained an exhilarated smile, showing no sign of concern. Hinata sighed softly. 6 months ago, gathering 3 Dao balls had been her limit. Although she could now summon 5, it had also reached her utmost capacity. The golden wheel rebirth explosion had drained her completely. Her chakra remained insufficient. But she was grateful to assist Naruto-kun. Speaking softly to herself, she descended to the ground, joining the others. This is somewhat unrealistic, Jiraiya pondered. Has this resolved the battle? Though I might be the weakest link, I am still a shadow-level powerhouse. Alongside Sasuke and Naruto, as well as the rogue Uchiha Itachi, we were all incapable of dealing with this complete form of Susanoo. Yet, Hinata has dispatched it with a single strike? In the inner world, Minato understood that the reanimated body, obliterated by the Dao balls, could not be restored. However, it could be resummoned into a new body through the technique of Edo Tensei. This meant that Uchiha Madara could return. And what about Hinata? She had spent half a year gathering chakra only to achieve the golden wheel rebirth explosion. If Madara returned, what could they use to defend against him? Naruto and Sasuke must strengthen themselves swiftly. Naruto had already mastered Yin-Yang release and needed to hasten his fusion with the elemental powers to create his own Dao Ball. Sasuke, on the other hand, needed to find a way to evolve his Mangekyou Sharingan once more to attain the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, and with the stimulation of Hashirama cells, he could achieve the Rinnegan. Both Madara and Sasuke had the potential. Now was the time for Sasuke's Sharingan to evolve again. Minato gazed into the outside world. Itachi. Sasuke's excitement surged as he looked at him, his chakra growing increasingly frigid. Itachi slowly turned, his pair of crimson Mangekyou Sharingan coldly scrutinizing Sasuke. Do you hate me? Sasuke yearned to strike down Uchiha Itachi at that moment. Yet suddenly, he recalled his mentor's words, urging him to understand the reasons behind the massacre before killing Itachi. Was Itachi truly cruel? Or selfish? Or merely a maniac? If he derived pleasure from killing, why had he not been indiscriminate in his slaughters during this time? Sasuke spoke coldly. Before I kill you, I hope you can help me understand why you did this. Naruto was bewildered. Who is this person? Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he replied. He is Sasuke's biological brother, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. So Sasuke has a living relative? But why does he want to kill his own brother? Jiraiya explained, because Itachi slaughtered all the members of the Uchiha clan, except for Sasuke. Within the inner world, Minato sighed. It seemed the time had come for everyone to learn the truth. What truth? Kushina inquired. Minato responded, the secret of the progenitor of chakra, as well as the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. It is time for Naruto and Sasuke to know. Naruto. Minato's voice echoed within Naruto's mind. In the coming moments, I will reveal 2 shocking truths. Naruto's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Minato carefully recounted the tale of Kagaya Tsutsuki planting the god tree in the ninja world, as well as the combined efforts of the Sage of 6 Paths and the Tsutsuki clan to seal their mother. Following that, he spoke of the sage sealing the 10 tails within the moon and transforming its chakra into the 9-tailed beasts. He continued with the history of the ninja world and the feud between Indra and Azura, culminating in the tumultuous love-hate relationship between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara. Finally, he succinctly explained the reasons behind Itachi's annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The divergence between the Uchiha and the Hokage system inevitably led to conflict. Either the Uchiha would instigate a coup or the Hokage would seek to eradicate the Uchiha clan to safeguard the village's future and his beloved younger brother Sasuke. Itachi had no choice but to comply with the orders of the village's higher-ups, targeting the Uchiha clan. Now, Itachi operated as a spy within the Akatsuki, arranged by the village's elite. However, with Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi deceased, his loyalty was no longer to anyone. After hearing all this, Naruto clenched his fists. How could this happen? A family? So many lives lost? Was it the village's elite? Was there truly no other way? Minato said, there were certainly alternatives. But neither side was willing to explore them. Danzo's goal was to acquire as many Sharingan as possible, specifically Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan. Naruto fell silent. To achieve his ends, he resorted to any means necessary, even annihilating an entire clan. And this eye he possessed was originally Uchiha Shirsui's. He had sacrificed everything to seek a path to coexistence, only to have one of his eyes taken. What a fool. Danzo aimed to acquire the Sharingan of the entire Uchiha clan. Even if he discovered the perfect method, what difference would it make? The outside world. The battle between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke has reached a fever pitch. Sasuke has gathered Sage Chakra and then clasped his hands together. Sage Art would release true thousands of hands. Chapter 67. The Truth. A towering wooden statue resembling the thousand-handed Buddha rose majestically from the ground, surpassing even the Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi. Upon witnessing its height, Minato let out a sigh, recognizing it as considerably shorter than the true 1,000 hands of Hashirama during his prime. Hashirama possessed the genuine Sage Mode, while Sasuke, under Jiraiya's tutelage, could only sense and utilize the Sage Chakra from the visage of Hashirama beneath his feet. In terms of the volume of Sage Chakra, Sasuke was vastly inferior to Hashirama, thus rendering this version of the 1,000 hands significantly shorter as well. Despite this, Minato could not ascertain whether it would breach Itachi's Susanoo. Perhaps it would not withstand, yet what if Itachi, in a moment of indifference, permitted Sasuke to break through? Would release? Itachi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the fourth Hokage to bestow upon Sasuke the ability to wield would release. Much like Uchiha Madara, Sasuke's Sharingan had yet to evolve into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Transform into the Buddha, Sasuke commanded coldly. Immediately, a multitude of wooden hands surged forth towards Itachi's Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with a cacophony of explosions, enveloping Itachi's Susanoo in a thick cloud of dust. Now is the moment. Amidst the haze, no one noticed a faint smile of relief curling at the corner of Itachi's mouth. Had he succeeded? Jiraiya, not daring to gaze into the dust, was filled with uncertainty. Sasuke, panting slightly, glared into the obscuring cloud but suddenly froze, sensing something emerging from within the turmoil. What is that? A flock of crows burst forth, scattering the dust, revealing an empty space where Itachi once stood. Among them, one crow darted directly towards Sasuke, colliding with his forehead at lightning speed. The velocity left Sasuke no time to react, and a refreshing sensation surged into his body, yet his turbulent emotions rendered him oblivious to any physical changes. Damn it! Where is Uchiha Itachi? He scanned his surroundings, utterly unaware of Itachi's presence. On the opposite end of the jungle, under Kisame's watchful eyes, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Itachi, clad in his signature red, cloud-patterned black cloak. Kisame smirked and remarked, "So this is your private matter? A cleanup operation, I presume." It seems to have failed. Itachi's expression remained impassive, yet the worry had lessened. He walked past Kisame before pausing. The leaders have departed. We should leave as well. Kisame chuckled and followed suit, unaware that Itachi was experiencing a moment of disorientation. He had channeled the full power of his Meijiki Sharingan into Sasuke's eyes, meaning that Sasuke's Meijiki had now evolved into the eternal Meijiki, devoid of Meijiki chakra. Itachi felt as though he were on the verge of blindness, his vision blurring. However, a flash of red flickered in his left eye. The Meijiki Sharingan of Shisui, sealed within him, continuously infused its power into Itachi's left eye. Gradually, his vision began to sharpen. Within a cave in the land of fire, Jiraiya wore a grave expression. He regarded Naruto earnestly, asking, "How do you know all this?" Naruto replied, "My father's spirit rarely dreams, but when he does, it always comes to fruition. He can see the past and foresee the people and things that will appear in the future." A spirit dreaming? Jiraiya recalled the Sage of the Toads. Nevertheless, he had faith in Minato, and what Naruto spoke was grounded in truth. He had heard tales of the Sage of Chakra, and while many of the legends were embellished, Naruto's account resonated with reality. However, when he learned that the Sage of Chakra was a beautiful woman, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Naruto, could you have your father draw a portrait of the Sage of Chakra? I wish to take it to Mount Myaboku and consult the Sage of Toads." Sasuke now realized that the Dog Master was indeed Naruto's father, the esteemed fourth Hokage. He had often heard his father express profound admiration for the fourth Hokage since childhood. Little did he know this Hokage was truly formidable. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata exchanged exasperated glances as Jiraiya fixated on a beauty at such a critical moment. Hinata, Naruto suddenly said, "Summon my father. He has resolved to disclose everything. Some matters would be clearer if spoken by him." Hinata nodded, biting her fingertip and tracing a seal on her palm. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of white mist erupted, revealing a stray dog that Hinata had summoned. Subsequently, a spirit shot forth from Naruto's abdomen, possessing the stray dog. Jiraiya-sensei, the dog barked, raising its paw in greeting. As it turned out, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata were the future of the ninja world. Only the power of the Otsutsuki could contend with the Otsutsuki, and they must leverage the sage's strength to draw the sage to their side. With Uchiha Madara's early emergence, Minato decided it was time to unveil everything. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory, and Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata must align themselves with the Otsutsuki from a young age to understand their strengths and how to strive forward. Only the Otsutsuki can combat the Otsutsuki? Jiraiya echoed Minato's words, falling into contemplation. Minato nodded, affirming, "Indeed. The Sage of Toads is aware that when the sage originally planted the divine tree, he had to borrow the powers of the Sage of Six Paths and the Otsutsuki clan. Furthermore, beyond the ninja world lies the entire Otsutsuki family, acting in pairs. Each Otsutsuki that descends into the ninja world possesses strength rivaling that of the sage. To safeguard the ninja world, it was imperative for Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata to return to their ancestral roots and acquire the power of the Otsutsuki. Only the Otsutsuki can counter the Otsutsuki, hence Naruto, Sasuke. And Hinata must also become Otsutsuki. Hinata had already achieved this. With Uchiha Madara now in play, should he reappear without greater strength, they would be unable to resist. Naruto and Sasuke listened intently, finally grasping that Hinata's black orbs represented the power of the Otsutsuki. "Thus, I propose a plan," Minato continued. "Naruto, Sasuke, and I will return to the village to further develop the truth-seeking balls. Jiraiya-sensei, please take Hinata to search for the dragon veins." Dragon veins? Jiraiya's expression shifted. The dragon veins had been sealed by Minato himself over a decade ago, possessing an immense chakra reserve. "Are you suggesting to seal the dragon veins within Hinata?" Minato nodded, stating, "Hinata's chakra is rather limited. With the infusion of the dragon veins chakra, her strength will soar." Chapter 68, The Outer Path, Reincarnation Technique in the Land of Rice, within the Village of Sound. A dimly lit underground base housed a young chunin whose body emanated smoke, undergoing a profound transformation. Uchiha Madara had once more been resurrected through the technique of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru released the hand seals, welcoming him back. "Welcome back, Lord Madara." Madara slowly opened his eyes, this time revealing the Rinnegan, to be taken down in an instant. How devoid of the joy of battle? He reminisced about the combat from a day prior. Orochimaru's heart bore a curse mark placed by Madara. Should he perish in battle, Orochimaru would be compelled to resurrect him again, lest the mark shatter his heart. "Lord Madara, where shall we go next?" Orochimaru inquired. Madara replied, "We shall visit a certain place." In stark contrast to his usual flamboyance, Madara discreetly made his way to a small hill near Konoha. Their presence went unnoticed. Orochimaru felt a tinge of frustration, pondering the purpose of this visit. Suddenly, his eyes brightened upon spotting a small grave. A grin spread across his face. "Lord Madara, whose resting place is this?" he asked. Madara gazed at the grave with a hint of nostalgia. "It is merely the grave of an old acquaintance." As he spoke, he summoned a figure from the ground, accompanied by a white zetsu. He cast the white zetsu down, questioning, "Are you certain about this? We cannot be sure if this method will succeed." Madara scoffed, "We shall only know by trying." Orochimaru understood. Madara required him to resurrect the individual buried within the grave. To be of service to Lord Madara is an honor. Leave it to me. With practiced skill, Orochimaru began to excavate the grave. Once he unearthed the necessary materials, he noticed Madara carefully replacing the coffin lid and covering it with earth, displaying an unexpected reverence. Orochimaru felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. Who could be so esteemed by Madara? Surely, it was not the grave of the first Hokage. As Orochimaru set up the summoning array and deftly formed the hand seals, he declared, "Edo Tensei." In the next moment, the array activated, opening a gateway to the Pure Land. A soul emerged, descending upon the white zetsu. Almost immediately, the white zetsu felt an excruciating pain, transforming into the visage of a woman. The woman was none other than Uzumaki Mito, the first Hokage's wife. Mito slowly opened her eyes, recognizing a familiar face. Madara? She furrowed her brow. Is this the technique? She continued, you summoned my soul back. What is it you desire? Madara stated, there is a matter at hand. I require the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Mito replied, we are both dead. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to plunge this ninja world into chaos? Madara shook his head, asserting, I shall soon be truly resurrected. I aim to establish an ideal ninja world. A realm free of conflict, a true paradise. Such dreams? Mito retorted, that world does not exist. Abandon your illusions. Madara chuckled softly, by reviving the Ten-Tails and becoming its Jinchuriki. I can initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. In that moment, everyone shall live their dream life. Is that not desirable? Mito shook her head. A world of dreams is but an illusion. However, before allowing everyone to indulge in a beautiful dream, you must lift the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing them to return to their normal lives. If that is the case, I shall agree. She added, at that point, everyone will yearn for the ideal world. In reality, they will cease their bloodshed, will they not? Madara countered, the ideal world exists only within dreams. Once the dream is lifted, they shall revert to endless conflict. Mito remarked, I cannot say, but I must believe that the real world can transform into an ideal one. If, upon awakening from the dream, they remain entrenched in conflict, you may once again enact the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing them to understand each other within the dream. Eventually, you must awaken them from the dream. Can you achieve that? Mito's understanding and rationality were evident, which was why Madara held her in such high regard. He had initially intended to enact the infinite Tsukuyomi, trapping everyone in the most perfect dream. Yet, Mito insisted on a limited version of the Tsukuyomi. If war were to erupt among the 5 great nations, he could activate the Tsukuyomi, allowing all to enter the dream, only to awaken them after some time, using this approach to either intimidate or foster growth within the dream, thereby achieving the aim of preventing war in the real world. Is this method feasible? After a moment of contemplation, Madara slowly raised his head. Very well. I shall comply with your request. However, he shifted his tone. I shall employ your method, but if, upon awakening, they show no improvement, it will signify that your method is futile. At that point, I will abandon your approach and resume the infinite Tsukuyomi. Mito smiled slightly. I have faith in the people of the ninja world. Black Zetsu appeared astonished. He had not anticipated that this woman could sway Madara to alter his long-standing plans. Yet, his scheme remained intact. Be it the infinite or limited Tsukuyomi, as long as he utilized the moon's reflection to cast the Tsukuyomi across the entire ninja world. That day would mark the breaking of his mother's seal. On this day, Madara transported the resurrected Uzumaki Mito from near Konoha to the Land of Rivers. Their pace was leisurely, resembling a casual stroll. By the time they arrived at the Akatsuki's base in the Land of Rivers, a month had passed. Before the Outer Path's Gedo statue, Nagato was still impaled by numerous chakra rods, while Konan silently stood vigil by his side. Madara approached Nagato with Mito, inquiring, Is your chakra fully restored? Then let us proceed. Konan cast a worried glance at Nagato, who nodded and began forming hand seals. Outer Path, Reincarnation Technique. A tremendous surge of chakra flowed through Nagato's body, enveloping Madara in a radiant white light, as he felt something stirring within him. Chapter 69, The Revelation of Truth. Shocking Konoha, Konan's gaze remained fixed upon Nagato. Upon witnessing Nagato activate the Rinna Tensei, Uchiha Madara was finally resurrected. However, Nagato's life force was waning. Was he unable to sustain himself? Madara looked at Nagato with indifference, unfazed by his deteriorating condition. Weak and filled with remorse, Nagato cast a glance at Konan. The will of Yahiko and me is destined to sever. Please seek out Master Jiraiya for me. I must apologize to him. As he unleashed the Rinna Tensei, Nagato's chakra was swiftly drained. At that moment, he felt a powerful chakra surge into his body. What was this? He turned to see a delicate hand resting upon his abdomen. It belonged to a woman with red hair, a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. Gradually, Nagato's hair transformed from white to red, and even his emaciated form began to fill out. I am old and cannot bear to witness the youth perish before me. Uzumaki Mito stated softly. In truth, after marrying Senja Hashirama, she had longed for her kin. However, following the destruction of the Uzumaki village, her clan had suffered devastating losses. Her yearning for her family was buried deep within her heart. Finally meeting Uzumaki Kushina, Mito treated her like a granddaughter. Now, seeing Nagato, also of the Uzumaki lineage, she was unwilling to watch him die. Stop. Enough. Nagato retreated several steps. He could distinctly feel the chakra within him, more abundant than that of the tailed beasts. If she merely injected half of her chakra, he could survive. Yet he sensed that his own chakra was being replenished entirely by this woman. Was she willing to sacrifice herself? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly distanced himself from Minato. Although he wished to live on for Yahiko's sake, he did not want others to give their lives for him. Yahiko had already done so. He did not wish for anyone else to follow suit. However, as he regained his composure, he observed Minato acting as if the immense chakra had no effect on her. Minato glanced at Minato and inquired, "Why do you wish to save me?" Minato replied, "As I said before, I am old and cannot bear to witness the youth perish before me." Nagato clearly did not believe her. Madara interjected, "I initially transplanted these eyes to you for the purpose of reviving me. But now, I see you are also collecting tailed beasts to resurrect the Ten Tails. For what purpose?" Nagato responded, "To become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. To acquire sufficient power that the world may feel pain and subsequently cherish peace. When people fear war and fear me, they will strive for mutual understanding. A world where people understand one another will come to pass." Contemplating for a moment, Madara observed, "The root cause of war is hatred. And this world is rife with it. Do you intend to make them feel pain, absorbing all their hatred unto yourself to eliminate their enmity? Have you considered what will happen after your death?" As he spoke, Madara fell into reminiscence, continuing, "Before the Warring States period, the Sage of Six Paths established the Shinobi sect. During that time, the world flourished, and people revered the sage. With his presence, there was no conflict. However, he could not achieve immortality. After his death, a lengthy period of war ensued. Your approach is futile, merely retracing the sage's footsteps. To attain true peace, there is only one solution, the Moon Eye plan." Nagato shook his head, asserting, "That will not be the case. As long as they experience genuine suffering. Even if I die, they will not easily instigate war." Madara laughed heartily, his gaze toward Nagato turning sardonic. "Ah, Nagato, your vision is too limited. Your method may yield temporary peace, but once those who have experienced pain pass away, their descendants will have known nothing of suffering. Your perspective is ultimately too narrow." Minato observed Nagato with surprise. She recognized that both Madara and Nagato shared the same goal, the peace of the shinobi world. Yet their methods were excessively extreme. One sought to bring devastation to make the world feel pain and then cherish peace, while the other aimed to unleash infinite Tsukuyomi, transforming the world into an illusion for eternal peace. Her own method, the indirect Moon Eye, seemed preferable. Should war break out, she would initiate the Moon Eye, and peace would return. In the interim, she would teach them a harsh lesson, releasing them once they had learned their lesson. In Konoha village, Jiraiya took Hinata to the ruins of Lulon in search of the Dragon Vein. However, the Dragon Vein had been sealed away by Minato's space-time ninjutsu. This meant that the Dragon Vein did not exist in the present time, forever locked within a displaced temporal fragment. Therefore, no one could discover its true location. Once Jiraiya located the ruins sealing the Dragon Vein, he would still require Minato to unravel the space-time seal. At present, Konoha was enveloped in shock from a profound revelation regarding the Tsutsuki clan, the progenitor of chakra, and the creation of the shinobi sect by the Sage of Six Paths. This was Jiraiya's intention, to unveil the truth to the public, preparing everyone to accept the Tsutsuki. Minato considered Jiraiya's words and found them reasonable. People had the right to know the truth. Thus, he disseminated all that he knew of the events, allowing it to circulate throughout Konoha. Was it the dawn of an era defined by lineage? Nara Shikamaru ambled through the streets of Konoha, hands clasped behind his head, overcome with resignation. Nevertheless, the Nara clan was intellectually gifted. While their strength may not match that of the Tsutsuki remnants in the shinobi world, their minds were sharper. The stronger one was. The more foolish they tended to be, was it not? Akimichi Choji nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shikamaru continued. I heard that Uchiha Obito is still alive and intends to oppose the entire shinobi world to create a realm with Rin. Is he mad? With his capabilities, wouldn't it be wiser to find a way to persuade Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, to activate the Rinne Tensei and resurrect Rin? And as for Nagato, despite already having the Rinnegan, he claims to inherit Yahiko's will but does not even attempt to revive Yahiko before questioning what that will entails. He dares to alter another's will, insisting that the world must feel pain. Thus, it became clear that possessing the Tsutsuki bloodline and immense power meant little without wisdom. Choji munched on a bag of chips and remarked, It seems true. Look at Naruto and Sasuke. Their minds don't seem to function well. Also, why does the fifth Hokage always seek Uncle Jiku's advice? Even those with great strength must heed the counsel of the wise. Shikamaru sighed, gazing at the Hokage rock. Truly, Foolishness was a troublesome affair. In a forest behind Hokage Rock, swarms of insects filled the air. Oil woman Shino adjusted her sunglasses, crouching to examine a damp patch on the ground. Consuming the sweat, remnants left by Naruto and Sasuke during their training could potentially awaken the Tsutsuki bloodline within them. It was said that a powerful Tsutsuki would descend upon the shinobi world in the future, and it would be up to them to stand against such a force. Though I have always been a quiet presence, by that time, I hope to assist Naruto and Sasuke. As I spoke, a swarm of insects emerged, consuming every drop of sweat shed by Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 70. Tsutsuki Minato. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed Kakashi's face, enveloping him in warmth. Uchiha Obito was not dead, yet he chose to stand against the world, aspiring to create a realm where Rin could exist. His dream was to become Hokage. Kakashi gazed at the Hokage rock, then turned his eyes skyward. What kind of pain must Obito have endured to transform into this? On this day, Kakashi sought permission from the 5th Hokage to leave the village for a while. Subsequently, he ventured alone from Konohagakure, heading towards the land of water. Beneath the surface, the young ninjas of Konoha had each found their own purpose. Within Naruto's inner world, Minato, utilizing Sage Mode's perception, observed everything unfold. Initially, he had worried that revealing the truth would weaken the resolve of the young ninjas, causing them to be paralyzed by the overwhelming strength of the Tsutsuki. However, it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. As for Kakashi, he intended to seek out Obito, who, even if he remained unrepentant, would not harm Kakashi. At worst, he might confine him within the Kamui dimension. With no imminent danger, Kakashi could afford to provoke Obito a little. Everything was in order. They simply awaited Naruto and Sasuke to swiftly merge the 5 elements into Yin-Yang release, thereby condensing the truth-seeking orb. Furthermore, Minato's Tsutsuki vessel project had reached its most critical juncture. In the underground base, Akatsuki's red beam gazed proudly at a long-haired woman with 2 horns before her. This was the Tsutsuki vessel she had painstakingly cultivated. Through genetic editing techniques, she had eliminated the genes responsible for consciousness during the cultivation process. In other words, this Tsutsuki was devoid of consciousness. Why is it female? Minato's anger flared as he beheld the vessel. Genetic editing could clearly control gender. Red Bean, feeling a bit awkward, explained, the genes of the Tsutsuki differ from ours. In our genes, XY denotes female and YY denotes male. In their genes, however, YY represents female and XY represents male. We miscalculated from the beginning, thinking it was male, only to discover it had grown into a female. Minato's excitement was doused with cold water. Then we shall create another one. I want a male. Red Bean scratched her head and replied, but we lack sufficient cultivation fluid. We've exhausted all the fluid in the laboratory to cultivate this vessel. What? Minato leaped up in alarm. The cultivation fluid in this laboratory was the culmination of Orochimaru's life's work, as well as all the fluid he had scavenged after slaying Danzo. This meant that the fluid represented the combined wealth of Orochimaru and Danzo. Had they used it all up to cultivate this Tsutsuki vessel? This rendered any further attempts to create another vessel impossible. Even if he were to steal from Orochimaru, it might only suffice to cultivate some organs or tissues. Red Bean cautiously suggested, actually, a female isn't so bad. Just look at Lady Tsunade. She is not only endowed but possesses great strength as well. This Tsutsuki vessel, with its ample form, must harbor formidable power. Is there really any choice left? Minato lamented helplessly. Suddenly, the great yellow dog stood on its hind legs and joined its paws together. Red Bean, standing opposite the great yellow dog, quickly glanced at its belly. This was Minato's spirit, transforming into a beam of light that shot forth from the great yellow dog, penetrating the Tsutsuki vessel. Gradually, Minato's spirit melded into the vessel's unthinking mind. The spiritualization technique, when applied to a conscious mind, could not endure for long. The greater the consciousness, the shorter the duration of possession. Typically, one could not remain within a conscious being for more than 5 minutes. However, as this Tsutsuki vessel was devoid of consciousness, Minato's spirit faced no resistance and began to integrate with the brain. As his spirit merged, Minato sensed the power contained within this body. Yin, Yang, wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. Indeed, the Tsutsuki's body possessed attributes of the 5 elements and 7 types of chakra. This was an inherent power. The transformation resulting from the fusion of 7 chakra attributes transcended bloodline limits and bloodline elimination, embodying the essence of the bloodline gathering. Slowly, Tsutsuki Minato opened his eyes. They were white, possessing an extraordinary insight that granted him a panoramic view devoid of blind spots. "How do you find it, Fourth Lord?" Red Bean exclaimed with excitement. She could already feel the immense aura emanating from this body. Although Minato sensed the power of the bloodline gathering, he did not know how to wield it. For instance, Kagaya Tsutsuki's abilities, such as the yellow springs of the afterlife and the heavenly realm, were powers of the bloodline gathering, yet he lacked knowledge of their usage. It was akin to mastering would release a bloodline limit. However, employing techniques like the True Thousand Hands or the Wood Dragon technique required further learning. After gaining wood release, Sasuke had retrieved scrolls of ninjutsu studied by the first Hokage for his training. Otherwise, he would have only been able to create a few wooden constructs. And what about Minato? Although he possessed the bloodline gathering, who would teach him how to use it? It seemed he would have to navigate this path alone. With a sigh, Minato resolved to explore the method of condensing the truth-seeking orb, knowing that the bloodline gathering allowed for its utilization. Chapter 71. The successful fusion of the truth-seeking ball in regard to lineage. Is there someone in this ninja realm besides me who comprehends these profound truths? Uchiha Madara stood atop a hill, his Rinnegan gazing into the distance, a playful yet confident smile gracing his lips. However, such legends are not surprising. What astonished me was how that individual knew of my and Obito's intentions in gathering the tailed beasts. Both are part of the Moon Eye plan. One aims to create an ideal world, while the other seeks a world with Rin. Yet Nagato's goal is to wield this power to make the world experience suffering. He remains unaware of the source of this information, only knowing that it originated from Konoha. As they learned of it through the village, Black Zetsu was equally taken aback upon hearing this news, though a sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, the truth did not disclose the real purpose of the Moon Eye plan, which is, in fact, to unravel the seal of the progenitor of chakra. Consequently, as long as Uchiha Madara possesses absolute power, they will retain the initiative. In the face of such overwhelming strength, no one could hinder the execution of the Moon Eye plan. Moreover, 6 of the 9-tailed beasts have already been gathered. The most challenging, the 9-tails, can be substituted by Uzumaki Kushina. Black Zetsu had conducted his investigation and discovered that while Uzumaki Kushina is a reincarnated body, she still retains a complete 9-tails within her. Theoretically, as long as Kushina's reincarnation remains intact, the Outer Path Golem can absorb her 9-tails and subsequently revive the 10-tails. However, if Kushina's reincarnation is undone, the chakra of the 9-tails will dissipate with her disappearance, leading the 10-tails to once again fall into slumber. Thus, it is crucial to maintain the state of Uzumaki Kushina's reincarnation and prevent her from breaking the seal. Now, only Shikaku remains to be absorbed. And then the ritual to reclaim the 9-tails chakra and successfully revive the 10-tails can commence. After waiting all these years, we are finally on the brink of this step. In the Rain Village, Pain stood atop an iron tower, his expression cold as he gazed at the overcast sky. Ever since Yahiko's demise, the heavens had darkened, and the rain had continued to fall incessantly. At that moment, a spatial whirlpool appeared behind him, and a figure emerged. It was Uchiha Obito. Pain showed no sign of surprise at Obito's arrival, his demeanor remaining impassive, for he was a dead man without expression. "You have resurrected Uchiha Madara," Obito exclaimed, filled with indignation. He had been exerting control over the 4th Mizukage in the Land of Water, enforcing tyranny. The Mist Village had caused the death of Rin, and he sought vengeance. However, Terumi May had undermined the 4th Mizukage's authority. Just as he prepared to end it all, he suddenly learned that Nagato had resurrected Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, he heard whispers of the truth circulating from Konoha. Additionally, he had heard that Kakashi was en route to the Mist Village. Thus, Obito abandoned his control over the 4th Mizukage, extracting the 3 tails and leaving the Mist Village to avoid the troublesome Kakashi. Pain remarked, "This was my debt to him. The purpose of these eyes is to resurrect him." Obito found himself momentarily speechless. Pain's words were indeed accurate. These eyes originally belonged to Uchiha Madara, and their transplantation onto Nagato was intended to activate the Rinne rebirth to revive him. Yet, he did not intend to resurrect Madara so swiftly. Surely it would be better to fulfill that promise after becoming the 10-tails Jinchuriki? Now that Madara had been resurrected, debating such matters seemed pointless. The pressing issue at hand was the question of who would possess the 10-tails upon its revival. All 3 of them had their own ambitions and aspired to become the 10-tails Jinchuriki. "First, let us revive the 10-tails." Obito hurled the 3 tails from the Kamui dimension. Simultaneously, the 1 tail was captured by Deidara. Unlike the original timeline, Gaara had yet to become the 5th Kazekage and had not been resurrected by Chiyo. At this moment, the Akatsuki had successfully gathered all 9-tailed beasts. In Konoha, at the training ground, Naruto and Sasuke sat exhausted on the grass. This is exceedingly challenging, they lamented. Both had mastered yin-yang release, yet they struggled to incorporate the 5 elemental powers into it. Although they had previous experience in chakra fusion, this was not merely merging elemental chakra into a Rasengan or combining 2 types of chakra. It required the integration of all 5 elemental chakra into yin-yang release. Naruto glanced at the azure sky and suddenly spoke. I can understand him, but I cannot yet forgive him. Naruto was referring to Uchiha Itachi. Had I been in his position, I would not have forgiven him either, he confessed. Yet everything has already transpired, and at that time, we lacked the power to change anything. Sasuke, what would you have done? Sasuke gazed at the sky, a leaf drifting down from the forest behind the Hokage rock, twirling gracefully before landing on his forehead. As he picked up the leaf, he noticed a hole in its center. Through this aperture, he glimpsed the sun behind the leaf. Sasuke endeavored to comprehend Itachi's perspective. One side comprised radical clansmen, while the other was the village and his younger brother. And then there was Uchiha Madara, followed by Uchiha Obito. Did Itachi truly perceive the Uchiha clan as the root of the world's calamities? Even a powerful figure like Uchiha Madara, down to the clan's underdog, Uchiha Obito. Perhaps the legends held truth. While the Uchiha clan possessed the proud bloodline limit of the Sharingan, it was indeed a double-edged sword, a pair of cursed eyes. Perhaps I, too, could become like him. As he spoke, Sasuke felt a coolness wash over his eyes. The sun shone brilliantly, obscured to most by the leaf. Yet his eyes possessed a hole through which he beheld what lay beyond. This aperture seemed to have been opened by Itachi for him. His eternal Mangekyou Sharingan needed to gaze further ahead, aligning with what the 4th Hokage had said, that he, Naruto, and Hinata bore the mission of safeguarding the entire ninja world. Naruto nodded in agreement. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Sasuke, look. He sat upright, brimming with enthusiasm as he began to gather chakra. Soon, a fist-sized sphere, as dark as ink, emerged from his forehead. It was, indeed, the truth-seeking ball. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. You? How did you suddenly create that? Naruto, who had been lying there doing nothing, now erupted with laughter. Within my body lies a sealed world. It was my mother's pet that informed me of chakra manipulation. Oh. In the Nine-Tails, Kurama, he witnessed the Sage of 6 Paths incorporate the 5 elemental chakra properties into yin-yang release. Sasuke could only respond with silence. Chapter 72, The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Nagato. Sasuke activated his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, diligently studying Naruto's process of gathering the truth-seeking orbs. Time after time, under Naruto's careful tutelage, Sasuke finally grasped the method of assembling the orbs. As he toyed with the orb before him, a sense of relief washed over Sasuke. His efforts had finally borne fruit. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared. A girl with fair skin, an adorable appearance, and 2 horns quietly emerged. Who is she? Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, instantly becoming vigilant. It is I, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze declared. Father? Master Minato? Naruto and Sasuke stared in astonishment. Father, why do you look like this? Naruto loudly questioned, pointing at Minato. It felt utterly strange for him to address a little girl as his father. Minato chuckled awkwardly and explained, there was a slight mishap when this body was created, but it is of no consequence. From now on, let me use this form to protect the ninja world alongside everyone. In Naruto's inner world, Kushina observed with a furrowed brow, while the Nine-Tails regarded Minato with admiration. This body is even more perfect than that of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Nine-Tails praised. Father, look. Naruto had gathered 3 truth-seeking orbs, which hovered quietly before him. Seeing this, Sasuke also silently formed 3 orbs of his own. We have finally succeeded. Can we now confront the Otsutsuki? Minato chuckled at the expectant gazes of Naruto and Sasuke. Though his new body possessed the power of the bloodline limit, he had yet to understand how to gather the truth-seeking orbs. However, witnessing the gathering process of Naruto and Sasuke sparked an epiphany within him. In an instant, he began to gather chakra, tapping into the immense chakra of the Nine-Tails. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 truth-seeking orbs emerged from his forehead. It is time, Minato suddenly declared. To deal with the Otsutsuki, if we can draw Uchiha Madara into our ranks, our chances of victory will significantly increase. With that, he turned to Naruto and Sasuke. Our target is the land of rivers. As he spoke, 2 truth-seeking orbs floated beneath his feet. He gently stepped onto them, and they lifted his body into the air. Observing this, Naruto and Sasuke followed suit, and the 3 of them slowly vanished above the village of Konoha. In the land of rivers, Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on a cliff, resting his chin on his hand, bored as he gazed down at the Yin-Tails. The Outer Path Golem had absorbed the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and had successfully revived. However, Madara had little interest in the Yin-Tails at the moment, feeling invincible. He preferred to give the young ones a chance. On either side of the Yin-Tails were Uchiha Obito and Nagato Pain, suspended in the air. Furthermore, Nagato's figure was seen atop the head of the Outer Path Golem. "Are you certain you wish to become the Yin-Tails Jinchuriki?" Obito asked in a solemn tone. Nagato replied, "Since he does not intervene, I suppose I shall give it a try. Only with the Rinnegan can one control the Yin-Tails." As it stood, Obito had yet to acquire the Rinnegan. He did not expect Madara to stand idly by while Nagato's power surpassed his own. He realized he would not be able to obtain the Rinnegan. "Very well, let us see how this unfolds," Obito said, raising his hands in resignation before suddenly vanishing into the Kamui space. Nagato began to gather chakra, swiftly forming hand seals. In the next moment, he placed a palm upon the head of the Yin-Tails. The entire body of the Yin-Tails began to shift. It was as if Nagato's hand possessed an insatiable void, voraciously absorbing the essence of the Yin-Tails. "Is it here?" Madara's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he observed Nagato's transformation. His skin grew fairer, and the atmosphere surrounding him underwent a radical change. Simultaneously, 6 truth-seeking orbs emerged from his body, floating serenely behind him. This power. Madara's gaze became fervent. Korezetsu internally lamented. He was quite displeased with Madara. Both Madara and Obito sought to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan. Yet they had chosen to grant the Yin-Tails to Nagato. Why bestow such a gift upon him? Korezetsu could not fathom Madara's reasoning. In truth, Madara had no intention of relinquishing the Yin-Tails. He merely wished to witness the true power of the Yin-Tails Jinchuriki. He believed that he possessed the capability to reclaim the Yin-Tails. At that moment, both Nagato and Madara turned their gazes towards the horizon. 3 figures were gradually approaching from the sky. They stood upon the truth-seeking orbs, and notably, the girl with 2 horns exuded an aura that rivaled Nagato, the Yin-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki? Sasuke Uchiha. Madara expressed his surprise before breaking into a smile. Minato, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that the one to become the Yin-Tails Jinchuriki would be Nagato. Chapter 73. The fanatical Uchiha Madara bored and weary. Uchiha Madara rested his chin on his hand. A Uchiha fan lay beside him. However, the moment he beheld Sasuke's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. What is this? The eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Madara's gaze gradually ignited with fervor. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent blue Susanoo rose majestically into the air. Uchiha Sasuke, along with Uzumaki Naruto. The blue Susanoo drew its sword, pointing it menacingly at Naruto and Sasuke. Madara, brimming with excitement, urged, "Come at me together." Minato felt a heavy weight in his heart. If Madara was challenging Naruto and Sasuke, he would have to face Nagato, the Yin-Tails Jinchuriki, alone, who could also wield the Rinnegan. Fortunately, Nagato was not a mindless killer. Confronting him did not necessitate violence. Yet Black Zetsu was a different matter entirely. He gazed at the figures in the sky, agitated and anxious. He could not comprehend why so many individuals capable of wielding the Rinnegan had emerged in this world. Had they perhaps received the Sage of 6 Paths legacy? But what of that young girl? How could she possess a body akin to that of her mother? Could it be that a member of the Tsutsuki clan had descended? Black Zetsu, a manifestation of Kagaya Tsutsuki's will, understood the terror of the Tsutsuki clan within the universe. Furthermore, Kagaya belonged to the branch family of the Tsutsuki, serving Tsutsuki Ishiki. If the clan were to learn of Kagaya's betrayal, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. What, then, did this Tsutsuki girl know? Was she perhaps here to punish her mother? Overall, Black Zetsu cast a hateful glance at Minato. No matter how he looked at this Tsutsuki girl, she seemed anything but benevolent. Nagato turned to Minato, inquiring, "I will not harm the girl. You had best not stand in my way." "The girl?" Minato responded with a slight smile. "You claim to inherit Yahiko's will, yet you have twisted it into a desire for the world to suffer? Do you know why this organization is called Akatsuki?" Nagato fell silent. In those days, Yahiko led him, Konan, and the other members, rushing to halt a war, striving to foster understanding between warring factions to achieve reconciliation. At that moment, the sun rose from the east, and everyone witnessed a glimmer of light. Thus, Yahiko named the organization Akatsuki, signifying the dawn, a tribute to their pursuit of the world envisioned by their teacher Jiraiya, one of mutual understanding and hope. Yet that vision shattered the moment Yahiko was driven to death. From that instant, Nagato truly felt suffering. Only those who experienced such pain could cherish peace and refrain from igniting war again. Nagato declared, I am more aware of this than anyone. I have not altered Yahiko's will. I merely pursue it through my own means. Yahiko's will is to create a world of peace, free from war. However, while Yahiko sought harmony and mutual understanding, my method is to make the world experience suffering. Minato chuckled. The girl's enchanting laughter filled Nagato with disdain. Minato remarked, Then what should we call this organization? If your goal is to make the world suffer, why not name it the Pain Organization? As for my purpose, Minato continued, If it is to stop you? Nagato retorted, What I seek to create is a peaceful world. Even if you wield powers akin to mine, you cannot thwart me. Minato replied, I shall not obstruct your creation of a peaceful world, but I will prevent you from realizing it through your methods. Furthermore, allow me to inform you that I intend to forge a formidable team to safeguard the entire world against the impending arrival of mysterious and powerful beings from beyond. Nagato scoffed, stating, If this world were truly peaceful, I would join your ranks. Yet this world is not worth protecting, if we must guard it. It should be for the sake of those who have endured suffering. Amidst their verbal exchange, the battle between Uchiha Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke erupted. Madara gazed at the broken sword in his hand and mused, Is this the Rinnegan, capable of rendering all it touches into nothingness? He had previously attempted to infuse the powers of Yin-Yang release from his Rinnegan into the long sword of his Susanoo, only to be shattered by the Rinnegan. Nevertheless, he continued to channel chakra, condensing the long sword of Susanoo once more, and swung it at the Rinnegan. Boom. This time, the clash between the long sword of Susanoo and the Rinnegan resulted in a tremendous explosion. The Rinnegan was sent flying by the strike. Yet the long sword of Susanoo also shattered once again. What? Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback. Wasn't the Rinnegan supposed to render all things into nothingness? Why had it been cleaved away by his longsword? Uchiha Madara suddenly understood. No wonder the three great sacred lands had endured through the ages. The power to confront the Rinnegan could indeed be sage art. During the first confrontation, Madara's longsword was utterly defeated. Yet in the second encounter, although his sword was shattered, the Rinnegan was also sent flying, for he had infused sage chakra into the sword. During the reanimation jutsu, Uchiha Madara had suffered from Hinata's Golden Will rebirth explosion. Thus, he sought ways to counter the Rinnegan. With Orochimaru's assistance, he utilized the Hashirama cells within his chest to sense sage chakra. After witnessing the Rinnegan's might, he decided to test the sage chakra, unexpectedly discovering it to be effective. In the fourth Great Ninja War of the original timeline, Obito created a massive shield with the Rinnegan, rendering all ninjutsu against him ineffective. After Gamakichi spat toad oil onto Obito, Minato realized that the toad oil had adhered to the Rinnegan. Thus, he discovered that sage chakra was effective against the Rinnegan. This time, it was Uchiha Madara who first uncovered this truth. If so, let it come. Madara's Susanoo stood defiantly beneath the heavens. He formed hand seals and declared, Sage art, fire release, dragon flame song. Swish, swish, swish. 5 dragon heads of flame, empowered by sage chakra, emerged and surged towards Sasuke and Naruto's Rinnegan. The two hastily raised the Rinnegan to defend, initially believing all ninjutsu to be ineffective. They were astonished to find that the flames did not dissipate upon contact with the Rinnegan. Sasuke and Naruto seemed to have made a discovery. Having entered Sage mode, Naruto sensed that the flames from Madara bore Sage chakra. He is using Sage art against the Rinnegan. You must deploy your Susanoo. Chapter 74, The Great Buddha of Susanoo. Can your Susanoo achieve this? Uchiha Madara inquired, his voice resonating with curiosity. Sasuke let out a disdainful snort. His eyes six-pointed star swirling momentarily. In the next instant, a layer of purple chakra enveloped him, and a fully formed purple Susanoo rose majestically, matching Madara's height. Oh! A glimmer of admiration flickered in Madara's eyes. With the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, combined with Senjutsu chakra, can you attain this form? No sooner had he spoken than Naruto activated his Nine-Tails chakra mode, summoning a golden Nine-Tails. Bring it on. Madara felt an exhilarating rush rather than any trepidation. He concentrated his chakra, Heavenly Disruption Star. With a thunderous roar, the clouds parted, and a colossal stone sphere descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at Naruto and Sasuke's heads. Not this move again. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance before swiftly merging their powers. The Susanoo donned the golden Nine-Tails, while the remaining truth-seeking orbs morphed into a pitch-black longsword. The Susanoo, armed with the long sword, swung fiercely at the descending Heavenly Disruption Star. Boom! The black sword sliced through the Heavenly Disruption Star effortlessly, unleashing a destructive force that shattered it mid-air. Impressive. Madara chuckled. Now, what about this? In an instant, Madara clasped his hands together, channeling his Senjutsu chakra to its utmost limit. Senjutsu would release true thousand hands. With a resounding rumble, a Buddha statue, towering as high as the fully formed Susanoo, ascended from the ground. Madara controlled this Susanoo, merging it with the Buddha statue. Susanoo encased Buddha? Watergate, observing the battle from a distance, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Madara's formidable strength. First, he had discovered that Senjutsu could effectively counter the truth-seeking orbs, and now he stood unflinching against Sasuke and Naruto's full might. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged determined glances, then commanded the Susanoo clad in the golden nine-tails to swing the black longsword toward Madara. Madara did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, unleashing a barrage of punches. The black sword, forged from the truth-seeking orbs, was immensely powerful. Yet, the true thousand hands were crafted from Senjutsu. As the black sword severed numerous wooden fists, it began to deplete its own energy. The sound of chopping echoed as wooden hands fell. With each slash, the thousands of arms of the encased Buddha were severed by the sword born from the truth-seeking orbs. Revenge. The Nine-Tails, within its inner realm, was nearly ecstatic. However, the black sword gradually began to vanish. Although it was born from the truth-seeking orbs, it faced the daunting challenge of severing over 1,000 hands, each capable of effortlessly restraining the Nine-Tails. Madara was acutely aware of the power behind the Buddha's transformation. He had once been utterly defeated by this very move in his battle against Hashirama. Yet, this time, bolstered by the Susanoo, the true thousand hands were still cleaved by the black sword. The might of the truth-seeking orbs was indeed formidable. Madara began to grasp the extent of their power. Naruto and Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness. The truth-seeking orbs were difficult to conjure, and 3 was already their limit. With the current depletion of their orbs, they could not summon more anytime soon. They would have to rely on their original abilities to continue the fight. Madara was not in a much better position. He was not in a state of Edo Tensei. Instead, he inhabited a true, resurrected body. He had lost his immortality and could no longer access infinite chakra. Summoning the heavenly disruption star, the fully formed Susanoo, and the true thousand hands had cost him more than half of his chakra. Use that move, Naruto urged Sasuke. Sasuke understood and quickly gathered chakra. The Susanoo, clad in the Nine-Tails, raised its 2 hands. In the next moment, brilliant lights emanated from both hands. The right hand manifested a massive white sphere resembling a shuriken, while the left produced a golden orb. It was Naruto's Rasen Shuriken and Sasuke's Rasen Shuriken Zero dance. Upon witnessing this, Madara's expression turned grave. Both techniques were advanced ninjutsu. However, the wind technique was imbued with senjutsu, complicating matters. Though he possessed the Rinnegan and could absorb chakra, absorbing senjutsu chakra proved challenging. Observing their stance, he realized they intended to attack simultaneously, leaving him little time to react. There was no choice. Naruto and Sasuke directed the Susanoo, clad in golden Nine-Tails, to strike at Madara. Senjutsu, wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Fire release, Rasen Shuriken Zero dance. The 2 luminous spheres were hurled forth, merging into one in midair. Madara's expression tightened as he clasped his hands together. Senjutsu would release, Birth of the World Tree. In the next moment, a dense thicket of trees surged toward the combined sphere. Initially, he believed the Birth of the World Tree would be sufficient to obstruct the enormous sphere. However, Madara soon realized the situation was far more complicated than anticipated. He beheld a stream of blood tears flowing from Sasuke's left eye. Amaterasu. In an instant, a pitch-black flame enveloped the golden sphere. With the wind technique's enhancement, the Amaterasu flames began to swirl violently. The oncoming wave of wooden release approached, but before it could reach the Amaterasu-infused sphere, it was vaporized by the overwhelming heat. What? Madara gasped in astonishment. In the past, he had suffered greatly from Hashirama's wood release. Now, employing Hashirama's own techniques, he found himself repeatedly outmatched by these 2 blonde youths. The sphere, adorned with Amaterasu, shimmered with alternating hues of black and gold, resembling a radiant sun with dark flares. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom. The Birth of the World Tree was unable to withstand the immense light sphere. The combination of the Rasen Shuriken and Rasen Shuriken Zero dance, enhanced by Amaterasu, struck the encased Buddha squarely. The sphere expanded once more, its overwhelming energy engulfing the Susanoo-clad Buddha. Naruto and Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. Had they succeeded? Sasuke widened his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, peering into the chaos, yet struggled to discern the situation within. Surely, They must have succeeded. No one could survive such temperatures. Along their path, the vibrant wood release had been utterly vaporized, indicating just how scorching the sphere's internal temperature was. However, neither of them noticed the imminent danger. In the ninja world, fire techniques rarely resulted in fatalities. Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke discovered they were utterly immobilized. A chilling voice resonated from behind them. Rinne Rebirth, Border Realm. Chapter 75, The Final Evolution. The Rebirth Eye and the Wheel Tomb of the Abyss. The Wheel Tomb of the Abyss is a technique of the Rebirth Eye wielded by Uchiha Madara. It possesses capabilities akin to Nagato's Shinra Tensei, exhibiting repulsive force while also enabling spatial division, thereby achieving spatial confinement. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara employed this ability to trap the second Hokage, rendering him incapable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. He also used it to ensnare Sasuke during a surprise attack, effectively immobilizing him midair. Initially, Sasuke was unwilling to comply, but ultimately, Madara forced his hand by piercing him with the Kusanagi sword. This time, Madara utilized the Wheel Tomb of the Abyss to escape, subsequently locking the space around Sasuke and Naruto, leaving them unable to move. Whom to strike first? A black chakra rod emerged from Madara's palm, and he gazed at Sasuke with a glint of amusement before turning his attention to Naruto. Vortex Naruto, you shall be the first. Just as Madara was about to plunge the chakra rod into Naruto's body, he noticed 5 chakra chains erupting from Naruto. Vajra binding? The chains ensnared Madara's body. However, Madara's strength surpassed that of the tailed beasts. Although the chains could bind a tailed beast, they could not restrain Uchiha Madara. Despite his formidable power, the chakra rod continued its slow advance toward Naruto's heart. Naruto! Sasuke cried out in alarm. With Susanoo enveloping the Nine-Tails, he stood at Naruto's side. But now trapped by the Wheel Tomb of the Abyss, he could only watch helplessly. Inside Naruto's inner world, Kushina gritted her teeth, struggling against the chakra chains. Minato, I can barely hold on. Meanwhile, Minato faced off against Nagato while observing the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Nagato, not a bloodthirsty maniac nor a combat enthusiast, had no desire to fight Minato. After a brief exchange of words, they both turned their focus to the clash involving Uchiha Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke. Just as Minato prepared to manipulate the 6 truth-seeking balls to intervene, he noticed an unusual chakra emanating from Sasuke. Not only he, but Nagato and Madara also sensed it. Sasuke clenched his fists, depleting his chakra to fuel Susanoo, determined to shatter the spatial confinement. Yet, the Wheel Tomb of the Abyss was not easily breached. Unless Sasuke's Susanoo could transcend space itself, the confinement would persist. As Sasuke's chakra continued to drain, Susanoo remained immobile. Nevertheless, he did not relent, frantically channeling chakra in a reckless manner. Should his chakra be exhausted, he would face a debilitating weakness or even death. Naruto. Sasuke watched in horror as Madara's chakra rod drew perilously close to Naruto's heart. At that moment, the golden Nine-Tails enveloped Susanoo stirred for the first time. What? Madara gasped in surprise. He then witnessed Sasuke's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan undergoing a transformation. Madara understood well that Sasuke's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was on the verge of evolving into the Rebirth Eye. In this world, could there be others, apart from him, capable of advancing to the Rebirth Eye? Indeed, Minato recognized that Sasuke, like Madara, had also transplanted Hashirama's cells. The Sage of 6 Paths had achieved the Rebirth Eye after his brother's death, and Madara had undergone the same evolution upon nearing death after implanting Hashirama's cells. Now, witnessing Naruto's peril, Sasuke was finally poised for his evolution. Naruto beheld the ripples in Sasuke's eyes as the 6-pointed star-shaped eternal Mangekyou Sharingan transformed into a pair of rebirth eyes. Madara chuckled. Has it appeared? How do you plan to escape? Despite Sasuke's ascension to the Rebirth Eye, both he and Naruto remained ensnared within the spatial confinement. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of crimson light flickered through Sasuke's rebirth eyes. Madara was taken aback to find himself suddenly transported into the space sealed by the Wheel Tomb of the Abyss, while Susanoo, clad in the Nine-Tails, returned to its original position. Position exchange? In truth, it was Sasuke's Rebirth Eye ability, Heavenly Hand Power. With the evolution of the Rebirth Eye, it granted distinct abilities based on the individual. Madara's was the Wheel Tomb of the Abyss, while Sasuke's was Heavenly Hand Power, allowing him to instantaneously swap positions within his line of sight. Sasuke activated Heavenly Hand Power, exchanging places with Madara. This time, Madara found himself sealed within his own wheel tomb of the abyss. Before he could dispel the confinement, he noticed Susanoo, adorned with the Nine-Tails, drawing back an arrow, aiming directly at him. "Sasuke, you are remarkable," Naruto exclaimed, giving Sasuke a thumbs up. Sasuke smirked at Naruto's praise, relishing the compliment as he turned to Madara, saying, "This time, how will you counter this move?" With that, a purple arrow was loosed towards Madara. Boom! The colossal arrow struck Madara directly, driving him deep into the ground. Utilizing the power of the Rebirth Eye, Madara activated the wheel tomb of the abyss once more, maximizing the repulsive force. Yet, he still felt a tremendous force surge through his body. In the violent collision, Madara could not help but cough up blood. Deep underground, the arrow finally came to a halt. Protected by the repulsive force of the wheel tomb of the abyss, the arrow failed to penetrate his body. Yet he sustained severe injuries, 18 broken bones and damage to his kidneys. Truly formidable. Madara wiped the blood from his mouth and chuckled. The last time he encountered Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto could barely withstand his onslaught, and Sasuke was merely at the Manjiki Sharingan stage. Now, they had both reached a level that rivaled his peak. In terms of talent, I would deem them the strongest. Madara felt the Hashirama cells rapidly healing his injuries, continuously absorbing natural chakra to replenish his combat stamina. He sensed the formidable regenerative power of the Hashirama cells. His strength was returning. With the ability to remain immortal in battle and the ongoing restoration of his chakra, it was no wonder he could never defeat Hashirama, no matter how hard he tried. Joining his hands, he invoked Sage Art, would release True Thousand Hands. Boom! A colossal statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha rose once more, standing before Naruto and Sasuke. Madara perched atop the statue, his body enveloped in blue chakra. Susanoo. Once again, Susanoo enveloped the great Buddha. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged solemn glances, realizing that despite their efforts, their previous arrow had inflicted no harm. Moreover, Madara exuded a massive chakra, ready for battle as if he were unyielding. Enough. Minato, stepping on the two truth-seeking balls, slowly approached. For additional truth-seeking balls orbited around him, spinning gently. Arriving before Uchiha Madara, Minato declared, "Uchiha Madara, we are not enemies." Chapter 76. The Truth of the Otsutsuki Clan. Oh, unable to defeat me, are you resorting to begging for mercy? Uchiha Madara regarded Minato, Naruto, and Sasuke with an enigmatic smile. Minato chuckled softly as the four truth-seeking orbs whirled rapidly around his wrist. This scene felt eerily familiar. Madara paused momentarily, realizing that there was still a girl who had yet to appear, the one who had severed his body with a single sword strike, Hinata Hyuga. "I have stated before that we are not enemies." Madara retorted, "Not enemies? Do you then support my infinite Tsukuyomi plan?" Minato shook his head and replied, "The world of infinite Tsukuyomi is a mere illusion, while the real world lies in desolation. Should an otherworldly guest arrive and obliterate the real world, your infinite Tsukuyomi plan would ultimately fail." Otherworldly guest? Madara had only heard of Kagaya Tsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra, but had never known her to be an extraterrestrial. Thus, he was evidently skeptical of Minato's assertion. However, Minato showed no surprise at this skepticism. He pointed towards the observing Zetsu in the distance. This is the product of black Zetsu possessing white Zetsu. He embodies the consciousness of Kagaya Tsutsuki, and there is much to inquire from him. Furthermore, your infinite Tsukuyomi plan is, in fact, the key to unlocking Kagaya's seal. Is that so? Black Zetsu finally panicked. The girl from the Tsutsuki clan was aware of this. Black Zetsu. Madara dispelled his Susanoo and approached Black Zetsu, his voice grave. "You had better clarify this for me." Black Zetsu hastily replied, "You question me based on a single statement? Are you doubting the veracity of the Uchiha Shrine's tablet?" "The tablet?" Madara's tone grew cold. "So you are familiar with the tablet at the Uchiha clan shrine?" "Oh no." Black Zetsu faltered, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. Only Madara had seen the tablet, and only he knew its contents. Now that he had spoken of the tablet, he had exposed himself. Madara extended his hand, gripping Black Zetsu by the neck. Minato rushed forward, stating, "Black Zetsu is a manifestation of Kagaya's will, and he is well aware of the terrifying nature of the Tsutsuki clan. Moreover, Kagaya intended to amass an army in this world to combat the impending arrival of powerful Tsutsuki clan members. On this front, we should unite." Black Zetsu slipped from white Zetsu, morphing into a dark mass. He quickly inquired, "So, you plan to unseal my mother?" Minato nodded, "Yes, I do intend to do so. I require your mother's power. However, Not at this moment. I am not yet strong enough to contend with her. If I were to unseal her now, her wrath could overwhelm us, and we would be unable to resist. Minato hesitated. Black Zetsu chuckled, agreeing, indeed. My mother is determined to find a way to confront the Tsutsuki clan's strength, but your current abilities are insufficient. We must transform you into an army of white Zetsu. Madara discarded white Zetsu and crouched to face black Zetsu. You claim our strength is inadequate? Black Zetsu, sweating, clenched his teeth. Strong, yes, but not enough to confront the Tsutsuki. Madara sneered. And just how powerful are the Tsutsuki? Black Zetsu stammered. Well, they are immensely powerful. Without my mother's strength, you would be utterly defenseless. Minato interjected. If you wish to experience the power of the Tsutsuki, seek out this individual, Chikyu. He harbors the power of the Tsutsuki within him. If you corner him, you will witness the true might of the Tsutsuki. Chikyu? Madara remained skeptical. While Black Zetsu was filled with dread, being born of Kagaya's consciousness, he understood who Chikyu was. He had believed Chikyu to be dead, only to discover he existed as a vessel for the Tsutsuki. This meant that one day, Chikyu would fully revive. As a member of the clan, he possessed techniques surpassing his mother's. Should he return, he would undoubtedly eliminate her first. Find him and kill him, Black Zetsu urged. Given his absence from the forefront, it indicated he had not yet fully recovered. We must locate him together and eliminate him. Observing Black Zetsu's fervor, Madara began to trust Minato's words. Then let me seek Chikyu. With that, Madara leaped off the cliff, vanishing from sight. Naruto and Sasuke, having dispelled their Susanoo and Nine-Tails mode, approached Minato. He sighed in relief, for Madara and Black Zetsu were finally resolved, but he still had no means to deal with Nagato. Nevertheless, Minato planned to send Jiraiya to handle that situation. Naruto, at present, lacked the verbal prowess he would possess 3 years later. Jiraiya had a much higher success rate. As long as he did not inflict suffering upon Konoha, Minato would leave him be. Accompanied by Naruto and Sasuke, Minato departed from the land of rivers. Nagato, bearing 6 truth-seeking orbs, approached with a cold expression, joined by Konan. Konan, Nagato suddenly said, let us take a stroll together. A stroll, rather than allowing the world to experience suffering. Very well. As Konan and Nagato wandered through this world, Minato walked along the shaded path leading to Konoha with Naruto and Sasuke. What does it feel like to confront a true powerhouse? Minato suddenly inquired. Naruto and Sasuke fell into silence. In their battle against Madara, they had unleashed all their strength. Although they had landed a blow on Madara, it had not harmed him. If the fight continued, they would not stand a chance against him. They had believed that by gathering the truth-seeking orbs, they had become invincible. Only to face such an outcome. Noticing their silence, Minato continued, the Tsutsuki clan members each possess strength that far exceeds Madara's. You can gather truth-seeking orbs, wield the power of the Rinnegan, or the strength of Kurama, yet it remains insufficient. Naruto looked up, asking, is there a way for us to grow even stronger? Sasuke turned to Minato, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Minato queried, do you believe that having gathered truth-seeking orbs means you no longer need to learn other ninjutsu? Isn't that so? Naruto and Sasuke expressed their confusion. If they could not rely on the truth-seeking orbs, were ordinary ninjutsu truly effective? Minato smiled gently. During your battle with Madara, he summoned the Tenji, yet you attempted to destroy it with brute force, which consumed too much chakra. If you had mastered Earth Release, light and heavy rock technique, and combined it with magnet release, you could have seized the Tenji for your own use. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up. Of course, if we lighten the Tenji and infuse it with magnetic chakra, we can reclaim it. Minato nodded slightly thus. The next step is to continue merging chakra, achieving elemental transformation, and acquiring new Kekkei Genkai abilities. Chapter 77. The kindred spirit of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Naruto and Sasuke listened intently to Minato's explanation. Initially, they believed that having reached their current prowess, learning ordinary ninjutsu would no longer elevate their fighting capabilities. However, as Minato elaborated, a revelation dawned upon them. Sasuke remarked, it's akin to fire style, great fire annihilation. If Kakashi executed this technique, it would span a range of 30 to 40 meters. Yet, if Uchiha Madara unleashed it, the flames would engulf the entire forest. Naruto nodded in agreement, stating, ninjutsu is not without significance. What truly matters is who wields the ninjutsu. Hearing their words, Minato smiled with satisfaction. It is worth noting that while such techniques might not conquer him, they proved effective even against Kagaya Otsutsuki. Moreover, the more abilities one possesses, the greater the intensity of their ninjutsu. Minato hoped they would not overly depend on the chakra fruit, but instead innovate new ninjutsu, merging Otsutsuki's power with their own. The next step involved establishing an organization to resist the Otsutsuki. The first crucial step of this plan had already been executed, training Naruto and Sasuke, alongside Hinata, to harness the power of the chakra fruit. The subsequent phase entailed winning over Madara Uchiha, Nagato, Itachi, and Obito. While this remained incomplete, Madara had already embarked on a quest for the kindred spirit, and Nagato had set forth on a journey across the world, with his benevolent disposition and Jiraiya's guidance. Success seemed likely. As for Itachi, he too posed no issue, though his physical condition needed addressing. Regarding Obito, Minato intended to have Kakashi persuade him, which appeared manageable. The third step involved resurrecting Kaguya Otsutsuki. This was unpredictable. Should Kaguya prove obstinate, she might attempt to annihilate the world herself. Thus, Minato required sufficient strength to thwart her. A brief period of peace enveloped the shinobi world. 67 years into the era of Konoha, on the moon, Otsutsuki Shinjiki was refining a colossal Rinnegan. Approximately 3 years remained. The shinobi world? Merely a failed creation of the Sage of Six Paths. The acquisition of the Rinnegan, aside from Minato's utilization of Orochimaru's technology to create a flawless gene, involved the fusion of numerous Byakugan. Lacking Orochimaru's expertise, Shinjiki on the moon resorted to this method, using the Byakugan of his entire clan to forge a massive Rinnegan. However, he required time for refinement, as the hundreds of Byakugan genes varied significantly. At that moment, Otsutsuki Shinjiki became suddenly alert. Who goes there? He sprang to his feet, ready for battle, only to find a bald man standing behind him. This bald figure was none other than Ishiki. Rather than focusing on Shinjiki, he gazed at the colossal Rinnegan behind him. Creating a Rinnegan in such a manner is indeed a testament to the rapid reproductive capabilities of humanity in this world. He mused. Even within the Otsutsuki clan, the Rinnegan is a rarity. It can only manifest through extraordinary talent and the awakening of latent potential. The one before me, forged from sheer quantity, is unprecedented within the Otsutsuki clan due to their limited reproductive capacity. Who are you? Shinjiki inquired, his voice low and serious. I am Otsutsuki Ishiki. He replied languidly. Ishiki felt an air of resignation. He was searching for a suitable vessel within the shinobi world, hoping to implant the power of the wedge for a complete resurrection. He had anticipated ample time to find such a vessel following Kaguya's sealing, as no one in the shinobi world could thwart him. To his astonishment, Madara's formidable strength exceeded expectations. Not only had he acquired the Rinnegan and its powers, but his combat aptitude was also extraordinary. Reluctantly, after incurring great cost to sever one of Madara's arms, Ishiki concealed himself within the shinobi world. Now, having regained a measure of power, he recognized the necessity of becoming even stronger. Thus, he journeyed to the moon, the domain that imprisoned his servant, Kaguya Otsutsuki, only to discover the Rinnegan there. Otsutsuki Ishiki? Clearly, Shinjiki was unaware of Ishiki's existence. Ishiki felt no surprise. Not only Shinjiki, but even the Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Yumura were oblivious to the Otsutsuki lineage. Do you desire the power of the Rinnegan? Allow me to assist you. With that, under Shinjiki's astonished gaze, Ishiki waved his hand. Instantly, the Rinnegan quivered. What is happening? Shinjiki gasped, watching as the massive Rinnegan swiftly entered his body. A refreshing chakra surged into his eyes, transforming his previously white pupils and manifesting a golden hue. Unaware of the implications, Shinjiki questioned, What have you done to me? Ishiki responded, I have granted you the power of the Rinnegan. Should you not express gratitude? Nevertheless, while I can bestow this power, I can also reclaim it. You need only remain loyal to me, and the Rinnegan shall be yours indefinitely. Should you betray me? As he spoke, Ishiki clenched his fist, and Shinjiki felt a searing pain in his eyes, the agony radiating throughout his entire being. If you betray me, I shall not only revoke the Rinnegan, but ensure your existence becomes a living nightmare. With a flourish of his sleeve, Ishiki gazed at the shinobi world beneath the stars. As the pain subsided, Shinjiki gasped for breath, staring in disbelief at Ishiki's figure, fear glimmering in his eyes. Yes, master. Shinjiki bowed his head solemnly. Ishiki nodded slightly, closing his eyes to sense the seal on the moon. Kaguya was imprisoned at the moon's core, her power still formidable. Ishiki's expression darkened. He had assumed that after such a prolonged imprisonment, Kaguya would be in a weakened state, allowing him to break the seal and transform her into a chakra fruit. Consuming her would grant him power beyond his peak. Alas, Kaguya's strength remained intact. Now is not the time to disrupt the seal. Humph. Let her linger in the seal for a while longer. The next time I return shall be when she is ready to sacrifice herself for the chakra fruit. Turning to Shinjiki, he inquired, while on the moon, you must be able to monitor the happenings in the shinobi world. Inform me of any promising vessels. Shinjiki replied, indeed. I have discovered a few noteworthy candidates. One resides in Konoha, the leader of the god organization, claiming to be the reincarnation of the fourth Hokage, Otsutsuki Minato. The other is in the land of rice, a certain Orochimaru, who has privately created a perfect vessel through research involving the cells of the cursed seal. Chapter 78, Celestial Technique. Ice Escape, Super Spiral Cold Void Explosion. Are you certain this method is feasible? In Konoha, Underground Base. Mitarashi Anko has developed a gender-altering genetic serum, claiming it can transform one's sex. Ever since her project for Minato went awry, resulting in a gender mix-up, she has been dedicated to researching this transformation. After 2 years, she has finally succeeded. Eagerly, she summoned the Otsutsuki Minato, who was researching new techniques. Who are we to each other? Do you doubt me? Anko laughed heartily. Indeed, I do doubt. However, nothing could be worse than a male soul inhabiting a female body. Still, let us give it a try. After much contemplation, I think it's best to revert back to male. I had considered writing a little girl as the protagonist, but I'm afraid my skills aren't up to par. As the long needle was inserted, Minato quickly began to feel its effects. Outside the village. In order to explore new techniques, Tsunade had constructed a training ground for Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke, allowing them unrestricted access to the village. Jiraiya sealed 1/3 of the dragon vein within Hinata, ensuring she would never lack chakra again. Thus, Hinata's training involved testing the potency of Naruto and Sasuke's newly researched techniques. The Konoha ninjas often sneaked a peek at their training, particularly Shino Aburame, whose insects would rush in to clean up the battlefield after their sessions. Over time, his insects underwent a remarkable transformation. Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, may I join the Akatsuki? I wish to protect the ninja world alongside you. As he spoke, Shino pushed up his sunglasses, and a white insect crawled out from his body, carrying 6 tiny, floating black orbs behind it. These orbs were minuscule, even smaller than a ballpoint pen tip, yet Shino knew well that they were the manifestation of the path of truth. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke had grown. Nearing the age of 16, yet Naruto remained his carefree self. Upon seeing Shino's insect, he leapt up in excitement and rushed over. Is that an Otsutsuki insect? What abilities does it possess? As soon as he spoke, Sasuke and Hinata slowly lifted their heads. Sensing something amiss, Naruto looked up at the sky, his expression shifting dramatically. What is that? Despite it being broad daylight, a red sphere appeared, plummeting rapidly. This is bad. It's headed right for us. Hinata's Byakugan swiftly tracked the sphere's trajectory. Naruto gasped. Could this be an Otsutsuki insect's power? Shino, stop the insect. Shino shook his head. He shared a mental link with his insects. It wasn't he, my insect. Then who could it be? Hinata, utilizing chakra through her Byakugan, condensed 6 Path of Truth orbs, then propelled herself into the air towards the descending red sphere. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. What are we waiting for? Following suit, Naruto and Sasuke gathered their own Path of Truth orbs and ascended into the sky. Hinata's chakra surged to its peak as she drew forth a golden longsword, cleaving towards the sphere. Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. Boom. The rapidly descending red sphere was split apart, exploding in midair. Incredible! Shino watched in awe. The sword strike had cleaved the sphere, a display of power he had never witnessed. Alarmingly, Hinata's speed was astonishing. After severing the sphere, she had already surpassed it, only to discover that the sphere was not entirely shattered, but rather split into 2 halves, continuing its descent. This was an enormous meteorite, larger than the village itself. If left unchecked, the entire village would be obliterated. Sasuke, Naruto warned. Sasuke nodded in understanding and began to gather chakra. Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. Naruto formed hand seals and flew to another fragment of the meteorite. Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. With a muffled thud, the masses of the 2 meteorites rapidly lessened. Continuously, Naruto and Sasuke shaped the Path of Truth orbs into massive sheets, commanding, stop. They manipulated the orbs to forcibly halt the now lightened meteorites. Indeed, it was the Byakugan. High above, Otsutsuki Shurin surveyed Hinata from his lofty perch. 6 Path of Truth orbs floating behind him. After gaining mastery over the Byakugan, he had become a servant of Ishiki. Now, Ishiki had dispatched Shurin to intercept the ninjas of Konoha, intent on preventing them from hindering his acquisition of the perfect vessel. Naruto and Sasuke hastily flew to Hinata's side. scrutinizing Otsutsuki Shuren. Is he an outsider? Naruto inquired. Sasuke replied. He hails from beyond, but he bears no horns. Minato had informed them that members of the Otsutsuki clan typically possessed horns, indicating that Shuren was not one of them, but rather another formidable foe. Hinata cautioned. He possesses the Byakugan, can manipulate celestial meteorites, and gather chakra. We must be vigilant. Naruto and Sasuke's expressions grew grave. Otsutsuki Shuren smirked slightly, introducing himself. I am Otsutsuki Shuren, the brother of the Sage of Six Paths, a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. I have come to prevent you from obstructing Lord Ishiki in acquiring the perfect vessel. Naruto quickly asked, who is this Ishiki? What is the perfect vessel? Shuren chuckled. It's nothing of concern. I simply intend to keep you all here, compliant. As he spoke, the path of truth orbs behind him began to whirl violently. It's that technique. Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in shock. Quick, stop him. Hinata shouted. Sasuke exchanged glances with Naruto. Naruto nodded in understanding, instantly activating Sage Mode, conjuring a white chakra sphere. Otsutsuki Shuren sneered. At this distance, it's too late. Yet in the next moment, he felt a flash before his eyes, only to see Naruto pushing the white chakra sphere towards him. What? When did I arrive here? He glanced back at his original position, realizing Sasuke was still standing there. Understanding dawned upon him. Simultaneously, Naruto's attack arrived. Celestial Technique. Ice Escape, Super Spiral Cold Void Explosion. Infusing the spiral sphere with Ice Nature Chakra and Sage Chakra, he unleashed an immense destructive technique. Boom. A blinding white light erupted in the sky, wisps of white smoke cascading down. The surrounding temperature plummeted. As the white smoke touched the ground, all flora transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. Chapter 79. The loneliness of Madara. The jutsu in Naruto's hands surged toward Sasuke, who adeptly exchanged positions with Otsutsuki Shin. In an instant, before Shin could even react, he was struck by Naruto's technique, infused with Sage Power. The ice release, spiral cold air explosion possessed a potency tenfold that of the ordinary variant. The sudden drop in temperature encased the entire space in ice, leaving even Otsutsuki Shin overwhelmed. As realization dawned on him, a mix of embarrassment and fury ignited within. Despite wielding the power of the Rinnegan, he found himself ensnared by Naruto and Sasuke's maneuver. Infuriated, he hastily gathered chakra, unleashing a powerful repulsion. Shin roared, Shinra Tensei. A colossal force erupted from him, dispersing the icy tendrils of the spiral cold air explosion. I won't fall for the same trick again. But as the words left his lips, he discovered his position had once more shifted, yanked back by Sasuke's gravitational power. At that moment, Hinata swung a massive golden sword downwards. Golden Will Rebirth Explosion. What? Shin gasped in astonishment, realizing too late that the orbs of truth had no time to defend themselves. He could only watch helplessly as the golden blade descended upon him. In the land of Rice, Orochimaru's laboratory welcomed an uninvited guest. After a meeting with Jiraiya, he returned to find his latest shell for experimentation had vanished. Having learned the truth from Konoha, he abandoned his obsession with the Sharingan, redirecting his fervor towards the Otsutsuki lineage. Thus, he summoned Hibi to extract the flesh of Bairu, resurrecting him through the reanimation jutsu. Through soul interrogation, he acquired the technique of Kigaro. Utilizing Kigaro, he fused the cells of the Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Kagaya clans, employing gene editing to clone a new Otsutsuki shell, originally intended for his reincarnation. He was dismayed to find it had been stolen during his brief absence. How infuriating. All those years of research, stolen. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the stillness. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air behind him. A familiar presence. A familiar body. This would restore 80% of my power. Orochimaru spun around to find a pale figure with spiraled horns. Otsutsuki Ishiki. This individual exuded overwhelming strength, a force beyond his reckoning. Orochimaru's instincts screamed that this was the very being who had stolen his Otsutsuki shell. You've successfully cloned the Otsutsuki shell, thus, you hold no purpose in this world. Ishiki's voice was cold. He extended a hand towards Orochimaru, who felt a prickling sensation enveloping his body. Above him, a pitch-black void materialized, from which a multitude of dark chakra rods rained down upon him. Without hesitation, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Reverse summoning. With a thunderous boom, he erupted into a cloud of white mist. Ishiki maintained his stoic expression, observing the dissipating figure. He fled, how tedious, the space-time ninjutsu, to the Otsutsuki. There is no such thing as ninjutsu, only power and chakra. Unexpectedly, he noted that Kagaya had birthed two wayward children, one of whom had even established the shinobi sect, enabling ordinary people to wield chakra and utilize ninjutsu effectively. At that moment, a space-time portal opened before Ishiki, from which the bisected form of Otsutsuki Shin emerged. Ah? Already defeated? Ishiki scoffed. What a useless being. He reached out, and Shin's lower half gradually drifted over, reattaching seamlessly. Under Ishiki's chakra, Shin's form rapidly restored. Shin slowly opened his eyes. My master, I was careless. Allow me to return and fight. Ishiki released his grip with a disdainful snort. Let me deal with that individual first. I shall not rest until I avenge the loss of my arm at the hands of Uchiha Madara. Since discovering the Zijin, Uchiha Madara had placed faith in Minato's words. However, he did not consider the Otsutsuki a calamity for the ninja world. Following their battle, he deemed the Otsutsuki not so formidable after all, suspecting Minato used them as a pretext to strengthen Konoha's influence, aiming for the village to dominate the ninja realm. Such a deceitful excuse. Nevertheless, the ninja world had indeed grown tranquil due to Konoha's might. No one dared challenge Konoha's authority, and under its imposing presence, conflicts ceased. An ideal world, aside from the Moon Eye plan, held this prospect as well. Had he known, Hashirama should never have distributed the tailed beasts among the various ninja villages. If Konoha stood unchallenged, the ninja world would have achieved peace. The so-called Ninja World War was a calamity birthed solely by Hashirama. How regrettable it was. Now that he had consolidated his Truth-Seeker orbs, he had no one to test their power against. As Uchiha Madara strolled along the shaded path towards Konoha, he muttered to himself in utter boredom. During this time, he had emulated Naruto and Sasuke, integrating the 5 elemental powers into his Yin-Yang release. After his battle with Ishiki, he finally achieved successful fusion. He sought a worthy opponent to test the might of his newly forged Truth-Seeker orbs. Just then, Orochimaru hurriedly approached. Lord Madara, the Otsutsuki have returned. Madara halted, intrigue igniting within him. Otsutsuki? Is it Ishiki again? Indeed, it is I. A portal materialized in the air, and Otsutsuki Ishiki stepped forth. He had anticipated Orochimaru's following of Madara. After letting Orochimaru depart, he had kept a close watch on his movements, ultimately finding Uchiha Madara. Have you grown stronger? Madara inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Ishiki looked down upon him, coldly responding, Stronger? I have merely regained a fraction of my former power. Chapter 80. The divine technique of Tsutsuki Ishiki. So, it turns out that he had not unleashed his full power before? Uchiha Madara felt no surprise, but rather an inexplicable thrill. He was not one to cower in the presence of formidable foes. Stepping forward, Uchiha Madara summoned a towering blue Susanoo, which rose majestically between heaven and earth. Its elongated nose protruded prominently, and its eyes blazed with intense battle fervor, resembling a war deity. Ishiki observed this with a cold chuckle, remarking, Since you have heard of the Tsutsuki clan, you should understand that mere size is insufficient to combat us. Gradually ascending, he soared higher than Madara's Susanoo, looking down upon him as he extended his hand. At that moment, a golden gleam flashed in his right eye. Shinra Bansho. Just as Uchiha Madara intended to draw the sword from his Susanoo's waist to strike down Ishiki, he realized that the power of the Susanoo was dissipating. What was happening? The colossal Susanoo, akin to a giant, was rapidly shrinking. As it diminished further, it ultimately vanished. Confused, Uchiha Madara struggled to comprehend the situation. Ishiki stepped forward into the void, instantaneously appearing before Madara. I warned you, size is irrelevant against the Tsutsuki. The technique known as Shinra Bansho, manifested from Ishiki's right eye, was a divine art that could reduce anything except for living beings, even himself. After narrowly escaping an ambush from Kagaya Tsutsuki, he had utilized this technique to hide within the ear of Jigen. While he could not shrink Madara himself, he could diminish the Susanoo. With the activation of his right eye's divine technique, a mere glance shattered Madara's Susanoo. If you possess no other techniques, prepare to meet your demise, Ishiki declared. Waving his hand as a black rod of chakra, created through Yin-Yang release, surged forth towards Uchiha Madara. Madara felt his blood boil. He was not reliant on the Susanoo for combat. Over the past 2 years, he had become intimately familiar with the Rinnegan's capabilities, perhaps even more so than Nagato. As the black chakra rod hurtled towards him, Madara unleashed his chakra. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force erupted, as the chakra rod struck an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate. As the repulsion intensified, the black rod shattered into pieces. Ishiki narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Is that the power of those eyes? After shattering Ishiki's chakra rod, Madara extended his hand, aiming at Ishiki. Benshotenin. Instantly, a gravitational force locked onto Ishiki, drawing his body towards Madara. Simultaneously, Madara conjured another black chakra rod with Yin release, launching it at the ensnared Ishiki. The speed was astonishing, reaching Ishiki in an instant. However, Ishiki's lips curled into a slight smile as his right eye activated once more. A pitch-black portal materialized, and as Ishiki was pulled by the gravitational force, he vanished into the portal. Another space-time ninjutsu. Madara felt a wave of ennui wash over him as Ishiki disappeared. Just as he believed Ishiki had fled, a colossal black pot suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He looked up to see a gargantuan black lid descending from the heavens, promptly sealing the pot. Sealing vessel. A portal opened, and Ishiki reappeared above the sealing vessel. This was an ultra-thick black sphere created through Yin release, comprised of a pot and lid, capable of ensnaring individuals within. The walls and lid were so robust that without space-time ninjutsu, sheer brute force would be insufficient to breach it. Perish within. Ishiki scoffed, extending his hand as the technique of his right eye activated once more. A black barrier emerged within the sealing vessel. Dekokutten. In an instant, innumerable black chakra rods shot forth from the barrier, cascading like rain in the confined space, leaving no room for evasion. As Uchiha Madara pondered how to escape the black pot, he suddenly found himself besieged by a barrage of chakra rods. Even with the Rinnegan, Madara's chakra was finite. Yet Ishiki's technique seemed to conjure an endless supply of chakra rods. I shall see if your chakra truly is inexhaustible, Madara grunted, evading two of the black rods before concentrating his chakra. Emulating Naruto and Sasuke, he infused elemental chakra into his Yin release, manifesting the truth-seeking orbs. One by one, orbs emerged from his forehead, coalescing into a singular orb exceeding 2 meters in diameter, enveloping him in a comprehensive, impenetrable defense. The multitude of chakra rods rained down upon the truth-seeking orb, yet did not breach its defenses. Ishiki sensed the developments within the sealing vessel and was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Madara could wield a technique surpassing Yin release in sophistication. Very well, then, let us see how you fare against this, Ishiki declared, activating his eye technique once more. Within the black barrier of Dekokutten, a massive, obsidian cube materialized, adorned with intricate red patterns on its 6 faces. Chapter 81. Your life is no more precious than others. These obsidian cubes are still products of Yin release. Unlike ordinary Yin release, these cubes possess an extraordinarily high mass. Furthermore, they have been infused with chakra akin to the heavy stone technique, amplifying their weight to a staggering 10,000 times. Each cube, originally weighing 100 tons, now reaches an astonishing 1 million tons after the infusion of special chakra. What is even more crucial is that these cubes are creations of Yin release, making them impervious even to the Sage of 6 Paths precious stones. Whoosh! One cube descends, crashing onto the colossal stone, causing it to tremble. Inside, Uchiha Madara's expression shifts. Such weight, is one alone enough to bring the stone near its breaking point? Yet, in the dark sky above, 3 more are poised to fall. Whoosh! Another cube plummets. The massive stone is instantly crushed. The indifferent figure glances at the sealing vessel, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a hint of pain. The time for vengeance for that lost arm has finally come. Inside the sealing vessel, with the protection of the stone gone, a multitude of chakra-infused black rods once again hurtles towards Madara. In the confined space, dodging the countless rods is not merely a matter of speed. As the rods approach ever closer, Madara forcefully activates his Rinnegan. Rebirth, Boundary Hell. With a resounding pop, the space within the sealing vessel is instantly locked down. The myriad black rods halting midair, mere half a foot from Madara's body. Simultaneously, he concentrates the chakra within him. An overwhelming concentration of chakra gathers. Time seemingly stands still. The figure outside senses something amiss, his brow furrowing. Impossible. Madara's voice gradually resonates. Sage Art. Ultra, Shinra Tensei. Boom. A colossal repulsive force emanates from the sealing vessel. The Ultra Shinra Tensei, infused with Sage Chakra, is far more potent than Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Despite the sealing vessel being forged from extremely thick Yin release, cracks rapidly spread across its surface under the immense repulsion. Crack! The sealing vessel shatters, and Uchiha Madara floats serenely in the air. He has indeed broken free from the vessel. The figure stands in astonishment. Could it be that the shinobi created by Kagaya's son, combined with the power of the Otsutsuki, can truly surpass the abilities of the Otsutsuki? This is a reality he cannot dare to accept. Both the Otsutsuki and the shinobi draw upon chakra. The Otsutsuki emphasizes bloodline, harnessing the powers of the Kekkai Genkai and integrating yin-yang and the 5 elemental chakras to unleash formidable abilities. Conversely, the shinobi primarily utilizes non-attribute or single-attribute chakra. This implies that the singular nature of ninjutsu is severely suppressed by the Kekkai Genkai. Even if Inoki merges 3 types of chakra to master dust release, he remains overpowered by the 7 chakra attributes of the Kekkai Genkai. Thus, the shinobi alone is a trivial force compared to the Otsutsuki, which is why the figure scorned the study of ninjutsu. Yet, the power of the shinobi, when combined with Otsutsuki bloodline, can indeed resist, even surpass, that of the Otsutsuki. This realization gradually dawns upon him. Madara has mastered ninjutsu. For instance, when using Earth-style wall with Earth attribute chakra, he creates a mere earthen wall. However, emulating the Sage of 6 Paths, Madara can now successfully integrate the powers of yin-yang and the 5 elements. If he were to employ this fused chakra to execute Earth-style wall, he would forge a wall more resilient than any yin-yang release. Such a barrier would be formidable even for the Otsutsuki. Moreover, what of Sage Chakra? If he successfully integrates that, what kind of power would emerge? Setting aside the potential of the fused Sage Chakra, even unintegrated Sage techniques still pose a threat to the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, the Sage of 6 Paths would not have devoted himself to mastering Sage techniques prior to confronting Kagaya. However, after unleashing Sage Art, Ultra, Shinra Tensei, Madara finds himself in a state of weakness. Before his strength can replenish, he is rendered incapable of utilizing the powers of the Rinnegan. The figure's golden pupils narrow. He seems to grasp Madara's predicament, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. So, this is a final desperate struggle. He understands how solid the sealing vessel is. Even Kagaya was unable to escape from it easily. Uchiha Madara managed to shatter it with a single move, at the cost of gathering an immense amount of chakra, rendering him unable to use the Rinnegan for a time. Was this not a last-ditch effort? Without the Rinnegan, what power does he possess to resist him? Not far away, Orochimaru, manipulating a small white figure, awaits Madara to extract the blood of the Otsutsuki. With that, he could once again clone the Otsutsuki shell using Otsutsuki's blood. Yet, after waiting for an eternity, Madara has yet to draw the blood of the Otsutsuki. Orochimaru, now acutely aware of Madara's waning strength, begins to worry. If Uchiha Madara were to fall, he must devise a means to escape. Orochimaru stares, stunned, as a figure suddenly appears beside him. The figure moves slowly, yet in the blink of an eye, stands at his side. Another powerful presence. Orochimaru immediately becomes wary, recognizing the pale-skinned individual bearing 6 precious stones on his back. Nagato. Orochimaru's face is filled with astonishment. Alongside Nagato stands the expressionless Pain and a blue-haired Konan. Konan halts beside Orochimaru, while Nagato and Pain continue forward to stand beside Uchiha Madara. The Otsutsuki figure chuckles upon seeing them. So, the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails has come. I had intended to kill you first, but it seems you have delivered yourself to me. Clearly, the 10 Tails is eager to return to my body. Pain steps forward, his expression cold. Are you the Otsutsuki who intends to annihilate the entire world? The Otsutsuki replies coolly, the world rightfully belongs to the Otsutsuki. The destruction of the world is of no concern to you. All that you possess is derived from the power of the Otsutsuki. Do you still wish to use this power to rebel against its source? Pain responds, it seems you are a warmonger. Why do you crave conflict? It is because you have never felt pain, believing yourself to be above others. Yet in truth, your life is no more precious than that of any other. Since you wish to obliterate the world, let us see how it feels to be annihilated first. Chapter 82, Divine Arts, Shomei Izanagi in the village of Konoha. The Otsutsuki Watergate transformed from a little girl into a young boy. In truth, his appearance had not changed significantly. He merely acquired the features characteristic of masculinity. His skin remained fair, 2 horns still adorned his head, and his eyes remained a striking white. Gone was a hint of elegance, replaced instead with a newfound handsomeness. How do I look? Asked Yushitaki, filled with excitement. Watergate scrutinized his reflection in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. He hoped that he wouldn't become unattractive as he grew older. As he gazed at his somewhat charming visage, his fondness for it only deepened. Universal pull. Devapath Pain raised his hand, aiming at Otsutsuki Ishiki, and unleashed the universal pull technique. A powerful gravitational force instantly locked onto Ishiki, restraining his movements. Simultaneously, a chakra black rod, born from the truth-seeking ball behind Nagato, slowly floated towards him. With an indifferent expression, Nagato grasped the chakra black rod and declared, "Feel the pain." Upon finishing his words, the black rod surged toward Ishiki. However, Ishiki merely chuckled derisively. In the next moment, a pitch-black portal appeared before him. Little Black Heaven. The chakra black rod was unexpectedly consumed by the dark portal, severing its connection with Nagato. Time-space ninjutsu? Nagato furrowed his brow. This technique bore resemblance to Obito's Kamui. Facing an adversary who commanded similar time-space ninjutsu made things considerably troublesome. And what of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? Ishiki scoffed, stating, "Allow me to demonstrate the divine arts of the Otsutsuki." Divine arts. Among the multitude of ninjas, mastering ninjutsu was commonplace. Yet, those who grasped senjutsu often distinguished themselves, becoming the pinnacle of ninja prowess. Among the Otsutsuki clan, those who wielded divine arts were formidable warriors. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki did not master divine arts, after all. Only the main family held the qualification to cultivate such powers. Kaguya was merely Ishiki's servant, unworthy of learning divine arts. Ishiki slowly raised his hand, and 6 pitch-black cubes materialized above Nagato's head. These were summoned from the Little Black Heaven. Each cube matched Nagato's height, appearing solid and heavy. Yet they floated effortlessly in the air. "Nagato, you must be cautious," Uchiha Madara warned. "These objects are quite heavy. Even the truth-seeking ball cannot withstand them." Nagato's expression turned grave. Just as he contemplated distancing himself, he realized the cubes had already enclosed him from all 6 directions: front, back, left, right, above, and below. Attempting to escape? It was too late. Ishiki hastily gathered chakra. Shomei Baikuna. The 6 cubes enlarged instantaneously, completely sealing Nagato within, leaving no room for escape. "Nagato!" Konan exclaimed anxiously. She understood Nagato's strength. Before becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he was the mightiest being in the ninja world. After becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, even Uchiha Madara was no match for him. Yet, why did this individual instill a sense of dread in her? As the cubes enveloped Nagato, Devapath Pain lost his ability to move, collapsing onto the ground. "Close." Ishiki commanded, controlling the cubes as they slowly converged toward the center, leaving no space within. Nagato would be crushed to death within. Ishiki ascended, standing atop one of the cubes. "The Ten-Tails will be mine. Kaguya, what rightfully belongs to me shall be reclaimed. Consuming this chakra fruit will allow me to acquire another divine art. After that, I shall ascend to the moon, consume you as well, and possess 3 divine arts. Even among the Otsutsuki, I shall emerge as a true powerhouse." As he spoke, Otsutsuki Ishiki extended his hand. A surge of red chakra emanated within the cube, coalescing in his grasp. Gradually, a red chakra fruit materialized. "Is this all the chakra?" Ishiki remarked with a hint of disdain. Kaguya is truly merciful. Having controlled the ninja world for so long, she has only managed to cultivate this minimal amount of chakra. It seems she remains as benevolent as ever, merely utilizing those afflicted with terminal illnesses as nourishment for the god tree. Otherwise, how could her 2 sons have sealed her away? In contrast to other Otsutsuki who cultivated the god tree on different planets, often manipulating all inhabitants to serve as sustenance, thus yielding colossal chakra fruits, Kaguya had kept the population steady and balanced. This resulted in an insufficient amount of chakra from the Ten-Tails. Otherwise, even if the Sage of 6 Paths learned senjutsu, he would not have succeeded in sealing Kaguya. Ishiki swallowed the chakra fruit in one gulp. Enormous energy coursed through his body, causing his skin to turn red, which then surged toward his forehead. His third eye quietly opened, revealing a Rinnegan with 9 tomo. Feeling the immense power within, Ishiki erupted into joyous laughter. His left eye now wielded a divine art known as Shomei Baikuna. The Rinnegan at his forehead had also acquired a divine art, Shomei Izanagi. Ishiki smiled in satisfaction. Shomei Baikuna allowed him to manipulate the size of objects with his ocular powers, enabling him to open portals to alternate dimensions. He could store various items in the alternate space and unleash them through the Little Black Heaven, burying his enemies. Within his alternate space lay countless chakra black rods and 6 exceedingly heavy cubes. Shomei Izanagi, another divine art, could transform reality into illusion countless times. Even if he were to be slain, he could activate Shomei Izanagi to render the fact of his death an illusory dream. Thus, he would possess true immortality. Should he encounter an ambush from Kagaya Otsutsuki, he could easily safeguard himself using Shomei Izanagi, instantly recovering from injuries and regaining his pre-death strength, no longer needing to inhabit the body of Chikage and survive for so many years. The cubes gradually loosened. Nagato gasped for breath. Though he maintained the form of the six paths, the 10 tails within him had been extracted, severely depleting his life force. What a tenacious life. Ishiki extended his hand, aiming at Nagato. In an instant, a chakra black rod erupted from his palm, shooting toward Nagato. Nagato! Conan cried out in alarm. But it was too late for intervention. Nagato watched helplessly as the chakra black rod sped toward him, filled with self-mockery. Ultimately, he had not reached the end. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Nagato. With a thud, the chakra black rod pierced the individual's body. Nagato's pupils dilated, and he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 83. The Awakening of Madara. At long last, they had caught up. Jiraiya, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, turned his head with great difficulty to gaze at Nagato, who stood in a daze. One glance was all it took for him to scoff coldly before opening a portal and departing. In his view, time was of the essence. He needed to refine the 10 tails without wasting any more time on these individuals. Conan hurriedly rushed to Jiraiya's side, offering her support, her expression betraying her uncertainty. Orochimaru approached swiftly, his countenance grave as he examined Jiraiya's wounds, placing a hand on his shoulder. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low tone. Is it worth sacrificing so much for a dying man? Nagato, as the host of the 10 tails, would meet his demise once the beast was extracted. However, endowed with the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he possessed greater life force than most. Like Kushina, even after the extraction of the Nine Tails, he could survive for a time. Yet death was ultimately inevitable. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru, his former comrade, with a gaze imbued with complexity. A self-deprecating smile escaped his lips. You remain unchanged, always weighing the worth of every action. Orochimaru's thoughts drifted back to a distant past, when he, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had been trapped in a cave. Jiraiya had been gravely injured, and the only path to survival had been to abandon him, to return later for vengeance. Back then, he too had deemed it unworthy to remain. With a cold snort, Orochimaru replied, Indeed, I have never altered. You, however, are still as foolish. Simultaneously, frustration welled within him. Had he known of Nagato's Rinnegan, he would have stayed behind to care for them, thereby seizing the opportunity to extract the eyes for himself, alleviating his pursuit of Itachi's Sharingan. Coughing violently, Jiraiya felt the sands of time slipping through his fingers. Nagato, Conan, have you been evading me all this time? He inquired. In his search throughout the ninja world, no matter how fervently he sought, he had always arrived just a moment too late. Nagato lowered his head slowly. Teacher Jiraiya. I am sorry. He could not deny Jiraiya's assertion. He had indeed been avoiding him. After becoming the 10 Tails host, he and Conan had traversed the ninja realm, punishing warmongers and imparting suffering. Yet, Nagato's divine powers allowed him to sense Jiraiya's approach, rendering him unable to confront his teacher. Thus, whenever they detected Jiraiya nearing, they would retreat, resulting in Jiraiya's continuous near misses. At long last, Jiraiya had caught up. Nagato, what are you planning? Conan asked, her eyes wide with concern. Nagato shook his head. It matters not. I have little time left. He extended his arm towards Jiraiya, the vitality of the Uzumaki clan serving as the finest remedy. No, Jiraiya protested. In your condition, you will die. Nagato chuckled softly, a smile breaking through. Conan stared in disbelief. It was the first time she had seen Nagato smile since Yahiko's death, a genuine expression of joy. Understanding that Jiraiya stood valiantly before him, Nagato realized his teacher bore no anger towards him, despite their divergent paths. In this moment, he found the courage to face Jiraiya. I have little time left, teacher. Biting down will not alter my fate, but it may allow you to survive. If you refuse, I shall use these eyes to resurrect you after your death. He continued. Yet, I fear I may perish before you, and I would be remiss to you and Yahiko if Nagato were to die first. He could not heal Jiraiya nor utilize the Rinne rebirth. Jiraiya hesitated, uncertain whether Nagato was deceiving him. Orochimaru urged, Jiraiya, you must do it. No one understands the Uzumaki clan better than I. Healing your injuries is trivial for Nagato and will not alter anything. It will save your life. Tears welled in Conan's eyes. In the past, she would have never permitted anyone to harm Nagato. Yet now, she realized the truth. He was indeed nearing death. Teacher Jiraiya, you must. Jiraiya understood that Orochimaru would not deceive him in this matter. Thus, he bit into Nagato's arm. Conan quickly added, "Be gentle. Just a light bite will suffice." Nagato smiled brightly. "It's fine. I no longer feel anything." Jiraiya felt a surge of potent chakra coursing into his body, rushing towards his heart. The damaged organ began to heal at a visible pace. As his heart resumed its rhythm, vitality gradually returned. "I'm saved," Jiraiya exclaimed, glancing at Conan. "Now I have the courage to face Yahiko," Nagato said, his smile unwavering. Nagato departed with a smile, his Rinnegan reclaimed by Madara. Following closely behind, Orochimaru whispered, "Lord Madara, I desire those Rinnegan. They may aid you." Without turning, Madara replied, "You are not yet capable of wielding such power." Following the battle, Madara became acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Otsutsuki. With the acquisition of the 10 Tails, his strength had grown even greater, and he recognized the significance of reliable allies. Orochimaru, feeling disheartened, took solace in securing Nagato's cells, knowing he could resurrect him through Edo Tensei, thus gaining a formidable ally. Yet, he lamented that it would never be his own strength. Madara arrived at the Valley of the End, where two figures sat languidly by the waterfall. Kisame, wielding Samahata, lamented, "With the organization on break, we might as well take a vacation by the sea. Yet, you remain here in this desolate place. Your brother doesn't require your guardianship." "Desolate?" A voice suddenly interjected, startling Kisame. He beheld Madara approaching, accompanied by Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly realized, is Lord Madara intending to bestow the Rinnegan upon Uchiha Itachi? Chapter 84, Wave Wind Watergate and Otsutsuki Watergate. Uchiha Itachi. "Are you willing to fight for the Uchiha clan?" inquired Uchiha Madara. Sitting by the river, Uchiha Itachi tilted his head. "Fight for the Uchiha? Are you unaware that I was the one who eradicated them?" Madara, unfazed by Itachi's words, reflected on his past as the former leader of the Uchiha clan. Since his attempt to lead the Uchiha away from Konoha, which resulted in none following him, he had lost faith in his clan. Had it not been for Hashirama's relentless pursuit, he might have annihilated these obstinate clansmen himself. Ultimately, their demise at the hands of Konoha's higher-ups was their own folly. Had they chosen to follow him, Madara had the capability to establish a shinobi village elsewhere, one where the Uchiha would shine brighter than any other clan. In reality, he encountered only Obito by chance and meticulously orchestrated Obito's awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, he had not anticipated Obito's betrayal, as he failed to revive him in time. Regret was a luxury he could not afford. The Uchiha clan had already waned. Now, with his resurrection, he must restore the Uchiha clan alongside Sasuke. "The Uchiha clan requires our restoration, and we must collaborate with Uchiha Sasuke," Madara declared. "The enemies of the shinobi world are the Otsutsuki. We must assemble a formidable team to resist their incursions. Without defeating the Otsutsuki, any notion of peace and stability in the shinobi world, and the revival of the Uchiha, would be nothing but frivolity." As he spoke, he slowly produced a pair of Rinnegan. "Use these eyes and seek out that little girl." Uchiha Itachi rose slowly and approached Madara. His ocular power had already been transferred to Sasuke, and currently he wielded Shirsue's Mangekyou Sharingan. With merely one Mangekyou Sharingan, he found it exceedingly difficult to even activate Susanoo, let alone contend with powerful adversaries of the Sage of Six Paths level. Hence, Itachi lingered near Konoha, dispatching crows daily to observe Sasuke's training. Now, with Madara presenting him an opportunity for strength, he glimpsed a chance to fight alongside Sasuke. In Konoha, Otsutsuki Watergate, under Kushina's guidance, activated a spiritualization technique to possess a white Setsu body and then initiated the Shiki F gene, piercing the belly of the Shinigami. He released the soul of Wave Wind Watergate and the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Just as the Shinigami was about to erupt in fury, Otsutsuki Watergate dispelled the spiritualization technique. The soul of White Setsu was claimed by the Shinigami, rendering it incapable of maintaining the Shiki F gene. The poor Shinigami had been thoroughly outwitted. Naruto stared blankly at the swirling mass of souls and then at the young Otsutsuki. "Naruto, this is the true soul of your father," Otsutsuki Watergate said. "Now, I shall seal him within you." With that, Otsutsuki Watergate swiftly formed hand seals and pressed a palm against Naruto's abdomen. Seal. A dark pattern emerged from Naruto's belly, drawing the swirling soul into his inner world. Following this, Otsutsuki Watergate condensed a chakra clone, which also entered Naruto's inner realm. Kushina's face flushed slightly, as she began to understand that Otsutsuki Watergate was not the true Watergate. Yet, after all they had experienced, looking at the swirling mass of souls, she realized this was indeed the authentic soul of Wave Wind Watergate. Kyubi, Otsutsuki Watergate called out. The Nine-Tails let out a begrudging snort before reluctantly infusing a small portion of chakra into the soul. Instantly, the swirling mass transformed into the form of Wave Wind Watergate. Although it remained a chakra body, it was now the dwelling of Wave Wind Watergate's soul. He surveyed his surroundings, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though unsure of the circumstances, seeing Kushina brought him comfort. I presume you can now utilize the chakra of the Nine-Tails? You shall remain here to assist Kushina. She needs you. Additionally, here's the method for practicing the spiritualization technique. You may learn this technique and then possess Naruto's summoning beast, the Great Hound. That dog has often been a vessel for my possession. With the spiritualization technique, it can last for 4 hours. Watergate gazed at Otsutsuki Watergate. Discovering a pale-skinned child with 2 horns resembling fox ears, he trembled in disbelief as he looked at Kushina. This cannot be. You and the Nine-Tails. Otsutsuki Watergate was taken aback by the implication. Wave Wind Watergate truly was a master at conjuring thoughts. Kushina, infuriated, unleashed a flurry of punches upon Wave Wind Watergate, while the Nine-Tails fell into contemplation. Can tail beasts truly procreate? Having departed from Naruto's inner world, Otsutsuki Watergate sighed in relief. Kushina's combat prowess was formidable. Had he lingered longer, his chakra clone would have had to bear the brunt of her wrath. Fortunately, in his childlike form, Kushina could not bring herself to strike him. This was the realm of adults, best left to the couple. He had no place in it. After all, his childlike body was of no use in such matters. With the soul of Wave Wind Watergate within Naruto, it was likely that he, Sasuke, and Hinata would receive assistance in times of peril. The Flying Thunder God technique would ensure that no one could impede their escape. However, he pondered alongside Naruto and Sasuke, how would the Otsutsuki Shurin descend from the moon at this juncture? Had he sensed Hinata's awakening of the reincarnation eye? Was he coming to seize her eyes? At this moment, Black Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground. Zetsu, do you have any intel? Zetsu nodded. You once mentioned that you would release your mother. Now, Kaguya has been revived and has seized the 10 tails from Nagato. If you do not release her soon, she will become a fruit of Ishiki. What? Watergate's expression shifted. Ishiki has been revived and stolen the 10 tails? This is no trifling matter. What transpired? Watergate inquired. Zetsu recounted how Uchiha Madara had confronted Kaguya, severing one of Ishiki's arms, and how Ishiki had subsequently subdued Shurin and acquired Orochimaru's clone of Otsutsuki's vessel, restoring 80% of his power. Following this, he faced Madara, who was forced to retreat. Nagato appeared but could not endure 5 exchanges before being defeated. Currently, Ishiki had mastered 2 divine techniques and was immensely powerful. Watergate recognized the gravity of the situation. He could not permit Ishiki to transform Kaguya into a chakra fruit. Otherwise, he would likely acquire a 3rd divine technique. With the 10 tails taken, the Moon Eye plan could not be enacted. Is there any other means to break your mother's seal, apart from the Moon Eye? Black Zetsu contemplated before responding. There is one more way. Chapter 85 Departure to the Moon. Suddenly, Otsutsuki Minato had a thought. Are you suggesting we dismantle the seal from within? The seal that binds Kaguya is the immensely powerful 10 tails. In the original timeline, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Itachi were struck by a 10 tails attack unleashed by Nagato. At that time, they employed physical means to destroy the core of that 10 tails. However, that particular 10 tails had a core no larger than a fist, making it relatively easy to dismantle. In contrast, the 10 tails sealing Kaguya is as large as the moon itself. Page nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the 10 tails having been seized by Ishiki, the Moon Eye plan can no longer be executed. Aside from the Moon Eye, there is but one method to revive our mother, and that is to destroy the moon. Otsutsuki Minato fell into silence. In the original timeline, Otsutsuki SH-10 had once cleaved the entire moon in 2 with the Golden Wheel rebirth. Yet Kaguya resides at the moon's core. If we were to use brute force to destroy it, would we not inadvertently harm your mother? No, Page asserted confidently. As in Otsutsuki, do you not realize that any physical harm cannot kill in Otsutsuki? Is that so? Otsutsuki Minato remained skeptical. Even the sage of the 6 paths, Madara, nearly succumbed to a single kick from Guy. Nevertheless, merely damaging the moon's interior would, in fact, be less injurious to Kaguya than that kick. It is unlikely she would be harmed in the process. Then it is time. Otsutsuki Minato summoned 2 chakra balls, positioning one beneath each foot, and ascended into the air with their support. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata are heading to the moon. The news spread throughout Konoha, leaving the villagers utterly astonished. While they recognized the strength of these 3, the moon was a realm beyond reach, and they could hardly fathom that it was a destination for mortals. At the entrance of Konoha, the trio had gathered, and Tsutsuki Minato awaited them. He slowly turned to face Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke. Each of them had attained a strength on par with the Sage of the Six Paths, akin to being accompanied by 3 sages. Unless they encountered Tsutsuki Ishiki, they would be virtually invincible. Yet, there was a significant possibility that Tsutsuki Ishiki resided upon the moon as well. Thus, this mission bore considerable peril. Currently, Tsutsuki Ishiki had mastered 2 divine techniques, the SHMI and the Izanagi. The former possessed strange and formidable offensive capabilities, while the latter allowed for the infinite use of Izanagi, bestowing true immortality. Let us depart. This is a critical endeavor for the ninja world. Standing upon the chakra balls, Minato began to ascend slowly. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke each summoned their own chakra balls, following Minato into the skies. At the end valley, Uchiha Madara gazed upward at the 4 minuscule dots, which gradually faded from view in the vast sky. Are they heading to the moon to rescue the progenitor of chakra? It seems the crisis in the ninja world has truly arrived. Behind Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi sat quietly by the lakeside. He slowly opened his eyes, his pale blue Rinnegan swirling slightly. Madara turned, his expression somewhat astonished. The fusion of the wood-release armor had surpassed even Obito's. The wood-release armor could allow Uchiha Itachi to control the power of the Rinnegan. The greater the fusion, the more effectively one could wield the Rinnegan's might. In the original timeline, Obito struggled to manipulate Nagato's Rinnegan, relying on the wood-release armor to manage it. However, his fusion level was only 50, permitting him to create the 6 paths of pain, but preventing him from utilizing formidable techniques such as Shinra Tensei. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi's fusion was perfect, enabling him to wield Nagato's Rinnegan with complete mastery. I knew I had not misjudged you, Itachi. Let us take our leave as well. With that, a complete Susanoo emerged, adorned with a pair of wings. Uchiha Madara controlled the Susanoo, soaring into the sky. Observing this, Uchiha Itachi remained silent, yet a red complete Susanoo ascended from the ground, sprouting a pair of wings of its own, trailing behind Uchiha Madara. Chapter 86. The arrival of Otsutsuki Ishiki upon the moon. Otsutsuki Ishiki sat cross-legged in meditation. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the blue planet. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Otsutsuki Minato stood above him, their feet planted upon the sage stones. Looking down with a commanding presence, Otsutsuki Minato spoke. The 10 Tails belongs to you, but if you leave this planet, we need not engage in battle. Ishiki broke into a grin. The 10 Tails is mine, as is this planet. I do not fear confrontation. With 2 divine techniques at my disposal, I am invincible. Even against another Otsutsuki. Minato scoffed. Invincible? You speak of the lesser name Izanagi? Ishiki, taken aback, was surprised by Minato's knowledge of Izanagi. He nodded slightly. It appears you are already aware. So tell me, what courage do you possess to challenge me? Minato replied, the lesser name Izanagi can be activated infinitely. Let us see if you truly cannot die. He then exchanged glances with Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata. Instantly, the 3 began to gather sage stones, each forming 6. With Minato's 6, they amassed a total of 24 sage stones, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. Ishiki, though surprised, remained unfazed. You intend to use 24 sage stones for that technique. Perhaps it may shatter my first divine technique, but it will not breach the lesser name Izanagi. At this level, it wouldn't even break my first divine technique. Ishiki's first divine technique was the lesser name Bikuin, which allowed him to transform the yin-yang release stored in a different dimension into a cube. He could then amplify it 100-fold using Bikuin. Such a high-density yin-yang release for defense would indeed withstand the assault of 24 sage stones manifested as a golden wheel of rebirth. Ishiki's confidence stemmed from the fact that even if Minato could shatter his yin-yang release defense with the 24 stones, he still possessed his second divine technique, the lesser name Izanagi, which could convert death into a surrounding environment. The Otsutsuki with divine techniques held a distinct advantage over ordinary Otsutsuki, akin to a sage practitioner facing a mere ninja. Not every Otsutsuki mastered divine techniques, but those who did stood out among their kin. Furthermore, Ishiki commanded 2 divine techniques. Thus, he faced Minato's approach without a trace of concern. Minato wielded the 24 sage stones, yet hesitated to strike. He feared not Ishiki's second divine technique, but rather the possibility of failing to shatter his yin-yang release defense. At that moment, 6 additional sage stones soared forth, bringing the total to 30. Let them dance. 2 complete Susanoo forms appeared behind Minato. Sasuke's pupils constricted as he beheld the crimson Susanoo. It was Uchiha Itachi. He was uncertain how to confront this man, but upon seeing him, his previously resolute heart suddenly softened. Ishiki, observing this, could not help but let out a cold snort. He pressed his palms together, and a great shadow descended upon the moon, a dense array of cubes falling to form a thick wall. Itachi glanced at Sasuke and then at the protective cube surrounding Ishiki. He focused his chakra, hands clasped together, conjuring a fist-sized sphere of pure darkness. Heavenly Star. Having received the Rinnegan from Uchiha Madara, Itachi, now clad in wood-release armor, possessed sufficient chakra to execute the Heavenly Star. As the gravitational pull intensified, the dark cube wall began to tremble precariously. Now, chakra surged wildly within Minato. Instantly, the 30 sage stones above him began to whirl madly, accelerating to create a colossal golden wheel. With a resounding crack, the Heavenly Star obliterated the cube wall, creating a breach. Without hesitation, Minato swung his golden wheel. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. With a thunderous sound, a massive golden sword descended. The Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, powered by 6 sage stones, was capable of cleaving the moon itself. This time, the golden sword effortlessly sliced through Ishiki's form, severing the moon in twain. Though half of his body remained, Ishiki retained consciousness. Coldly, he declared, "It is futile. Your technique is formidable, yet I can still activate the lesser name Izanagi." As he spoke, his chakra began to gather once more, intending to invoke Izanagi. Minato coldly replied, "The lesser name Izanagi is a technique mastered only after acquiring the 10 tails. Let us see if you can still achieve resurrection." Ishiki's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it fail? He attempted to activate Izanagi, but was met with utter failure. No, impossible. Feeling his life force rapidly dwindling, he let out a despairing roar. Yet he could not halt the inevitable. Otsutsuki Shinjiki was utterly astounded. Why? Was he not invincible? Minato smiled. His invincibility stemmed from the 10 tails. What if the 10 tails were to fall into slumber? Making the 10 tails slumber? That would render his divine technique ineffective. Shinjiki remained perplexed. How did you accomplish this? Minato pointed towards Ishiki's direction, stating, "Look." Shinjiki quickly turned to see the spirit of Uzumaki Kushina hovering above Ishiki's lifeless form. In the end, I have become the savior. She smiled, revealing that it was she who had, at the critical moment, released the impure world reincarnation. As the impure world reincarnation was undone, the chakra of the 9 tails within the 10 tails naturally dissipated. Without the 9 tails chakra, the 10 tails fell into a deep slumber. And it was precisely this slumber that rendered Ishiki's divine technique ineffective. The crisis in the ninja world was averted. Did you slay Ishiki? Suddenly, a voice emerged. Otsutsuki Kagaya had appeared before Minato, her presence enigmatic and foreboding. Chapter 87. Kagaya Otsutsuki. The lunar surface, adorned with craters, crumbled incessantly beneath the tempest of chakra, while Kagaya Otsutsuki's silver hair floated eerily in the vacuum. She raised her hand to tear apart the fissures of the dimensional space, unleashing a torrential downpour of yellow sand and acidic rain. 8 God Airstrike. Countless chakra-infused fists pierced through the seams of time and space, as the seekers of truth behind Minato transformed into a golden vortex. This defensive technique, a fusion of Flying Thunder God and the characteristics of the Hungry Ghost Path, redirected all incoming attacks to an alternate dimension. Lady Kagaya, the era has changed. Minato's fingertips illuminated with dragon vein runes, and suddenly, 9 remnants of divine trees inscribed with Flying Thunder God techniques rose on the dark side of the moon. Taiji Ceiling Formation. 9 Luminaries Constellation. Kagaya's pupils contracted sharply as she sensed the severance of her link with the primordial space. This junior had audaciously combined dragon vein energy with the roots of divine trees to construct an artificial spatial prison on the moon. Do you think this can confine me? Her Rinne Sharingan glowed ominously, transforming her skeletal remains into a rain of arrows. Yet, upon contact with Minato's form, they were entirely devoured by a suddenly materializing black cube. Is that a mere pigeon? Kagaya's voice finally quivered with emotion. You can't even handle his ocular technique. Minato summoned a floating array of yin-yang release cubes, each surface pulsating with the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan. Just an improved version, for I am up against a god of creation. Their figures flickered amidst the fragmented seams of space-time, carving deep chasms into the lunar surface. When the shockwave from the 7th spatial fold shattered half of Minato's body, Kagaya abruptly halted. Your chakra carries the scent of the 10 tails. She hovered above the fractured lunar core, her pale finger pointing into the void. Yet it ultimately lacks the bloodline of my clan. Watch closely. Suddenly, the Earth's chakra energy surged violently, causing countless individuals to writhe in pain within their dreams. Minato realized that Kaguya was extracting the life force of the planet through the outer path golem. The absorbed energy was coalescing in her palm into a pitch-black, swelling Seekers of Truth orb. Stop. You will ruin the ecological balance of this era. Minato formed the lion seal with his hands, as 9 Seekers of Truth transformed into Vajra pestles, piercing through the chakra notes. The clash of energies produced shockwaves that nearly swept away Naruto and the others watching from afar. Balance? Kaguya suddenly erupted into a chilling laughter, holographic memories materializing behind her. They were the writhing masses from the Otsutsuki family cultivation chambers, countless sentient beings turned into elixirs, floating within nutrient solutions. Did you believe Ishiki was dead? Did you think he would return like last time, alone? She unfurled a star map, marking the fleets bearing the Otsutsuki insignia traversing the Sea of Stars. When the mothership arrives, the entire planet will be cast into the cauldron of creation. Minato gazed at the cosmic warships overshadowing the sky in the projection, suddenly recalling the dreadful events of the Nine-Tails night 2 decades prior. Ishiki is not dead? Otsutsuki Minato was taken aback. Kaguya Otsutsuki sneered, that you severed his physical form, his soul can return to the Otsutsuki clan's main house. He has stumbled. But he will not relent. When the time comes, not just your clan, but you will perish, everyone will die. You should not have slain him. You should have sealed both his body and soul here. At this point, the only way to survive is to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and transform the entire ninja world into an army of white Setsu. With that, Kaguya Otsutsuki regarded Minato with an emotionless gaze and continued, You are powerful. Let us join forces. Minato furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, upon turning to see Naruto utilizing 6 paths power to mend the shattered lunar surface, and Hinata's Byakugan radiating a light surpassing the Rinnegan, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Have you ever seen the cherry blossoms of Konoha? Minato suddenly inquired. Conjuring a pink flower created from yin-yang release, fragile individuals may easily wither, but when countless petals dance together, he clenched his fist abruptly, and the blossom erupted into a storm of chakra that swept across the lunar surface. Amidst the tempest, the chakra network developed by the 5 Kage emerged. With the lightning amplification tower from Kumogakure and the puppet army of Sunagakure synchronously training. This is our answer. Minato pointed towards the holographic sand table at the storm center. Displaying the assembly of a colossal space-time barrier device, why not cultivate the geniuses of the ninja world and unite the strength of our entire civilization against the Otsutsuki? A momentary flicker of confusion crossed Kaguya's expression as she recalled the children who once surrounded her a millennium ago. Those warm little hands that had woven garlands for her had ultimately transformed into kunai aimed at her. There are too many vile individuals in the ninja world. They will betray you. You will regret this. Her chakra suddenly became exceedingly unstable. Blood oozing from her forehead, when they realized you two must absorb chakra to maintain the Otsutsuki form. The climactic battle between the two stirred the very fabric of Earth. When Kakashi and the allied forces of the 5 Kage arrived through the time-space tunnel, they beheld a miraculous scene. Minato arranged 30 Seekers of Truth into a double helix structure, while Kaguya commanded a colossal armor forged from the branches of the divine tree. Sage art. Yin-Yang Orb Spiral Shuriken. Coagulated Bone of Annihilation. 3,000 worlds. In the energy clash potent enough to rend space itself, Sasuke's Rinnegan suddenly detected an anomaly. At the moment Kaguya was hurled away, an extremely thin root from the divine tree pierced the back of Minato's neck. Master! Naruto attempted to rush onto the battlefield but was overturned by a sudden influx of chaotic space-time. As the dust settled, everyone witnessed an unimaginable moment. Kaguya's palm halted before Minato's chest, while Minato's kunai pressed against her throat. You could have thrust it in. Kaguya gazed at the pulsating sealing technique on the kunai. Why pull back? Minato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing his signature warm smile. Because you two had restrained your power by 30%. The entirety of the moon fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Kaguya burst into laughter, her voice shattering the last remnants of the protective barrier. She waved her hand, transforming the remnants of the 10 Tails into a palace of white jade, then turned toward the moon's dark side. I shall watch from the moon palace. Her voice faded as the rift in space gradually closed. When the malevolence of humanity re-emerged, the infinite Tsukuyomi remained the most merciful conclusion. Ultimately, Kaguya Otsutsuki decided to allow Minato to attempt his method, uniting the strength of the entire ninja world against the Otsutsuki. Minato suddenly knelt on one knee, the mark of the divine tree on the back of his neck seeping blood. The arriving Tsunade was taken aback to discover that the Otsutsuki cells within him were retaliating violently. How much time do we have left? White dusk remains through the pain. Inquiring. From within the pristine moon palace, Kaguya Otsutsuki's voice echoed, 20 years. Chapter 88. Have you heard of Neza and Sun Wukong? On the newly completed observatory in Konoha, Minato gazed at the four young individuals engaged in their training. Naruto's Six Paths Rasengan collided with Sasuke's CH-10 Shuriken, producing a dazzling display of light, while Hinata's Byakugan suddenly emanated a faint golden ripple. Their prowess exceeded that of their original timeline. Yet Minato pondered, what limits do they possess? Minato-sensei. A startled voice broke through his thoughts. Sakura, the pink-haired girl, rushed towards him, clutching a glowing memory crystal. I've detected an abnormal chakra fluctuation coming from the direction of the moon. Before she could finish, the crystal erupted into a myriad of luminous particles. Minato's pupils constricted as 9 truth-seeking balls swiftly formed a defensive barrier. Those particles were devouring chakra. This is Kaguya's god-level sealing technique. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he observed the particles sketching the Otsutsuki clan emblem on the surface of the barrier. As the final rune completed, the starry sky before him warped into a colossal vortex. Master! Naruto's distant cry echoed, and Minato felt his consciousness being pulled into the vast ocean of stars. Countless celestial bodies unfolded before him, each suspended by the tendrils of the divine tree, whose roots delved deep into the Earth's core, siphoning energy. He witnessed the mechanized White Zetsu army assembling at a spaceport, the brilliance of their battleship's main cannon illuminating the darkness. The most astonishing sight was a massive cube floating at the center of the starry sea, its surface flowing with liquid chakra. As his perspective drew closer, Minato saw thousands of Otsutsuki clan members sleeping within, their Rinnegan all connected to a colossal samsara eye at the center. This was the Otsutsuki family's starship fortress. Kaguya's voice suddenly resonated. Each sleeping pod possesses the strength of a Kage, and there are 12 such fortresses. Is this the true power of the Otsutsuki? Minato was left in awe. Kaguya stood beside him, hands clasped behind her back. You do not belong to this world. I am quite curious about you. Minato's heart raced. Does she know I am a traveler? When he opened his eyes in the moon palace, he discovered that his chakra pathways were displaying an eerie tree-like pattern. Kaguya, seated upon her icy jade throne, raised her hand and gently tapped, causing a searing pain from the mark of the divine tree on the back of his neck. It seems you have finally grasped despair. Kaguya's long hair flowed without wind, 6 black cubes slowly rotating behind her. Cultivating geniuses? In the face of absolute numbers and technological disparity, it is but the struggle of ants. Minato, fighting through the agony, straightened up and suddenly noticed a scroll beneath Kaguya's throne. It was a star map made from the bark of the divine tree, marking the spatial coordinates of 6 different worlds, each coordinate marked with a blood-red cross. Kaguya could open doors to different worlds. During the battle in the original timeline with Naruto and Sasuke, she had traversed to other worlds. This was her ability, the heavenly sovereignty. However, these world coordinates did not seem to correspond to those realms. Have you attempted to escape? Minato keenly grasped the crux of the matter, but why? Because each world has its guardian. Kaguya waved her hand, projecting a holographic image of 6 diverse beings, the dragon of the beginning, the mechanical pope, the elemental queen. They were older than the Otsutsuki. Minato's gaze suddenly fixated on the 6th image, a bandaged human, a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique hanging at his waist. Is that me from 20 years ago? He was stunned to find that the timestamp indicated year 47 of Konoha. Kaguya wore a meaningful smile and tore open a rift in space. Minato saw his younger self practicing the flying thunder god technique atop Hokage Rock. The tragedy of the Nine-Tails night yet to unfold. The flow of time differed across worlds. She embedded 3 ice crystal keys into the core device of the Moon Palace, revealing that to breach the dimensional barrier, 3 conditions must be met. First, a 10-tails level chakra source as fuel. Second, a causal link in the target world. Third, the traveler must endure the backlash of temporal paradoxes. As the device activated, Minato witnessed countless reflections of himself traversing parallel timelines. Some fought alongside Nagato in the Rain Village. Others became Raikage in the Cloud Village. Most shocking was a timeline where Minato was collaborating with Kaguya to govern the ninja world. Now do you understand? Kaguya's voice turned ethereal. I choose to collaborate with you precisely because of the temporal causal threads entwined around you. Minato suddenly felt the world spinning. And when he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in the Konoha cemetery. The tombstone bore the name of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, with the date indicating it was now year 72 of Konoha. This was your original timeline. Kagaya's figure flickered in the moonlight. Had the soul-crossing event not occurred, Naruto would have grown up in solitude, and Sasuke would have succumbed to darkness. She indeed knew he was a soul traveler. Minato trembled as he touched the tombstone, noticing Jiraiya approaching with gray hair. As the aged ninja placed a bouquet of wildflowers at the grave, Minato suddenly noticed the Rinnegan pattern in his right eye. How could he? This is the price. Kagaya raised her hand to reveal a holographic projection of the future of the ninja world. The Otsutsuki fleet descending, Jiraiya forcibly merging with the Rinnegan to unleash forbidden techniques, ultimately transforming into a stone statue guarding Konoha's gates. Minato abruptly turned, his 9 truth-seeking balls entering combat mode. What exactly are you trying to prove? To prove that humanity cannot withstand the test. To prove that your plan to cultivate geniuses against the Otsutsuki is futile. Kagaya snapped her fingers, shattering the truth-seeking balls. As 6 black cubes bound Minato in midair. You claim to trust in geniuses, when you know that every possible future leads to destruction. Do you still dare to cling to such trust? Minato had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated the Otsutsuki's overwhelming strength. His plan to cultivate geniuses had indeed been naive. However, he fixed his penetrating gaze upon Kagaya and calmly stated, even if my plan fails, do you truly believe your scheme to refine everyone in the ninja world into white Zetsu will succeed? Kagaya furrowed her brow at his words, falling into silence. Minato smiled. Since you are aware I am a soul traveler, do you know from what kind of world I originate? Have you heard of the worlds of Journey to the West? The primordial chaos, the immortal cultivation realm, the fantasy world, and the perfect world? Have you heard of the Emperor of the Wasteland, Neza, Sun Wukong, the primordial heavenly sovereign, the heavenly teacher, and Li Feiyu? In those worlds, the Otsutsuki clan is but ants they can easily annihilate. Kagaya's eyes turned somewhat dazed, as she comprehended not a single word of Minato's claims, yet she could discern that he was not lying. In the world he knew, such formidable figures truly existed. What are you trying to convey? Kagaya inquired, her tone detached. Chapter 89. The Chinjin sect. Watergate smiled gently and said, I believe we can attempt to seek external power to confront Otsutsuki. In the Moon Palace, a tranquil stillness enveloped the surroundings. Watergate and Kagaya stood like 2 towering mountains, an air of tension lingering between them. It is a world of the unknown. We might perish. Are you certain? Kagaya inquired coolly. Watergate nodded. Let us begin. Kagaya ceased her words. Simultaneously, the two extended their hands, swiftly forming the seals of the heavenly decree. As their gestures completed, the surrounding space seemed to be drawn by a colossal force, initiating a violent distortion. In an instant, the chakra, embodying the 7 distinct attributes of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, intertwined like resplendent ribbons, forming a vast vortex in the air. At that moment, Kagaya's silver hair danced in the wind, resembling flowing silver serpents. Her Rinne Sharingan flickered with an unsettling radiance, akin to 2 gems ablaze with eerie flames. Are you ready? Kagaya's voice, cold yet commanding, echoed through the expansive Moon Palace. Watergate inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. His chakra surged, emanating a faint golden glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. For the future of the shinobi world, we shall take this gamble. Watergate's words were resolute. At that instant, the chakra-formed vortex abruptly expanded, unleashing a tempestuous stream of chaotic time and space, rushing toward Watergate and Kagaya with devastating force. Unperturbed, Kagaya swiftly retrieved an ancient bronze mirror from her bosom. The mirror's surface shimmered, rippling with ethereal waves. With a sharp command, Kagaya unleashed a blinding brilliance from the ancient mirror, enveloping both her and Watergate closely. Let us go. With Kagaya's exclamation, their figures vanished into the swirling vortex as if drawn into an unfathomable black hole. Meanwhile, in the village of Konoha, Naruto was meditating at home. Suddenly, his heart jolted, and he opened his eyes, activating his Kagaya's hard eye ability. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to sense, he could not perceive the slightest trace of his master Watergate's presence. Master's aura has vanished. In the realm of cultivation, before the gates of the Chinyin sect, Watergate stood alongside Kagaya, both holding the ancient bronze mirror. Clad in azure robes of the Chinyin sect, their garments fluttered gently in the wind, blending seamlessly with the verdant mountains and waters around them. Upon closer inspection, intricate cloud patterns were embroidered along the sleeves of their robes, flowing and natural, reminiscent of genuine clouds drifting in the sky. 10 years have passed. Watergate gazed at the vast sea of clouds in the distance, a wave of emotions washing over him. He had now reached the Golden Core stage. possessing profound cultivation that allowed him to clearly sense the subtle flow of spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. Kaguya raised her hand, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. A radiant water mirror technique materialized, resembling a window to another world. Through the mirror's surface, glimpses of the shinobi world unfolded. Naruto and Hinata had united in matrimony and were blessed with 2 adorable children, while Sasuke and Sakura had also entered the bonds of marriage, welcoming a love child of their own. Kaguya spoke softly, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Watergate nodded slightly, expressing his contentment with the news. He then reached into the storage ring at his waist, delicately retrieving a jade slip that emitted a faint azure glow. This is the Yin sect's ultimate technique, the Supreme Clarity Method, an esoteric practice of immense power. I intend to bring it back to the shinobi world, hoping it will aid our ninja. As Watergate spoke, he presented the jade slip to Kaguya. Subsequently, he continued to extract various items from the storage ring, showcasing them to Kaguya. Among them were a spirit-gathering array diagram that significantly enhanced chakra purity, ancient formulas for refining precious foundational pills, and jade slips containing various fundamental techniques. Once all items were displayed, Watergate's expression turned serious as he focused on a small array flag held in Kaguya's hand. This flag was crucial. It was a simplified version of the protective mountain formation. Although it could only defend against attacks from nascent soul cultivators, it would surely suffice against the Otsutsuki clan. Watergate's gaze was fixed on the array flag, determination flashing in his eyes. In that instant, accompanied by a dazzling light, a spatial passage slowly opened. Soon after, 2 figures streaked across the sky like meteors, landing gracefully above the village of Konoha. They were Watergate and Kaguya, standing upon flying swords, their presence exuding an unparalleled aura. The overwhelming pressure of the Golden Core stage descended upon Konoha like a mountain, causing the entire village to tremble violently. The villagers looked up in terror, their hearts filled with awe. "Master!" Among the crowd, Naruto spotted Watergate in the sky and shouted excitedly, his form flickering as he transformed into a golden streak of light, rushing toward the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, he stood atop the roof, his Nine-Tails chakra cloak manifesting instantly, the 9 colossal tails swirling in the wind. Naruto's Kaguya's heart, I was able to sense Watergate's aura immediately. However, when he beheld Watergate's current appearance, he was momentarily stunned. The cute, lowly figure from his memories had vanished, replaced by a handsome and striking young man. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his face was as radiant as jade, and his long, lustrous black hair flowed in the wind, surrounded by a faint golden glow, resembling a deity descending to earth. Watergate gracefully floated down, landing steadily atop the Hokage rock. He raised his right hand, murmuring incantations, and a brilliant spell shot forth. In an instant, a pale azure barrier enveloped the entire village of Konoha, resembling a colossal eggshell, providing secure protection. "Is this a barrier technique?" Tsunade gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide as she witnessed the scene. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the barrier, only to be amazed when her chakra became increasingly pure upon contact, as if nourished by some wondrous force. "No, this is not an ordinary barrier technique, but a celestial formation known as the Spirit Gathering Array." Watergate smiled slightly, patiently explaining to the crowd from this day forth, "I plan to establish a cultivation sect called the Yin sect in Konoha and impart the ways of cultivation to all of you. With earnest training, you shall undoubtedly master extraordinary celestial techniques and become formidable beings." Celestial techniques? Tsunade recalled Jiraiya's frog-like eyes. Chapter 90, The Vortex Sunflower in the Training Ground. Minato stood tall at the center, meticulously demonstrating to the gathered crowd how to deftly transform their inner chakra into the enigmatic spiritual energy. He gracefully raised his arm, and in an instant, a powerful surge of energy coalesced within his palm. Suddenly, a blazing fireball erupted forth, seemingly imbued with life, rolling and morphing in midair until it transformed into a majestic phoenix, its wings outstretched. The searing flames radiated an intense heat, as if threatening to ignite the very air surrounding it. "How incredible!" Hinata exclaimed, her azure Byakugan reflecting the dazzling light emitted by the fireball, making her eyes glow with an enchanting brilliance. "This is far more powerful than an ordinary great fireball technique." Not far away, Sasuke gripped his Kusanagi sword tightly, fixated on Minato's every move, quietly attempting to channel the chakra as taught. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The unassuming sword began to shimmer with a faint azure aura, accompanied by a crisp sound of the blade singing. A razor-sharp sword aura surged from the tip, racing forth like lightning, cleaving the distant target in two with a resounding crash, leaving a mirror-like, smooth cut. Could this be the legendary swordsmanship? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he marveled at the spectacle, his heart swelling with excitement and exhilaration. He could distinctly feel himself gaining a firmer grasp of this newfound power. Meanwhile, Kaguya stood quietly at the edge of the training ground, observing the vibrant scene with a serene demeanor. A subtle smile graced her exquisite features as her thoughts drifted back to the unforgettable days spent at the Yin sect. Back then, they fought alongside their many fellow disciples against the encroaching demonic sect. Thousands of disciples formed the extermination array, unleashing a united attack that felled the leader of the demonic sect. Perhaps this was indeed the right path, Kaguya mused softly, her gaze growing resolute. Outside the rain-hidden village, the gentle patter of rain fell like delicate silver threads upon the earth. Jiraiya, clad in a long black robe and a conical hat, stood quietly atop a sturdy tree branch, his gaze piercing through the layers of foliage toward the distant horizon where an azure light pillar slowly ascended. The pillar resembled a colossal serpent reaching into the heavens, standing out vividly against the dreary rain curtain. This radiant beam emanated a peculiar energy wave, rippling through the air like an invisible tide, resonating even with the sage chakra within Jiraiya. Just then, a soft whisper of wind announced the arrival of Konan, her paper wings as white as snow unfurling gracefully as she alighted beside him. Her delicate features bore a hint of curiosity as she spoke softly. "I heard Minato has returned." Her melodious voice rang clear amidst the tranquil rain. "He has also established something. The Yin sect?" She furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes shimmering with intrigue at the unfamiliar name. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the dense gloom. It was Orochimaru, draped in a purple robe, his golden slit pupils gleaming with intense interest. Tilting his head slightly, he spoke in a deep, magnetic tone. "Cultivation methods? How intriguing." His eyes sparkled with a thirst for the unknown. "The mysterious organization I recently discovered possesses a unique chakra as well." He stroked his chin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. After a brief silence, Jiraiya slowly rolled up the scroll in his hand, which contained various intelligence gathered over time. Taking a deep breath, he declared resolutely, "Let us return to the village. We must report this organization's information to Tsunade." He understood that this matter surpassed the capabilities of the three of them and required the collective strength of the entire village to confront. With that, Jiraiya leapt down from the tree branch, landing gracefully on the ground. Konan unfurled her paper wings once more, fluttering lightly in the air, while Orochimaru transformed into a shadow, swiftly heading toward Konoha. Within the Hyuga estate, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows across the courtyard. Kaguya stood elegantly amidst the garden, cradling a lovely sunflower in her arms. The little girl's rosy cheeks glowed warmly in the sunlight, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking affection. At that moment, her sparkling eyes glimmered with a hint of golden light, revealing faint, arcane patterns within her irises, as if concealing boundless secrets, pulsating with mysterious energy. Just then, Hinata approached cautiously, holding a delicate jade bottle. The bottle, carved from smooth white jade, bore exquisite engravings that shimmered softly in the sunlight. "Senior, this is the Ming-Qing spirit liquid. Following your instructions, I exerted considerable effort to prepare it," she said, her tone laced with nervous anticipation. "To find the precious ingredients, I scoured every apothecary in the village and spent several days, making countless adjustments, to finally succeed in concocting this elixir." Kaguya gently accepted the jade bottle, her slender fingers deftly conjuring a single, crystalline droplet of liquid. The droplet shimmered like a brilliant pearl, exuding a soft, enigmatic glow. "Indeed, this is the Ming-Qing spirit liquid," Kaguya remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As the droplet slowly fell into the sunflower's eyes, something miraculous occurred. The little girl's eyes suddenly erupted with radiant brilliance, illuminating the entire courtyard like the rising sun, nearly blinding those who beheld it. "Ah!" Hinata gasped, startled by the sudden luminosity, instinctively stepping back. In her moment of panic, Kaguya swiftly intervened, her gentle yet firm demeanor reassuring. "It's all right. Senior Kaguya has always adored sunflowers. She is like their guardian and would never let them come to harm. There must be a reason for her actions." Kaguya seemed lost in her own world, oblivious to their conversation. She intently observed the transformations occurring within the sunflower's eyes, her expression revealing both surprise and curiosity. The once faint golden patterns began to grow, intertwining like serpents, gradually forming a complete and intricate design. Ultimately, this pattern coalesced into golden pupils, the all-seeing eyes. Kaguya murmured softly, her voice laced with awe and wonder. She had not anticipated that the mutated Byakugan, with the aid of the Mingqing spirit liquid, could truly evolve into the all-seeing eyes. In the rear mountains of Hokage Rock, within the newly constructed Grand Hall of the Qingyun sect, the spacious chamber boasted a floor of polished marble that gleamed like a mirror. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient and enigmatic runes, subtly radiating a soft glow. Standing majestically on the elevated platform at the front of the hall was Minato, clad in a flowing white robe and a black Taoist crown, holding an ancient tome with intense focus as he elucidated the spirit energy sensing technique. Below him, Naruto, Boruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi sat cross-legged in standard posture, their expressions grave, eyes intently fixed on Minato, ears perked to catch every word he uttered. Clearing his throat, Minato's voice resonated powerfully. Esteemed ones, spirit energy is omnipresent, akin to the chakra we are familiar with, permeating the world around us. With that, he slowly raised his right hand, a wisp of azure energy swirling gracefully around his fingertips like a nimble serpent. Although seemingly delicate, this energy contained immense power, drawing the attention of the four below. However, to perceive this ubiquitous spirit energy, one must calm the mind, dispelling all distractions and concentrating deeply. As he spoke, Minato gently closed his eyes, demonstrating to the audience how to achieve tranquility. Just as everyone was absorbed in Minato's teachings, Boruto suddenly opened his eyes wide, excitement igniting within them. "Master, I think I can feel it." His voice echoed through the hall, stirring a minor commotion. Minato, initially calm, now exhibited a look of surprise, swiftly directing his gaze toward Boruto. Around Boruto, faint sparks of lightning began to flicker, coiling around him like fine silver threads, emitting a soft crackling sound. This was a sign of the awakening of the lightning spirit root. In the realm of cultivation, the awakening of a spirit root held great significance, and possessing a lightning spirit root signified extraordinary talent. Minato couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. "Excellent, Boruto," Minato acknowledged with a nod, a smile of approval gracing his features. "Your ability to swiftly sense spirit energy and awaken the lightning spirit root is truly remarkable. Now, attempt to guide that energy." Following the path outlined in the Shanqing-ju, with a flash of light, the tome emanating a gentle glow appeared in Minato's hands. He tossed it gently, and it floated steadily before Boruto. Naruto gazed at his son with envy, filled with yearning. How could he allow his son to overshadow him? Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes tightly again, forming seals with his hands, striving to calm his spirit in an attempt to sense the energy. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Sasuke, seated nearby, activated his Sharingan, the purple light flickering in his eyes. He seemed to be employing his ocular jutsu to assist in sensing the spirit energy, the unique perceptive capability of the Sharingan allowing him to discern the fluctuations of energy around them. Kakashi appeared contemplative, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with thought. He sensed a similarity between this method of cultivating spirit energy and the nature transformation of chakra. At that moment, an almost palpable silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the soft sounds of their breathing. Boruto cautiously opened the Shanqing-ju, beginning to guide the lightning energy within him as instructed. Observing Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, Minato couldn't help but reflect. In terms of talent, they were not inferior to Boruto. After all, Boruto was not yet 3 years old. However, Boruto's rapid ability to sense spirit energy stemmed from the fact that he had not yet experienced chakra, while Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi had cultivated chakra since childhood. Thus, when prompted to sense spirit energy, they inevitably compared it to chakra. Despite their intelligence, this affected their perception of spirit energy. Amidst this serene atmosphere of cultivation, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from afar, akin to a muffled thunderclap, shattering the tranquility and jolting everyone from their meditative state. Minato's previously calm demeanor shifted, his brows furrowed, eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. Having spent a decade in the realm of cultivation, Minato, like Kaguya, had become acutely sensitive to changes in his surroundings. He quickly activated his spiritual awareness, soon detecting the presence of someone breaching the array. Upon recognizing the intruder, Minato exhaled in relief. "Continue your training. I shall return shortly." With that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading toward the village entrance. Upon arrival, he found Jiraiya and his companions standing outside the array in a rather disheveled state. Jiraiya's hair was tousled, his attire dusted with dirt. Orochimaru appeared somewhat pale, fatigue evident in his gaze, while Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, an expression of mild dissatisfaction on her face. Orochimaru held a peculiar talisman that emanated an unusual glow, the runes flickering erratically, the source of the array's vigorous response. "Minato!" Jiraiya exclaimed exuberantly, waving his hand with a radiant smile. "It's been a decade. You've certainly stirred up quite the commotion. What kind of array is this? It's impressive." We struggled immensely just to enter. Seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Konan, Minato felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled and waved his hand to deactivate the array. "You arrived just in time. I was hoping to discuss a matter with you." Before he could finish, his expression turned ashen, his body involuntarily trembling. He sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the direction of the Hyuga estate. That was a sign of the awakening of the Tenseigan. Oh no. Minato's countenance shifted, realizing that Hinata's daughter, Himawari, was in peril. Only 7 months old, she had just begun to stand. At the Hyuga estate. Within a secluded chamber, Himawari sat quietly, her body trembling slightly. Her eyes had transformed entirely into a dazzling gold, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun's core, emanating an intimidating aura that was difficult to behold. Kaguya stood silently beside her, gently cradling the little girl, a rare smile gracing her previously cold and authoritative visage. "It is accomplished," she uttered in a deep voice laced with satisfaction. These simple 3 words resonated heavily in the stillness of the room. Hinata and Hanabi stood nearby, their faces etched with tension. Hinata nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, her gaze fixed intently on Himawari, a mix of concern and anticipation in her eyes. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from Himawari's eyes. With a thunderous boom, a golden beam shot forth like a sharp sword, piercing through the thick roof. As the roof collapsed, sunlight flooded into the room, illuminating the entire interior. How powerful! Hinata and Hanabi gasped in astonishment. Himawari was only 7 months old. Just then, Minato rushed in. Upon witnessing the golden light piercing through the roof, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. The Tenseigan? Chapter 91. The Divine Sword of Thunder Control. Are you such a laggard that you can't even sense the spiritual energy? Kaibai lounged in the sealed space, legs crossed. Its 9 tails swirling behind it, lamenting, "My claws are almost sprouting mushrooms." Naruto sat cross-legged in the training room, veins bulging on his forehead. "Shut up, you idiot. Can't you see I'm trying hard?" This was his 108th attempt to circulate the Supreme Clarity technique. Yet his meridians still only felt a thin trickle of chakra flowing through them. Suddenly, the 9 tails extended a paw to press against the 8 trigram seal. A strand of golden spiritual energy piercing through the barrier. Watch closely. The energy, as if alive, burrowed into Naruto's dantian, racing up his spine towards the crown of his head. Naruto's pores opened wide, and countless azure specks of light became vividly visible in the air. Is this spiritual energy? He marveled, gazing at the swirling azure vortex gathering in his palm, the residual spiritual energy from the 9 tails forming a circulating cycle within him. Kaibai, when did you learn to control spiritual energy? Naruto gasped in astonishment. The 9 tails grinned. That's why you're a fool. I've already mastered it. The previously dormant sage chakra suddenly surged, merging with the spiritual energy to become a pale golden liquid energy. The sealed space trembled as the 9 tails stared at its gradually crystallizing claws, exclaiming, "What the hell? You fool, stop. My chakra is mutating." In Orochimaru's underground laboratory, hundreds of cultivation pods lit up with a green glow. A researcher with snake-like eyes fixated on the instrument screen, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Spiritual energy conversion rate at 87.6. Chakra purification coefficient has surpassed the threshold. Sir, experiment number 3 is exhibiting rejection reactions. Kabuto rushed in, clutching a clipboard, only to find Orochimaru attempting to swallow the spiritual energy sensation text. I see. Orochimaru's neck elongated, splitting into a new form like a serpent shedding its skin. The surface of his new body revealed azure markings, and he effortlessly conjured a sphere of spiritual energy the size of a basketball. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. What are you doing? The cultivation version of the shedding technique. Orochimaru replied, licking his lips as spiritual energy coiled around his fingertips like a small serpent. Notify Shinra. I need blood samples from all the Uzumaki clan members. Wait. Also summon Shinji. The fusion of natural energy and spiritual energy will be even more intriguing. An explosion suddenly echoed from the next room. Konan emerged, covered in dust, clutching a paper talisman crackling with lightning. The 69th trial. The power of the spiritual explosion talisman has tripled. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade smashed her fist onto the desk. You mean that red-haired girl shattered Susanoo with taijutsu? Jiraiya stroked the new scar on his chin. What's even more terrifying is the wedge on her chest. My sage technique, 5 right gate, instantly restored her. He unfurled a scroll, revealing an image of a girl in technological battle armor absorbing a tailed beast orb. Minato's pupils constricted. Clearly, that was Deluta from the Shell organization. Leave this matter to Team 7. Minato suddenly declared, tracing azure runes in the air. By the time Boruto breaks through to the 4th level of chi refinement, he will need practical testing. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Your grandson is only 3 years old. At 3 years old, achieving the 1st level of chi refinement is better than some 30-year-olds who still haven't mastered the Yin sealing technique, Minato retorted, casting a glance at Tsunade's forehead mark, successfully flushing the 5th Hokage's face. Outside the window, dark storm clouds gathered, and amidst the deafening roar, Boruto shouted, "Heavenly thunder, transform into divine lightning." On the serene and tranquil mountains behind Hokage Rock, Boruto firmly gripped the specially crafted thunder-patterned sword, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly glow, the lightning patterns appearing as if alive, subtly flowing with azure currents. Electric arcs crackled around him, sizzling and scorching the surrounding air, creating a slight distortion. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood quietly nearby, his Rinnegan slightly rotating, a flicker of surprise and contemplation crossing his eyes. The energy within this kid is mimicking the tailed beast cloak? He murmured, disbelief lacing his tone. Sasuke was well aware of the might and uniqueness of the tailed beast cloak. He never anticipated that Boruto could simulate such power within himself. This boy's potential was indeed formidable. Watch closely. Minato directed his sword towards the heavens, and in an instant, 9 orbs of the seeking Tao floated from his side, swiftly arranging themselves into a colossal and enigmatic array suspended in midair. The runes on the array flickered, radiating light. Heavenly might, be guided by the sword. Minato's voice thundered, resonating through the valley. In that moment, a tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the sky, as thick as a pillar, carrying a destructive force that tore through the air, creating black fissures wherever it passed. However, as the bolt of lightning touched the tip of the sword, it was seemingly tamed by a mysterious force, flowing down the blade like a gentle stream. Above Konoha, a thunder dragon 1,000 meters long gradually materialized, its agile form displaying every glimmering scale, radiating blinding lightning. The dragon seemed alive, roaming the sky at will, emitting deafening roars. The Byakugan users of the Hyuga clan, who had been observing intently, collectively covered their eyes at the sight of the thunder dragon. "We're going blind." One of the shinobi cried out in agony. The light emanating from the thunder dragon was overwhelmingly bright. Even for those with Byakugan, it was unbearable. "It's your turn." Minato compressed the thunder dragon into an egg-sized sphere of light. Though diminutive, the energy contained within caused the surrounding air to tremble. He looked at Boruto, earnestly advising, "Remember, the advantage of the thunder affinity lies in." Before he could finish, Boruto eagerly interjected, "I know, master." His face radiated excitement, and his eyes sparkled with determination. In a single bound, he leaped onto the cliff, which soared into the clouds, surrounded by swirling mist, like a staircase leading to the heavens. Standing at the cliff summit, facing the howling mountain winds, Boruto tightly gripped the thunder-patterned sword, shouting, "Heavenly thunder, transform into divine lightning." His voice echoed through the valley, as if summoning the divine thunder from the heavens. Just as Boruto's shout faded, dark clouds rapidly converged in the sky, transforming the once clear sky into an ominous gray. The clouds churned and surged as if countless demons were rampaging within. Lightning danced through the clouds, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the darkened sky. Then, a deafening roar shook the air, akin to the heavens themselves bellowing. A colossal bolt of divine lightning shot down from the clouds, crashing towards the cliff where Boruto stood, its power far exceeding that of the lightning summoned by Minato earlier, igniting the air into a searing blaze. The azure arcs surrounding Boruto intensified, and he gripped the thunder-patterned sword tightly, bracing for the divine lightning. Heavenly might, be guided by the sword. Kakashi, flipping through intimate paradise, suddenly paused. This pressure is 20 times stronger than Raikiri. Boom. The 100-meter diameter lightning pillar pierced through the heavens, sending Boruto flying 100 meters from the recoil. As the dust settled, the young man emerged charred yet grinning. I did it." Sasuke stared at the statue of the Valley of the End split in two, his mouth twitching. This kid, using the statue as a target? In the rain-hidden village's high tower, Guaxing gazed at the monitoring screen with a frown. Konoha's energy readings have surpassed the critical value. Amato exhaled smoke rings while pulling up a satellite image. According to the calculations of the vessel, that lightning strike 3 days ago equated to the power of a 10-tailed beast orb. The mechanical eye of Deluda glowed ominously, urging me to confront that golden-haired imp. Silence enveloped the atmosphere as Zixian emerged from the shadows. The dark light flickering from the mark on his forehead, poised to activate the 10-tails weapon before the vessel reached maturity. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the east, his Rinnegan piercing through the walls towards Konoha. Bluffing Shuemin, you indeed make for the finest experimental subject. Meanwhile, in the subterranean chamber of the Qingyun sect, Kaguya was administering the third vial of Mingqing's spiritual liquid to Sunflower, whose eyes abruptly transformed into a dazzling gold. Do you see it? Kaguya pointed towards the starry sky. So many great ships. Sunflower replied in her innocent voice, in a red moon. Kaguya's expression shifted dramatically. This was precisely the future she dreaded, the Otsutsuki clan's fleet of annihilation. Chapter 92. The ninja tournament of a Wagakure. The moonlight, as gentle as water, cascaded over the vortex of spiritual energy within the gathering formation, resembling a silver disk suspended in the air. Within the swirling depths of this vortex, the spiritual essence flowed like delicate threads, akin to a silvery river. At the very center of this whirlpool stood a diminutive figure, a little girl reminiscent of a sunflower. Her youthful visage bloomed like a newly unfurled flower, appearing even more radiant under the moon's glow, as white as snow. Standing beside her was Kaguya, whose fingertips carefully condensed a drop of 7-colored spiritual dew. This dew, crystalline and translucent, emitted a faint luminescence. With utmost care, she let the drop fall upon the girl's forehead, where it instantly merged with her skin, as if absorbed by her very being. An innate Tao body. Kaguya whispered softly, her gaze fixed upon the girl. She observed as the spiritual energy, drawn by some unseen force, coalesced into the pattern of a yin-yang fish, gradually penetrating the girl's body. If only I had possessed such talent in my youth, I would not have been sealed by those 2 ungrateful children. Yet, as she pondered this, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She had never ventured into the realm of cultivation, even if she were an innate Tao body. Her inability to cultivate would have rendered her fate unchanged. Contemplating this, Kaguya felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, a blood-red meteor streaked across the night sky, resembling a crimson lightning bolt that tore through the darkened heavens. The ominous meteor approached with alarming speed, carrying an unsettling aura. Kaguya's expression changed as she swiftly produced 12 black jade formation flags from her sleeve. These flags spun rapidly in the air, intertwining to form a grand celestial formation, which effectively sealed off the malevolent energy from the outside. However, just as Kaguya exhaled a sigh of relief, the little girl in her arms suddenly opened her eyes. Within her pupils, a reflection of the Milky Way shimmered, radiant and enchanting, as if concealing boundless mysteries. Master, there are evildoers tearing the sky apart, the girl's voice, though childlike, sent a jolt through Kaguya. She gazed at the girl in disbelief. A mere toddler, not yet 2 years old, could perceive the events occurring beyond the barriers of time and space. In the distance, the melodious chime of bells echoed from Konohagakure. Kaguya gently caressed the tips of the girl's sunflower-like hair, saying, "Good child, once you reach the 4th level of chi refining, I shall teach you the true arts of immortality. Esteemed sir, we have just received exquisite brews from the land of snow. Would you care to sample them?" The delicate voice of a geisha whispered in Kakashi's ear. Yet, before she could finish, Kakashi unexpectedly reached out, firmly grasping her wrist. The geisha gasped in surprise, attempting to break free, only to find Kakashi's grip as unyielding as iron. At that moment, a warm stream of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into her entire being. This energy seemed to possess a mystical quality, causing her pores to open wide, and an indescribable sense of euphoria surged within her. However, before she could savor this sensation, Kakashi spoke. "Miss, might we discuss the methods of dual cultivation?" His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with an irresistible allure. As he spoke, he formed the Ziwu seal, causing his chakra to flow in reverse. The geisha, astonished, felt an intoxicating sensation within her, as if a powerful force was irresistibly drawing her toward Kakashi. She attempted to scream, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her unable to voice a sound. Just as she was engulfed in terror, a soft popping sound echoed, as if some form of restriction had been shattered. Suddenly, a faint azure glow enveloped Kakashi, and the erotic painting on the shoji screen began to stir, as if it had come to life. The once static images transformed, vibrant and animated, as if the figures were about to step out from the canvas. As the painting writhed, a rich stream of spiritual energy surged forth, resembling a colossal azure dragon, rushing directly into Kakashi's dantian. This unexpected turn of events left the geisha utterly stunned. She widened her eyes, gazing at Kakashi as though he were a monster. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Mike Guy, who had been eavesdropping, was equally astonished. Unable to contain himself, he burst through the wall into the tea room. Kakashi, you scoundrel! We agreed to cultivate together during our youth. Yet here you are, secretly. Mike Guy exclaimed, his face filled with fury. However, Kakashi remained unfazed, smiling slightly as he replied, this is not a clandestine affair. It is scientific cultivation. With that, Kakashi vanished in a flash, appearing atop the roof. He conjured a light azure vortex in his hands, which spun rapidly, emitting a buzzing sound. Behold, this is the first layer of chi refining. In the expansive square of Qingyun sect, 9 colossal bronze cauldrons stood in perfect alignment, each towering several dozen feet high, with mist billowing from their mouths as though these cauldrons possessed life. Before these mighty cauldrons, Minato stood, suspended in midair, exuding a formidable presence that commanded respect. Behind him, 72 flying swords hovered like stars, forming a grand sword formation that gleamed ominously, instilling trepidation in onlookers. The Wagakure is hosting a ninja tournament? Naruto scoffed, nonchalantly picking his nose as he remarked, old man, you cannot be serious. With my current strength, a mere fart could shatter their walls. Beside him, Sasuke smirked at Naruto's words, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. He slowly grasped the Kusanagi, sword at his waist, and with a swift motion, the blade slid 3 inches from its sheath, glinting ominously. No ninjutsu allowed? My Chidori is immensely powerful. Even without ninjutsu, victory will be effortless. Minato, observing Sasuke's unwavering confidence, smiled subtly. He raised his hand toward the sky, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning. A bolt of purple lightning descended from above, striking the formation of 72 flying swords. In an instant, the purple lightning exploded within the sword formation, transforming into countless electric serpents that danced among the blades. These serpents intertwined, forming a dense web of electricity that enveloped the entire formation. This is the 3rd layer of the divine lightning true technique, Minato remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he surveyed the scene. When you participate in the tournament, utilize this. The requirement to refrain from using ninjutsu is to assess the fruits of your training during this period. At that moment, Boruto suddenly raised his hand, exclaiming loudly, Dad, Sarada wants that soul bell as a birthday gift. Hearing this, Minato turned to Boruto, a hint of indulgence flashing in his eyes. However, just as he prepared to respond, a gasp erupted from the audience. Everyone turned to see Hinata Hyuga, who had previously kept her eyes closed, suddenly open them, revealing that her Byakugan had transformed into a faint golden hue. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Shikamaru, munching on seeds, trembled slightly. It's only been 3 months. Is your family composed of monsters?